Chapter 1. The Thunder Sorcerer's Body. In the depths of darkness, Tang Long's consciousness began to awaken. How regrettable it is to perish on the battlefield. He was the finest special soldier in Huaxia, yet he could not escape the inevitable fate that befalls generals, death in the line of duty. Tang Long was a robust and resolute warrior, yet he was merely a young man in his 20s. He harbored regrets. At the moment of his demise, he did not even have a girlfriend, his innocence unbroken. Such grievances seemed endless. Suddenly, he felt a warmth, the gentle touch of a palm. The hand was soft, indeed, a woman's hand, tenderly nudging his arm. Wait, am I not dead? With a sigh, Tang Long mused that even a soul could possess warmth. Could this be the underworld? Long, wake up! A sorrowful voice pierced through the silence. This was neither the language engraved in his bones nor any tongue he recognized from earth, yet he understood it perfectly. A flicker of trepidation stirred within him. Would he open his eyes to behold a female ghost? To be a spirit after death. It was comforting to think of them as kindred souls. Tang Long slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a cave, adorned with luminous stalactites that dripped water rhythmically. As he tilted his head slightly, his pupils constricted in surprise, revealing a vast expanse of bare skin. Do female specters in the underworld not wear clothing? Before him knelt a woman, her modesty preserved by mere animal hides, her hair cascading wildly. She adorned herself with vibrant feathers, creating a rather peculiar sight. Tears streamed down her face, and her profound sorrow was palpable, evoking tears in those who beheld her. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, possessing a certain beauty, with a tall stature of at least 175 centimeters. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful ghost. Ziz, suddenly, a flash of purple light illuminated the cave. Again, as brilliant as lightning. Tang Long glanced down to find his entire body enveloped in purple arcs of electricity, as if the god of thunder had descended upon him. He felt no pain, merely a cool sensation flowing within him, settling in his dantian in an instant. He could visualize his skeletal structure, meridians, and organs, all vividly clear. He was astounded. Was this the legendary inner sight? Within his dantian, he beheld an abundance of purple thunder, countless arcs flickering, writhing like a coiling dragon. A phantasmal purple well emerged, containing the thunder, transforming into a purple entity that swam within. This entity resembled a creature of legend, with a head like a bull, antlers like a deer, eyes like a shrimp, ears like an elephant, a neck and belly like a serpent, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and paws like a tiger. It exuded a formidable presence. Tang Long gasped. Could this be the dragon from legend? Yet, something felt amiss about its structure. Drip! Suddenly, a droplet of green liquid appeared in the thunder well, and a wave of vitality surged from his dantian. Life's essence. A surge of knowledge flooded Tang Long's mind, a product of thunder. As long as one did not succumb to immediate death, this essence could restore life, a treasure of human existence. Tang Long's eyes flickered with purple lightning, as if a barrier had been lifted, revealing a myriad of extraordinary colors. The air in this realm was a tapestry of hues, golden, green, blue, a veritable spectrum. In an instinctive understanding, he recognized this as spiritual energy, with the golden hue representing metal attribute energy. The eye of thunder. From this moment forth, darkness would no longer shroud his vision. He could perceive the night as if it were day. He could discern illusions and identify treasures. Henceforth, no veil could obscure his sight. Could this truly be the miraculous nature of a spirit? With a thought, he opened his palm, and a sliver of purple lightning manifested within, dazzling like a cascade of fireworks. Oh God, Long, you have awakened the Thunder Sorcerer's body, a legendary form that has never before graced the great wilderness. The woman in animal hides gazed at him, her eyes alight with joy, her exhilaration almost palpable. Tang Long retracted the lightning in his palm, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Was this truly the great wilderness? He surveyed his body, noting that apart from the animal hide around his waist, he was otherwise bare, a veritable wild man. The wind brushed against his skin, a chill reminding him of his vulnerability. A torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, vivid images flashing before him. He envisioned an expansive wilderness, cloaked in primordial forest, the enormity of which was unknown. The great wilderness was home to towering mountains, flowing rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. People lived in a tribal age, wielding stone tools and donning animal hides. devoid of agriculture or livestock, surviving through hunting. In these tribes dwelled extraordinary shamans, revered for their supernatural abilities, the most respected individuals among their kin. The great wilderness teemed with fearsome giants, marauding in packs to prey on humans. He recalled himself as a mere 15-year-old, a young chieftain of a small tribe, somewhat naive and sheltered, akin to a flower in a greenhouse. A month prior, a sudden flood had inundated the tribe, scattering its members, their fates unknown. The woman in animal hides and a warrior had escorted him to safety here. Exhausted and famished, he and the warrior had consumed wild fruits from the trees, only to succumb to poisoning, leading to Tang Long's extraordinary journey. This woman was his aunt, the younger sister of his mother, a shaman of the tribe who had cared for him deeply. The warrior, previously a stranger, had proven to be steadfast and trustworthy throughout their ordeal. At this moment, the warrior lay on the ground, his complexion pale, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, his breath faint, as if he would perish at any moment. Tang Long sighed softly, grateful for the purifying effect of the lightning. Otherwise, he too would have fallen victim to the poison. That he spoke gently. "Aunt, do not worry. My thunderous power can cure this poison, though it may cause some suffering." Her eyes sparkled with hope as she replied, "As long as he can survive, what is a little pain?" Tang Long placed his hand upon the warrior's head, a stream of purple lightning flowing from his fingertips into the warrior's body. Ziz. The electricity crackled, arcs of lightning enveloping the warrior. The warrior's eyes flew open, his body convulsing violently as if struck by a jolt of high voltage, a rather distressing sight. Green toxins wafted from his form, dissipating into the air as the current purified the poison. Tang Long carefully regulated the output of electricity. Too much would be lethal, too little would leave the toxins intact. It was a delicate balance. After a brief moment, the toxins were entirely eradicated. Though the warrior continued to tremble, his breathing grew stronger. Tang Long withdrew his hand, contemplating his newfound thunderous abilities. Firstly, he could unleash electrical attacks, capable of paralyzing and scorching foes. However, for the time being, he could not launch attacks from a distance. Direct contact was necessary. This left him with a tinge of regret. If only his lightning could strike like the myths, the experience would be truly magnificent. Secondly, he possessed the capacity to purify impurities and toxins, though the downside was that being electrocuted could be excruciating. Thirdly, the ability to barbecue. With the power of electric currents within the body, can swiftly cook meat, thereby resolving practical issues in life. In comparison to traditional grilling, electric barbecuing is far cleaner and more hygienic, making it an indispensable skill for survival in the wilderness. The woman sensed that the warrior's condition was improving. Her expression finally softened as she inquired, "Since you have awakened your shamanic physique, have you received any guidance from the divine?" Tang Long paused, contemplating before responding, "No." The woman furrowed her brow, wondering if the boy's shamanic physique had awakened incompletely. Suddenly, a tremendous shock reverberated through Tang Long's mind. What new phenomenon was about to unfold? Chapter 2. The Library of Flame. The Library of Flame, a beacon of human civilization, has been unveiled. A melodious female voice resonated in his mind, akin to a celestial melody. Before him materialized an immense library, adorned with a plaque inscribed with 5 resplendent characters, Library of Flame. As Tang Long's thoughts stirred, he beheld a vast array of meticulously arranged tomes, with each shelf distinctly categorized and labeled. Philosophy, history, architecture, metallurgy, shipbuilding, astronomy, geography, military studies. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Long focused his mind, seeking a tome on ancient sorcery. The dulcet voice replied, "I'm afraid you'll need to wait. Perhaps it will be available in the future." Tang Long was taken aback. Did this imply it was not presently accessible? Was the library in need of an upgrade to acquire such knowledge? He redirected his thoughts towards metallurgy, searching for a book on sword forging. A colossal volume materialized before him, its cover boldly proclaiming 100 methods of sword forging. As Tang Long concentrated, the book unfurled like an electronic screen, revealing the intricate techniques of crafting a myriad of blades. Suddenly, he inquired of the woman, "Oh, do you perceive anything before me?" She regarded him with surprise. "I see nothing at all. Have you, perchance, awakened your sorceress form to behold some malevolent entity?" Fire. A flame flickered from her fingertip, transforming into a dancing fire sprite, akin to a fiery pea maiden. The flame spirit. This manifestation signified her awakening as a fire sorceress. much like the thunder dragon dwelling within Tang Long. As the flame sprite circled around Tang Long, an extraordinary event unfolded, yet she discerned nothing amiss. A glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes. Could it be that you have just received divine guidance? Tang Long let out a bittersweet chuckle. It appears so. With a sigh of resignation, he withdrew from the library of flame, a faint smile of helplessness gracing his features. Transformed into a primitive being, bestowed with a library filled with scientific tomes, was this the divine's intent for him to lead this rudimentary civilization? In the legends of the Great Wasteland, shamans are said to be the closest to the divine, serving as messengers of the gods among mortals. They oversee rituals and are the most revered figures within their tribes. Having recently awakened his sorceress form and acquired the Library of Flame, could this be construed as divine guidance? Originally, Tang Long was a staunch materialist, a confirmed atheist. However, the phenomena unfolding in his life were far too mythical to be elucidated by science. This desolate expanse was home to numerous deities, including the sun god, moon god, god of death, and various malevolent spirits. Dragon, our tribe has been annihilated. What shall we do next? The woman inquired earnestly, now awakened to his sorceress form. Tang Long stood as the tribe's young chieftain, possessing the authority to determine their future. After a moment of silence, he declared, "We shall rebuild the tribe." The answer took the woman by surprise, and she frowned, asking, "Just the three of us?" Tang Long nodded resolutely. "It is just the three of us." The woman closed her eyes and meditated for a long while. Finally, she nodded and said, "Since we are to establish a new tribe, you should bestow a surname upon it." Tang Long, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Oh, why does our former tribe lack a surname despite its few members? In the vast wilderness, tribes without surnames are either factions abandoned by their main clan, unable to establish their own surnames, or they are plagued by numerous enemies, afraid to reveal their tribal identity." This question filled the woman's eyes with sorrow. She sorrowfully replied, "Because we are a faction cast off by the main clan, and we have many enemies. We have always refrained from displaying a tribal surname." Tang Long felt a lump in his throat, nearly gasping for breath. Both scenarios applied to them, leaving him speechless. He sighed deeply, realizing that the previous generation must have harbored many tales of love and enmity. He pressed on, "Oh, would you share those stories with me?" The woman, in a melancholic tone, responded, "These ancient tales can wait for another time. Let us first discuss the establishment of our tribe." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Tang Long abandoned his futile inquiries. He had already decided on the tribe's surname. It would be the Tang clan, with the members bearing the surname Tang. A glimmer of interest sparkled in the woman's eyes. The Tang tribe. Tang Long nodded, envisioning a future of magnificence and strength. In later generations, descendants of the Tang dynasty often referred to themselves as Tang people, residing in streets known as Chinatown. Today, within the wild tribal era, he, Tang Long, was establishing the Tang tribe, and its members would be Tang people. The woman earnestly stated, "As the leader of the new tribe, you must grant us a name." Tang Long contemplated for a moment. "From now on, you shall be called Tang Wu, our tribe's shaman. The warrior will be named Tang Zhan, our tribe's leader of warriors." Tang Wu smiled faintly. "With just 3 of us in the Tang tribe, 1 shaman, 1 leader, and 1 warrior, we lack actual tribesmen." Tang Long gazed thoughtfully at Tang Wu, bemused by her low humor. "Am I still alive?" Tang Zhan opened his eyes, questioning while feeling his body, particularly lingering on his lower regions, confirming repeatedly before finally letting go. He felt intact, alive, and whole. What a relief. In the past, if one were poisoned in the forest, the only option was to sever the poison part to save oneself. Tang Zhan could hardly recall how many tribesmen had been left crippled by poison. In this treacherous wilderness, most people would quickly lose their vitality and succumb to death. He touched his neck, feeling a pang of fear. He and the young clan leader had consumed the fruit that contained poison. Did it mean he would have to sever his head? He reassured himself, feeling his lower parts. Indeed, he still had both intact. Tang Long could no longer contain himself and remarked, "You are alive, and you are missing no parts at all." The young clan leader, "No." "The clan leader, what do you mean?" Tang Zhan inquired curiously, having caught a glimpse of the conversation. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Tang Long's eyes as he explained. "Tang signifies sweetness, but it also embodies strength. I aspire for the descendants of the Tang clan to experience more sweetness in their lives, to be powerful and respected." Tang Jian instantly developed an affection for this surname. The clan leader had chosen splendidly, as it resonated with a sense of exhilaration. Clan leader, am I truly the leader of the warriors now? Tang Jian tentatively sought confirmation. Tang Long nodded, his demeanor serious and earnest. From this moment forth, you are the leader of the Tang tribe's warriors. Tang Jian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His unwavering loyalty to his leader was finally being rewarded. He had now become the heart of the tribe, the leader of the Tang clan's warriors. Reflecting on his time in the former tribe, he recalled how the older warriors had bullied him for his youth, denying him any position, leaving him in a state of melancholy to this day. The clan leader truly possessed a discerning eye. A valiant and loyal warrior like himself had long deserved to be the leader of the warriors. Although currently, there were no warriors under the leader. As all members of the tribe were core members, did it truly matter? Chapter 3. The Great Hunt. 1. At this moment, Tang Jian was in high spirits, feeling an urge to roar with exuberance. Though merely a level 1 beast-tooth warrior, he felt confident enough to slay a level 2 ferocious beast with his bare hands. In the wilderness, one must possess 1,000 pounds of strength to be deemed a warrior. To independently slay a beast of the corresponding level and wear its tooth as a trophy also qualifies one as a beast-tooth warrior. The standard for a level 1 beast-tooth warrior is to wield 1,000 pounds of strength and be capable of defeating a level 1 ferocious beast alone. A level 2 beast-tooth warrior must possess 2,000 pounds of strength to conquer a level 2 beast independently. Level 3 beast-tooth warriors are endowed with 5,000 pounds of strength, capable of vanquishing a level 3 ferocious beast alone. It is said that above level 3 exist royal warriors and royal beasts. Gurgle, gurgle. The three of them clutched their bellies, truly hungry. Ha ha. The trio exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, unaware of the reason behind their mirth. Yet they felt compelled to laugh, facing hunger with humor. Amidst their laughter, Tang Wu shed glistening tears, expressing her concern. I wonder if our kin survived the flood? Tang Long reassured her. Let us focus on surviving first, and then we shall seek them out. Tang Wu and Tang Jian nodded in agreement, prioritizing their own survival. With a sweep of his arm, Tang Long declared, let us search for food. Tang Jian brandished his soul stone knife, exuding an air of bravado. The leader of the warriors ventures forth to hunt. Outside the cave, Tang Long inhaled deeply, savoring the air infused with a hint of sweetness, rich with vitality. It was dusk, and the setting sun painted the sky crimson. Before them lay a primeval forest, where towering trees, large enough to require several people to embrace, stood majestically, entwined with immense vines and ancient trunks. Climbing atop a great tree, Tang Long surveyed the surrounding expanse. An endless sea of forest met his gaze, an overwhelming aura of wilderness enveloping him. In the distance, colossal mountains rise majestically, resembling slumbering dragons resting upon the earth. Towering peaks pierce the clouds, while waterfalls cascade down the cliffs like the Milky Way spilling into the abyss. Countless formidable birds frolic amongst the highlands, occasionally diving towards the ground to seize monstrous beasts and ascend into the skies. Echoes of countless beastly roars resound from afar, filled with a murderous intent that penetrates Tang Long's mind, instilling a sense of dread. He clenches his teeth, pondering the era in which he finds himself. Could it be the Cambrian, Ordovician, Devonian, Carboniferous, Triassic, Jurassic, or Cretaceous period? The forest offers no paths. Wild grasses grow tall. Peculiar wildflowers bloom, and nameless trees abound. Tang Jian wields a stone knife, forging ahead to clear a path, hacking at the tangled underbrush while remaining vigilant against poisonous creatures and beasts, his pace exceedingly slow. The trio is consumed by hunger, their eyes greedily scanning for any edible morsel. Among them, Tang Wu is the weakest, his complexion pale from starvation, his steps unsteady. Suddenly, a slender creature darts towards the front of the group, and Tang Long's gaze sharpens. It's the Da Huang venomous snake, covered in scales. Adorned with a small horn atop its head, it resembles a diminutive dragon, far more fearsome than any venomous serpent Tang Long remembers. This beast is as thick as an arm and measures at least 3 meters in length. The snake lunges at Tang Jian's neck, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. Tang Long's spirits lift. Finally, a source of nourishment. However, Tang Jian's expression darkens. With a swift motion, he swings his stone knife. It is the most flawless strike of his warrior career, with form, power, and stance executed impeccably. exuding a force that could shake the heavens. Yet it misses. The snake twists in midair, its head gliding past the blade, leaving Tang Jian to slice through empty space. The serpent's mouth looms larger in Tang Jian's vision, its menacing fangs and crimson forked tongue distinctly visible. A chill envelopes him, having just ascended to the position of the tribe's warrior leader. Must he meet his demise at the fangs of this serpent? He refuses to accept this fate. He has only just become a pivotal figure within the tribe. How could he perish so insignificantly? What can he do? A desperate cry for help resonates from the depths of his soul. Yet, before he can utter a word, the snake has already sunk its fangs into the flesh of his neck. Tang Jian closes his eyes, lamenting the jealousy of fate towards the gifted. Tang Long exhales deeply, his hand darting forward with the swiftness of lightning. Crackling thunder accompanies his palm. With a resounding crack, the venomous serpent collides with Tang Long's electrified hand. A surge of current coursing through its body, illuminating the air with flickering purple arcs. The snake quivers violently before collapsing limply into the grass, lifeless yet aromatic. Tang Long pats Tang Jian on the shoulder, declaring, "The snake is dead." How could such an incompetent creature have survived long enough to protect him here? It is indeed a perplexing mystery. Tang Long lifted the venomous snake from the grass, expertly roasting its flesh over an open flame. The power of thunder truly proved to be invaluable. Tang Jian turned his head awkwardly, stammering, "I was a bit hungry earlier and made a hunting blunder. Thank you, Chief, for saving my life." Tang Long waved the snake in front of him, exclaiming, "Now we have something to eat." Tang Jian's expression fell as he replied, "Young clan leader, this snake is entirely emerald green, the most venomous serpent in the forest. Consuming it could be fatal." The vibrant colors and green hue of such snakes were well-known indicators of danger, lessons learned from the countless lives lost in their wake. Tang Long remained unfazed, removing the head and tail of the snake before extracting its innards and dividing the meat into 3 portions. He handed the finest 2 segments to Tang Wu and Tang Jian, casually tossing a piece into his mouth and relishing the flavor. "Fear not. The clan leader's shamanic skills have purified the poison. This meat is now a delicacy." Tang Jian's eyes brightened. He had already learned on their journey that the clan leader had awakened the thunder shaman body, utilizing the power of thunder to save him. He had not anticipated that this power could also neutralize toxins. With the clan leader by his side, he would no longer fear the poisonous creatures of the forest. Tang Wu's eyes sparkled as he took a cautious bite. The thunder-roasted snake meat was indeed delectable, devoid of any charred flavor typical of firewood cooking. Delicious. Tang Jian chuckled, reassured by the young clan leader and the shaman, and decided he would not hold back. After a hearty bite, he nearly swallowed his tongue. What a feast! At that moment, Tang Jian made a significant resolution. As the warrior leader of the tribe, he would always stand closest to the clan leader, ensuring his safety. As for the thunder-roasted meat, he would taste it first to assess for poison. After consuming the snake meat, the 3 felt their hunger lessen significantly, their bodies warming despite the absence of salt. They savored each bite with great enjoyment. Suddenly, a creature the size of a crocodile lunged from the underbrush, its razor-sharp teeth exhaling a cloud of green venom, startling Tang Jian into retreating several steps. The creature possessed 8 legs, with the foremost pair impressively large, resembling 2 enormous scissors, glinting ominously in the dim light. Its tail arched above its body, adorned with a curved green stinger that sent chills down one's spine. Tang Long squinted. Was this a venomous scorpion? In his previous life, he had trained in the forest and encountered numerous scorpions, but he had never seen one of this size. Was this vast wilderness exaggerating the truth? Chapter 4. Hunting in the Wilderness. 2. With a flicker of thought, Tang Long entered the Library of Flames. He sought information on scorpions to compare with the creature before him. The comprehensive guide to Earth's scorpions appeared before him. The pages turned rapidly, revealing an image and description. The African emperor scorpion, approximately 40 centimeters in length, bore a resemblance of 50. Tang Long was left speechless. Could this creature truly be an African emperor scorpion? Was there really a scale comparison between 40 centimeters and 2 to 3 meters? The scorpion lunged directly at Tang Jian, its formidable pincers dancing with a ferocious grace, appearing quite methodical in their movements. The scorpion's tail frequently launched surprise attacks, while venomous fumes erupted from its mouth sporadically. Although this creature was merely an ordinary venomous beast, its toxin proved to be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Tang Jian remained steadfast. As a first-tier beast-tooth warrior, he had narrowly escaped death from a common venomous snake, a truly humiliating experience. Should he falter against this venomous scorpion, he could only wonder if the clan leader might strip him of his position as the warrior chief. Thus, he resolved to vanquish this poisonous creature, determined to demonstrate his prowess as a leader. Die, foul poison! He bellowed, his spirit surging with an unrivaled might, vowing to eliminate this toxic adversary. The battle raged fiercely, with grass and debris swirling in the air. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, Tang Zhan found himself unable to breach the scorpion's formidable shell, each attempt yielding no success. And his resentment towards the creature grew. Tang Long observed quietly, aware that Tang Zhan possessed considerable combat experience. His judgments during the fight were remarkably precise, often allowing him to evade the scorpion's lethal strikes. It was no wonder that, despite being merely a first-tier beast-tooth warrior, he had survived in the forest. However, Tang Zhan fought with brute force, lacking refined combat techniques. Tang Long surmised that once Tang Zhan mastered his own hard energy techniques and combat skills, an invincible warrior would undoubtedly emerge in the vast wilderness. Tang Long took matters into his own hands, his hand extending like a bolt of lightning. Pressing firmly against the scorpion's shell, Tang Zhan quickly leaped aside. The clan leader's lightning was fearsome, indiscriminate in its assault, capable of roasting both the creature and himself. Violet currents surged from Tang Long's fingertips into the giant scorpion's body, arcs of purple lightning flashing. The scorpion was rendered rigid by the electric shock, emitting incomprehensible cries that sent shivers down one's spine. The scorpion's vitality was remarkably resilient, enduring the searing violet currents for a considerable duration. Yet, flesh and blood could not withstand the might of lightning, and soon the air was filled with the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. The electric roasting of the giant scorpion marked a first in the vast wilderness. Tang Long relaxed his grip, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. As though he had drained all his energy, he had just expended his internal electric power, leaving him incapable of producing even a spark. The hue of the thunder dragon within him had notably faded, shifting from a deep purple to a pale shade. Hastily, he settled into a meditative posture, aware that his shamanic abilities required contemplation for recovery. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. What if he employed his hard energy techniques in conjunction with breathing exercises during meditation? The hard energy techniques of the end of spirit era could not cultivate genuine energy, but could instead enhance the hardness of one's muscles, allowing for resistance training. He recalled that the warriors of the vast wilderness trained their bodies through simple yet effective methods, crashing into trees, striking them, lifting stones, and pounding them. With the abundant spiritual energy permeating this land, could hard energy techniques foster true energy? A spark of fervor ignited within Tang Long as he calmed his mind, rhythmically practicing the breathing techniques of hard energy. Suddenly, a breath of icy air surged from the crown of his head, flowing along the meridians into his dantian, deepening the pale purple hue of the thunder dragon. Tang Long was elated. He had finally sensed the qi. That icy breath was indeed true energy. With the practice of hard qigong breathing techniques, combined with the specialized training methods of the special forces to enhance physical resilience, the Tang clan possessed a unique system for warrior cultivation. This was the unparalleled divine skill for the warriors of the Tang tribe, capable of continuously nurturing super soldiers. His heart burned with fervor. Could the rich spiritual energy of the vast wilderness be the paradise for martial artists? Shortly thereafter, the thunder dragon within his dantian returned to a deep purple, with true energy filling his entire dantian. Tang Long activated his qi throughout his body, his bronze skin gleaming more brightly, its color deepening slightly, as if coated in a layer of bronze powder. He picked up a hard stone and struck it fiercely against his abdomen. The sound echoed as if metal had been struck, confirming to him that he had preliminarily mastered hard qigong, significantly enhancing his body's resilience. Moreover, his physical strength had increased considerably. Intuitively, he felt he was nearing 2,000 pounds, now at the pinnacle of a level 1 beast-tooth warrior. Tang Wu and Tang Zhan looked at Tang Long with puzzled expressions. Tang Zhan's mind was a muddle, wondering why the clan leader was striking himself with a stone. Tang Wu, however, wore a contemplative expression, curious about the peculiar sound that had emanated from Tang Long's body. Tang Long offered no explanation, rising with a smile and declaring, "I have recovered. Let us eat. Tang Jian chuckled. Young clan leader, I've never eaten this before. How do we do it? Tang Long was somewhat taken aback. Had not primitive people eaten everything? How could they not have tasted such a fine delicacy as scorpions? Tang Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. These scorpions are highly venomous. Many have perished from eating them in the past, and thus no one dares to consume them anymore. Indeed, the giant scorpion was laden with toxic essence. Without the purification of lightning, it could truly be fatal. Tang Long touched the scorpion, and in a moment, the roasted scorpion had cooled. He summoned the purple current of electricity once more to reheat and purify it. This time, he felt his control over the purple current was more precise. His application more adept. The giant scorpion was steaming hot again, the aroma of its flesh wafting enticingly. Tang Long broke off 2 massive pincers, offering one to Tang Wu and the other to Tang Jian. Both smiled as they accepted. The clan leader's order of distribution mirrored the hierarchy within the tribe. Tang Wu ranked second, while Tang Jian was third. With a hearty laugh, Tang Jian mused, alive and thriving. I've become the third most important figure in the tribe. Life is truly filled with hope. Now, he could sit beside the clan leader each day, receiving food directly from him, a supreme honor for a warrior. Tang Jian had completely forgotten that there were only 3 individuals in the Tang clan, and as the proud leader of warriors, he resolved to dedicate himself entirely to the tribe until his last breath. The 3 individuals dined joyously as the delectable meat transformed into warmth within their stomachs, invigorating their spirits. Each of them had their unique approach to the meal. Tang Jian took a bold bite of the colossal scorpion's claw, producing a crunch that nearly threatened to shatter his teeth, leaving 2 rows of white imprints on the claw, which remained unscathed. Infuriated, Tang Jian swiftly moved a large stone nearby and raised a stone knife to deliver a powerful blow. At last, he shattered the claw, revealing the tender, succulent scorpion flesh within. He hastily tossed a piece into his mouth, its tenderness and slippery texture enveloping his palate, a sweet and fragrant sensation swirling around his taste buds, prompting him to suppress a moan of delight. Tang Wu, on the other hand, elegantly snapped his fingers, conjuring a flickering flame upon his index finger, which he gradually used to melt the scorpion shell. Tang Long observed this mystical fire with great interest, pondering whether it might be prudent to entrust the smelting of metals to Tang Wu in the future. Chapter 5. The Great Hunt. 3. The trio's appetite was astonishing. Even after removing the venom gland and internal organs, the 2 to 3 meter long giant scorpion weighed over 100 pounds, all of which they managed to consume. Sated, they patted their bellies, relishing the delightful sensation of fullness. Yet, Tang Wu's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. Tang Long, puzzled, inquired, Tang Wu, why the sadness? Tang Wu gently rubbed his cheeks, wiping the corners of his eyes, and replied with a heavy heart. It has been so long since I have felt truly full. Life in this vast wilderness is exceedingly difficult. Tang Jian lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought as well. Suddenly, he looked up and said, There is no need for sorrow, Tang Wu. Our clan leader possesses the power of thunder. When he encounters ferocious beasts, he will roast them. In the future, we shall have an abundance of food. Tang Wu chuckled softly. You only ever think about eating. Tang Long comforted him, saying, Trust in me, Tang Wu. I will ensure we savor all the culinary delights this wilderness has to offer. Tang Wu nodded vigorously. I believe in you. A sense of reassurance enveloped Tang Wu. Ever since Long awakened his shamanic form, he exuded an aura of trustworthiness, which was truly remarkable. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil forest, the distinct sound of meowing pierced the air. Tang Long was taken aback. This was impossible. He turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a ferocious beast the size of a full-grown tiger, adorned with 2 long tails and eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Tang Jian exclaimed in alarm, a second-tier ferocious beast. The Gale Spirit Meow. This creature, with its fluffy fur and large, round eyes brimming with malice, boasted a rounded head, upright ears, and long whiskers on its cheeks and brows. Its large, round eyes glowed with a mysterious green light, while its razor-sharp teeth glinted like knives. Its elongated body and agile limbs suggested remarkable speed. The front limbs bore 5 toes, while the hind limbs had 4, each tipped with sharp claws reflecting a dark, chilling sheen. Tang Long could hardly believe his eyes. This beast was far larger than he had imagined. With a mental command, he activated the fire and flame library, comparing it to the creature before him. A series of images flashed before his eyes, eventually settling on an endearing picture, a Persian cat, with a resemblance rating of 30. Description: the Persian cat, with its graceful demeanor and captivating appearance, is often referred to as the prince or princess of cats. Tang Long bore a subtle melancholia. Are you serious about the Firelight Library? In front of him stood this colossal beast. If you told me it was a tiger, I would believe you. But to claim it was a cat was rather excessive. Have you ever encountered a Persian cat the size of a tiger, one that could devour a human? Tang Jian opened his mouth and emitted a fierce growl, an instinctual act of intimidation, hoping against hope that this tempestuous feline was merely timid and would retreat. Yet, reality proved otherwise. This tempestuous feline was audacious, intent on hunting them down. With a predatory gait, the creature advanced slowly, its posture suggesting it was poised to strike. Tang Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and urged, "Chieftain, Ah Wu, you must flee. I will hold this beast at bay. If it consumes me, you will have the chance to escape." Tang Long, unfazed, replied, "You are the warrior chief of the Tang clan. How could we possibly abandon you?" Tang Wu, with a grave expression, added, "We have stood together through thick and thin. We will not leave." It dawned on Tang Jian how significant he was to them. His heart steadied, and he declared resolutely, "Then I shall slay this beast and hang its fangs around my neck." Suddenly, he radiated a formidable aura, the essence of a warrior's bloodlust. The tempestuous feline lunged into action, leaving multiple phantoms in its wake as its claws surged towards Tang Jian. "Come at me." Tang Jian raised his stone blade, clashing directly with the tempestuous feline. In the blink of an eye, several gashes marred his flesh from the creature's claws. Yet he avoided any critical wounds. Though his speed paled in comparison to that of the tempestuous feline, his exceptional foresight mitigated the disparity in their combat abilities. The feline's prowess stemmed from its extraordinary velocity, one that most humans and beasts could scarcely withstand. This aligned with the adage that speed is the ultimate defense in martial arts. "Ah Wu now," Tang Jian shouted with fervor. The stone blade struck heavily against the feline's sharp claws, momentarily halting its advance. Ah Wu lunged forth like a gale, his blazing hand making contact with the tempestuous feline in a successful ambush, unleashing the full force of his witchfire. Flames erupted from the tempestuous feline, rising skyward like a bundle of ignited kindling. "Meow, meow, meow." "It's a human sorcerer." The feline emitted a heartrending cry, instantly suffering grievous injuries as its body became engulfed in flames. The tempestuous feline recoiled swiftly, retreating from the fray, its crimson eyes fixated on Tang Long and the others. Its once splendid form was now charred and disheveled, a pitiful sight. "Meow, meow, meow." The tempestuous feline was filled with rage. Suddenly, one of its tails erupted, enveloping its body in a gory aura, presenting a gruesome spectacle. Tang Wu spoke in a deep voice. "The wind spirit cat has one tail and one life. It is now using a tail to perform blood sacrifice to heal its wounds. Everyone, be cautious." A heavy feeling settled in Tang Long's heart. Have the ferocious beasts of the great wilderness become sentient? "Kill!" Tang Jian roared, brandishing his stone knife and charging forward, determined not to allow the wind spirit cat a moment to recuperate. Suddenly, a flash of blood light enveloped the wind spirit cat, and a beautiful wind spirit cat appeared before the three. This time, the wind spirit cat did not engage Tang Jian, but instead darted straight toward Tang Long. Perceiving him as a weaker target, an ideal one to strike, the fluffy head of the wind spirit cat appeared before Tang Long, its two ghostly iron claws reaching out, while its mouth opened wide to bite. It aimed to eviscerate this human and sever his neck, seeking revenge for the flames that had scorched it. Tang Long let out a soft sigh. This creature seemed to possess considerable intelligence, but alas, it had chosen the wrong opponent. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a surge of blood energy coursed through him as he thrust his fist into the mouth of the wind spirit cat. The wind spirit cat rejoiced, eager to bite off this foolish human's hand. As its sharp teeth descended, it initially felt a mere touch, but suddenly, a wave of numbness washed over it. Its strength instantly drained, leaving it entirely uncontrollable. Then, a terrifying heat flooded into every part of its body, incinerating its flesh, bones, veins, and fur. The wind spirit cat was struck with fear. Another human wizard. Panic gripped it. All it wanted was to escape. Yet, The wizard's hand seemed to possess an inexhaustible force, rendering it powerless to resist. The wind spirit cat was engulfed in despair. It had misjudged its target. Moments later, the wind spirit cat lost consciousness, crashing heavily to the ground and flattening a patch of grass. This second-level ferocious beast proved troublesome. Had all three been like Tang Zhan, pure warriors, they likely would have perished beneath its claws. Unfortunately for the creature, it had encountered two wizards, suffering a most tragic fate from fire and lightning. However, Tang Long had exhausted his electrical power and was severely drained. Tang Zhan approached with a broad smile. The young patriarch is truly remarkable. This is a second-level ferocious beast, and the energy within its flesh can enhance our strength. He swung his knife down, declaring that regardless of its status, it had ultimately been vanquished by the young patriarch. Wait, do not kill it. Tang Wu suddenly intervened. Tang Zhan hastily retracted his strike, nearly pulling a muscle in his back. Confused, he asked why. Tang Wu replied, "This beast possesses significant sentience. I have a shamanic skill that can tame it as a guardian spirit beast." A flicker of intrigue sparked in Tang Long's eyes as he tentatively inquired, "Ah Wu, do all shamans possess the skill to tame spirit beasts?" Tang Wu saw through his thoughts at once. This is a fire wizard's innate talent. You likely do not possess such a skill. Tang Long felt a pang of disappointment. What a pity. A Persian cat the size of a tiger, capable of both adorableness and combat, was a truly enticing prospect. However, one can subdue those ferocious beasts endowed with spirit, and then, by sheer force, impose one's will upon them, transforming them into one's own spiritual companions. Tang Wu instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Tang Long found himself enveloped in a melancholic gloom, pondering why he must resort to violence to tame these savage creatures. Yet, Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, "Is it truly possible to capture a spiritual beast merely through strength?" Tang Wu fell silent for a moment. Sensing an ominous premonition, the Tang tribe would undoubtedly find themselves entangled in countless predicaments with these beasts in the future. Tentatively, she replied, "Perhaps it is conceivable." Tang Zhan clenched his fists, striking the air with fervor. "Ferocious beasts, await the conquest of your warrior leader." Tang Wu crouched down, biting her finger to draw a complex rune upon the forehead of the swift-wind spirit cat. She murmured incantations in an unintelligible tongue, sacred yet enchanting, filled with an air of mystery. Suddenly, the rune upon the cat's brow ignited into flames, taking the form of the spirit cat itself, and flew into Tang Wu's eyes. Vanishing from sight, with a smile, Tang Wu proclaimed, "This swift-wind spirit cat possesses exceptional potential. It is on the verge of evolving a third tail. With a third-level spiritual beast in our tribe, we shall better safeguard our people." Tang Long felt a pang of envy. As the chieftain of the Tang clan, he aspired to subdue a beast of third level or higher through sheer might. The swift-wind spirit cat soon awakened, its ferocity replaced by affection, limping over to Tang Wu. Behaving like an enormous domestic cat, Tang Long began to gather his spoils, the remnants of the giant scorpion's shell, its impurities expelled by electric currents, had become even sturdier, suitable for crafting a suit of armor for Tang Zhan. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the library. Storage function activated. The library can store items, preserving them indefinitely. Tang Long was overjoyed. With a mere thought, the shell vanished from his hands, materializing in a corner of the library. With another thought, it reappeared in his grasp, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Both Tang Long and Tang Wu looked on in astonishment. Tang Wu blinking her eyelashes in disbelief. "Is this a witchcraft technique of yours?" Tang Long lifted his chin, casting a glance at the large cat, and proudly declared, "This too is my unique witchcraft." Tang Wu smiled softly, shaking her head in resignation. At times, the chieftain still lacked maturity. The flames of envy ignited fiercely in Tang Zhan's eyes as he suddenly bellowed, "I too wish to awaken the witch body. I too desire witchcraft." Tang Long smiled mysteriously, cautiously suggesting, "I possess a method that could awaken your witch body. Would you be willing to learn?" Tang Zhan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Chieftain, please teach me." Tang Long remained noncommittal. "However, this method entails considerable pain. Do you have the fortitude to endure it?" Tang Zhan pondered seriously. "If it means awakening the witch body, I can withstand any suffering." Tang Long nodded in approval. "This method may be somewhat brutal for you. Are you afraid?" Tang Zhan confidently patted his chest. "I have grown amidst relentless suffering. Chieftain, you need not hesitate to teach me. Tang Long's lips curled into a cryptic smile. After all, it was you who proclaimed to fear neither pain nor cruelty. Forge ahead. The future super warrior, Tang Zhan. This fellow possesses an acute sense of danger. With a physique that is both evenly proportioned and robust, a true martial arts prodigy. Tang Long resolved to teach him the disciplines of hard qigong, grappling, assassination, reconnaissance, and capture techniques. Whether or not he awakens the shamanic body to become a sorcerer is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he must not shy away from hardship or pain, for only then can he ascend to the status of a super warrior. With profound encouragement, Tang Long declared, "The clan leader believes in your potential." Suddenly, Tang Zhan was filled with fervor, feeling the growing trust of the clan leader. Clan leader, shall we continue our journey? Tang Zhan inquired. Tang Wu replied, "This forest is the territory of the swift wind spirit cat. We should encounter no danger here. But beyond lies uncertainty." Furrowing his brow, Tang Long added, "Ask the spirit cat if there is a salt mine in this forest." Salt is vital for humans and exceedingly crucial for the Tang clan, which lacks it. Without salt, one lacks strength, and without strength, survival in this vast wilderness is unattainable. After a brief moment, Tang Wu conveyed, "The swift wind spirit cat mentioned that not far from here lies a very salty area. In the wilderness, herbivorous beasts typically seek out salt-rich regions to reside, licking the earth when they require salt. Meanwhile, carnivorous beasts, apart from deriving salt from the flesh and bones of their prey, sometimes also lick to maintain their strength. The location described by the swift wind spirit cat is likely to possess salt, an essential revelation." With unwavering determination, Tang Long declared, "Let us seek out the source of salt." Tang Wu and Tang Zhan voiced no objections. Salt was a matter of life and death, equally as vital as food and water. However, they recalled that the salt they had previously consumed was bitter, astringent, and possessed various peculiar flavors. What could the salt discovered by the swift wind spirit cat be like? The swift wind spirit cat's recovery was rapid. Soon, it sprouted a second tail, and its singed fur gradually began to mend. Tang Long wielded a stone knife to cleave two sturdy branches, sharpening one to offer to Tang Wu as both a weapon and a walking stick. With the swift wind spirit cat leading the way, the trio, along with their companion beast, advanced towards the land of salt. Chapter 7. Hunting in the Wilderness. 5. The forest was teeming with ferocious beasts, making travel arduous. Nevertheless, Tang Zhan was brimming with combat spirit. Upon sighting a ferocious beast, he lunged forward with a roar. He aimed to incapacitate the beast before intimidating it, demanding, "Will you submit to me and become my spirit beast?" The menacing creature remained unmoved, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, displaying unwavering defiance. Tang Zhan, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am the warrior chief of the Tang clan, and you, beast, are truly blind to your own insignificance. Prepare to perish." Tang Long was rendered speechless by Tang Zhan's choice of target. What kind of taste did he possess to find such a grotesque creature appealing? Would keeping it as a companion merely serve to instill fear? Tang Wu's lips twitched. Had she inadvertently misled Tang Zhan in some way? Or had he misconstrued something altogether? With a thunderous crash, a beast the size of an ox collapsed to the ground, resembling an enormous lizard, its body covered in azure scales. Tang Zhan was unwilling to accept the difficulty of taming a spirit beast. With a flicker of thought, Tang Long requested the Xinhua library to identify the creature before him. The comparison result came back, giant gecko, with a similarity of 30. Description: the giant gecko, gecko, is the largest species of gecko, measuring approximately 12 to 16 centimeters in body length, with a tail length of 10 to 14 centimeters and weighing between 50 to 100 grams. Tang Long gazed at the comparison result in silence, feeling as though 1,000 geckos were crawling through his mind. The giant gecko is merely the size of a palm. Yet this ferocious beast was as large as an ox and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Could it truly be a gecko? In this vast wilderness, Persian cats were the size of adult tigers, and here, geckos were the size of cows. How enormous would a real tiger or ox be? The thought was chilling. Were the ferocious beasts of ancient times truly this colossal? Were there those legendary divine creatures here? Dragons the size of mountains? Phoenixes capable of scorching the heavens? Mighty giants? The mysterious expanse of the great wilderness. With a melancholic expression, Tang Zhan hoisted the beast onto his shoulders and made his way toward a small stream to clean and store it away, ensuring he would never face hunger again. Observing Tang Zhan effortlessly carrying the 1,000-pound beast, Tang Long's spirits lifted considerably. Though the ferocious beasts of the great wilderness were fearsome, the physical prowess of humans was equally impressive. In later times, a professional boxer whose punch could reach a force of 500 kilograms was considered a top-tier expert. Yet, Tang Zhan, merely a level 1 beast-tooth warrior, could deliver a punch with a force of 1,000 pounds. In his memories, third-level warriors could reach a force of 5,000 pounds. What an astonishing concept. Such strength could shatter an elephant with a single punch, or send a rhinoceros flying with a kick. Young clan leader, there are many vicious fish and shrimp here. Please come and clear them out. Tang Zhan called out in frustration from the edge of the stream. The stream was approximately 3 meters wide and half a person deep, its waters crystal clear, revealing the algae and fish beneath. The fish were the size of a palm, appearing extremely ferocious. Along their spines glimmered a row of sharp, backward-facing spines, their fine, jagged teeth gnashing as they relentlessly tore at the smaller fish and shrimp in the water, blood rising everywhere. There were also fearsome giant shrimps, as long as an arm, covered in barbs, with 2 massive front claws raised high, resembling an iron fortress. Tang Zhan dared not enter the water. The vicious fish and shrimp within were formidable, and a person stepping in would surely be attacked. In his youth, he had unwittingly jumped into a small stream and nearly lost his manhood to their bites, leaving an indelible shadow in his mind. Tang Long leapt directly into the water, and the ferocious fish immediately charged at him, their sharp teeth sending chills down his spine. With a crackle, purple electric arcs flickered across his body, spreading across the water's surface. In an instant, the area was shrouded in mist, fish and shrimp leaping chaotically, and the surface of the water appeared as if it were boiling. Before long, the surface of the water was adorned with an abundance of fish and shrimp, rendering the aquatic realm serene. Tang Long cast these aquatic treasures into the hearth library, finally allowing himself the delight of savoring fish soup. In recent days, the 3 of them had foraged some wild vegetables, but lacking a pot for cooking, they had not tasted a single sip of soup, leaving their stomachs parched. Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with joy. The chieftain's storehouse had new provisions. The chieftain proclaimed that his repository was vast, capable of holding countless supplies without spoiling. Both he and Tang Wu were exhilarated, for in previous years, during the sweltering heat, food would easily perish, rendering the tribe incapable of storing provisions, leading to dire scarcity. In the cold season, ferocious beasts would seek refuge in caves, making food unattainable. Each year, the lack of sustenance resulted in countless starvation. With winter approaching, if they began stockpiling food now, perhaps this year they would escape hunger. Standing at the water's edge, Tang Wu's delicate face lit up with a hint of joy. Indeed, Long's shamanistic skills were quite impressive. He kindled a fire by the stream and placed a piece of meat upon it, awaiting Tang Long to take over the grilling. Although the electric roasted beast meat was clean, it lacked the rustic charm of human warmth. Hence, through Tang Long's continuous experimentation, he had crafted his signature barbecue. First, he would sear the beast meat to a medium state with electricity and then finish it over the flames. Such a method ensured that the meat would not become charred from overcooking nor remain undercooked and tough. The flavor was exquisite. After a refreshing bath, Tang Long approached a tranquil spot upstream to observe his reflection on the water's surface. This was the first time he beheld his own visage, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. The water revealed a handsome young man, with striking features and a radiant smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, exuding charm. Instantly, Tang Long's spirits lifted. He appeared significantly more attractive than in his previous life. However, Tang Wu, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, "The meat is nearly charred, yet you stand there, gazing at your reflection. Are you enchanted by the water's spirits? The meat is almost ruined. I'm merely checking if there are more aquatic treasures," Tang Long replied, somewhat disgruntled. Was it not permissible to admire his own handsome visage? The chieftain had no time for personal moments. Now, he was not only tasked with battling ferocious beasts, but also responsible for food preparation, which was quite overwhelming. The Tang tribe must expand, otherwise, this chieftainship would lose its allure. He leaped ashore and retrieved a pristine bone knife, fashioned from the shoulder blade of a ferocious beast, remarkably hard and sharp. Tang Long grasped his unruly long hair at the back of his head and swiftly cut it off, leaving him feeling refreshed. The short strands brushed against his face, and he grinned, finding himself considerably more appealing. With a flicker of thought, he summoned a set of leather garments from the hearth library, a leather vest and knee-length shorts. These were crafted during his nighttime vigils, for the days wrapped in animal hides were excessively uncomfortable. Not only were they unappealing, but they were also impractical. He constantly felt a chill beneath. Moreover, the venomous serpents in the forest are particularly fond of biting at anything that sways, which is utterly exasperating. Now, with the advent of the oversized vest and shorts, there is significantly more coverage. The future of the Tang dynasty's beast-skin vests and shorts is destined to become a sensation across the vast wilderness. Tang Long is filled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 8. The Great Hunt in the Wilderness. 6. The oversized vest and shorts were crafted from the hides of ferocious beasts that Tang Long had slain, stitched together using bone needles and sinew. His needlework is impeccable, the seams beautifully crafted, a skill honed during his time in the military, where self-sufficiency was paramount. The hides underwent a purification process utilizing electric currents, yielding remarkable results. Now, the skins are not only clean but also exceptionally soft. The power of lightning is truly extraordinary, eliminating dozens of tedious steps typically required to transform raw hides into leather. Tang Long concealed himself behind a mighty tree, and upon emerging, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His very aura dramatically altered. Tang Wu could no longer attend to the roasting meat, circling around him with sparkling eyes. "Long, you look splendid. Surely, you will marry a beautiful bride in the future," Tang Wu remarked with a smile. Tang Long felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was only 15. Tang Wu spread her hands in inquiry. "What about mine?" Tang Long realized he could not hide from her and produced a set of vest and shorts tailored to her size, saying, "I prepared this for you long ago." Tang Wu's eyes lit up, her smile radiant. "You watch the meat. I shall go wash and change into my beast attire." Tang Long, feeling a twinge of worry, asked, "Wu, do you not need me to gather fish and shrimp from the stream?" Tang Wu beamed with joy. "No need. I have to meow. It will ensure the stream is devoid of fish and shrimp." Tang Long suddenly understood. With that amphibious Meow by her side, there was indeed no need for his assistance. The swift and noble Meow followed Tang Wu with an air of slight pride. As it entered the water, it thought, "Those little fish and shrimp had best flee quickly, or they shall find no joy in the hunt." The stream echoed with the boisterous roars of Meow, sounding quite jubilant. Tang Zhan paused his work, stretching his neck to peer upstream. Though he saw nothing, he was unwilling to give up, halting his work entirely. Tang Long could no longer tolerate this insufferable fellow and kicked him into the stream. Did this rascal harbor feelings for Wu? The stream erupted in a great splash, and Tang Zhan floated aimlessly on the surface, gazing at the sky while murmuring, "Oh, how I wish to be that swift Meow by her side." Tang Long felt a tightening in his chest, nearly choking on his breath. What was he to do with this fellow? Sighing deeply, he resolved to prioritize unity within the tribe, setting aside thoughts of violence. Nonetheless, the special training he had devised for this individual would require a doubling of effort. Was he not afraid of pain? Was he not afraid of hardship? If so, then let it be even more rigorous, forging the strongest warrior chief of the Tang tribe. Thus, this delightful decision was made. Tang Zhan lingered in the water for a while, his mind growing considerably clearer. Yet, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He could not shake the feeling that the chieftain harbored some malevolence towards him. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Surely, he was overthinking it. As a core member of the Tang clan and a trusted confidant of the chieftain, how could the leader possibly harbor ill intentions? Regaining his composure, Tang Zhan swiftly climbed ashore, where a set of leather vest and shorts awaited him. A warmth blossomed within him. Indeed, this was the privilege of a trusted aide. He quickly donned the attire, mirroring Tang Long's actions by cutting off his long hair. This act seemed to sever the remnants of his previous despondency, leaving him invigorated. At merely 20 years of age, he possessed striking features, thick brows, large eyes, and a handsome visage that exuded a certain charm. Tang Wu descended from upstream with Meow, adorned in short shorts, a loose vest, and long braids, radiating youthful vibrance that captivated the gaze. Noticing Tang Zhan's transformed demeanor, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Zhan looks more handsome now." A blush crept onto Tang Zhan's face as he chuckled. "Ah Wu, you look more beautiful too. Your legs appear so fair and long." Tang Wu, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush as she feigned ignorance and settled beside the campfire. Meanwhile, Tang Long's expression darkened. Should he perhaps cover his head and deliver a sound thrashing later? Tang Wu skillfully shifted the topic, stating, "It appears our chieftain has indeed received divine guidance to conceive such an attire, alleviating many of the shaman's troubles." Tang Long, feeling a modicum of joy, replied modestly, "This was merely a spontaneous creation of mine. Let this be the clan's attire for now." Indeed, the leather garments were merely a temporary solution. Once stability was achieved, securing materials for proper clothing would take precedence. Within his library of embers, the methods for garment making were thoroughly detailed. As long as materials were procured, fabric could be produced. Focused on roasting the beast meat. The aroma wafted through the air by the stream. He stored the prepared beast flesh in the library and retrieved 3 finely crafted bone knives, handing them to Tang Wu and Tang Zhan. These knives, shaped akin to fruit knives, were specifically designed for slicing meat for consumption. "Chieftain, we have gone several days without salt, and I feel my strength has diminished by 20%, Tang Zhan asserted earnestly. Tang Long nodded in agreement. "I too sense a decline in our strength. We must locate salt post-haste." He cast a stern glance at Demiao. "Ah Wu, inquire with Demiao how much farther we must travel." Tang Wu furrowed her brow and replied, "It claims we are not far, that we shall arrive soon." Tang Long felt a twinge of melancholy. Initially, Demiao had also assured him they were close, yet days had passed without arrival. Did this creature perhaps misunderstand the meaning of not far? Demiao glared menacingly at Tang Long, never forgetting the grievances of the past. The tension between man and beast crackled with unspoken animosity. If looks could kill, they would both meet their demise. Demiao thought, "How dare you question me? Were it not for my master's restraint, I would have certainly scratched him." Tang Long retorted, "This foolish creature dares to glare at the chieftain. If not for Ah Wu's intervention, I would have given it another thrashing." Tang Wu experienced a slight headache as she sliced off a piece of meat and handed it to Tang Long, imparting with earnest gravity, "You are the clan leader, and it is the guardian spirit beast." Tang Long nonchalantly stuffed the meat into his mouth, indifferent to the foolish creature. After their meal, darkness enveloped the sky. Tang Long, accompanied by Tang Zhan, began to gather branches to erect a shelter for the night. The chill of the great wilderness night could lead to illness if one were to remain unprotected from the dew. Tang Zhan ventured out to collect numerous dry grasses, laying down a thick layer upon the ground. While camping in the forest, the 3 of them took turns keeping watch. With the presence of the swift, mystical cat, ordinary beasts dared not launch surprise attacks, yet caution was still paramount, for the forest harbored many formidable predators. As Tang Long stood guard beneath the full moon, its brilliance illuminated the night like an immense silver disk suspended in the heavens, casting a gentle glow. The forest echoed with the roars of fierce beasts and the rustling sounds of various venomous creatures slithering about, sending a shiver down one's spine. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Long began to inventory the supplies within his fire and wood library. A mountain of venomous snakes, scorpions, and centipedes had accumulated, at least 1,000 pounds, ready to be fried for sustenance. The combined weight of beast meat and fish amounted to approximately 5,000 pounds, serving as the primary source of nourishment. A collection of furs, treated with lightning, was prepared for crafting high-quality leather garments. Additionally, there was a pile of scales from ferocious beasts, ideal materials for forging warrior armor. Gazing at the supplies in the fire and wood library, and then at the 2 individuals resting in the makeshift shelter, he cast a glance at the detestable feline. These resources constituted all his capital in the great wilderness. He was destined to be a self-made clan leader. Chapter 9. The Hunt in the Great Wilderness. 7. After organizing his supplies, Tang Long commenced his practice of the hard Qi-Gong breathing technique. A trickle of natural spiritual energy converged at the Baihui point, gradually augmenting his vital energy. "Clan leader, you should sleep. I will keep watch," Tang Zhan declared as he stepped out. Tang Long squinted and replied, "Zhan, allow me to teach you the breathing method for awakening the witch's body." "Good," Tang Zhan exclaimed with delight, nodding vigorously, as happiness enveloped him unexpectedly. Under the moonlight, Tang Zhan earnestly learned the hard Qi-Gong breathing method, quickly grasping its essentials and entering a state of cultivation. A sly smile curled at the corners of Tang Long's mouth. Once this fellow developed his sense of energy, it would be time to train his resistance to impact. One who strikes must first learn to endure strikes. Otherwise, one may withstand 100 blows without issue, only to be felled by a single hit from another. Thus, as the warrior chief of the Tang tribe, Tang Zhan must become an indomitable warrior, a god of war for the Tang clan. The stick for Tang Zhan's physical conditioning must be robust, the impact must be effective for better honing. Yet, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang Zhan. Could it be that the initial practice of the witch's body awakening method had conjured an illusion? As Tang Long stepped into the shelter, he found Tang Wu gazing at him with wide eyes. Do you truly possess a method for awakening the witch's body? Tang Long shook his head, whispering, it is the training method of a super warrior. Tang Wu extended his finger to tap lightly on his head, remarking playfully, still as mischievous as in your childhood. Can I cultivate the warrior's training method? Tang Long pondered for a moment, considering that Tang Wu, being originally frail, would benefit greatly from practicing hard qigong. You only need to focus on the breath regulation technique. As for the subsequent practices, they are unnecessary for you. Tang Wu exclaimed with delight, quickly teach me. I shall become not only a shaman, but also a formidable warrior. In the early morning, Tang Long awoke from a light slumber. He roasted a few fish, finding them utterly tasteless, as if he could barely summon a chirp from his mouth. Meanwhile, Tang Wu and Tang Zhan devoured their food ravenously, having cultivated throughout the night with empty stomachs. After breakfast, the trio, accompanied by a beast, continued their journey. They ventured into a vast mushroom forest, where fungi the size of dinner plates towered overhead, presenting a dazzling array of varieties. Tang Long felt a surge of joy. With his thunderous violet eyes, he could discern whether the mushrooms were poisonous with utmost clarity. He drew forth his bone knife and beckoned to Tang Zhan. Follow me in harvesting the mushrooms. Sort them according to my classification. He intended to clear the entire mushroom forest, preserving all within the library of flames. Non-poisonous mushrooms were set aside, while the toxic ones were placed elsewhere. A brief zap of lightning would purify the poisonous ones, rendering them excellent sustenance. The thought of stewing fierce beast meat with mushrooms was mouth-watering. Tang Wu, accompanied by the large cat, began to eliminate the dangers lurking in the mushroom thicket. Before long, the ground was littered with venomous snakes and toxic substances, along with a few lesser ferocious beasts. The beasts were generously offered to the large cat as nourishment, while Tang Long collected the toxins into the library of flames. After an extensive review in the library, he found that none of the mushrooms corresponded to any known entries. Perhaps these colossal mushrooms had long since gone extinct in later generations. Ultimately, they harvested over 1,000 pounds of non-toxic mushrooms and 2,000 pounds of toxic ones. Bringing joy to the three, Tang Zhan chuckled, I will never worry about going hungry again. His words stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion in Tang Long, who replied earnestly, stay close to the chieftain, and there will be meat to eat. Tang Zhan nodded vigorously, as the chief's trusted warrior of the Tang clan. Who better to follow than the chieftain? By midday, the sun hung high in the sky. They traversed a thicket of trees, emerging into a breathtaking expanse. No longer surrounded by towering trees, they stood upon a vast prairie that stretched endlessly before them. The grassland was eerily quiet, with wild beasts scarcely seen. They found themselves at the edge of the prairie, beside a great river that flowed silently, its opposite bank obscured as if it were boundless. Ferocious fish leaped from the water, their scales glinting in the sunlight, their jagged teeth instilling a sense of dread. Occasionally, colossal birds of prey would plunge into the water, seizing a fish and soaring gracefully into the sky. Yet, there were also fearsome birds that, upon reaching the water's surface, were swallowed whole by a monstrous maw lurking below. A terrifying river, a fearsome avian predator. The swift and cunning spirit cat guided them across the prairie, fortunate to avoid any attacks from the birds. In the vast expanse of the grassland, they encountered several formidable beasts, which ultimately became mere sustenance for the library of flames. After 2 days, they finally reached the edge of the prairie, where a towering mountain loomed beside a river. The peaks were lushly adorned with verdant foliage, while vibrant wildflowers carpeted the ground. The swift-footed meow 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 raised a paw and called out, directing attention ahead. Tang Wu sighed in relief, stating that the great feline indicated they were nearing the place imbued with the essence of salt. Cautiously, Tang Long crept forward, aware that such locations often attracted fierce beasts, necessitating utmost vigilance. Before them lay a barren expanse predominantly colored in pale yellows and whites, revealing salt deposits scattered upon the ground, appearing rife with impurities. Strangely, no beasts lurked here. Instead, numerous individuals were present, some excavating salt blocks, while others patrolled the area. Begone, you vagabond! If you dare to steal salt here again, I shall end you. A voice bellowed from afar. A gaunt youth was seen being hurled out by a burly man, his face etched with despair. The man, imposing in stature and towering at least 190 centimeters, surpassed both Tang Zhan and Tang Long in height. Please, grant me some salt. My father lacks the strength to hunt due to the scarcity of salt, and our family is on the brink of starvation. The boy pleaded. The burly man coldly retorted. Why do you not seek refuge with a tribe? We are too many, both young and old. The tribe will not accept us. The boy replied. Do not spin lies to elicit sympathy. You wandering wastrels are ungrateful. You shall never be nourished. Now be gone. The boy, engulfed in despair, staggered away, utterly drained of strength. Hey, did you leave something behind? The burly man suddenly called out to the boy. Turning around in a daze, the boy shook his head. No. Without warning, the man hurled a chunk of salt. I distinctly saw you leave this behind. Take it. A glimmer of hope flashed in the boy's eyes as he gratefully glanced at the man, swiftly picking up the salt and fleeing. His family's salvation lay within his grasp. He ran swiftly, fearful that the man might change his mind. In this vast wilderness, truly, the presence of good-hearted individuals was exceedingly rare. Chapter 10. The Great Hunt. 8. Xiongzhuang confronted the situation, declaring, This salt mine is jointly owned by the bear tribe and my snake tribe. What authority do you have to distribute salt? A gaunt youth emerged, challenging him. Xiongzhuang cast a disdainful glance at him. Xichao, which of your eyes saw me bestowing salt upon him? Xichao's slanted eyes narrowed menacingly. Was it not salt that you just threw to him? Fuming, Xiongzhuang retorted. What I threw was a stone. Can your snake tribe not see clearly? Coldly, Xichao responded. Is that so? He then shouted towards the direction the boy had fled. Did you catch him? Yes, chief. Two slender warriors returned, dragging the boy back, his lips stained with blood. Chief, he carries the stolen salt. The boy lamented. I did not steal it. This salt is mine. Enraged, Xiongzhuang shouted. Xichao, do you believe I will not end you? Snake Grass's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. If your bear tribe could truly contend with our snake tribe, would we still share this salt mine with you? Haha, Xiongzhuang, you are exceedingly naive. Xiongzhuang, brimming with fervor, struck out with a punch, exclaiming, I will end you. Snake Grass's demeanor shifted drastically as he angrily retorted, Xiongzhuang, do you wish to incite war between our tribes? All the warriors harvesting salt halted, forming two opposing factions, poised for conflict at any moment. Xiongzhuang, stand down, came a commanding shout. The tribe leader, Xiongzhuang, was taken aback. A towering, robust man emerged from the thicket, speaking solemnly. Snake Grass is correct. If anyone can intrude to pilfer salt, what purpose do we serve by guarding this place? Xiongzhuang voiced his discontent. Father, this youth is in such a pitiable state. What harm is there in giving him a small amount? The bear tribe leader shot him a stern glare before addressing Snake Grass. Release this boy. We shall deduct the salt from our tribe's share. Snake Grass then coldly replied. That is more agreeable. Let the wildling go. The terrified youth clutched the salt block and fled in desperation, disappearing from sight in an instant. Leader, due to this salt mine, there are likely many vagrant wildlings in the vicinity. Tang Wu cautioned. For the Tang tribe to grow strong, they must absorb individuals into their ranks, and these wandering wildlings present an excellent opportunity. Yet, taming them is a formidable challenge. Those capable of surviving alone in the wilderness possess considerable skills. The inept perished long ago. Such individuals are generally unruly and difficult to manage. Additionally, some may harbor blood feuds, bringing enmity to the tribe upon joining, which is quite troublesome. Thus, tribes exercise great caution in recruiting wandering wildlings. Some tribes outright refuse. Tang Long nodded. Here, there is salt and water. It is an ideal location. We shall establish our tribe here and gather people. Tang Zhan expressed concern. There are already 2 tribes present. They surely would not welcome a new tribe. Tang Long boldly declared, we do not require their consent. Ah Wu, have Demiao locate a cave. Let us settle here before anything else. Giant Dragon Mountain. This name was bestowed by Tang Long. The mountain rises only 300 to 400 meters, formed entirely of blue stone, with a flat summit and numerous natural caves along its slopes. It lies approximately 20 miles from the salt mine, neither too close nor too far. At the mountain's base flows a small stream, providing convenient water access. The swift wind spirit cat guided them here and cleared the area of toxins and ferocious beasts. Tang Long was greatly pleased. This site could accommodate hundreds even without constructing houses, making it an excellent location for founding a tribe. Tang Wu ignited the first bonfire within the cave. This would become the hearth of the Tang tribe, a flame that would burn eternally. By night, at the salt mine, Tang Wu and Tang Zhan stood in the shadows, observing as Tang Long slowly approached the salt mine. Several bonfires illuminated the area, casting a daylight-like glow over the salt mine. Within the mine stood two low thatched huts, spaced somewhat apart. In one hut resided the bear warriors, while in another lay the serpent warriors. 2 bear warriors and 2 serpent warriors patrolled the area, their mouths spewing a torrent of curses, as if harboring profound grievances. Guarding the salt mine was a thankless task in this desolate wilderness. The likelihood of ferocious beasts attacking was high, along with a correspondingly elevated mortality rate. Moreover, they had to contend with wandering marauders who would pilfer salt at any given moment, keeping their nerves perpetually on edge. Tang Long, like a phantom, stealthily approached the last warrior of the patrol, mirroring his steps. Suddenly, the serpent warrior at the rear felt a wave of warmth behind him and glanced at the shadow beside him. What the hell? 5 shadows. A surge of terror gripped his heart. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a hand clamped over his mouth, and a heavy pressure on his neck rendered him unconscious. None of the 4 patrolling warriors could escape Tang Long's grasp. All were silenced and subdued, collapsing to the ground. Tang Long swiftly darted into the serpent warrior's shelter, where a bonfire flickered, illuminating the interior. The sound of loud snoring echoed. The serpent warriors were in a deep slumber. Tang Long's pupils suddenly constricted. These serpent warriors were sleeping in the nude, an indecent sight indeed. Within the shelter lay 2 naked women, lifeless and breathless, their lower bodies so foul that they were hard to behold. A righteous fury blazed within Tang Long. These beasts. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he brandished a black bone dagger, its color akin to ash. With steady hands, he swiftly severed the throats of these brutes, filling the shelter with the stench of blood. Serpent Grass awoke abruptly, the metallic scent of blood assaulting his senses. Had his comrades ravaged the 2 women? His pupils dilated as he caught sight of a shadow smirking at him. It was a figure, its skin resembling charred ash, a ghastly sight amidst the night. Casting a furtive glance around, he noted the oppressive atmosphere within the shelter, where blood pooled on the ground like a small stream. Serpent Grass's expression shifted dramatically. He grasped a stone dagger beside him, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Yet, his body suddenly turned weak and limp as a dark hand pressed upon his head. Tendrils of purple electricity coiling around him. Serpent Grass convulsed, foam spewing from his mouth, feeling as if his very essence were being scorched away. Please, don't kill me. He trembled, pleading. Tang Long's lips curled into a cold smile, plunging him into despair. The black-bone dagger sliced off Serpent Grass's tongue before severing all his veins. Withdrew his lightning power, Tang Long allowed Serpent Grass to writhe in agony on the ground. Finally, a swift cut across Serpent Grass's throat sealed his fate. Tang Long had never shown mercy to such beasts. Emerging from the serpent warrior's shelter, Tang Long felt a sense of relief wash over him. With bloodshot eyes, he infiltrated the bear warrior's hut, ready to unleash a massacre should the bear folk prove equally inhumane. Within the hut, the bear warriors slept soundly, devoid of women and any sordid activities. Tang Long, like a specter, rendered his enemies unconscious one by one, until he was startled by the sight of Xiong Zhuang, who appeared to be sleeping with his eyes wide open. Startled by this unforeseen encounter, he struck with greater force, likely causing Xiong Zhuang some distress upon awakening. He incapacitated the bear tribe members and eliminated the snake tribe members, ensuring that tomorrow would be rife with commotion. It was highly probable that these 2 tribes would clash, creating an opportune moment for the Tang tribe to discreetly expand its influence. Tang Long delivered 2 swift strikes to the 2 patrolling snake tribe members, then ignited their makeshift shelter, determined to obliterate all evidence and incite a fray between the snake and bear tribes. He dragged the thousands of pounds of salt he had unearthed into the fire and light library. Upon seeing the flames, Tang Zhan rushed in, only to find that Tang Long had thoroughly scavenged the place. Tang Jian gazed at the soot-covered chieftain in silence, utterly astonished by his ferocity. One man had seized a salt mine and vanquished dozens of warriors. Was this truly achievable by a single individual? Chapter 11. Culinary Delights of the Wilderness on their return journey. Tang Long led the way while Tang Jian brought up the rear. Tang Wu rode comfortably atop the large feline, flames dancing at her fingertips, illuminating the path back to their cave. Tang Jian was rife with questions. "Chieftain, why cover yourself in ash and soot?" With great patience, Tang Long replied. "This is known as camouflage. It allows one to blend with the environment, deceiving the enemy's gaze and diminishing the likelihood of detection. In the darkness, launching an assault while appearing black is most advantageous." The more eager Tang Jian was to learn, the more pleased Tang Long became. A well-trained warrior leader would ensure his future ease. Questions signified contemplation, a promising beginning indeed. The trio and their beast returned to the cave without incident, where Tang Long displayed their haul, several thousand pounds of salt. Tang Wu and Tang Jian grinned widely, their eyes crinkling with joy. They finally had salt. Tang Long picked up a handful of salt and tasted it, his face instantly contorting in disgust as he spat it out repeatedly. This salt was excessively salty, bitter, and astringent, hardly fit for consumption. Observing his reaction, Tang Wu was puzzled. She sampled a piece herself and found no issue. "This salt is far superior to what we had in our former tribe," she remarked, curious. Tang Jian, equally intrigued, took a lick. "It is indeed tastier than before." He delightedly indulged in several more tastes, the pang of salt deficiency within him unbearable. He relished the opportunity to savor this newfound salt. Tang Long felt a pang of melancholy. This inedible salt was deemed superior to what he had previously consumed. What then had he been eating? Such substance would be scorned even as pig feed in later generations, let alone fit for human consumption. With a thought, he requested the Fire and Light Library to analyze the salt before him. The results revealed unknown rock salt, with an impurity content soaring to 40, some of which was harmful to human health. As Tang Long understood, the brevity of life in primitive humans was attributable not only to the harshness of their natural environment, but also significantly influenced by their diet. Within the raw salt lies a plethora of harmful substances, and the unboiled water is rife with parasites. Illness often heralds death. But now he has arrived. The members of the Tang tribe must cherish their existence. "I possess a method to render salt delectable," he declared with a forced smile. The Tang shaman, astonished, narrowed her beautiful eyes and adorably inquired, "Is this also a divine guidance accompanying the awakening of the shamanic body?" Tang Long remained noncommittal, responding earnestly, "I hereby announce the first tribal decree of the Tang clan. Consumption of unboiled water is strictly forbidden. All water must be brought to a rolling boil before consumption." Tang Jian immediately raised an objection. "Chief, we currently lack stone pots, stone basins, and stone bowls, rendering us unable to boil water." Tang Long smiled gently, and with a mere thought, an array of stone utensils appeared in the cave. 2 stone pots, 5 stone basins, and 20 stone bowls materialized, accompanied by 10 stone knives and 10 stone spears, alongside 2,000 pounds of beast meat. The Tang shaman exclaimed with delight, "At last, our tribe possesses the necessary stone utensils for daily life." All items from the snake tribe had been cast into the fire by Tang Long. What lay upon the ground now were the possessions of the bear tribe. Tang Long instructed, "These stone utensils must be scalded with boiling water before they can be utilized. All must heed the chief's arrangements." Now that we have both salt and essential stone utensils, Tang Long resolved to indulge in a hearty meal before resting. Tonight would not only feature roasted meat, but also a stew of beast meat with mushrooms. He ignited a second bonfire within the cave, one for roasting meat and the other for simmering soup. However, before preparing the soup, Tang Long had another task at hand, to render beast oil. The fundamental reason why humans often felt hungry was the absence of oil in their bellies. In later times, when vegetable oils were not yet available, people relied on lard. The oil extracted from pig fat and meat is incredibly fragrant. Tang Long washed a robust and smooth stone slab to serve as a cutting board. He sliced the beast fat and meat into small chunks with a bone knife and placed them into the boiling stone pot. Instantly, a plume of smoke filled the cave, and the aromatic scent of oil wafted through the air. A translucent layer of oil gradually emerged from the beast fat, increasing in volume. While the enticing aroma intensified within the cave, The stomachs of the three rumbled uncontrollably. Once the first pot of beast oil was ready, Tang Long served the oil residue to the two individuals with emerald green eyes. The Tang Shaman and Tang Zhan could not stop themselves from indulging. It was simply irresistible. After rendering several pots of beast oil, Tang Long decided to prepare a culinary delight of stir-fried beast meat with wild vegetables before crafting the beast meat stew with mushrooms, purely natural and untainted. A dish unattainable for any sum of money in later times. He added a wooden spoonful of beast oil to the boiling stone pot, followed by the sliced beast meat for a quick sauté. Finally, he introduced the freshly washed wild vegetables, and the mingling of vegetable and meat aromas compelled the great cat to circle around Tang Long. The Tang Shaman and Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement, their gazes never straying from the stone pot for even a moment. A bowl of stir-fried beast meat with wild vegetables emerged, and the three of them ravenously devoured it. Tang Zhan, munching as he spoke, inquired, "Chief, what significance does this food hold?" Tang Long chuckled, "This is called stir-fry, and it shall become the signature delicacy of our Tang clan." Tang Wu, with eyes narrowed in delight, exclaimed, "I have never tasted such exquisite food." Tang Long then poured water into the stone pot, simmering the torn pieces of mushroom and beast bones. Once the trio finished the sautéed meat and wild vegetables, the pot was bubbling, the broth of mushrooms and bones growing richer in color, its creamy essence wafting a mouth-watering aroma. Tang Wu, with a skeptical expression, asked, "Long, did the divine guide you to prepare food?" Tang Long couldn't help but smile at the remark. "Ah Wu, you are quite right." Before long, the three were so engrossed in their stone bowls that they could hardly lift their heads. The smoothness of the mushrooms, the richness of the broth, and the sensation of gnawing on bones enveloped them in a culinary bliss. The swift-winged spirit cat, enticed by the enticing aroma, voiced its discontent. "Meow, what about me? I want soup and meat too." Excitedly, Tang Wu prepared a bowl for the great cat, allowing it to partake in the deliciousness. The great cat delicately licked a morsel before burying its face in the bowl, unable to lift its head. This was a flavor it had never experienced in its life. The great cat resolved that it would eat whatever its master consumed from now on, yearning for cooked food. Today, roasted meat became the least favored dish, ultimately satisfying the ravenous, swift-winged spirit cat. Tang Long, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Great cat, if you desire cooked food, you must hunt more, otherwise there will be nothing for you." The swift-winged spirit cat, reminiscing about the delightful meal, suddenly grew much more affectionate towards Tang Long. "Meow, meow, meow." In the early morning at the salt mine, a voice called urgently, "Young chief, wake up. Something has happened." Xiong Zhuang awoke from darkness, feeling a pain in his neck as if it were broken, and retorted, "What has transpired?" A burly man replied, "The snake tribe's shelter has been burned. The salt we extracted has vanished." Xiong Zhuang was taken aback, springing up from the ground. Chapter 12. The Clash of Two Tribes. The remnants of the snake tribe's shelter lay in smoldering ruins, reduced to a heap of black ash, with embers flickering amidst the debris, smoke swirling in the wind. Bear tribe warriors unearthed a dozen corpses of the snake tribe, their flesh not entirely decomposed, evoking a sense of revulsion. Xiong Zhuang hurriedly assembled the bear warriors and accounted for their numbers. All were present. Only then did he exhale in relief, his mind swirling in confusion. What on earth transpired last night? "Younger chief, all our stone tools and supplies have vanished," reported a bear warrior. Xiong Zhuang numbly nodded. It seemed he had been robbed. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Who had the audacity to rob the fearsome bear tribe? Such a bandit was utterly despicable. If he were to be caught, he would be dealt with severely. Now that the snake tribe had been utterly annihilated, this situation was dire. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Did the snake tribe engage in debauchery within their shelter last night, and did you find it intolerable? The warriors of the Xiong clan nodded in unison, expressing their shared sentiment that the individuals responsible were nothing short of beasts. As they listened to the harrowing cries of the two women, the urge to rush in and exact vengeance surged within them. Xiong Zhuang swallowed hard and inquired, "Were those the ones you attacked last night?" The Xiong warriors shook their heads. Despite their inner rage, they dared not annihilate the serpent clan. Then who could have committed such an act? Xiong Zhuang demanded, exasperation evident in his voice. One warrior suggested, "Could it be the wandering savages?" Xiong Zhuang dismissed this notion, stating, "If it were the savages, why would they spare us after slaying the serpent clan?" The Xiong warriors shook their heads in confusion. Such matters were shrouded in uncertainty. Xiong Zhuang felt a throbbing headache. Who could possibly be the rogue responsible? Currently, the Xiong clan had merely lost some belongings. But the Serpent clan had lost lives. How could this be reconciled? At a distance from the salt mine, Tang Zhan lay in wait. Chieftain, what are we doing here so early? He asked. We are observing whether the Xiong and Serpent clans will clash, Tang Long replied. Chieftain, members from both clans have arrived. Tang Zhan whispered. With a sense of foreboding, Tang Long peered ahead and beheld the tumultuous scene at the salt mine, where wild cries echoed through the mountains and forests. A multitude of individuals armed with stone knives and spears surged into the mine. Both Xiong and Serpent clansmen, clearly delineated as they took their respective positions. The Xiong warriors were characterized by their prominent brows and large, expressive eyes, standing tall with robust, muscular builds. In contrast, the Serpent warriors possessed larger heads with slender necks, their frames appearing delicate and frail. They encircled the Serpent clan's dwelling, staring blankly at the scattered ash on the ground. Chieftain of the Xiong, will you provide me with an explanation for this matter? Serpent Xian spoke ominously. Xiong Shan furrowed his brow, attempting to soothe. Do not fret, Chieftain of the Serpent. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. Xiong Zhuang, what on earth transpired? Xiong Shan bellowed. With a look of sorrow, Xiong Zhuang replied weakly, Father, we were all knocked unconscious last night and know nothing of the events. You were all rendered unconscious? Serpent Xian narrowed his triangular eyes. Come here. Let me see where you were struck. Xiong Zhuang and the other warriors exchanged glances, perplexed. We have no injuries and are unaware of having been hit anywhere. We truly were unconscious and only awoke this morning. Ha! Serpent Xian scoffed in disbelief. You aren't suggesting that you all knocked each other out, are you? Xiong Zhuang clutched his neck, asserting, the injury to my neck is from last night. I was struck, not choked. Serpent Xian squinted. Let me see. Xiong Zhuang lifted his chin defiantly. Look, it is clearly from a blow. Serpent Xian scrutinized the red mark on Xiong Zhuang's neck with a smirk. Is this the mark of a strike? I was correct. This is a choking mark. Uncertain of how the mark had come to be, Xiong Zhuang instinctively retorted. Chieftain of the Serpent, this is indeed from a blow. Serpent Xian remained noncommittal. What about the salt we extracted? Xiong Zhuang shrugged. It has vanished. All our weapons, beast meat, and other belongings have disappeared as well. Serpent Xian, with a sinister tone, replied, Do you think I will believe you? Xiong Zhuang exclaimed urgently. Leader of the Serpent clan, this is the truth. What he says is entirely factual. Why does no one believe us? They were struck unconscious. Their weapons and beast meat were seized. The Serpent clan members were slain and burned, and they truly remain oblivious. Leader, the weapons, food, and all belongings of the young clan leader lie in ashes, completely destroyed. A Serpent warrior reported. Leader, apart from the pathway between our clans, no salt grains have been discovered elsewhere, reported another Serpent warrior. Suddenly, Shi Xian turned to Xiong Zhuang and inquired, I heard that you fought with my son yesterday? Xiong Zhuang felt a sinking sensation in his heart and defended himself. No, my father intervened. Shi Xian sneered. So, you killed them at night. Then set their bodies ablaze to erase the evidence, ultimately hoarding the recently excavated salt. Is that correct? Xiong Zhuang broke into a cold sweat. I did not. Xiong Shan interjected hastily. Leader of the Serpent clan, please remain calm. My Xiong clan would never engage in such acts. You must believe me. Shi Xian laughed maniacally. Trembling with malice, I would be a fool to believe you. Serpent warriors, attack. The Serpent warriors immediately charged into the Xiong clan's camp, igniting a chaotic brawl. Xiong Zhuang, you killed my son. Prepare to pay with your life. Shi Xian brandished a stone knife and swung it fiercely. Xiong Shan drew his blade to defend. Leader of the Serpent clan, this was absolutely not the doing of my son. You must trust my Xiong clan. Shi Xian's eyes reddened. Regardless of whether it was your clan's doing, they were together. My son is dead, and your son must also perish. It is unjust that my son was killed and burned while your son remains unscathed. Do you think I am a fool? Xiong Shan, enraged, retorted, You go too far. Shi Xian, I have tolerated you for long enough. Warriors of the Xiong clan, eliminate these serpents. Attack. The battle between the two clans escalated rapidly, with anguished cries resonating throughout. Tang Zhan observed intently. Leader, their fighting is ferocious. Tang Long replied, We must depart. Tang Zhan paused in confusion. Where to? Tang Long coolly stated, to know oneself and one's enemy is to be undefeated in 100 battles. We shall spy on the camps of both clans to assess their strength. Tang Wu, puzzled, asked, what does knowing oneself and one's enemy mean? Tang Long explained, it signifies that we must comprehend our own strength as well as that of our adversaries, ensuring we do not face peril in battle. Tang Zhan queried, leader, shall we engage in battle? Tang Long smiled mysteriously, soon, a battle shall ensue. The 3 men and 1 beast stealthily departed, with De Miao leading the way along the traces left by the 2 clans. Behind the mountains lay a flat valley, within which stood hundreds of makeshift shelters, where several tall and slender figures were bustling about. Tang Long remarked, this must be the camp of the Serpent Clan. Help! I do not wish to feed the snakes. I beg you to spare me. A heart-wrenching plea echoed at the entrance of the camp. As Tang Long beheld the scene, he recognized the young boy from the previous day's theft of salt blocks, now being dragged into the camp by 2 warriors of the Serpent Tribe. The sight was indeed disheartening. Chapter 13. The Malevolent Serpent Tribe. How fortuitous it seemed to encounter this boy again. But what was the purpose of feeding snakes? Tang Long narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this tribe employed humans to nurture serpents. He surveyed the drafty camp, noting that infiltrating it would not pose much difficulty. Suddenly, an alarming cry pierced through the chaos. The bear tribe had slain the young chieftain and monopolized the salt mine. Now the chieftain was engaged in battle against them. A frantic serpent warrior scrambled back, shouting, what? Arm yourselves, brethren. Let us confront the bear tribe, came the rallying cry. Instantly, the serpent tribe descended into disorder, with individuals clamoring to gather weapons and summon others. Before long, only the women and children remained to guard the camp, while over 1,000 warriors surged forth towards the salt mine. The serpent tribe's encampment became desolate, with merely a handful of individuals lingering about. You stay here to support me. I will sneak inside to investigate. Tang Long concealed himself behind a large tree, donning the attire of the serpent tribe. At 15, his physique was still developing, somewhat emaciated, yet he bore a resemblance to the serpent tribe in stature. Tang Wu expressed concern, cautioning him to be careful. Tang Long slipped into the serpent tribe from an unoccupied corner. Having already mapped out his route, he stealthily approached the heart of the camp. The boy had just been ushered into the largest grass hut at the camp's center, and he was eager to ascertain whether this fated acquaintance had begun feeding the snakes. The hut was spacious, the tallest structure in the entire camp, standing approximately 4 meters high. Hey, I heard from other savages that you have a beautiful sister. Tell me, where is she? A lecherous voice inquired. Haha, we found the place where you used to live yesterday. What a pity. Now tell us where your sister is. Another lascivious voice chimed in. Bah, you vile creatures of the serpent tribe, my sister has already left this place. Abandon your hopes. The boy retorted, his voice now piercingly sharp. Tang Long swiftly entered, finding the outer room vacant, save for a roaring bonfire. The voices emanated from within the inner chamber. He pushed aside the thatch separating the 2 rooms, revealing the grim scene inside. A large pit occupied the center of the inner room, where 2 serpent warriors stood, gripping the boy at the edge of the abyss. With stone knives pressed against the boy's throat, they bore a menacing demeanor, poised to spill blood at the slightest provocation. Nearby, a pillar bore a bloodied man, seemingly on the brink of death. The lecherous voice declared, since you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to feed the serpents in this pit. But first, I will allow you to witness the horrific fate of those devoured by the snakes. He untied the man from the pillar and, with a casual shove, sent him tumbling into the gaping pit. Ah, help me. The man suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only the echo of his desperate cries. Tang Long listened intently, hearing the unsettling sounds of numerous snakes slithering in the pit, sending chills down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the man's cries ceased, swallowed by an eerie silence. The youth's face turned pale. You vile serpents. Even if I were to feed the snakes, I would never reveal my sister's whereabouts. Then do not blame us for being ruthless, came the lewd voice coldly. Push this brat down. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Long's eyes as he stealthily entered, silent as a specter. Like a wraith, he appeared before the trio and, with lightning speed, thrust his hand towards the lascivious voice, sending electric currents coursing through him. The lascivious figure felt a sudden numbness envelop his body, rendered rigid, and was unceremoniously shoved into the pit. His attempt to scream was drowned out by the rustling sounds surrounding him. The lewd voice, taken aback, turned in alarm, only to see a flash of white light before him. Suddenly, he found himself unable to utter a sound, his consciousness dimming as he descended into eternal darkness. The youth was splattered with blood, stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Why did this intruding serpentkin seek to slay his own kind? These were two level 1 beast fang warriors, endowed with immense strength, capable of fending off ferocious beasts, yet they had been effortlessly cast into the snake pit. The speed of this killer was astonishing, executing the deed in the blink of an eye. Two malevolent serpentkin lay dead, one inexplicably shoved into the pit, the other with his throat slit before being cast down as well. Peering into the depths of the snake pit, Tang Long noted its considerable depth, approximately 20 to 30 meters. The pit was gourd-shaped, wider at the bottom, with ample space within. Countless colorful venomous snakes writhed inside, feasting upon the remains. The stench of decay was palpable, suggesting that innumerable souls had perished here. Tang Long's eyes glinted with increased coldness. This serpentkin was evidently wicked, using humans to nourish snakes, a crime deserving of punishment. Suddenly, a more pungent odor wafted from the pit, and the snakes within began to flee in panic. As if confronted by a formidable foe, a massive serpent head emerged from the edge of the pit, its size akin to that of a basin, adorned with a sharp green horn. Its head was covered in fine green scales, with two blood-red eyes radiating malice, presenting a ghastly visage. The enormous serpent flicked its crimson tongue and snatched a corpse, swallowing it whole in a horrifying manner. Tang Long seized the astonished youth and began to retreat. Now was not the time to confront the snake pit. Listen to me, follow me, and I will save you, Tang Long urged as he stood at the entrance. Assessing the situation outside, the youth whispered, "You are not one of the serpentkin?" Tang Long replied, "If I were, I would not be here to save you." The young boy pondered the two serpentine beings who fed the snakes. This could not be a mere ruse of the serpent tribe. "Follow me," Tang Long urged as he led the boy away from the serpent encampment without incident. Suddenly, the boy was startled by a swift wind from a fierce spirit cat, a second-level beast capable of taking his life with a mere swipe of its paw. "Chief, you have rescued this unfortunate child?" Tang Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. The boy, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Who are you calling unfortunate?" Tang Long replied solemnly, "The serpent tribe harbors considerable malevolence. They even use humans to feed their snakes." Both Tang Wu and Tang Zhan's expressions shifted dramatically. The boy, feeling a twinge of fear, recounted, that large serpent was the sacred serpent of their tribe, known for its appetite for human flesh. "I have lived nearby for a year, and the wild folk always warned me to steer clear of the serpent tribe's territory. Being caught would mean a death sentence as snake fodder. But the salt mine is right here, and I must come. My family cannot survive otherwise," Tang Long remarked. "It seems the serpent tribe has taken an interest in your sister. You must keep her hidden." The boy cast a wary glance at Tang Long and tentatively inquired, "You didn't rescue me because you have your eyes on my sister, did you?" Chapter 14. The beauty and the salt. Tang Long inhaled deeply, releasing a fragment of the melancholy that weighed on him. He clarified, "Listen carefully. I saved you not out of any desire for your sister, but because I could not bear to see you meet a grim fate." The boy, obstinately, stated, "If it weren't for my sister, would you have taken the risk to save me?" Tang Long, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I didn't even know you or your sister. How could it be for her sake that I saved you?" The boy was thoroughly perplexed. How could a stranger have any compelling reason to risk his own safety for him? The answer was clear, none. He possessed no food, no treasures, was not a formidable warrior, and offered nothing of value. He had encountered many who would gladly see others fall, but this was his first experience with someone who would rescue him without cause. He bit his lip and asked, "My sister is beautiful. All the men admire her. You truly have no designs on her?" Tang Long felt a headache coming on. "I assure you, I do not. Now let us return." The boy squinted and declared, "You claim to have no designs on my sister, yet you clearly wish to seize the opportunity of escorting me home to lay claim to my beautiful sister. Go ahead and kill me. I will never betray her." Tang Long found himself at a loss for words. Did he truly resemble a lecher? Yet, this boy was a fervent protector of his sister. How beautiful could a primitive woman truly be? Returning the boy home was merely a means to ascertain the encampment of the wandering wild folk. Henceforth, the Tang tribe intended to consolidate their people and establish roots in this land. Tang Long gestured towards Tang Wu and asked, "Is your sister more beautiful than my Wu?" The boy surveyed the lovely Tang Wu and proudly declared, "Of course. My sister's beauty is rare in the vast wilderness." Humph. Tang Zhan scoffed dismissively. He then cast an appreciative glance at Tang Wu, saying, "Nonsense, boy. Our Wu is the most beautiful woman in the wilderness. Speak carelessly again, and I shall teach you a lesson." Tang Wu felt her face flush with embarrassment, a sense of discomfort washing over her. Recently, Tang Zhan's gaze towards her had been rather unsettling. Should she perhaps use fire to rouse him from his stupor? Tang Long's expression darkened, his hair standing on end at Tang Zhan's words. This fellow was becoming increasingly insufferable. Might she give him a jolt to bring him back to his senses? A chilling sensation suddenly crept up Tang Zhan's spine, a twinge of unease stirring within him. Had he misspoken? "Then you may leave," Tang Long said decisively. The youth harbored too much suspicion. It was not the opportune moment for closeness. The young man bowed his head to Tang Long, solemnly stating, "I cannot repay the debt of life-saving grace. Ji has departed." Tang Long waved his hand. "Go now? Take care of your sister." The young man's gaze sharpened. He had mentioned his sister, clearly someone he held dear. He took his leave, for in the vast wilderness, good souls were scarce, and trustworthy individuals even more so. Turning to Tang Wu, Tang Long instructed, "A Wu, let the Miao follow them to observe their dwelling, so we may find them again in the future." Tang Wu nodded with a smile, beginning to grasp Tang Long's intentions. It was not that he had taken a liking to the young man's sister, but rather he sought to recruit the siblings. However, Tang Zhan had a different interpretation. His curiosity piqued. "Chieftain, it seems you truly have an interest in the young lady." Tang Long's lips twitched. What could he do about Tang Zhan's incessant teasing? Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regain his composure. With the tribe's numbers so few, injuring anyone would leave them without laborers. They could address such matters when their ranks were bolstered. Seeing Tang Long's silence, Tang Zhan interpreted it as tacit agreement. Tang Long steadied himself and declared, "Let us proceed to the Xiong clan." The Xiong clan, situated by the Great River, was not far from the Shi clan. Upon arriving at the Xiong clan, they witnessed a battalion of Xiong warriors setting forth to battle. The entire clan was left with only the elderly, infirm, and feeble. Much like the desolate Shi clan, Tang Long slipped into the Xiong clan's encampment, where cleanliness reigned in contrast to the filth of the Shi clan. Both clans comprised approximately 1,000 members. The chieftain of the Shi clan, Shi Xian, was a level 3 beast tooth warrior, while over 10 level 2 beast tooth warriors and around 1,000 level 1 warriors resided within. The Xiong clan's leader, Xiong Shan, held the same rank and numbers. In Tang Long's recollection, tribes were categorized into 3 tiers. Those with fewer than 10,000 were considered small tribes, those with 10 to 100,000 as medium tribes, and those exceeding 100,000 as large tribes. Thus, the Xiong and Shi clans could only be regarded as minuscule tribes, their strengths remarkably equal, explaining why neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Neither tribe possessed a shaman, though the Shi clan had a colossal serpent. Its true power remained a mystery. Upon their return to the salt mine, they found the 2 clans embroiled in a fierce battle, an evident manifestation of their irreconcilable enmity. They awaited Demiao's return, and together, the trio and their beast returned to the Dragon Mountain. Demiao had indeed followed them to their dwelling. Tang Wu smiled. Tang Long retrieved a piece of Tang-style barbecued meat from the Xinhui library and tossed it to Demiao as a reward. Demiao was delighted, finding Tang Long much more agreeable. "Those who provide me with delectable treats are undoubtedly good people." Tang Long then produced a clean, thin piece of animal hide and perforated it with a bone needle, leaving Tang Wu and Tang Zhan bewildered. "Chief, are you all right?" Tang Zhan cautiously inquired. Tang Long, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean? Then why are you puncturing the hide?" he asked, scratching the back of his head. "Why ruin perfectly good animal skin?" Tang Long sighed and explained, "This salt block is coarse and contains many toxic substances. Prolonged consumption of such salt can lead to illness and significantly shorten one's lifespan. I intend to create refined salt for consumption. Please crush these salt blocks and dissolve them in the basin." Intrigued, Tang Wu remarked, "It seems the divine has bestowed wisdom upon you, perhaps to make you the sage of the great wilderness?" Tang Long nodded, asserting, as the chief of the Tang clan, "I must be a sage. The first step in salt production is dissolution. Once the salt blocks are crushed, they must be mixed with water and stirred with a wooden stick to ensure complete dissolution." Tang Long then placed the perforated animal hide over a stone basin to filter out the impurities from the salt. The next step, Detoxification was quite simple for him. His thunderous power had a purifying effect, directly eliminating toxins through electrical discharge. Finally, he poured the salt water into a stone pot to simmer slowly, allowing the moisture to evaporate, leaving behind pure, flavorful salt. Tang Wu was the ideal candidate to control the fire. Her mastery over temperature was exceptional, perfectly managing the optimal heat for refining salt. Before long, a thick layer of white granules settled at the bottom of the stone pot. Tang Wu gently pinched a few granules and tasted them, experiencing a pure salty flavor that invigorated her senses. Gone were the previous bitter and spicy flavors. This was simply salt. Trembling with excitement, Tang Wu exclaimed, "Dragon! With this salt, our Tang tribe shall undoubtedly be the most alluring tribe in the great wilderness." Chapter 15. The Spirits of the Mountains. Curiously, Tang Zhan grabbed a handful and tossed it into his mouth, only to be overwhelmed by an intense saltiness that nearly shattered his taste buds. "Water! I need water. This is unbearably salty," he gasped, drinking an entire basin of water in one go to quell the saltiness in his mouth. "This is truly exceptional salt. I will never again consume that foul-tasting salt," Tang Zhan bellowed, gazing adoringly at Tang Long. "Chief, you are nothing short of extraordinary." Tang Long's expression darkened. "Am I not human?" Startled, Tang Zhan quickly retorted, "Chief, you are divine. I believe you are as magnificent as the gods." Hearty laughter erupted from Tang Wu, who was thoroughly amused, her joy captivating as she caught Tang Zhan's gaze. The sight of her fair bosom dazzled him. Akin to the flowers of the great wilderness, an enchanting vision he could never tire of. Tang Long's face was as dark as ink, his fists cracking ominously as he contemplated delivering a blow that might render this rogue with panda eyes. Tang Wu stifled a chuckle and remarked, "With this salt, we can incorporate the wild men." Tang Long inhaled deeply, asserting, "Once we refine this batch of salt, we shall set forth to recruit the wild men and strengthen our tribe." With determination, Tang Long and Tang Zhan commenced the laborious task of felling trees, hollowing them out to craft wooden barrels for storing the brine solution. As the adage goes, to carry out a task well, one must first sharpen their tools. Once adequately equipped, the trio plunged into their work with fervor. Tang Zhan took charge of dissolving the salt blocks. Tang Wu managed the fire, while Tang Long oversaw the entire refining process. In 3 days, they successfully extracted over 2,000 pounds of refined salt, instilling a sense of accomplishment in the trio, who, although weary, felt a profound joy. With the salt mine discovered and a method for refining salt established, the Tang clan would no longer be deprived of fine salt. Their appetites surged as the bitterness in their food vanished, and they found themselves invigorated, their complexions brightening as the pallor of their skin disappeared, radiating health. Tang Long distinctly sensed a surge in his physical strength, as if on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a level 2 beast tooth warrior, achieving a formidable 2,000 pounds of power. Tang Zhan, having practiced his hard qigong breathing techniques, also experienced rapid growth in strength and was poised to ascend to the same level. Tang Wu's vitality visibly improved, her ability to control fire lengthening, and her youthful exuberance blossoming. "Tomorrow, we shall recruit those 2 siblings," Tang Long declared with exuberance. Tang Wu smiled, expressing her curiosity. "I truly wish to see just how beautiful Ji's sister is." Tang Zhan cast a furtive glance at Tang Long, recognizing the chief's genuine interest in the siblings. As dawn broke, the swift-winged spirit cat led the way, with the 3 following closely behind. They approached a massive stone cliff, its walls adorned with sprawling vines. Beneath the cliff, a recessed area extended a few meters inward, and a spacious cave could be seen within the rock face. "Ah, young one, so this is your dwelling." Suddenly, a group of Serpent Clan warriors emerged from the shadows below the cliff. The leader, grinning lewdly, announced, "We heard your sister is ill. We have come to pay her a visit." Ji's eyes blazed with fury. These brutes had finally arrived. Grasping his stone spear, he threatened, "If you take another step closer, I shall slay you." "Huh, we are trembling with fear. Come, stab me in the chest. Let us see if you can even harm a single hair." The leader of the Serpent Clan mocked. Despair washed over Ji as he realized that each of these warriors bore 2 beast teeth, all of them being level 2 beast tooth warriors. As he was not even a beast tooth warrior himself, how could he possibly withstand them? "Stay back, or I will truly kill you," Ji shouted, his voice strained with bravado. "Huh, the more you resist, the more we revel in it. Hand over your sister, or we shall take your life." Tang Long observed the scene coldly. These serpent folk were indeed relentless, seeking their own demise. "Chief, allow me to ascend and vanquish these malevolent serpent tribesmen," Tang Zhan exclaimed, his blood surging with fervor. The audacity to harm a woman favored by the chief was utterly intolerable. His prior displays in battle had been lackluster, but this time he was determined to showcase his prowess, particularly to impress Ao. Tang Long replied nonchalantly, "Let us observe for now. Release my brother, and I shall accompany you." A voice, as melodious as silver bells, echoed from the depths of the stone cliff-esque cavern. A graceful silhouette emerged from the shadows, her elongated form captivating the imagination. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her ears were slightly more pointed than those of ordinary folk. With features that could be likened to a painting, her eyes resembled swirling depths of the ocean, irresistibly enchanting, drawing one into a state of blissful reverie. The gentle glimmer in her gaze seemed to melt the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon her. The animal hide adorning her chest accentuated her slender waist, which could be grasped with a mere touch. Particularly striking were her smooth, lustrous legs, radiating an alluring charm that tempted one to unravel the hide clinging to her form and discover the mysteries hidden beneath. This was a breathtaking maiden, akin to a sprite emerging from the mountains, a celestial being who had fallen into the mortal realm. The serpent warriors, spellbound by her beauty, murmured in awe, "Indeed, she is as enchanting as a goddess." Tang Wu gazed at her with envy, glancing down at her own modest bosom. How can someone so slender possess such ample form? She pondered. Tang Zhan scoffed. Although Ao's is smaller, it is far more aesthetically pleasing. Tang Wu, her cheeks ablaze, inquired, "Did you watch me bathe?" Suddenly, cold sweat beaded on Tang Zhan's forehead as he stammered, "How could I ever sneak a glance at Ao bathing? You are being overly suspicious." Tang Long's expression darkened ominously. "Is that so?" Tang Zhan fervently shook his head. "I would never dare." Tang Wu regarded him with suspicion, her gaze lingering, realizing she must be wary of him in the future. A woman of ethereal beauty, aptly described as possessing a countenance that could topple kingdoms, stood before them. To behold her was to witness all the splendor the world had to offer. "Very well, we shall spare your brother, but I demand you." The serpent warriors, driven mad with desire, surged forward, their eyes ablaze with insatiable hunger. The maiden's face drained of color, despair etched upon her features. How cruelly fate had dealt with her. Because of her beauty, her tribe lay in ruins, her family as fate unknown. Wherever she went, she drew covetous eyes, forced into isolation. In this savage realm where the strong devour the weak, beauty without strength ultimately leads to becoming another's plaything. This day had, at last, arrived. Tears, like glistening pearls, streamed down her cheeks. Who could save this fragile maiden? Were it not for her brother, she would gladly choose death over enduring such humiliation. Yet, it was imperative that he survive. Ji Yi, with eyes aflame, charged forth, thrusting his weapon and shouting, "I shall slay you vile beasts." The serpent warriors, with a mere flick of their hands, effortlessly cast aside both Ji Yi and his spear with overwhelming force. In their eyes glimmered a lustrous green light, driven solely by the desire to possess the beautiful maiden. "Chieftain, delay no longer, or your woman shall suffer," Tang Zhan intoned solemnly. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Long's eyes as he replied calmly, "Proceed." Chapter 16. Close Quarters Combat. Tang Long lunged forth with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, his muscular physique instinctively evading the obstructions of branches and vines in the forest, moving with remarkable speed. Tang Zhan followed closely behind, his face a portrait of admiration. Was this what the chieftain referred to as muscle memory? How astonishing! Meanwhile, Tang Wu and the agile wind spirit cat approached leisurely, her vigilance attuned to the surroundings. Wary of ambush, the leading warrior of the serpent clan had already surged forth towards the maiden, leering as he extended his filthy hand, aiming for her ample bosom. Eager to grasp and revel in his conquest, the maiden shut her eyes, her heart extinguished in that moment. "No," Ji Yi cried out despondently from the ground. "Do not." A tragic scene was poised to unfold, reminiscent of the daily horrors enacted in the wilderness, a tale of 9 beasts ravaging a beautiful woman. In the wilds, the unadulterated laws of the jungle prevailed. The weak were devoured by the strong. Here, there was no compassion for the feeble, no solace for tears. Only the formidable could endure. The maiden harbored hatred within her, yearning for a future life as a man, to eradicate all the wicked in this world. Suddenly, the leading serpent warrior let out a cry of anguish as a slender bone dagger pierced through his palm, blood gushing forth, pain seeping into his very soul. Enemy attack, he bellowed, gritting his teeth against the agony. The serpent warriors recoiled in shock. Could it be the bear tribe launching an assault? They quickly turned to find only two youths approaching, garbed oddly, devoid of beastly fangs, appearing far from being beast-toothed warriors. The maiden opened her eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Yet, upon recognizing the two fangless boys, that glimmer of hope extinguished, her gaze dimmed. "You must leave. Coming here will cost you your lives," she cried out. How could two ordinary boys stand against such malevolent warriors? Their arrival would only herald their doom. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Tang Long's lips. This maiden possessed a kind heart. Perhaps she could become a beautiful member of the Tang clan in the future. "You are here to save me, sister." Ji Ye's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope, recalling Tang Long's ethereal prowess. Tang Long remained silent, evading the two thrusting stone spears with the agility of a spirit monkey, closing in like a tenacious adhesive. Whoosh, whoosh, two bone daggers flew forth, embedding themselves in the throats of the serpent warriors, leaving them aghast. They were reluctant to accept their fate. As second-level beast-tooth warriors, how could they perish so easily? Shouldn't a fierce battle precede their demise? Yet Tang Long would not grant them that luxury. When it came to slaughter, he was a master. The bone dagger reappeared in his hand, striking with lethal precision as he approached the serpent warriors. Within the eye of the storm, their movements were laid bare, their vulnerabilities exposed for all to see. The meridians, blood vessels, and acupoints of the human body reside within Tang Long's mind. The human anatomy holds no secrets for him. Thus, his slaughter is executed with precision, never wasting a single ounce of unnecessary strength. He employs the serpent warriors as human shields, deflecting the incoming stone spears, and continues to advance after the carnage. Every inch gained is fraught with peril. In close combat, electric currents surge from his fingertips, allowing him to unleash lightning strikes without impediment. The serpent warriors, rendered rigid by the shock, swiftly lose their malevolent lives. In the blink of an eye, two more serpent warriors have their throats slashed, blood gushing as they collapse to the ground. Tang Long presses forward, achieving a streak of 4 kills. "Stop him!" The serpent warrior, wielding a bone knife in his palm, cries out with a voice tinged with desperation. His eyes reflect boundless terror. Just moments ago, he was filled with excitement and joy, only to be thrust into a nightmare. This youth appears as the most ferocious beast of the wilderness, his murderous intent suffocating him. The leading serpent warrior draws forth his bone knife, blood gushing forth and piercing his heart with pain. Tang Long smirks inwardly. Had the warrior refrained from drawing his blade, he might have fared better. Now, with the knife unsheathed, the wound in his palm bleeds profusely, soon to drain him of his strength. "Who on earth are you?" the leading serpent warrior demands, his facade of bravado crumbling. Tang Long remains silent, his hand rising and falling, executing a clean and decisive kill. An 8th kill. The serpent warrior clutches his throat in disbelief as he collapses. They cannot comprehend the situation. Even the Xiong clan has suffered grievously, cowering in their camp, afraid to emerge. How can anyone still dare to slay the warriors of the serpent tribe in this territory? Do they not fear being captured and fed to the serpents? This is their final thought as their wicked souls descend into eternal darkness. The leading serpent warrior, gripped by inexplicable terror, witnesses 8 second-tier beast-tooth warriors fall before this demonic youth without a shred of resistance, as fragile as newborns. A desperate gleam flickers in the eyes of the leading serpent warrior as he reaches for the girl, hoping for a final gamble. Surely, this demonic youth has come for her. If he can seize her as a hostage, his life may yet be spared. However, he forgets the pain in his outstretched hand. As he lunges forward, he catches a glimpse of a white flash. A sharp bone knife plunges into his palm, rendering his hands powerless, now mere bloodied appendages. Tang Long seizes a stone spear from the ground and thrusts it forward. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones reverberates twice. The leading serpent warrior's eyes widen in horror, his screams echoing deafeningly. His knee shatters under Tang Long's assault, collapsing heavily to the ground as he wails. "You cannot kill me. I am the second son of the serpent tribe's chieftain." Tang Long casts a cold glance at him, sensing impending bloodshed. At that moment, Tang Zhan, somewhat disgruntled, catches up to him, pitifully exclaiming, "Chieftain, at least leave me too." The clan leader emerged as a harbinger of death, effortlessly annihilating the wicked band, leaving no room for anyone else to shine. He trailed behind slightly, yet he was unable to claim even a single victory, as all were vanquished by Tang Long. His valor remained unrecognized, and resentment brewed within him. Tang Long disregarded him, and, turning to the astonished maiden, inquired, "Have you ever taken a life?" The girl shook her head, her pallid complexion betraying her trepidation. "No," she replied. Tang Long extracted a bloody bone dagger from the palm of a serpent warrior and presented it to her. "Kill him," he commanded. The girl clenched her teeth, accepting the dagger with trembling hands. With a steely resolve, she pressed the bone blade against the warrior's throat. Tang Long's voice was cold and unyielding. "Stab him." The girl's long lashes fluttered in rapid agitation. Her hand felt as though it had turned to stone, unable to advance. Ji Yi approached, his voice laced with hatred. "Sister, let me do it." Tang Long shot him a frigid glance. "No, it must be your sister." Ji Yi gritted his teeth. "But my sister has never shed blood. Look at the blood before you. Had I not intervened, it would have been yours that flowed." Tang Long's voice was merciless. "In this desolate land, your beauty is a mark of original sin. Your hands are already stained with blood. Stab him. From now on, learn to protect yourself and cease relying on others." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she weakly shook her head. "I cannot." Tang Long firmly grasped her delicate hand and thrust the bone dagger forward. Chapter 17. The beauty enters the clan. The serpent warrior fell, eyes wide open, lifeless, blood gushing from his throat. The girl's hand was soft yet icy, her terror palpable. Tang Long released her hand and calmly instructed, "Remember, if anyone dares to assault you, I shall plunge this dagger into their neck." "Sister, are you all right?" Ji Yi stepped forward to support the girl. Tears danced in her eyes, yet none fell. She turned to Tang Long, her beautiful gaze locking onto his, and sincerely said, "Thank you for saving me." At that moment, she appeared so pitifully delicate, evoking a sense of compassion. They stood close, and Tang Long could catch a whiff of her innocent fragrance, drawing him closer. A glance downward revealed her graceful form, captivating and thought-provoking. Heat surged within him, and he felt a natural physiological response. Reluctantly, he averted his eyes, stepping back hastily. He needed to maintain the image of a clan leader. It would not bode well if she believed his intentions were merely lustful. The girl sensed his gaze shifting, her bosom rising slightly, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Surely, the youth who saved her life must be enamored with her beauty. Tang Long inhaled deeply and stated coolly, "With your beauty, should you continue to wander the wilderness, not only will you perish, but you may also bring ruin upon your brother." The young girl gently stroked the boy's head and sighed bitterly, at times. "I truly wish to end it all, but the thought of leaving Adi all alone stays my hand." Tang Long exhaled softly and replied, "Join our Tang clan. You will obtain the rights you rightfully deserve." The girl, puzzled, inquired, "What rights?" Tang Long raised his head earnestly and declared, "The right to exist as a human being." A flicker of light danced in the girl's eyes, and her gaze grew misty. Wandering through this wretched wilderness often left her feeling that each day could be her last. Living was indeed a struggle. She cautiously confirmed, "The right to live?" Tang Long felt a pang in his heart and nodded solemnly. "In the Tang clan, every member must cherish life." The girl asked, somewhat skeptically, "Can you really make decisions for the Tang clan?" With pride, Tang Long proclaimed, "I am Tang Long, the chieftain of the Tang clan. I am Tang Zhan, the leader of the warriors." He added, as Tang Wu, the clan shaman, emerged beside him. "Meow, meow, meow. Why wasn't I introduced?" grumbled the large cat. "This is our guardian spirit beast, the swift-winged cat," Tang Wu chuckled. The girl blinked and asked curiously, "How many people are in the Tang clan?" Tang Long replied gravely, "All are here." To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Just the three of you?" Tang Long nodded. "For now? Yes, but soon it will become the most powerful clan in this wilderness." Concerned, the girl asked, "Aren't you afraid my appearance might bring you misfortune?" "Ha." Tang Long's laughter brimmed with confidence as he pointed to the serpent tribe's corpse on the ground. "I am the true calamity of this wilderness. Join my clan, and I will ensure your safety." Tang Wu stepped forward, taking the girl's hand and appraising her for a while. She giggled. "You're so beautiful that even a woman like me is enchanted." The girl smiled back. "You are lovely too, Ah Wu." Tang Wu teased. No wonder our esteemed chieftain rushed to your rescue at the first sign of danger. Tang Long's face flushed, and he replied earnestly, Ah Wu. As a warrior of the Tang clan, I shall always lend a helping hand. The girl gazed intently at Tang Long and declared, I, Ro Yi, am willing to become a member of the Tang clan, sharing life and death with you henceforth. Tang Long retrieved a thin stone tablet from the Library of Flames, took out a bone knife, and asked, Ro Yi, from which clan do you hail? The girl responded, the White Fox clan. Tang Wu shook her head, saying, I have not heard of it. Is it not from this land? Ro Ye's eyelashes fluttered gently, her gaze drifting into the distance as she spoke with deep emotion. The White Fox clan is far, far away, and our surname is Ji. Tang Long recorded her name and origin on the stone tablet, as every newcomer to the Tang clan must be registered. In this primitive wilderness, where written language did not yet exist, people conveyed information through drawings on stone tablets. Lacking paper and pen, Tang Long had no choice but to use the stone tablet for his records. However, the inscriptions were in Huayu. He first drew a fox, then wrote down the two names, Tang Ro and Tang Yi. From now on, let Tang Ro be known as Tang Ro, and Tang Yi as Tang Yi. Tang Long instructed. Yes, Chief. Tang Ro and Tang Yi responded in unison, the bond between individuals strengthened by their shared surname. Chief, both my sister and I are first-level beast-tooth warriors, but we lack salt and food, causing our strength to deteriorate significantly. Tang Yi lamented. Tang Long chuckled. Fear not. Our tribe is well-stocked with food and fine salt. At that moment, Tang Zhan had finished clearing the battlefield, revealing only a few stone spears and knives. The warriors of the great wilderness were truly impoverished. Tang Long collected everything into the Firelight Library. Tang Ro and Tang Yi were taken aback, and Tang Ro tentatively inquired, Chief, are you a shaman? Only shamans possess such extraordinary abilities. Tang Zhan proudly declared, the chief and the shaman are both shamans. Tang Ro covered her mouth in astonishment, a surge of inexplicable excitement filling her heart. In a tribe of 5, having 2 shamans was indeed a divine configuration. Shamans are treasures in the great wilderness, capable of communicating with the divine and soothing the hearts of people. A tribe with shamans possesses greater cohesion. Chief, are you here to recruit our kin? Tang Ro suddenly realized. Tang Long nodded with a smile. The Tang tribe must expand rapidly. We require sufficient members. After a moment of thought, Tang Ro suggested, there are many wandering outcasts nearby. We could attempt to recruit them. Tang Long shook his head. Today, we shall return to the tribe. There is another matter to attend to. At the Bear tribe's camp, a pall of despair hung over the place, with numerous wounded groaning, suffering from injuries sustained in their battle against the Serpent tribe, left to fend for themselves. Father, let us fight the Serpent tribe, Xiong Zhuang declared angrily. Xiong Shan shook his head. Wait. Once the sacred beast emerges from the mountain, we shall battle them. Nightfall at the Serpent tribe's camp. Tang Long cast the bodies of the Serpent warriors into the camp before quietly departing. Who goes there? Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the Serpent camp. Chief, trouble. The second young chief has been killed and thrown back. Shi Xiang looked upon his son's tragic demise, collapsing in fury. Who dares to kill my son? The Serpent warriors seethed with rage. It must be the Bear tribe. They alone have the audacity to slay the second young chief. Shi Xiang rose, his voice piercing. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth and continue our assault on the Bear tribe. Yes, chief. A murderous aura suddenly enveloped the Serpent tribe's camp. Chapter 18. The Initiation Ceremony at Dragon Mountain. Tang Long held a grand initiation ceremony for Tang Ro and Tang Yi. First, he presented them with 2 sets of suitable beast skin vests and shorts. Tang Ro received them with a look of delight, her pearly teeth nibbling on her red lip as she cast a charming glance at Tang Long. She coyly asked, Chief, did you make these by hand? The tribal shaman nearby chuckled. These were crafted by our esteemed chief himself. He believes that what our kin need most at present is to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Tang Ro felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that the clan leader was a wise and meticulous young man. Tang Long instructed, men entering the clan must have their hair cut short like mine, while women should braid their hair into long plaits akin to the Awis. With a radiant smile, Tang Ro exclaimed, I shall change my hairstyle at once. Tang Long quickly interjected, not so fast. First, you both need to take a hot bath. Then change your clothes and have something to eat. Tang Ro and Tang Yi exchanged a glance, and the uncertainty that lingered in their hearts suddenly dissipated. They quietly sat on the stones, watching Tang Long busily prepare hot water for them, and an unexpected sense of security washed over them, alleviating their loneliness. After bathing, Tang Ro appeared ethereal, as if she were not of this world, further enhancing the beauty of the cave. Tang Zhan looked at her with admiration and remarked, "Though Ro is beautiful, she pales in comparison to the Awis in my eyes." Tang Ro smiled and lightly nodded. The Awis is indeed the most beautiful woman of the Tang clan. Tang Wu shot Tang Zhan an exasperated glare and pulled Tang Ro along, saying, "Let us eat." Tang Long had prepared the clan's signature roasted meat, along with a snake soup and wild vegetable stew. It seemed the siblings had not eaten their fill for quite some time. A warm bowl of snake soup would surely be a delightful remedy. Their stomachs grumbling, Tang Ro and Tang Yi sat by the fire pit, patiently awaiting the clan leader to serve them. Tang Long sprinkled fine salt into the pot, and the sight of the pristine white salt sparkled in Tang Ro's eyes. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is this salt?" Tang Long pinched a few grains between his fingers and held them out to her, saying, "This is our clan's unique fine salt. Do give it a taste." Leaning forward, Tang Ro gently licked the salt from his fingers, her red lips brushing against his hand. As Tang Long gazed down at the two white morsels, his heart inexplicably raced. A warm sensation coursed through his fingertips, leaving him feeling as if he had been electrified. Had Tang Ro just kissed his fingers? Delicious salt. Tang Ro's eyes sparkled, as if a galaxy had ignited within them. Only then did Tang Long notice that Tang Ro and Tang Ye's complexions appeared somewhat pale, displaying symptoms of poisoning. Activating his lightning vision, he discerned that it was a chronic toxin, likely from consuming numerous poisonous foods. He began to distribute the food, first to Tang Wu, then to Tang Zhan, followed by Tang Ro, and lastly to Tang Yi. Tang Zhan's position was notably secure, and he cheerfully patted Tang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "From now on, you shall be my foremost warrior. Follow me and strive for excellence." Tang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded. "All right. How old are you?" While eating, Tang Yi responded, "I am 14. I became a level 1 beast-tooth warrior when I was 12. Tang Zhan's face lit up with joy. "Are you certain that at 12, your strength reached 1,000 pounds? Tang Ro smiled gently. "My little brother was renowned as a prodigy in our vast wilderness." After washing up, Tang Yi appeared as a fair-skinned and handsome youth, his features resembling those of Tang Ro, albeit slightly frail, concealing the immense strength of a warrior within. Once they had finished their meal, Tang Long declared, "You both have accumulated toxins within your bodies. It is time to detoxify." Tang Ro and Tang Yi nodded, fully aware of their physical condition. The fact that they had not succumbed to the poison until now was nothing short of a miracle. If this toxin remained unresolved, their lifespans would be tragically short. "Chief, how may I assist you?" Tang Yi inquired. Tang Long replied coolly, "Are you afraid of pain?" Tang Yi shook his head. "Not at all." Tang Long sighed. "Very well, then endure it." He extended his hand, crackling with electricity, and firmly grasped Tang Ye's wrist, allowing the current to surge into his body. Tang Ye's short hair stood on end, resembling that of a porcupine. Violet arcs of electricity flickered across his form. Had Tang Long not held his hand, he would have surely collapsed. His body convulsed violently, eyes rolling back as he lost focus. Wisps of purple toxin escaped from his being, dissipating into the air. Tang Zhan felt a chill run down his spine, recalling how the chief had once performed the same ritual to purge his own toxins. When the last traces of poison vanished from Tang Ye's body, Tang Long ceased the flow of electricity. The frail youth slumped to the ground, breathlessly remarking, "Chief, your sorcery is quite overpowering." Tang Long responded awkwardly, "Though it is somewhat painful, the results are commendable." Tang Yi nodded. "While it was agonizing, I now feel remarkably rejuvenated. My body is much lighter." A flicker of fear crossed Tang Ro's eyes. Witnessing her brother convulsing from the electric shock was a source of embarrassment for her, and she wished to avoid such a display before others. "Tang Ro, it is your turn," announced Tang Long. A blush crept across Tang Ro's face as she coyly suggested, "Chief, let us retreat to that cave inside." Tang Long pondered for a moment before understanding. Very well. Deep within the cave, Tang Long ignited a pile of firewood. It was approximately 10 meters from the outside, with 2 bends, rendering the interior invisible from outside. Tang Ro felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. "Chief, if I happen to fall, you must catch me." Tang Long replied coolly, "Rest assured, I will not let you fall." standing before Tang Long. Tang Rou gazed up at his handsome visage, her cheeks flushing deeper. Tang Long grasped her wrist. Relax, it will only hurt for a moment. Tang Rou's long eyelashes fluttered. I am ready. The violet current surged forth, invading Tang Rou's body and recklessly battling the poison within. The toxin, accompanied by flashes of electricity, swirled upwards, illuminating the cave with violet sparks. Ah! Tang Rou cried out in pain, yet she bore the suffering with resilience, only allowing pained gasps to escape her nostrils. The electric shock drained the color from her face, causing her body to tremble in excruciating agony. She weakly collapsed into Tang Long's embrace, gritting her teeth, trembling, and clutching him tightly as if he were her sole anchor in this world. Tang Long's face flushed crimson, akin to a firebrand ignited. Tang Rou writhed in his arms, her soft form brushing against his sensitive areas, a sensation that left him breathless. Oh, divine beings above! In both past and present, he had never encountered such an intoxicating affair. The sensation of their bodies brushing against each other was exquisite, especially with such a beauty cradled in his arms. The flames of desire burned, each moment a torturous trial, testing the limits of a male's endurance. At last, the toxic essence within Tang Rou was completely expelled, leaving her limp in Tang Long's embrace, devoid of strength. Blood trickled from his nostrils, and Tang Rou's delicate face paled. You are bleeding. Chapter 19. The emergence of the Empress Tang Long, with a stoic demeanor, gently pushed Tang Rou away, responding coolly, I overexerted my shamanic power. It is of no consequence. Tang Rou, still somewhat weak, steadied herself unsteadily, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at him. Chief, are you not also tempted by my form? Tang Long tilted his head back, wiping the blood from his nose, and firmly denied. No. Tang Rou, biting her silver teeth, suddenly discarded her oversized tank top and shorts. Standing bare before him, her body was exquisite, embodying all of Tang Long's fantasies about women, a boundless allure that was utterly intoxicating. Blood continued to flow from Tang Long's nose, and he let out a bitter smile, struggling against the tumult of emotions within him. Please do not act this way. With sultry eyes, Tang Rou implored, I merely hope that the chief will cherish me and take care of my brother in the future. Tang Long closed his eyes. It was exceedingly difficult to suppress his instincts in such moments, feeling as though he might explode from the tension. He retrieved a new set of clothes from the ember space and tossed them to her. Only then did he speak. You have misunderstood my intentions. I have said that you must learn to protect your brother and yourself, not in this manner. Tang Rou felt a flicker of astonishment. Was this approach not appropriate? As a beautiful woman, relying on a powerful man was entirely acceptable in the wilderness. Her mind was filled with the image of Tang Long, a divine savior who appeared at her lowest moment, rescuing both her and her brother. He had single-handedly vanquished 9 second-tier beast warriors. His strength was awe-inspiring. Being by his side brought a sense of security, and she felt no aversion to being his woman. Confident in her beauty, she believed that no man in the wilderness could reject her. Yet, the chief, bleeding from his nose, had pushed her away, leaving her heart somewhat bruised. Although she had yet to experience the affairs of men and women, she had witnessed enough to know that men often lost their reason in such moments, transforming into beasts. So why had the chief not succumbed? With reddened eyes, Tang Rou declared, My body is still pure. I can bear your children. Tang Long emitted an unknown roar of frustration, helplessly stating, Listen well, I saved you not for your body. I merely wish for every individual to possess the right to live. If you wish to repay me, then help strengthen our tribe in the future. Tang Rou held no love for him. She was simply a fragile woman instinctively seeking the protection of a formidable figure. While Tang Long may not comprehend love, he was unwilling to engage in a muddled entanglement devoid of clarity. He is the patriarch of the Tang clan. If every woman who joins the clan were to adopt such a behavior, the Tang tribe would be filled with his offspring. What transformation would the ethos of the Tang tribe undergo? It is utterly unpredictable. Tang Long turned and exited. Put on your clothes and come out. I shall take a bath first. Their voices were hushed, while outside, several individuals were engaged in loud laughter, completely unaware of the events transpiring within. In truth, had Tang Long taken Tang Rou within the cave, they would have been quite pleased. For the tribe to flourish, it requires ample members. And where do those members come from? Naturally, they come from procreation. In the wilderness, the affairs of love between men and women are devoid of many rules. As long as one desires, they may carry another home for intimate encounters. Thus, Tang Rou's audacity is understandable. The wind cannot extinguish the fire within Tang Long. He requires water to douse it. The onlookers were startled by the sight of his nose bleeding profusely. Had the patriarch been unsatisfied and struck by Tang Rou? Patriarch, what has happened to you? Tang Zhan asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The tribe's elder had assisted the beauty in dispelling toxins, emerging with a face drenched in blood. Something clandestine must have transpired between the patriarch and Tang Rou. Was the patriarch merely aiding the beauty, only to transform into a ferocious beast of the night, ultimately suffering her blows? Or had he consumed the beauty after aiding her, only to be gripped by conscience and inflict harm upon himself? Tang Zhan's curiosity was piqued. Tang Long continued on without pause. I assisted them in dispelling toxins, but my shamanic energy has been severely depleted, leading to a rise in internal heat and consequently my nosebleed. Tang Wu, with disbelief etched on his face, inquired, where are you off to? Without glancing back, Tang Long replied, I am hungry. I shall catch fish to prepare a fresh fish soup. Tang Zhan scratched the back of his head and, lacking tact, remarked, did we not just eat? Tang Long, in a foul mood, turned his head ominously and retorted, who decreed that one cannot drink fresh fish soup after just having eaten? Does my desire for fresh fish soup require your approval? Startled by Tang Long's menacing demeanor, Tang Zhan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly ingratiated, no. As long as the patriarch deems it acceptable, I have no objections. With a derisive snort, Tang Long dashed out of the cave and leapt into the stream. The cold water soothed his heated body, pulling him back from the brink of explosion. The stream crackled with purple arcs of electricity, causing countless fish and shrimp to float to the surface, belly up. He unleashed his electrical energy, allowing the fervor within him to dissipate significantly. Floating on the water's surface, he marveled at the beauty of the night sky, with the moon hanging high like a luminous disk illuminating the earth. His gaze drifted into the void, where it seemed as though two towering jade peaks rose, perfectly sculpted like marble. The wilderness was indeed a sight to behold, and the people within it were equally enchanting. Taking a deep breath, he submerged beneath the water's surface, determined not to dwell on thoughts that could lead to turmoil during his youth. The women of the Tang clan must live vibrantly, not relying on their bodies to depend on the strong. They ought to embody strength in their own right. Tang Rou emerged with a countenance full of disappointment, linking her arm with Tang Wu's, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she lamented, he does not want me. Tang Wu gently stroked her hair and reassured her, foolish girl, he is not enamored with your physique. He values the essence of who you are. There is no need to demean yourself. Tang Rou nodded, a spark of hope igniting in her gaze. One day, he will desire me. Tang Wu sighed. Ever since this lad awakened his shamanic body, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Tang Yi quietly observed the outside of the cave, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, Tang Long returned to the cave with an air of tranquility. He wore a broad smile, as if nothing had transpired, which evoked a peculiar sensation among the onlookers. They meticulously scrutinized Tang Long, sensing that within the clan leader resided a ferocious beast, one that could be unleashed with the slightest provocation. Tang Long had finally calmed himself. All he desired was to savor a bowl of soup to replenish the vital essence he had recently lost. His losses had been considerable. As the aroma of fresh fish soup wafted through the cave, hunger stirred within the others. Tang Long lifted a bowl of fish soup and offered it to Tang Rou, his tone gentle. Do you wish to become a formidable force in the great wilderness? Tang Rou nodded eagerly. I do. I yearn to be strong. Do you aspire to be an invincible woman? I do. Do you wish to firmly grasp your destiny in your own hands? I do. I shall teach you. With determination etched on her face, Tang Rou declared, I will study diligently. Chapter 20. The Mastery Development Plan. Tang Long reflected on the recent events. Suddenly, he realized that from the moment Tang Rou had licked the salt from his fingertips, it had been a beautifully crafted trap, with him as the prey. From the innocent physical contact to her alluring gestures, everything Tang Rou had done appeared so natural, devoid of any forced narrative. She was indeed a captivating individual. Yet, she had no inkling of her own self-control. Otherwise, she would have already been the clan leader's woman, her identity and status reaching their zenith. Having unraveled the entirety of the situation, Tang Long smiled knowingly. To cultivate a formidable woman for the Tang clan? Tang Rou possessed all the admirable attributes of femininity. Her character commendable. She had endured the harsh trials of life in the great wilderness, capable of bearing hardship and possessing thoughtful ambition. Truly a promising prospect. A sturdy fence relies on 3 posts, and a true hero is supported by 3 allies. In that moment, Tang Long made a decisive resolution. This young woman had tremendous potential and could indeed embark on the mastery development plan. As long as she remained loyal to him and to the Tang clan, he would nurture her wholeheartedly. Ro, what is your greatest strength? Tang Long inquired. Tang Yi interjected eagerly. As long as my sister has seen something, she will never forget it. Tang Long's eyes lit up. Is that not photographic memory? Tang Rou, lacking confidence, replied, I possess only this one talent, good memory. That is a splendid ability. Photographic memory. Tang Long regarded her with a profound gaze. Suddenly, Tang Rou's cheeks flushed. The clan leader's gaze felt both commanding and tender. Their gazes met, and to an onlooker, it appeared as though they were exchanging tender sentiments. Tang Zhan had resolved that the chieftain's woman must be safeguarded, and he must not let his eyes wander. Tang Wu had already decided to regard Tang Rou as family. She grasped Tang Rou's small hand and earnestly proclaimed, From now on, we are family. Tang Rou understood, casting a bashful glance at Tang Long. Tang Long felt an odd tension in the air. Had something transpired in the tribe of which he was unaware? Entering the Tang clan meant becoming family. What was there to emphasize? Women often spoke of things that made little sense. He focused intently on simmering the fish soup, mindful of the need for smaller, more frequent meals to restore everyone's health. The fish, pristine and untainted from the wild, boasted astonishingly delicious flesh. The rich, creamy aroma of the soup was utterly irresistible, making one salivate. Regrettably, the only seasoning available was fine salt. If only there were tofu in this desolate land, it would culminate in a perfect dish of wild fish and tofu soup. Nevertheless, it remained the most exquisite fish soup anyone had tasted. Tang Yi licked his bowl clean and contentedly remarked, Chieftain, can we have fish soup for every meal from now on? The others looked at him expectantly. How could they resist the delightful dishes prepared by their chieftain? Tang Long chuckled. Drinking fish soup daily would become monotonous. I shall prepare more delectable meals for everyone. The Tang clan was a collective. To win a person's heart, one must first captivate their palate. With Tang Long's transcendent culinary skills, the Tang clan would undoubtedly become the most fortunate in the wild, and those who had savored Tang's food would find it hard to part ways. After their meal, the group began to tidy the cave and prepare supplies for the tribe's habitation. From this moment forth, it was crucial for the Tang clan to continuously integrate new members, providing them with a clean abode. Tang Long ignited the fire and discovered how to craft a broom from bamboo, instructing Tang Zhan to fashion brooms from twigs and wooden shovels. The novelty of these tools delighted everyone. Their chieftain truly was a genius. Tang Zhan took Tang Yi to gather many dried grasses, making a thick bedding area in the sleeping quarters of the cave. Tang Long retrieved all the animal skins from the fire library and taught Tang Rou and Tang Wu to sew clothes and trousers with bone needles, while also crafting some animal skin mats and blankets. The two were quite adept, though Tang Rou's enchanting, lively eyes often caught his attention, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Tang Wu watched from the side, giggling uncontrollably. In the early morning, a standoff occurred before the camp of the Bear tribe, where the warriors of the Bear clan and the Serpent tribe glared at each other with fierce intensity. Between them lay the bodies of the 9 serpent warriors slain by Tang Long, chieftain of the Bear tribe. Why have you slain my son? Hissed Xian, his voice filled with fury. Taken aback, Xiong Shan replied solemnly, Xian, the death of your son has nothing to do with my Bear tribe. Do not push me too far. Xian sneered. Your Bear tribe first killed my eldest son, and yesterday, you slaughtered my youngest. I understand now. You aim to leave me without heirs. Xiong Shan remained silent, pondering the fact that his kin had not ventured from their camp in days. Where would they go to seek vengeance for his son? To cast blame without justification is a common folly. Why then? Must I bear the brunt of their ire for a death I did not cause? Do I resemble a cold-blooded killer? Xiong Shan lamented, regardless of your belief. Your son was not slain by my clan. Huh. If it weren't for your people, who else would dare commit murder and then display the body in my camp? Xian retorted, his frenzy palpable. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, Kill. Kill. Xiong Shan braced himself for battle, exclaiming, Xian, I shall obliterate you, you fool. Thus began another chaotic clash, with neither side showing any inclination to relent. In the thickets beyond the Xiong tribe's encampment, Tang Zhan quietly remarked, "Indeed, our esteemed leader possesses a prophetic wisdom. This ploy has surely rattled their wits." Tang Rou and others gazed at Tang Long with admiration, recognizing the depth of his strategic foresight. With but a few nefarious corpses, he had reignited the flames of conflict between the two tribes. "Let us move." Tang Long beckoned. "The strength of both tribes is comparable, and a swift resolution seems unlikely. We must continue to recruit the wandering outcasts." "Do you know of any?" Tang Yi inquired. "There are two remarkably strong giants, but what? They are accompanied by their elderly parents and several young siblings. Incorporating them into our tribe would be a significant burden." Tang Yi expressed his concerns. To this, Tang Long responded with enthusiasm. "To wander the vast wilderness while caring for their parents and younger kin, such individuals are exactly what we seek. Onward, we shall recruit them." Chapter 21. Legendary Brothers. Tang Yi led the group swiftly towards the abode of the towering brothers. De Miao forged ahead, occasionally tossing some toxins to Tang Long. These were spoils, intended for bartering with the malevolent tribal leader for delicacies. Ever since De Miao had savored the cooked meals prepared by Tang Long, it had forsaken raw food, dining alongside the others at every meal. Tang Long had established a system of exchanging raw for cooked food, aiming to train De Miao into a spirit cat that could earn its keep through prowess. Now, the Zephyr spirit cat was fervently engaged in hunting, aspiring to amass a substantial stockpile of provisions, envisioning a bright future for its feline existence. Though somewhat haughty, the Zephyr spirit cat's demeanor pleased Tang Long, who eagerly anticipated its return with formidable beasts. Tang Yi found himself puzzled by the leader's interest in the giant brothers. He recalled that the brothers had once desired to join a tribe with their family, but the tribe had only coveted their brute strength. Upon noticing the elderly and young family members accompanying the giants, they had been coldly rejected, for the desolate wilderness offered scant resources to sustain the idle. Tang Yi contemplated. Could it be that our tribe is so desperate for members that we would welcome anyone? Finally, he voiced his concern. "Leader, if other tribes refuse them, why should we accept them?" Tang Long chuckled, remarking that it was a case of unrecognized treasure. The crowd appeared perplexed, and Tang Wu queried whether they were indeed treasures. Tang Long nodded affirmatively, explaining that those who wander in the desolate wilderness are often individuals struggling for survival, enduring hunger and cold, living from one day to the next. Those who manage to survive are primarily young and robust. Tang Wu agreed, asking if being young and strong was not advantageous. Tang Long shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of being unworthy, but rather that these two brothers surpassed others. Their ability to remain steadfast in the most extreme and adverse conditions, without abandoning their family, demonstrated their loyalty and compassion. Such individuals, with hearts filled with affection, are invaluable treasures. Tang Rou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she reaffirmed. "Is affection truly an invaluable treasure?" Tang Long responded with conviction, stating that what the Tang tribe seeks are men of loyalty and love. When hearts are ignited with affection, bonds grow closer, and one quickly becomes family. Remember, it is easy to seek priceless treasures, but rare to find those with genuine affection. Tang Rou felt a sense of enchantment, having never before heard words so beautifully spoken. It is easy to seek priceless treasures, but rare to find those with genuine affection. She murmured, pondering whether the chieftain's sweet words would be even more enchanting if spoken in a romantic context. Suddenly, a flicker of anticipation crossed her mind as she cast a sidelong glance at Tang Long, contemplating whether to rekindle past flirtations. The others began to comprehend the significance of having such affectionate individuals as part of their tribe, providing a sense of security. Tang Yi continued his introduction. "Chieftain, these two were once orphans abandoned in the wilderness, rescued by a formidable beast. Remarkably, the beast not only refrained from consuming them, but nurtured them with its milk until they reached the age of 10. As a result of being raised on the beast's milk, the taller brother possesses extraordinary strength and bravery." The crowd's interest was piqued. The lives of these brothers were indeed legendary. Eventually, the beast that had cared for them vanished, and their current guardian brought them back during a hunt, raising them ever since. Tang Long's eyes gleamed with fascination. These brothers were certainly intriguing. At the mouth of the nameless cave, a cacophony erupted. A dozen fierce creatures, adorned with green, pointed horns, were attacking two tall and robust youths. The area was engulfed in chaos, with angry roars of the beasts echoing across the plains. These creatures, reminiscent of calves in size, boasted long limbs and muscular builds, with pointed, elongated jaws, pronounced snouts, and upright ears, suggesting acute senses of smell and hearing. Tang Long pondered in confusion whether these were wolves. Yet, the horned heads and large physiques left him somewhat bewildered. He requested a comparison from the Firewood Library, which yielded the result: forest wolves, with an 80 similarity rating. A brief overview indicated that throughout the long evolutionary history of Earth, wolves had always existed and were once the dominant species until humanity gradually supplanted them. This pack of forest wolves was fierce, their black claws glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. The terrifying aspect of the wolf pack lies in their teamwork. They attack with remarkable coordination, employing a strategy of alternating assaults. Two young men in the wolf pack stand tall at nearly 2 meters, with broad faces, large ears, and expressive eyes that exude an air of sincerity. They brace themselves back to back against the onslaught of the wolves, each wielding a massive stone slab in their left hand and a formidable stone knife in their right. Their defense is unwavering, akin to rocks standing firm against the relentless waves at the shore, unyielding amidst the tumult. Undaunted by the ferocious demeanor of the wolves, they frequently shift positions with remarkable agility, launching counterattacks that are swift, fierce, and precise. The ground beneath them bears the remnants of several slain wolves, blood staining the earth and heightening the frenzy of the pack. Tang Long mused, as expected from beasts rearing children, they stand fearless against their feral adversaries. The two young men exhibit an impressive synergy, their defensive maneuvers and counterattacks executed with a sense of order and discipline. They are rugged in appearance, yet possess a refined sensitivity within, making it no surprise that they can lead a group of old and young wanderers across the vast wilderness. They are indeed capable men. Such individuals surely belong to the Tang clan. As the wolf pack's relentless assault falters, their frenzy escalates, and their tactics begin to fragment. With wolves engaging in disarray, before long, the ground is littered with fallen wolves, leaving only a solitary wolf remaining. The two giants exchanged a knowing smile, and for the first time, they took the initiative to attack the lone wolf, dispatching it on the spot. Just as Tang Long prepared to step forward, he noticed the swift-winged spirit cat behaving oddly, its body trembling slightly. Alarmed, he turned to Tang Wu for clarification. With a grave expression, Tang Wu whispered, "The spirit cat senses the presence of a Tier 3 ferocious beast." A Tier 3 beast? Tang Long felt a chill run down his spine. Typically, only Tier 3 beast-tooth warriors could contend with such a creature. Here, they were all Tier 1 warriors, and the two brothers were merely Tier 2 beast-tooth warriors, making them theoretically no match for this formidable beast. The swift-winged spirit cat trembled even more violently, as though its very bloodline was under immense duress. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the forest, imbued with a deadly intent. A massive pure white wolf emerged from the thicket, its size comparable to that of an adult water buffalo, its fierce crimson eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Tang Wu's expression turned serious as he declared, "A Tier 3 beast. The White Wolf King." The two brothers shared a grave look, their instincts, honed like those of wild animals, sensed the oppressive presence of the White Wolf King. As Tier 2 peak beast-tooth warriors, they faced a staggering disparity in physical strength, speed, and power compared to the White Wolf King, a comprehensive and overwhelming superiority. Tang Long's demeanor reflected his concern. The Tier 3 White Wolf King, with its stunningly pure white fur, was indeed a sight to behold. Chapter 22. Fierce Combat with the White Wolf King. Father, Mother, please take everyone and leave quickly. A formidable beast has appeared. One of the young men called towards the cave. "Is there a ferocious beast you cannot contend with?" Came a worried voice from within the cave. "Father, listen to me. Hurry and go." The young man's tone was almost coaxing, as if to soothe the child. "Ah, if you were not here, where would father and the others go?" A sigh emanated from the cave. "Our family stands united in life and death. Fear not to slay the ferocious beast. Indeed, we shall accompany our brother, sharing both life and death." A chorus of youthful voices echoed within the cave. Two young men exchanged determined glances, resolutely declaring in unison, "We shall fight to the end." Today, the hope of survival seemed bleak. Yet, their spirits would not yield. Should they perish, their father, mother, younger brother, and sister would also be doomed to despair. Thus, They had no choice but to fight with all their might. The members of the Tang clan bore solemn expressions, their gazes furtively stealing glances at the calm demeanor of clan leader Tang Long, whose inner thoughts remained inscrutable. However, the leader's gaze towards the White Wolf King was peculiar, glimmering with an almost gluttonous intensity, as if envisioning a pot of savory meat. Tang Zhan rubbed his eyes, believing he understood the leader's intentions. This was indeed the gaze of one who fixated on meat simmering in a pot. Could it be that the leader desired to feast upon the flesh of the Wolf King? A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Zhan. After all, the clan leader was merely a first-tier beast-tooth warrior. Could he truly contend with a third-tier ferocious beast? He recalled the leader's terrifying 9 consecutive kills from the previous day. The leader was indeed formidable. Surely, this diminutive White Wolf King could not be his match. Tang Long's composure influenced those around him. Despite their apprehensions, none dared to flee. Indeed, Tang Long had set his sights on the Wolf King's flesh. Through the thunder eye, he perceived an aura of vitality swirling around the White Wolf King, as if its very pores exuded elemental energy. The second-tier ferocious beast, the swift-wind spirit cat, lacked such a phenomenon, indicating that the evolutionary tier of a third-tier beast was markedly superior. And the energy contained within its flesh was undoubtedly substantial, a thought that was utterly tantalizing. Consuming the meat of the White Wolf King would surely elevate him to the rank of a second-tier beast-tooth warrior, a temptation that filled Tang Long with desire. He possessed numerous trump cards. Were he merely a first-tier beast-tooth warrior, he would naturally refrain from provoking the White Wolf King, but he was also a thunder sorcerer. In the arena, the White Wolf King cast a scornful glance at the young brothers, lunging forward with a feral grace, akin to a flash of white light hurtling towards them. The brothers' muscles bulged, a dense surge of blood energy emanating from within as the full might of their second-tier beast-tooth warrior strength was unleashed. Their bronze-hued muscles resembled solid rock, evoking the image of demonic muscle-bound giants, exaggerated yet imposing. Their stone shields interlocked in front of them, forming a dual layer of defense, albeit in the hope of withstanding the White Wolf King's onslaught. With a resounding crash, the White Wolf King's massive claws shattered their shields, sending debris flying as the once sturdy stone crumbled under its might like mere foam. The tremendous force propelled the brothers backward, leaving them dazed, their bodies feeling as though their very bones had shattered. At the pinnacle of second-tier beast-tooth warrior strength, they barely approached 3,000 pounds of physical power. Under the overwhelming force of the White Wolf King's at least 5,000 pounds of might, they were utterly overmatched. The brothers rose, eyes ablaze with determination. Fixated on the White Wolf King, they would never abandon hope, for to do so would mean relinquishing the lives of their beloved family behind them. They grew up amidst ferocious beasts, imbued with the valor to fight to the death. Kill! They shouted in unison, raising their stone blades to launch a preemptive attack. Knowing that defense would be futile, they resolved to adopt an offensive strategy, engaging in a desperate struggle. Tang Long cast a fleeting glance of appreciation. Their tactics were astute, yet their strength was vastly inadequate. Bang! Bang! The White Wolf King did not evade the assault. The 2 stone blades struck its head with tremendous force, shattering into fragments, yet failing to breach even the wolf's hide. A glint of mockery flickered in the White Wolf King's eyes as it swept away the 2 attackers with a single paw, arrogantly shaking off the debris from its fur. Tang Long shook his head, realizing these 2 individuals were oblivious to the wolf's unique anatomy, the copper head, iron tail, and soft waist. Otherwise, they would have aimed for the wolf's flank. Bang! The 2 young brothers fell to the ground, gravely injured. The White Wolf King's paw had torn open their bellies, blood gushing forth, rendering them utterly incapable of further combat. They had underestimated the ferocity of the White Wolf King. Their combined strength was insufficient to breach its defenses or withstand its might. Father, mother, brothers, sisters, we shall depart first, they cried, tears streaming down their faces. You go ahead, we will follow shortly. The response from within the cave was suffocating. The White Wolf King strode forward with an air of arrogance, looming over the 2 brothers, its gaping maw exuding a fetid stench that assaulted their senses. Its razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly, particularly the menacing fangs that could sever a human's neck with a mere bite. The brothers closed their eyes in despair, unwilling to accept their fate. They had only wished to protect their family and live in peace. Yet why was it so challenging? They felt their strength waning, blood spilling from their mouths. Yet their fists remained clenched. They could not resign themselves to dying in the jaws of this beast. Tang Long sighed deeply. Darting out of the woods like an arrow released from its bow, bellowing, "Beast, bring forth the flesh." The Tang clan members were taken aback. Their leader had charged forth? Was he truly calling, "Beast, bring forth the flesh"? Shouldn't he, it have been "bring forth your life"? Confusion enveloped them. Had the leader spoken in haste due to anxiety? Tang Long felt no misstep in his words. He desired the flesh of the White Wolf King. He summoned a translucent bone needle at his fingertip, concentrating his energy. And with a gentle flick, the needle shot forth like a streak of white light, penetrating the red spot beneath the White Wolf King's tail. Howl! 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 The White Wolf King was seized by a sudden, excruciating pain. Its jaws, poised to devour the brothers, abruptly lifted, its body rigidly leaping high in agony. The young brothers opened their eyes in haste, their faces splattered with the wolf's saliva, terror gripping them. The White Wolf King swiftly turned, its blood-red eyes fixed on Tang Long, determined to crush this detestable human before consuming him. Despite the searing pain, it lunged at Tang Long with thunderous ferocity, its forepaws poised to strike with lethal intent. The White Wolf King sensed no threat from Tang Long. He was merely a feeble human who dared to ambush its rear and thus deserved to die. It opened its gaping maw in a menacing manner, poised to sever the human's neck in a single bite. Tang Long let out a cold chuckle. A beast is merely a beast, driven only by the instinct to bite. How could the White Wolf King possibly harm him? The enormous jaws of the wolf were now perilously close, its saliva glistening ominously, radiating a palpable ferocity. With a mere thought, 3 stone spears materialized in Tang Long's hands, thrusting directly into the wolf's mouth. The White Wolf King felt a sudden, excruciating pain in its mouth. Its fierce eyes filled with disbelief. Where did this human acquire such weapons? How did they penetrate its mouth? The wolf was unable to counteract the momentum of its charge. Its throat pierced by the human's weapons, and the spears continued their relentless advance. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at Tang Long's lips. This was the consequence of recklessly attempting to bite. The storage function of the Ember Library was indeed formidable, capable not only of preserving items, but also conjuring them from thin air to catch foes off guard. The White Wolf King crashed to the ground, gritting its teeth to sever the spears lodged in its mouth, struggling for breath. Blood poured from its maw, yet the ferocity in its eyes intensified. It was determined to tear apart this despicable human. A battle of a cornered beast, to the death. Tang Long sighed softly. The White Wolf King was indeed a level 3 ferocious beast. Its physical capabilities evolved to a high degree, for despite the 3 spears embedded in its mouth, it had not succumbed immediately. The spears lacked the sharpness needed. Had they possessed metal tips, they would have surely punctured the wolf's skull. Tang Long resolved that once the tribe grew in number, he would seek out metallic ores. With the forging knowledge from the Ember Library and the fire-controlling abilities of the Tang Witch, he was merely lacking the ores. The White Wolf King, with fierce vitality, sprang up, preparing to attack, only to feel the warmth of the human's palm upon its side. Unbeknownst to it, the human's hand had rested gently on its flank, devoid of any aggressive intent, akin to a gentle breeze caressing its fur. Suddenly, that hand radiated a purple glow, the very kind of thunderous light that struck fear into the heart of the White Wolf King, a light capable of obliterating ferocious beasts. In an instant, purple currents surged into the wolf's body, arcs of electricity crackling across its white fur, as if kissed by divine thunder. The White Wolf King became rigid, trembling, its heart filled with dread. This was no mere human, but an unfathomable entity of terror. The ferocity in its eyes transformed into sheer terror. It wished to flee, only to find itself utterly drained of strength, unable to escape. What incredible vitality this wolf possesses! Tang Long marveled. He unleashed the full force of his electrical power, obliterating the wolf's life force. In his other hand, a bone needle flickered, rapidly striking, obliterating the wolf's eyes. The eyes erupted like a wine-filled goblet, blood splattering everywhere. The stone spear reappeared in Tang Long's grasp, and with immense force, he plunged it deeply into the wolf's mouth, pushing harder until it penetrated the creature's brain. The White Wolf King struggled for a moment, then succumbed, devoid of life. Thus, it met its tragic demise at the hands of Tang Long, the formidable power of a third-tier beast never having the chance to be unleashed, brutally slain on the spot. It was first inexplicably wounded in the wolf's mouth, then rendered immobile by lightning, its eyes obliterated by bone needles, and finally pierced to death by a stone spear. The White Wolf King possessed considerable intelligence, yet it fell victim to the monstrous Tang Long, one who had transformed the struggle for life and death into an art form, leaving no opportunity for resistance. As the White Wolf King breathed its last, Tang Long stood up, a sense of relief washing over him. The brief bout had appeared effortless, yet it was fraught with peril. Had the White Wolf King revealed its true might, the outcome would have been uncertain. This battle deepened Tang Long's understanding of the power of lightning, making its use increasingly seamless. The force of lightning brought not only destruction, but, more terrifyingly, control, a divine skill to dominate foes, a trump card for his future victories against the strong. Silence enveloped the arena as the two young brothers could scarcely believe their eyes. The fearsome beast they could not withstand had been effortlessly vanquished by a mere youth. The combat had been understated, devoid of frenzied roars or blood-soaked struggles. This young man seemed like a war deity emerging from the woods, effortlessly reducing the savage White Wolf King to ashes. Even a third-tier beast warrior might not easily triumph over the White Wolf King, would they? Heir, what has become of you? The anxious voices from the cave shattered the stillness. Father, the beast has been slain. Someone has rescued us, replied the slightly taller youth in a subdued tone. The two clutched their bellies, desperately trying to keep their insides from spilling out, as life slowly ebbed away. Thank you for saving our family, but alas, we are on the brink of death, and there is nothing we can offer in return, gasped the shorter youth, blood trickling from his mouth. Tang Long inquired nonchalantly, which of you is Ai, and which is Heir? I am Ai, and he is Heir, replied the taller youth. Tang Long asked placidly, do you have any last words? After a moment of silence, Ai pleaded, if you possess the means, could you look after my family? We understand this is a great imposition, and you bear no obligation. We just cannot put our minds at ease. Heir added sorrowfully. Tang Long readily acquiesced, very well. You and your family shall join the Tang clan. I will care for them after your passing. Ai and Heir's eyes brightened. Can you truly make that decision? Tang Long declared proudly. I am the chieftain of the Tang clan. Do you not believe it? Exchanging glances, the brothers replied, we are willing to join the Tang clan, but after our demise. We shall rely on you to look after our family. Brother, do not succumb. At that moment, 3 children, around 10 years old, burst forth from the cave, both boys and girls, kneeling beside the brothers, weeping. Do not cry. Live on with this esteemed chieftain, and when you grow up, protect our father and mother well, repaying the chieftain. Ai's voice grew ever fainter. A sorrowful wail emanated from the depths of the cave, evoking deep sadness. Tang Long felt a sense of melancholy. How many valiant souls had this accursed wilderness buried? He sighed and declared, since your family has joined my Tang clan, before your demise, you shall address me as chieftain. Ai and Heir willingly echoed. Chieftain, we entrust our family to you henceforth. Tang Long's mood lightened slightly as he replied, now that you are part of my clan, how could this chieftain stand idly by and allow you to perish? Your family shall be cared for by yourselves. Ai and Heir's eyelids suddenly lifted, hope glimmering in their eyes as they inquired, does the chieftain mean that we still have a chance? Tang Long retrieved 2 droplets of life essence from the thunder well and let them fall into the mouths of the two. An invigorating surge of life energy expanded around them, instantly revitalizing their spirits, as if replenishing the vitality they had lost. Ai and Heir felt a rush of exhilaration. Had the chieftain bestowed upon them a divine remedy? How precious it must be. They gazed at Tang Long with brightened eyes, akin to witnessing the dawn's light piercing through the darkest wilderness. At that moment, Tang Wu approached with the others. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, is this divine remedy also a guide of fate? Tang Long, with an enigmatic air, responded, fate lies within our grasp. Confounded. Tang Wu pinched her fingers in vain. I cannot grasp fate. Tang Long replied solemnly, what I mean to convey is that my destiny is mine to dictate, not to be governed by the heavens. A collective shudder ran through the crowd as they murmured, my destiny is mine to dictate, not to be governed by the heavens. Chapter 24. The rescued war god. The astonishment among the Tang clan was no less than that of the 2 young brothers. The once mighty White Wolf King fell swiftly at the hands of their chieftain, and the artistry of his slaughter left them in awe. Tang Ro's eyes sparkled with admiration. With this man by her side, she felt no fear, no matter where they ventured. You will not perish. I must now suture your wounds. It will be painful. So endure it, Tang Long said, frowning. Although the life essence had pulled them back from the brink of death, their wounds needed stitching, lest the consequences be dire. He produced a bone needle and delicately wrapped a fine beast sinew around it, luxuriously using a drop of life essence for sterilization. In Tang Long's heart, no treasure could rival the lives of these two brothers. He carefully placed A-E and A-Air's intestines back into their abdomens and began to stitch their wounds meticulously, for their lives depended on it. The brothers' injuries were grotesque, blood flowing freely, their flesh twisted in a way that was truly alarming. Tang Long's hands were steady as he skillfully sutured their wounds in a matter of moments, demonstrating remarkable expertise. Though A-E and A-Air experienced excruciating pain, they remained silent, embodying true grit. Tang Long was not concerned about potential infections. The life essence surely would not permit any bacteria to invade their bodies. In the future, if someone sustains an injury, stitching the wound in this manner will save their life. Tang Long took the opportunity to impart his knowledge. Yes, esteemed patriarch, the elixir of life is remarkably effective. The wounds of brothers A-E and A-Air quickly ceased to bleed, and the healing was visibly apparent. It was also the first time for Tang Long to utilize the elixir, and its efficacy was akin to that of a miraculous potion. Moments later, A-E and A-Air rose and led Tang Long into the cave. Upon entering, Tang Long noticed two middle-aged individuals lying within, surrounded by the scent of herbs. Are you familiar with these herbs? Tang Long inquired, intrigued. A-E responded, in the past, I discovered some herbs useful for injuries in the beast's den and harvested them for our father and mother. However, their condition has not improved. Tang Long observed closely. The necks of the two individuals were notably thick, exceeding the norm. Could this be due to a salt deficiency? Yet, was the ailment of thick necks not caused by a lack of iodine? Tang Long was uncertain. So he decided to treat it as a salt deficiency for the time being. He reassured them, do not worry. Your father and mother's ailments stem from a lack of salt. We possess quality salt, and with proper care, they will recover. Is that true? Absolutely. A.E., along with his siblings, knelt down, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Patriarch, for saving our lives. We, your brothers and sisters, shall follow you through thick and thin. The return of valiant warriors filled Tang Long with immense satisfaction. Brothers A-E and A-Air, endowed with innate strength, would, with guidance and training, become formidable champions, promising a bright future. The past few days had been immensely fruitful. First, he had gained the remarkable Tang Ro, and now he had acquired the brothers with divine strength. The framework of the tribe was nearly complete. Tang Long stored all the wolf carcasses in the Library of Flames, each wolf weighing 1,000 pounds. This time, he had harvested nearly 20,000 pounds of meat, ensuring the tribe would not face food shortages in the near future. Given the injuries of Yi's family, Tang Long decided to rest and recuperate before returning to the tribe once everyone had healed. Currently, there were no belongings to worry about, as all items had been packed into the Library of Flames and carried along. The Tang family quickly became busy preparing for the tribal initiation ceremony for Yi's family. Step 1. Don the tribe's uniform attire for warmth. Step 2. Take a hot bath. Men with short hair, women with long braids. Step 3. Savor the delicious food prepared by the patriarch until full. Step 4. The patriarch proclaimed a blood oath, where everyone would drop their blood into a bowl and take a sip, thus intertwining their bloodlines. Step 5. The patriarch would bestow names, allowing them to take root in the tribe. Step 6. The patriarch would expel toxins and heal their injuries. The initiation ceremony brought tears of joy to the newly inducted family, their eyes brimming with boundless gratitude towards Tang Long. Tang Dan was the new name for A.E., while Tang Tai Chue was bestowed upon A-Air. Tang He was the middle-aged father, and Tang she was the middle-aged mother. Tang San was the younger brother, Tang Si the younger sister, and Tang Wu was the youngest sister, merely 10 years old. Having completed the entire process, the family felt as though they had been reborn, their lives filled with renewed hope. Clad in new garments, feasting on delicacies they had never tasted before, and free from their ailments, it was a reality they had only dared to dream of. However, the esteemed patriarch has provided them with everything. What surprised Tang Long the most was Tang He. He turned out to be a Tier 3 Beast Fong warrior, an experienced hunter with a wealth of hunting knowledge. A Tier Three Beastfang warrior possesses an immense strength of 5,000 pounds, a rarity even among the intermediate tribes. Tang Long calculated on his fingers. The Tang clan already had 12 members and a guardian spirit beast. Their strength had rapidly expanded. 3 days later, Patriarch, I am hungry, exclaimed Tang Wu, clinging to Tang Long's leg with a charming innocence. Tang Wu's large, expressive eyes made her a delightful and intelligent little girl. Tang Long playfully tapped her nose, saying, Come on, today the Patriarch will prepare the meat of the White Wolf King for you. Patriarch, no? Tang He interjected. Tang Long, puzzled, asked why not. Tang He explained, the meat of a tier 3 ferocious beast is too precious. The Patriarch needs it to advance to a tier 2 Beastfang warrior, while children can suffice with ordinary meat. Tang Long waved his hand dismissively. Over 2,000 pounds of white wolf meat. We cannot consume it all ourselves. Little Wu and the others are at a growing stage. Now is the perfect time for them to eat. Tang He chuckled. You indulge them too much. Tang Long laughed heartily. Why not spoil our own? Right, Little Wu? Tang Wu found great wisdom in the Patriarch's words. Yes. You spoil us now. And when we grow up, we will spoil you. Tang Long was immediately amused. Let us go then. I'll prepare a meal for Little Wu. As Tang He watched the Patriarch and his daughter laughing and departing, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotions. These past few days felt like a dream. They enjoyed exquisite meals, including fine salt, mushroom stew, stir-fried vegetables with meat, and fresh fish soup. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. With the clan's formidable guardian cat patrolling outside, they were free from the worries of wild beasts and toxins, allowing them to sleep soundly. The Patriarch continually conjured new wonders, filling them with anticipation and hope. Do you yearn for battle once more? Tang Shi appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Tang He smiled. With such a tribe and a Patriarch, I wish to fight for my life once again. Tang Shi grasped his hand. The great battle god of the wilderness seems eager to return to the fray. A myriad of blood and fire flickered in Tang He's eyes. Memories of countless battlefields flashing before him, a fierce aura radiating from his being. The Patriarch once said, My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Those he once fought for were unworthy of his sacrifice, but the Tang clan is deserving. Tang Shi nodded. The Patriarch is no ordinary person. Show us your true abilities. Tang Long, sensing their conversation, turned his head. The killing intent emanating from Tang, he was characteristic of one who had survived many battles. He was indeed formidable. Chapter 25. Collective Breakthrough. Little Wu, Little Si, Little San, taste the roasted thigh meat of the White Wolf King and see how it tastes. Tang Long said, his face filled with affection. These 3 little ones were remarkably obedient and charming, behaving like miniature adults, and had become the darlings of the entire clan. Mushroom stir-fried white wolf thigh muscle. Fresh fish mushroom soup. 3 little ones took a bite and immediately found themselves unable to stop, shoving food into their mouths while murmuring. The chieftain's cooking is so delicious, we don't want to talk. Laughter erupted among the crowd, prompting the adults to finally begin their meal. Though the Tang tribe was small in number, each member possessed a hearty appetite, consuming 5 pounds of beast meat to feel nearly full, while 10 pounds was easily devoured. The meat of the white wolf was rich in energy. As Tang Long took a bite, a wave of comfort washed over him, almost eliciting a groan of pleasure, with a hint of spiritual aura emanating from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a remarkable transformation occurred within his cellular structure, a form of evolution. As a new power was born and impurities were expelled, his strength surged, swiftly breaking through the 2,000-pound mark, climbing steadily until it reached 2,500 pounds before leveling off. The cave soon filled with an overwhelming stench, compelling the little ones to flee with their stone bowls, gasping for fresh air outside. They had barely been enjoying their meal when the adults suddenly froze, their bodies emitting an unpleasant odor that was quite alarming. Tang Long opened his eyes, the foul smell making him nauseous. A viscous black liquid coated his skin, creating a rather repulsive sight. Tang Zhan, Tang Rou, Tang Yi, Tang Wu, Tang Dedan, and Tang Taiche all exhibited similar symptoms, seemingly having all undergone breakthroughs. Tang He and Tang Shi gazed at them in astonishment. Such a collective advancement was a rare sight in a lifetime. Tang Long sprang to his feet, rushing outside, unable to endure the stench any longer. The 3 little ones, puzzled, called after their chieftain. Where are you going, esteemed chieftain? Without looking back, Tang Long replied, to take a bath. Then, everyone in the cave dashed out, all heading toward the nearby stream, the odor truly unbearable. Tang Long, Tang Zhan, Tang Rou, Tang Wu, and Tang Yi had all advanced to the rank of level 2 beast-tooth warriors, while Tang Dedan and Tang Taichui had directly ascended to level 3 beast-tooth warriors, their strength soaring to 5,000 pounds. In an ordinary tribe, typically 1 in 10 individuals could be trained into a level 1 beast-tooth warrior, 1 in 100 into a level 2, and 1 in 1,000 into a level 3. Of course, some tribes concentrated all resources on cultivating advanced warriors, making their ratio of high-level fighters difficult to gauge. As for shamans, their attainment truly depended on fate. If it was meant to be, it would be, and if not, no amount of effort could force it. The Tang tribe, though small in number, had experienced a significant surge in power, now boasting 2 shamans, 3 level 3 beast-tooth warriors, and 4 level 2 beast-tooth warriors. Apart from his shamanic identity, Tang Wu had officially broken through to the level 1 beast-tooth warrior realm, mastering both shamanism and martial prowess. Only Tang Shi and the 3 little ones had yet to break through the warrior realm, but it was surely not far off. After bathing, everyone joyfully gathered together. Except for Tang Wu, the rest knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed chieftain, for your benevolence." They are acutely aware that this breakthrough is not solely attributed to consuming the flesh of the White Wolf King, but is also significantly linked to the life essence bestowed upon them by the chieftain, which replenished their vital energy, enabling such a swift ascension to the warrior realm. Tang Long felt immense joy and assisted each of them to their feet, exclaiming, "We are all family here. There is no need for formality." He then turned to Tang He and said, "From now on, you shall be the elder of the tribe and assist me in governing it." Tang He did not decline, responding earnestly, "As you command." Curious, Tang Long inquired, "Elder Tang He, have you fought in many battles before?" Tang He pondered for a moment, uncertain of where to begin. Tang Shi interjected, "He and I were born in a large tribe. He has fought on the battlefield since he was 12 and later became the warrior chief of the tribe, experiencing countless battles without a single defeat, earning great merit for the tribe." "But what happened afterward?" Tang Long pressed. "A tribe must possess over 100,000 members to be considered large, and thus, Tang He's lineage was indeed noble. Our chieftain was originally a narrow-minded individual. After he quelled a large tribe, he sought a pretext to strip He of his military command and exiled us from the tribe, forcing us to wander the vast wilderness." Tang Shi spoke in a somber tone. In an instant, Tang Long comprehended the situation. It was a case of overshadowing the master. "What was the name of that tribe?" he inquired. "The Wolf Tribe. It lies far, far away." Tang He replied. "He fought valiantly for the Wolf Tribe, yet our family nearly perished in the wilderness. The thought fills me with resentment." "Tang," she said with bitterness, "Great chieftain, you saved my life, as well as my family's, for the remainder of my days. I shall be but a member of the Tang tribe, and will dedicate my life to establishing a foundation for the tribe." Tang He declared earnestly. Tang Long revealed no secrets to his kin. This territory belonged to the Bear tribe and the Serpent tribe, who were currently developing under the radar, without a true domain of their own. "I trust Elder Tang. Let us strive together." Tang Long extended his hand. Tang He reciprocated, and the hands of the gathered individuals rested atop one another. "Let us work together." Even the 3 little ones extended their hands. Laughter erupted among the group. "Someone is coming," Tang Long suddenly whispered. Tang He's ears perked up slightly. "It's an old acquaintance. Let us go out and meet them." Outside the cave, a tall, slender youth hesitated, pondering whether to call out or simply enter. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from within caused his stomach to grumble, making it difficult to resist the urge to charge inside. I no longer go by that name. I am now Tang Daring." The robust figure of Tang Daring appeared at the cave entrance. The youth sensed Tang Daring's aura, his pupils narrowing in surprise. "A tier 3 beast-tooth warrior. You have even acquired a surname. Which tribe have you joined?" Tang Daring replied proudly, "Wind. I am now a warrior of the Tang tribe." The youth contemplated this, having no recollection, and queried, "The Tang tribe? I have not heard of it." "Well, now you have," Tang Long interjected. The slender youth possessed a rather peculiar appearance, with one eye significantly larger than the other, lending him a somewhat unsavory demeanor. "Chieftain, this individual is a peak level tier 2 beast-tooth warrior, proficient in speed, at least reaching the level of a tier 3 beast-tooth warrior, and has once benefited from my kindness. Tang He explained. This man roamed here alone but had a kind heart, often sharing the food he hunted with weaker wasteland dwellers. Tang Long's interest was piqued. A capable yet benevolent lone wolf was certainly intriguing. Who are you? The youth inquired, his expression somewhat grave. I am Tang Long, the chieftain of the Tang clan. Tang Long replied with a light chuckle. There must be delectable food within the cave. Could you spare me a bite? Unable to contain himself, the youth confessed that he had given all his game to the orphans and widows and was now starving. The sensation of hunger was indescribable. Very well. If you can pass my test and enter the cave, I shall ensure you are well fed. Tang Long provocatively challenged the youth. Chapter 26. Indomitable Hard Chi. Feng smiled proudly. Though for some reason, even his smile seemed unsavory, undoubtedly related to his appearance. With a swift motion, he sprang forward like a wisp of blue smoke, delivering a punch akin to a gale towards Tang Long. Bang. Tang Long retaliated with a straightforward punch, and the two fists collided with no embellishments, producing a thunderous sound. Their bodies shook simultaneously, neither yielding an inch. This exchange was merely a tentative test, with both combatants employing only 80% of their strength. Tang Long discerned that this unsavory fellow, despite being in a state of hunger, could match his strength, indicating that he was indeed more powerful. A 15 or 16-year-old Tier 2 beast tooth warrior, a genius. Feng's eyes sparkled as he murmured, though it remained unclear whether he spoke to himself or was complimenting Tang Long. A 20-year-old Tier 2 beast tooth warrior is quite ordinary, Tang Long replied nonchalantly. Feng's demeanor remained calm as he struck again, his speed remarkable, creating countless afterimages. Tang Long's gaze sharpened. This fellow moved with exceptional swiftness and displayed excellent mental fortitude, showing no signs of being provoked by Tang Long's taunts, indicating extensive combat experience. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Feng's attacks were rapid, and Tang Long matched him with equal quickness. Feng's unique approach meant that each strike was accompanied by an illusion, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. However, Tang Long possessed the Thunder Eye, adept at piercing through deception, allowing him to clearly perceive the trajectory of Feng's strikes. Despite this clarity, Feng's speed still surpassed Tang Long by a fraction, landing a punch on Tang Long's shoulder. Feng's eyes brightened. He was eager to enter the cave and feast. His assault resembled a torrential storm. A single punch from him would be followed by a barrage of blows until his opponent was overwhelmed. Tang Long smiled faintly, activating his hard chi, which enveloped his entire being in an instant. He deliberately allowed Feng's punch to connect, wishing to assess the quality of his hard chi. Feng felt as though his fist had struck an invisible barrier. Upon impact, the barrier yielded, causing his punch to slide harmlessly past Tang Long's shoulder. He hastily retracted his strength, nearly stumbling forward and almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, his light-footed skills were remarkable. With a gentle push, he steadied himself. Tang Long did not seize the opportunity to attack. Once the true energy of his hard qigong enveloped his body, it was as though a protective aura formed beneath his skin. The principles of hard qigong allowed for both softness and resistance, effortlessly deflecting immense force as if he were a slippery eel. With all his might, Feng struck Tang Long's chest, producing a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal clashing, sending a jolt of pain through his fingers. A sly smile crept across Tang Long's lips. The impact of over 1,000 pounds merely caused him a slight discomfort, as the external force was firmly repelled by his skin. This was the essence of hard qigong, the ability to withstand immense pressure, akin to an indestructible golden body. Feng's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He had unleashed his full strength, yet even a Tier 3 beast warrior would struggle to withstand such a blow. A punch of over 2,000 pounds had the potential to severely injure one's internal organs. Why then did the young clan leader appear so unfazed? No, he must be feigning indifference. Surely he was grievously injured, Feng reassured himself. Tang He and his son's pupils contracted in astonishment at the clan leader's formidable defense. Feng's full-force strike seemed to float away, having barely ruffled Tang Long's skin, leaving them utterly astounded. The others were no less surprised. They held an inexplicable confidence in Tang Long, believing that his profound martial arts rendered him impervious to harm. If he were injured, that would indeed be an anomaly. Moreover, the clan leader had yet to employ any sorcery or his peculiar concealed weapons. It appeared he was merely toying with Feng. Doubtful. Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of punches upon Tang Long, refusing to believe he could not harm an opponent of equal standing. The sound of iron striking iron rang out with each blow, yet it felt as though he were striking a solid rock. His fists throbbed with pain. Feng sensed his knuckles swelling, agony intensifying. Yet, the youth before him remained nonchalant, his gaze filled with encouragement, as if to say, "Strike with all your might. I don't mind, as long as you don't." The prickling pain in his fists escalated, akin to hitting a fearsome beast covered in spikes. And Feng felt on the verge of collapse. Was this truly a man? The pain was unbearable. He withdrew his fists, now swollen to the size of a pig's trotter. A sight that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. "I have lost." Tears streamed down Feng's face. The pain felt as though it pierced his very heart. Whoever claimed that men do not shed tears simply had not yet encountered true suffering. Tang Long sighed regretfully. Had Feng continued to strike him, his experimental data would have become clearer, and his mastery over his own body would reach new heights. The results indicated that he could now withstand the attacks of a Tier 2 beast warrior. He could not help but exclaim, "The hard Qigong of the great wilderness is indeed the true hard Qigong." One day, he would cultivate to the point of becoming invulnerable. Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he and Tang Wu practiced the formidable art of hard Qigong, sensing its remarkable potential. Could hard Qigong truly possess such strength? He had already resolved to seek further guidance from the clan leader in private, aspiring to become an indomitable warrior. What a thrilling prospect for the leader of warriors. However, he remained unaware that Tang Long had already devised a grueling training regimen for him, one that would test his limits to the utmost. Tang he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Esteemed clan leader, is this a divine ability?" "Divine ability?" Tang Long replied, somewhat perplexed. Tang he elaborated, "In the great wilderness. Divine abilities are formidable powers left behind by the gods, typically only accessible to warrior-class individuals." A question flickered through Tang Long's mind. Did gods truly exist in the great wilderness? Tang he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Our ancestors have spoken of gods who could drain lakes with a single breath and shatter mountains with a mere punch, possessing unimaginable strength and invincible powers. Have you ever seen one?" Tang he shook his head. "I have not, but many ancient stone tablets depict the appearances of these gods. Perhaps in the future, the clan leader could take a look." "Very well," Tang Long mused, intrigued by the notion of divine beings existing in the great wilderness. "What I possess is not a divine ability. It is called martial skill." Tang he sought clarification. What constitutes martial skill? Before Tang Long could respond, Tang Zhan interjected. "The clan leader defines martial as the technique to defeat opponents, while skill refers to the method of training." Tang Zhan cast a proud glance at those gathered. Although he was merely a second-tier beast-tooth warrior, he was the clan leader's confidant and would not allow anyone to usurp his position. With 3 new third-tier beast-tooth warriors in the tribe, the pressure on Tang Zhan had intensified, compelling him to showcase his abilities before his kin. He committed the clan leader's teachings to memory. The others began to grasp the concept. The clan leader indeed possessed remarkable martial prowess. They regarded Tang Long with fervent admiration. Aspiring to learn such skills and become the invincible warriors of the Tang clan, their thoughts mirroring Tang Zhan's. Tang Long smiled and declared, "In the future, I will impart martial skills to you, transforming you into the most valiant warriors of this great wilderness." Suddenly, Feng knelt, exclaiming, "I wish to join the Tang clan. I too wish to learn." Tang Long contemplated for a moment before asking, "I have a question I wish to clarify. Why do you often gravitate towards the orphans and widows among the nomads?" Feng's expression turned somber as he slowly replied, "Since childhood, I have wandered the great wilderness with my parents. At 13, I took in a woman, with whom I later had a lovely daughter. 2 years ago, while hunting, I returned to find my parents, the woman, and my daughter missing. I have been searching ever since, yet there has been no trace of them. It is as if they vanished without a trace. Thus, when I see those lost orphans and widows in the great wilderness, I am reminded of my family, and I feel compelled to help them." Tang he affirmed, having been here for many years. "I have indeed never heard of him committing any wrongdoing against those orphans and widows." Tang Long nodded in agreement, reflecting on the adage that like attracts like, and that people tend to gather in groups. He believed that those whom Tang he accepted must possess good character. With genuine sincerity, he proclaimed, "Welcome to the Tang clan. Become a part of our family." A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Feng, prompting him to beseech. Esteemed chieftain, the orphans and widows are not wicked individuals. Might we allow them to join our clan? He was acutely aware that these destitute souls might impose a burden upon the tribe, yet his heart ached with compassion. Without his care, these women and children faced grim fates: starvation, death by venomous creatures, being devoured by ferocious beasts, or suffering at the hands of malevolent individuals. Tang Long did not immediately acquiesce, but regarded Feng with a newfound respect, astonished that this seemingly unassuming man possessed a heart capable of such empathy. Seeing Tang Long's hesitation, Feng's heart sank, and he pleaded, "I understand the chieftain's dilemma. I vow to serve the tribe with unwavering loyalty." Suddenly, Tang Long erupted into hearty laughter. Finding joy in the chivalrous spirit he detected in Feng. True heroism, he mused, lies in serving one's country and people, as well as in the bonds of friendship and neighborly love. This was precisely the kind of individual he desired in the Tang clan. Deciding to abandon his teasing, Tang Long inquired earnestly, "How many are they?" Feng's heart ignited with a glimmer of hope. "There are 20 women and 26 children." Tang Long helped him to his feet, stating, "The clan is in dire need of members. As long as they are willing to join, the Tang clan will welcome them all." Feng, filled with excitement, realized that in this vast wilderness, no one would take in orphans and widows without ulterior motives. He held up 2 pig trotters and declared, "Excellent. I shall fetch them at once." Tang Long grasped his wrist and said, "First, let us eat our fill. We shall go together." Gurgling sounds erupted from Feng's stomach as he inhaled deeply. It was a fierce reminder of his hunger. He swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, esteemed chieftain." Tang Long understood that the tribe's growth depended on the presence of women and children, as they represented the future of the clan. Thus, Feng's worries were unfounded. The Tang clan would never find such additions unwelcome. Enduring a little hardship now to nurture them was an investment in the tribe's tomorrow. Feng gazed at Tang Long with gratitude, realizing that the chieftain was indeed a worthy leader to follow. His judgment, like that of Tang He, would not lead him astray. 10 days later, at the Dragon Mountain, dawn broke with a sky full of rosy hues and several rainbows adorning the heavens. The untainted atmosphere of the wilderness was so pure, and the sweetness of the air endeared Tang Long to this place even more. Before the cave stood a sparse assembly of women and children, each appearing gaunt and frail, stirring deep concern within him. The women Feng had spoken of ranged from 15 to 30 years of age, totaling 20, most of them strikingly attractive with slender figures. Tang Long considered the implications. It was likely that women of less fortunate appearance would struggle to survive in such harsh conditions. The children numbered 26 in total, with 20 being 14 years old, 2 aged 10, and the remainder infants still cradled in their mother's arms. The origins of these children seemed shrouded in mystery. The Tang clan now comprises a total of 58 individuals, and the presence of the Dragon Mountain has infused the area with a lively atmosphere, rich with the essence of human existence. Tang Long stood at the entrance of the cave, orchestrating the day's tasks. "Everyone, assume your roles and commence your work." "Yes, esteemed leader." The crowd dispersed with enthusiasm, embarking on their daily endeavors. In recent days, Tang Long devoted considerable effort to instructing Tang Wu and Tang Rou, as the clan now boasted a number of youthful and charming women, making it somewhat inconvenient for the men to oversee everything. The tribe had also established preliminary divisions of labor. Tang Rou was tasked with leading the women in foraging for wild vegetables and fruits to provide sustenance for the clan. Tang Feng took on the responsibility of external reconnaissance, espionage, and patrols, managing this alone for the time being. Tang He was in charge of training the young warriors, imparting his wealth of experience in physical conditioning and combat training. Meanwhile, Tang Zhan, accompanied by Tang Dedan, Tang Tai Chue, and the agile Ling Miao, was responsible for hunting, ensuring a continuous supply of meat for the tribe. Tang Long did not rush to teach the clanspeople martial arts. This was not an urgent matter. His priority was to first strengthen their bodies, for martial training consumes energy, spirit, and vitality, and inadequate nourishment could lead to detrimental consequences. The tribe became increasingly busy, and gradually, the air filled with laughter and joy, fostering a vibrant community spirit. Tang Zhan felt a surge of happiness in recent days, as he had gained a cohort of young warriors, filling him with hope for the future. Today, he set out on a hunting expedition, accompanied not only by Tang Dedan, Tang Tai Chue, and Ling Miao, but also by all the boys aged 10 and above from the clan. As the leader had declared, The strength of the youth is undeniable. The training of Tang warriors must begin from a young age, starting with courage. With Ling Miao leading the way and the two third-tier beast warriors, Tang Dadan and Tang Taichui, by his side, safety during the hunt was assured. He pointed mysteriously at Ling Miao and addressed the eager youths. Do you know how our guardian spirit beast came to be? The curiosity of the boys was piqued, and their interest ignited like wildfire. Ling Miao had quickly become the darling of the tribe, adored by all. At this impressionable age, the boys dreamt of possessing such a delightful yet formidable creature. Particularly, Tang Wu gazed at the magnificent beast with envy and exclaimed, "Uncle Jean, please tell us how it came to be." Clearing his throat, Tang Jean began. One day, the clan leader, the shaman, and I were walking along a path when Ling Miao suddenly leaped out from the woods, intending to devour us. Wow, was Ling Miao really that fierce? The boys exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Jean, with a proud gesture, declared, as the leader of the warriors, I was the first to charge forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the beast for 800 rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. And then, the boys' hearts raced with anticipation, as if they had been scratched by the claws of the beast. Tang Jean, in a tone of mystery, continued, ultimately, the clan leader stepped forward, and the beast bit down on his hand. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and then, sensing that he had whetted their appetites, Tang Jean leaned in and softly revealed, in the end, the beast could not pierce through, so it wept and knelt before the clan leader, pleading for sanctuary. Tang Wu cast a puzzled glance at the large cat walking ahead. Why does the big cat act this way? Tang Jean gently patted her little head and replied, because the chief is not human. The youths were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, and exclaimed, then what is the chief? Tang Jean nodded affirmatively. When the big cat bit the chief, a voice spoke to it, saying, this person is a celestial being descended to earth, here to save the wilderness. You must not harm him, but rather assist him. Tang Wu, being astute, questioned, how do you know this? Tang Jean responded with an air of mystery. The big cat spoke in its sleep, and the shaman overheard. The youths were left without doubt. The shaman is indeed a messenger of the divine, and she must know these things. No wonder the Tang tribe is so different from the others. It turns out their kin are not human. Not far off, Tang Long was searching for new wild vegetables alongside Tang Yi, and Tang Jean's words reached his ears. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Should he just dispose of this fool? Who could possibly comprehend the big cat's dreams? Chapter 28. The fierce women of the wilderness. In recent days, the newly joined tribe members found themselves somewhat uncomfortable. It is a long story. First and foremost, previously, they would only eat once a day at noon. They would fill their stomachs with a mixture of wild vegetables and fruits, and on lucky days, a bit of meat, merely surviving on whatever scant food was available. Now, the tribe enjoys 3 meals a day. Breakfast consists of a hearty stew of wild vegetables and snake meat. Lunch offers roasted beast meat, stir-fried mushrooms with beast meat, and wild vegetable soup. Dinner features more roasted beast meat, stir-fried beast meat with wild vegetables, and fresh fish soup. Each dish is generously laden with oil and meat, bringing tears of joy to their eyes. The tribe provides an unlimited supply of food, ensuring that they are well fed, as long as they do not overindulge. However, one tribal regulation prohibits secretly hoarding food in caves. All provisions belong to the community and cannot be privately stored. This rule posed a challenge for them. Initially, many women would take a little food and scurry back to the cave, intending to stash some away. They were truly terrified of hunger. Such delicious food must be saved for their children during times of need. Yet, turning around, they would find their children patting their round bellies, asking, "Mother, I'm already full. Why are you hiding food?" The women would stomp their feet in frustration, often returning the food in a comical manner, leaving everyone in fits of laughter. Secondly, in the wild, at night, the women would always stand guard at the entrance of the cave with weapons in hand. The wilderness is a terrifying place. If ferocious beasts or poisonous creatures were to invade, survival would be unlikely. At first, they remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the men passing by the cave. In the wild, many men were no different from ferocious beasts. They could transform into talking beasts, shedding their skins to pounce upon them, varying only in their methods of consumption. Days passed, and they observed that the men of the tribe refrained from entering their caves at night, even the familiar Tang Feng. It was rumored that the chief had issued an edict forbidding any nighttime disturbances to the women of the tribe. Any transgressor would be compelled to marry. The adult men of the tribe were formidable warriors, and to wed such a man was undoubtedly a privilege. Consequently, the women relinquished their feudal resistance and found solace in sleeping soundly within the caves. If a robust man were to approach, they would not resist. The women who had survived the wilderness possessed a certain fierceness in their character. Each night, Tang Long led a rotation of these powerful warriors to stand guard, and the sound of their footsteps as they patrolled the night brought the women a profound sense of security. Moreover, the most delightful fierce beasts of the tribe slept outside, and the venomous creatures and predators dared not approach due to their presence. Living within the tribe felt remarkably safe, devoid of the constant fear of lurking dangers and the anxiety of intruders tearing away their furs. The Tang tribe resembled a realm one would only dream of, free from the ugliness of humanity, allowing them to live with peace of mind, as if every breath became more liberating. They felt secure, clothed against the cold, and free from hunger. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for life within the Tang tribe, swiftly embracing their identity as members of the Tang clan. Yet, there was one woman named Tang Ro who was particularly fierce, instilling fear in their hearts. Accustomed to the freedom of nature, the urgency of nature's call was unavoidable, especially for women. Unfortunately, their indiscretions in relieving themselves led to Tang Ro's violent reprimands. The marks of her punishment were etched on their resilient backsides, leaving them in pain and deterred from further indiscretions. In private, Tang Zhan informed them that Tang Ro was the chief's woman, a reality they dared not provoke, compelling them to obey her. As they caressed their pert backsides, thoughts of enticing the chief despite the fierce woman emerged, making them blush at the very notion. The tribe convened to address this issue, with the chief and warriors excavating a large pit designated for their needs. They recognized the chief's seriousness, but were perplexed as to why he was so earnest about this matter. Most hailed from tribes where such matters were handled without any formality, a truly peculiar sensation. Yet, in order to protect their beautiful forms from punishment, the women tolerated these changes. Gradually, they noticed that the tribe grew increasingly clean, devoid of the unpleasant odors characteristic of other tribes. The women had adapted to using twigs as brooms, diligently cleaning their caves to ensure comfort within. However, neglecting cleanliness was not an option. The fearsome Tang Ro would inspect their caves daily, and any sign of untidiness would result in a painful punishment with her vine whip. Tang Li, do you think she is jealous of your curvaceous figure, deliberately giving your behind a slap? Tang Xiaoqiao mischievously inquired as she dashed into Tang Li's cave. At the tender age of 18, Tang Li embodied the essence of blooming beauty, with alluring curves that captivated the gaze. She was the most enchanting single woman among the newly joined tribe members. Rubbing her derriere, she winced and remarked, "How could that fierce woman, with such an admirable physique, possibly harbor jealousy towards me?" Suddenly, Tang Xiaoqiao whispered conspiratorially, "You are the most beautiful woman among us. Would you dare to seduce the tribe leader?" This suggestion stirred something within Tang Li, causing her to lightly bite her rosy lip and exclaim, "I dare." The wild-hearted women of the great wasteland were known for their passionate desires, and she had long yearned to conquer the tribe leader's heart, to break his youthful innocence. Leaving that fierce woman in despair, a sly grin crept across Tang Xiaocao's face, somewhat lewd, perfectly matching her mischievous spirit. As midnight approached, the full moon hung high in the sky. It was Tang Long's turn to keep watch, a moment also dedicated to his training. Suddenly, a statuesque woman rushed before him. Lowering her voice, "Tribe leader, Tang Li has fainted for some unknown reason." Startled, Tang Long inquired, "Where?" Tang Xiaoqiao pointed ahead, "In this cave," like a wisp of smoke. He dashed inside, his mind racing with concern. Was she ill? The cave was not deep, just a turn led to its end. His swift pace almost resulted in a collision, and as he halted abruptly, a soft body collided into his embrace, an intoxicating fragrance invading his senses. Chapter 29. The Battle of Women. Tang Long's heart sank. This was a trap. As his fingertips brushed against her skin, he marveled at her astonishing elasticity, resembling a beautiful serpent coiling within his arms. A soft, enchanting hand roamed freely, far from the behavior of a patient. Caught off guard, he inhaled sharply and instinctively pushed her away. However, the softness of her form startled him further, prompting a more forceful shove. At last, "Oh dear!" Tang Li was shoved onto the stone bed, emitting a cry of pain. The cave was enveloped in darkness, yet for Tang Long, blessed with the eye of thunder, it was as bright as day. Before him lay a breathtakingly beautiful, unclad figure, an endless allure laid bare. "Tribe leader, I am unwell," Tang Li languidly proclaimed from her position on the stone bed, her eyes sultry and inviting. With a sigh, Tang Long turned and quietly exited the cave, realizing that her ailment was a fever fueled by desire, a condition beyond his capacity to remedy. As he stepped out, he spotted Tang Ro leaning against the cave's entrance, regarding him with a knowing gaze. Outside, the flickering campfire cast a dance of shadows, rendering Tang Long's expression a tapestry of uncertainty, hiding the turmoil within his heart. Tang Ro gazed at Tang Long's embarrassment and smiled charmingly. The leader's willpower is truly unwavering. It is genuinely moving. Tang Long's handsome face flushed, and he shot her a glare. "This kind of atmosphere needs to be rectified. I leave it to you." "Indeed." Tang Ro nodded, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. This enchantress dared to entice the leader and bring the ways of the great wilderness into the Tang clan. She truly deserved punishment. Without delay, she dashed into the cave. Soon, Tang Li was dragged out, her hair disheveled and looking as if she had endured a beating. Casting a resentful glance at Tang Long. At this moment, the commotion had already attracted the clan members, who gathered around the entrance of Tang Li's cave to watch the spectacle. Tang Xiaoqiao thought to herself that this was not good. Just then, Tang Ro cast a cold glance at the women and pointed at Tang Li, declaring, "Tang Li dares to seduce the leader. She must be punished." With a giggle, Tang Li responded, "If I am to be punished for seducing the leader, what about you, who also entices him?" Tang Ro's delicate face darkened, her temper flaring. Yet, she soon smiled. "Now you realize the leader is a mere wooden post, don't you? All your efforts are in vain." Tang Li's expression stiffened, falling into silence. Meanwhile, Tang Wu stealthily approached Tang Long. "You haven't slept with her, have you?" "Of course not." Tang Long shook his head. "I would never be reckless with the women of our clan. With so many single women around, if I were to cross that line today, it would bring endless trouble for the tribe and me." Tang Wu reached out to wipe the blood beneath Tang Long's nose. "You have grown up. It is time for you to marry." Tang Long hurriedly wiped it away. "The tribe is not yet established. I have no thoughts of starting a family." "Oh dear, leader. You're bleeding." Tang Zhan exclaimed loudly, clearly witnessing the scene. Tang Long shot him a glare. "The weather is dry. It's just a minor issue." Tang Zhan, puzzled, asked, "What does minor issue mean?" Suddenly, Tang Long clenched his teeth, his face darkening as he replied, "It means it is of no significance." Tang Zhan looked bewildered, scratching the back of his head. "Of no significance?" The surrounding women exchanged glances, realizing that the leader had finally gained some insight, which was quite amusing. At that moment, Tang Ro spoke. "During this time, you have all endured quite a few lashes from me. Do you harbor any resentment?" Tang Li boldly declared, "Of course, we are dissatisfied. You, a woman, abuse us simply because you have the leader's backing. If I were also the leader's woman, I wonder if you would dare to strike us?" Tang Ro lifted her eyelids. "First, I must clarify that I am not the leader's woman." "Really?" The women were taken aback. "The leader was right here, without a doubt. Since you are not satisfied, let us follow the rules of the great wilderness. The one with the strongest fist gets to decide. Is that acceptable?" Tang Ro understood that the women of the great wilderness were fierce individuals. Mere words would not suffice. They needed to be subdued through strength. "But you are a first-level warrior. That is unfair to us." Tang Li protested. "Oh," Tang Ro pointed, "you can all come at me together. If I lose, I will no longer interfere with you. If you lose, you will obediently listen to me." "Agreed, it's a deal." Instantly, the women rolled up their sleeves, eager to have a bout with Tang Ro. They numbered over 20, most having matured into formidable first-level beast-tooth warriors, unafraid of their higher-ranked counterparts. Tang Wu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Long, could this lead to complications?" Tang Long chuckled. "It is the absence of conflict that breeds issues. Once the battle concludes, the tribe will see a reduction in chaos. However, the allure of youth may indeed pose its own problems." Tang Ro discarded the vine she held, provocatively stating, "Come at me." With a flurry of sounds, the women began to assail Tang Ro. The women of the wasteland possessed their own skills, fighting with an intensity that rivaled men. Tang Long and Tang Wu quickly yielded the space to these women, who were eager for confrontation. "AMU, take her down." The children on the periphery cheered for their own, creating a lively atmosphere. In their brawls, the women exhibited a cunning that often surpassed that of men, striking the eyes, choking, targeting breasts, and delivering vicious kicks. Each blow aimed for lethality, causing onlookers to flinch in trepidation. Tang Zhan had resolved never to provoke this fierce group of women again. Their ferocity was truly daunting. "Ah, you vixen, how ruthless you are. I shall not back down. Ah, my chest. How dare you seize it?" After observing for a while, Tang he cautiously suggested, "Chief, with so many young women in our tribe, they tend to stir trouble when idle at night. What if we form a battalion of female warriors?" Tang Long nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Once they are well prepared, they shall be as fierce as wild beasts." Laughter and anticipation lit up the eyes of the crowd at the prospect of the Tang clan's female warriors. Chapter 30. Queen of Women. The endurance of women is remarkable, and the fighting continued for an extended period. The fierce tenacity displayed in their skirmishes left Tang Long in awe. When women unleash their fierceness, they truly resemble tigers. Especially Tang Li, who had been knocked down countless times, yet seemed impervious to pain. Springing back up to launch frenzied attacks on Tang Rou as if disregarding her own safety. Tang Rou's confidence in challenging the entire tribe's women stemmed from her overwhelming strength. Surpassing them all, she had reached the pinnacle of a first-level beast-tooth warrior, possessing nearly 1,000 pounds of force. In recent days, Tang Long had taught her advanced martial arts, and she had made significant progress. With a series of powerful strikes, Tang Rou reveled in her dominance as the other women fell to the ground, unable to rise. Standing in the center with disheveled hair, she held her head high like a queen. With an ominous tone, she asked, "Is there anyone who dares to challenge me?" "I concede." Tang Li felt as though her bones were collapsing. If the fight continued, her face might be marred by that vixen's grasp. "I yield. I yield." The other women admitted willingly. This fierce woman was truly formidable, having thoroughly bested them, leaving them in pain. With a hearty laugh, Tang Rou radiated an exuberance reminiscent of a gallant warrior, boldly proclaiming, "Kneel before me and call me big sister." Tang Xiaoqiao, perplexed, inquired, "What does calling you big sister mean?" With a sultry glance towards Tang Long, Tang Rou elucidated, "The clan chief has declared that big sister signifies the queen among women. Since you have conceded defeat, I shall henceforth be your big sister. As long as I draw breath, you will remain my little sisters. Do you understand?" The women exchanged glances, gazing at the extraordinary 15-year-old maiden, simultaneously sighing in admiration. With a resounding thud, they knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to big sister." Tang Zhan watched with envy, feeling a surge of pride for Tang Rou's commanding presence. Tang Long felt a sense of satisfaction. His recent guidance had borne fruit, transforming the once timid girl into a figure of strength. From a gentle maiden, she was evolving into a fierce warrior. For one must embody fierceness to live a robust life. Tang Wu could not resist remarking to Tang Long, "If Rou becomes as fierce as these women, do not shed tears." Tang Long grimaced. Surely, this girl would not become so formidable before him. Tang Rou, beaming with joy, helped her companions to their feet, stating, "From now on, we are all sisters. However, should you disobey, do not blame big sister for disciplining you." The women, resembling obedient kittens, shed their previous fierceness. Clearing his throat, Tang Long felt a swell of pride. Indeed, Tang Rou was a prodigious talent with remarkable insight. He had devised a plan to establish two military factions within the tribe, fostering a measure of self-defense. One would be a brigade of youthful warriors led by Tang He, honing their physical prowess and mastering close combat techniques. The other would be a battalion of female warriors under Tang Rou's command, focusing on archery and the crafting of bows, which would soon be prioritized. He intended to personally instruct both groups in martial techniques and various combat skills, swiftly shaping the Tang clan into a formidable force. A youth brigade and a women's battalion would likely serve as the primary military strength of the Tang tribe for an extended period. Should the enemy underestimate them, they would undoubtedly pay a steep price. Tang Long prepared a drop of life essence to dissolve in water, observing the women, each bearing bruises and contusions. Feeling a pang of compassion, "Xiao Wu, would you like to learn medicine?" he called out. Xiao Wu eagerly approached, her large eyes filled with anticipation. "Are you going to teach me, clan chief?" she exclaimed. For days, she had admired Tang Long's medical skills, which possessed the power to save lives. "Yes. First take this basin of medicinal liquid and tend to your sister's wounds," Tang Long instructed. "Leave it to me. I will personally heal them," Tang Rou asserted, her eyes sparkling. Her chest held high, exuding the pride of a victorious general, causing Tang Long to feel a wave of dizziness. He tilted his head back, averting his gaze to shield himself from any undue stimulus. He spoke softly, "Well done, the women's warrior team. You may lead." Tang Ro was overjoyed. She gently bit her red lip and whispered, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your regard." She returned to the women, holding a stone basin, assisting them in tending to their wounds while softly saying, "Oh dear, I truly apologize for not holding back earlier. From now on, we are like sisters. You must listen to me, and I will help you in battles." Tang Long's lips twitched. Was this girl emerging from the shadows? First, she instilled authority by fiercely punishing everyone. Then, she moved them emotionally, personally administering healing potions to treat their injuries. Finally, she appealed to reason, fostering emotional bonds during their recovery. This group of women would undoubtedly be willing to follow her in the future. Tang He expressed his contentment. "Tang Ro seems quite promising." Tang Long replied nonchalantly, "She still has a long way to go. This is merely the beginning. Once this group is integrated, we can recruit new clansmen starting tomorrow." Tang He concurred, "It's best not to have too many. We can recruit another 100, but the demand for food will be significant, and supply may pose a problem." Tang Long pondered, "I still have several thousand pounds of food in my warehouse, but it will only last the tribe a few days." Tang He expressed concern. "We have nearly hunted all the ferocious beasts in this vicinity. We must establish new hunting routes. The migration of tribes in the wilderness, aside from natural disasters, often occurs due to issues with hunting routes. One reason may be the emergence of an overpowering beast, rendering hunting impossible. The second reason could be the depletion of wildlife resources along the hunting paths. In the territory of the Tang clan, there are no formidable beasts, and few weak ones as well. To survive here, it is essential to open new hunting routes or to pilfer food along the paths of the bear and snake tribes." In the early morning, Tang Long gathered the entire tribe, declaring that from today onwards, everyone must rise early to practice martial arts and strengthen their bodies. Standing upon a large stone, he announced, "From today forth, I will impart martial skills to the clansmen. Each person must learn earnestly." The crowd felt a surge of excitement. They had witnessed the clan leader's prowess, which was indeed remarkable. Tang Wu also ascended the stone and proclaimed, "This is the clan's sacred martial art. All must kneel and swear an oath to the sun god, forbidding the transmission of these skills outside our kin." The crowd knelt and vowed, "We swear to the sun god that we shall never divulge our martial arts. Should we do so, may we meet a terrible fate." Their vows were sincere, for the sun god watched over them daily. If they betrayed their oath, the deity would surely know. In truth, Tang Long did not mind the transmission of martial arts. He believed that training could strengthen humanity, and he was indifferent to everyone possessing such skills. However, Tang Wu and Tang He opposed sharing them, fully aware of their formidable nature through their practice of hard qigong. If those malevolent tribes were to learn these skills, who could foresee the bloodshed that would ensue? Thus, for the tribe's members to learn martial arts, a solemn oath must be taken, drawing a line of taboo in the hearts of the clansmen. Tang Long felt a surge of anticipation as he considered the prospect of his clan members engaging in martial training. Who could possibly stand against them in the future? Until this very day, we authors have only been able to observe the gifts bestowed upon us from the background. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Zitong, Fanxian, and Gang Jing for their unwavering support. I shall endeavor to improve this book. Additionally, I kindly urge the gentlemen to bestow more likes and 5-star ratings, for which I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 31. Martial Training and Clan Regulations. As the sun ascended the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the serene giant Dragon Mountain, the Tang clan members were seated in quiet meditation, diligently practicing the breathing techniques of hard qigong. The only patrolling warrior of the tribe, the swift-winged spirit cat, was faithfully surveying the area, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest sign of trouble. Meow, meow, meow. Tang Long meticulously observed the breathing rhythms and frequencies of each individual, offering gentle guidance in hushed tones. A few adorable toddlers, no more than 3 or 4 years old, sat at the back of the group, mimicking the adults with earnestness that was simply charming. Unable to resist, he approached and playfully pinched their cherubic cheeks, the softness of their skin making it hard to let go. Alas, as the clan leader, he could not indulge in such whims. It would be quite unfortunate if these little ones were to burst into tears. "Clan leader, I sense a warm current of energy. Is this what you refer to as chi sensation? Tang Wu tiptoed over to inquire. A spark of excitement flickered within Tang Long as he reached out to pinch her adorable face, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is the chi sensation. Little Wu, you are a prodigy." The little one, straining to free herself from Tang Long's playful grasp, rubbed her flushed cheeks and declared, "I want to learn medicine." Tang Long nodded. "The clan leader shall teach you the art of healing, but first, you must practice cultivating your energy." The child nodded eagerly and returned to her spot, resuming her practice. As the clan members undertook their initial training in the breathing techniques of hard qigong, to Tang Long's astonishment, half of the women sensed the qi energy, while every single child experienced it as well. Could it be that the inhabitants of the great wilderness were naturally gifted in martial arts? Or was it that the abundant spiritual energy of the great wilderness allowed for effortless practice? He sowed the seeds of martial arts in the great wilderness, hoping to nurture a magnificent tree that could shelter humanity's growth. The exhilarating sensation of witnessing the seedlings break through the soil was indeed remarkable. "Stop. Practice is over." Tang Long bellowed from atop a large stone. Sunlight bathed him, casting a shadow that resembled a divine being. The clan members swiftly rose, their eyes ablaze with fervor, captivated by the marvels of the martial arts imparted by their clan leader. The vital energy felt like a warm serpent writhing within them, an exhilarating experience. Tang Long intoned solemnly, "From this day forth, you are not merely warriors of the Tang clan. You are martial artists." A martial artist embodies martial virtue, which is the ethical conduct of one who practices martial arts. What virtues should a martial artist possess, clan leader? Little Wu eagerly interjected. Tang Long lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed upon the ever-changing hues of the clouds on the horizon, as if peering through the fabric of space to glimpse another thriving world. In this era, warriors possessed immense strength. With diligent training, they would undoubtedly become super warriors, unparalleled in their destructive potential. Martial arts must be imparted, and the seeds of martial virtue must also be sown. He spoke slowly. Possessing lethal weapons inevitably stirs the heart to kill. The martial skills you practice will transform your body into a weapon. Every part of you has the potential to bring about death. Is martial arts truly so formidable? Esteemed patriarch? Tang Wu asked with a look of innocent curiosity. This young girl was remarkably quick-witted, her questions emerging a beat ahead of others, resembling a delightful distraction for Tang Long. He nodded in affirmation. Thus, we, the Tang martial practitioners, must always harbor compassion for the weak. The purpose of training in martial arts is to cease conflict, to put an end to bloodshed. Indeed, esteemed patriarch, he continued, reflect on your past lives. Remember the suffering you endured. I do not demand that you all become paragons of virtue, but do not allow yourselves to become the very embodiment of what you despise. Tang Long imparted with a pointed emphasis. The members of the Tang clan recalled their previous hardships, their eyes suddenly glistening with tears. They knelt once more, exclaiming, "We understand." Esteemed patriarch, Tang Long nodded with satisfaction. Those who had struggled through adversity possessed an innate understanding of right and wrong. He did not expect all his kin to embody goodness, for in this ruthless wilderness, virtuous souls seldom survive. Yet, they must never descend into wickedness. Now, we shall commence with the fundamentals, beginning with stance training and horse stance. Tang Long declared, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Without a solid foundation, the very earth may tremble. The martial training for his clan commenced with the most basic of skills, focusing on footwork, fist techniques, and leg maneuvers. Additionally, he designed some apparatuses to enhance the flexibility of his kin. Throughout this foundational training, he interwove drills for alignment, incorporating clan rules and military regulations into the regimen. In recent days, he had already conveyed these training protocols to Tang He, Tang Zhan, Tang Yi, Tang Rou, Tang Wu, Tang Dedan, and Tang Taichue. These 7 individuals became the instructors for the Tang clan, with Tang Long leading them, and they in turn teaching the clan members. From that day forth, the Tang tribe entered a state of rigorous training intertwined with daily life. Mornings were devoted to hard qigong breathing exercises and foundational techniques. In the late morning, Tang Rou led the women in foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. The afternoons were reserved for hunting by the men and youths. Evenings were dedicated to practicing alignment and reciting clan rules. Tang Long, however, bore an even greater burden. He temporarily assumed the role of a human electric fish device. venturing into the creek to catch fish. His awakened lightning power was overwhelmingly dominant, rendering him a natural adversary to aquatic creatures, allowing him to electrify fish and shrimp, yielding plentiful catches. Nevertheless, this method of fishing drained his lightning energy significantly, often leaving him depleted after merely electrifying 2 small pools of water. He had to meditate and cultivate his energy to restore his lightning power before he could continue. After several attempts, Tang Long discovered that his lightning energy was steadily increasing, filling him with joy. Could this be the ultimate cultivation method of a shaman? He resolved to share this newfound insight with Tang Wu, encouraging her to give it a try. They had previously discussed the cultivation methods of wizards, yet to no avail, for the art of wizardry lacked a lineage, leaving them in ignorance. Upon his return to the tribe, Tang Long overheard Tang Wu bellowing, "Tang San, Tang Si, are you both fools? I shall ask once more, what is the foremost rule of the Tang clan regarding warriors?" Tang San smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling. The actions of Tang clan warriors must heed command. Tang Wu, like a little elder, patted San's shoulder with satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed. The first rule of the Tang clan, all actions must heed command." Tang Si, feeling rather dim-witted, pouted and nearly cried, "Sister, my mind is dull. I cannot remember." Tang Wu gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly saying, "Sister Si, fear not. I shall help you remember. What is the second rule of the Tang clan?" Tang Si shook her head, on the verge of tears. "I truly cannot remember." With patience, Tang Wu replied, "Sister, the second rule of the Tang clan. It is the duty of Tang warriors to obey orders. Do you remember?" Tang Si nodded affirmatively. "It is the duty of Tang warriors to obey orders." Tang Long deliberately strolled past the 3 little ones, affectionately patting each of their heads, saying, "Little Si, do not fret. Take your time to memorize it. You are not foolish." Instantly, Tang Si beamed, for the chieftain had declared her not foolish, and she was determined to remember. Tang Long playfully pinched their little faces. These youngsters truly held great promise. May they grow swiftly. Chapter 32. Tang Clan Medicine. 10 days later, much had transpired within the Tang clan. The first notable event was when Tang He led a group into the wilderness and gathered numerous new tribesmen. The strength of the Tang clan had notably increased, boasting a population of 200. Currently, there were 2 clan wizards, 3 third-tier warriors, and 10 second-tier warriors, including 2 female warriors, Tang Ro and Tang Li. The first-tier warriors numbered 60, among whom 30 were newly promoted female warriors from the clan. With ample food supply, an increasing number of clansmen discovered their innate energy and stepped into the realm of martial artists. The successive breakthroughs of the clansmen into warrior ranks sprouted like mushrooms after a rain, leaving Tang Long both delighted and somewhat astonished. Tang Wu had emerged as the most formidable talent within the Tang clan, a 10-year-old first-tier warrior, an unparalleled prodigy. Kneeling before Tang Long, her big, glistening eyes fixed upon him, she implored, "Chieftain, I wish to learn the art of medicine." Intrigued, Tang Long inquired, "Little Wu, why do you wish to learn medicine?" With reddened eyes, she replied sorrowfully, "When my father and mother fell ill, I feared they would perish, and it was devastating." At that moment, Little Wu resolved that if I could possess the skill of a healer, I would surely learn. In this vast wilderness, the proximity of illness and death was alarmingly close. It was an era devoid of medical knowledge. Tang Long pondered in silence before saying, "Very well, kneel and become my disciple." "No," Little Wu retorted defiantly, for during her time with Tang Long, she had grasped the significance of taking a disciple. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" The young girl blushed and shyly declared, "Chief, wait for me for 3 years. When I turn 13, I shall marry you and become your wife. I do not wish to be your apprentice. I want to bear your children." Stunned, Tang Long felt an urge to flee. With a dry throat, he asked, "Little Five, who told you this?" Surely, the women of the tribe had led this innocent girl astray. The girl replied matter-of-factly, "All the girls in our tribe dream of marrying you when they grow up. Does it require anyone to say so?" Tang Long felt a slight headache and gently inquired, "Why?" With a bright smile, the girl responded, "Because the chief is handsome." Tang Long's head throbbed a bit more as he mused. "Is it merely because of good looks?" The girl pondered for a moment and said, "My mother told me that being with the chief feels like being accompanied by hope. There's food to eat, clothes to wear, a secure night's sleep, and the possibility of beautiful dreams never before experienced. Thus, I want to marry the chief when I grow up, for I wish to sleep well and dream sweetly. Tang Long gently ruffled the girl's hair and sighed deeply. In the Tang clan, there are many fine young men. Choose one to marry in the future. The chief is very busy and has no time for little children. The girl fell silent, her lively eyes darting about, lost in thought. Tang Long approached the entrance of Tang Li's cave and called out, "Tang Li." A graceful figure emerged from the cave, her large, sparkling eyes filled with delight as she gazed at him. "Chief, come inside the cave and sit. My stone bed is quite spacious." Tang Long pressed his temples. Had this little enchantress not yet learned her lesson from the last encounter? "Shouldn't you invite your elder sister to join us?" Tang Ruo had appeared at the cave entrance unbeknownst to him. According to the third rule of the Tang clan, no active seduction of the chief is permitted. Tang Li, looking helpless and displeased, asked, "What is it that you desire, chief?" Tang Long inquired earnestly, "Do you wish to learn medicine?" Tang Li's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. "I do. You are currently a level 2 beast tooth warrior. If you learn medicine under my guidance, you will become the leader of the tribe's medical team in the future," Tang Long stated solemnly. "Yes, chief," Tang Li replied with sincerity. Tang Ruo suspiciously glanced back and forth between the two, unable to discern any hints, before proceeding to inspect the tribe's sanitation. Apart from Tang Li, Tang Long also selected 10 spirited and intelligent young women from the tribe to form a medical team, making a total of 12, including Tang Wu. He ventured into the wilderness to gather several complete skeletons, purifying them with the power of lightning before bringing them back to the tribe. He retrieved medical knowledge from the Library of Flames and began explaining the basic structure of the human body while pointing at the skeletons. The women listened intently, their eyes sparkling with wonder. The warrior chief, Tang Zhan, had indeed spoken the truth. The chief was not of ordinary flesh. His understanding of human anatomy was profound. Could it be that the chief was a divine being descended to earth? They yearned to bear him a divine child. Tang Long then led the women into the wild to gather medicinal herbs. With his thunder eye fully activated, he collected all manner of flora, fruits, and trees that could emit spiritual energy, bringing them back to the tribe for the medical team to study. 10 days passed. "Chief, it's terrible. Captain Tang Li has been poisoned again," shouted Tang Wu at the entrance of the medical team's designated cave. Tang Long hurried over. During this period, this woman had become so engrossed in her herbal studies that she felt uncomfortable unless she was poisoned several times a day. Tang Li had transformed into the queen of medicine from the great wilderness era. As long as Tang Long was nearby, she would indiscriminately consume anything, unafraid of succumbing to poison. Upon entering the cave, Tang Long found Tang Li lying on the ground, her face a ghastly green, convulsing in a terrifying manner. The poison appeared to be quite potent. He swiftly squeezed a drop of the life elixir from his fingers and administered it to her, infusing her with a surge of electric energy. Moments later, the poison within her body dissipated, and her vitality seemed to strengthen, the life elixir providing her with unexpected benefits. Tang Long helped her to her feet, admonishing her, "In the future, do not act so recklessly. Conduct experiments on ferocious beasts first. Otherwise, should you encounter deadly toxins, I fear you might perish before I arrive." Wiping the beads of sweat from her temples, Tang Li smiled playfully, with the chief around. "I would find it difficult to die. Moreover, given the current scarcity of food in the tribe, we should save the beasts for sustenance." Tang Long sighed, "Do not rush. We have time for research." Tang Li shook her head, stating, "You mentioned that the Tang tribe must eventually confront the serpent and bear tribes. They will not grant us much time. I wish to formulate more medicinal concoctions before the impending conflict." Suddenly, she mysteriously produced a small leather pouch, gently opening it to release a fragrant aroma of herbs that filled the cave. The women of the medical team looked at Tang Long with pride, as if the pouch contained treasures of great worth. Tang Long, sensing its significance, inquired, "Is this the healing salve you have developed?" Tang Li extended her smooth arm, revealing several ghastly scars, which caused Tang Long's brow to furrow in concern. She chuckled, "I made a few incisions on my own arm and applied the healing salve. The results were astonishing. It scabbed over within a day. Furthermore, the herbs in this salve are quite ordinary, allowing for large-scale production. In future battles, our warriors need not fear bleeding to death." Tang Long gazed deeply at the scars, pondering whether this woman was prepared to sacrifice her cherished beauty for the sake of medicine. He expressed gratitude for the gifts of the great lords. "Wind, to my Rue. My heartfelt thanks." Chapter 33. The healing salve in Bo's chief. This is the healing salve that Xiao Wu has developed. I merely provided a little assistance. Tang Li praised Tang Wu. The 10-year-old girl beamed, her large eyes fixed on Tang Long, as if demanding his acknowledgement. Now, Xiao Wu was a rosy-cheeked girl with fair skin, a reflection of the tribe's ample and balanced diet. She was growing increasingly lovely, a true beauty in the making. Tang Long affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "Xiao Wu, you have done splendidly, and you all have worked hard. Your efforts deserve commendation." The women of the medical team beamed with joy, for the esteemed chieftain had praised everyone. "Chieftain, I Wu request your presence." Tang Zhan dashed into the medical team's cave, his face alight with uncontainable delight, as if news of great fortune had arrived. Tang Long's heart raced, and he urged, "Let us go." "Chieftain, are you truly leaving like this? My chest still aches." Tang Li lamented pitifully. She cradled her ample bosom with both hands, her expression tinged with sorrow. Observing this, Tang Long quickened his pace, admonishing, "Do not act so recklessly. Should something happen, it may be irretrievable." Tang Li gazed longingly at his retreating figure and murmured, "Wooden block. My chest genuinely hurts." Suddenly, Tang Zhan halted, his gaze drifting as he proposed, "How about I give you a massage?" Tang Li playfully bit her rosy lip, her smile alluring as she replied, "Sure. Brother Tang Zhan, please do." She casually grasped a bowl of eerily vibrant green herbal powder, casting a cold glare at him. Tang Zhan's eyes widened in alarm. That bowl contained poison. The women of the medical team had recently concocted their first poison, effective for exterminating pests. Once sprinkled, the entire tribe would be rid of their insect woes, leaving their territory utterly cleansed. The thought of it being used on himself sent a shiver down Tang Zhan's spine. He hastily waved his hands, retreating from the cave. "No, I'm quite busy today. Let us discuss this another time." Tang Li shot him a frosty glance. "Don't run away." "It must be now." Tang Zhan broke into a cold sweat, quickening his pace further. Of late, no one could fathom what the chieftain had imparted to these women. But their growing fear was palpable. "Haha, are you feeling a bit swollen? Wishing for the chieftain to soothe you?" The women teased once Tang Zhan had scampered away. "You can all perish." Tang Li sprang forward with vigor, and the women erupted into a lively scuffle. "Cough, cough." Tang Rou stood at the entrance of the medical team's cave, clearing her throat. "Tang Li, what is the third rule of the Tang clan?" Instantly, the women ceased their frolicking, standing before Tang Rou with utmost decorum. It seemed they had begun to fear her, perhaps due to the whip she wielded. Tang Li replied solemnly, "The third rule of the Tang clan, no active seduction of the chieftain." "But I did not seduce the chieftain," she defended. Tang Rou pondered. Although this woman had not overtly flirted, she was undeniably flirting along the precipice. She deliberately puffed her chest, which was even more prominent than Tang Li's, and remarked, "I did not say you seduced the chieftain. I merely wish to hear you recite the clan rules." Tang Li rolled her eyes, "Sister, the chieftain has developed that golden wound medicine." Tang Rou's eyes brightened. "Quick, let me see." Tang Li promptly presented it, extending her arm. "This is the wound I sustained last night. Applying the medicine stopped the bleeding, and it has already scabbed over today, proving highly effective." Tang Rou sighed, her gaze softening. "Why must you go to such lengths?" Tang Li smiled and said, "Were it not for our esteemed chieftain, I would have perished in the wilderness. I yearn to contribute something meaningful for him and our tribe." Tang Rou, momentarily speechless, gazed at the women before her, understanding their sentiments. The chieftain was their king, the pillar of strength in their hearts, and they all cherished him dearly. These women had truly integrated into the Tang tribe, considering themselves its rightful matriarchs. They would willingly lay down their lives for their chieftain. Silently, she stepped out of the cave, following the silhouette of Tang Long recently. She found herself increasingly enamored with trailing behind him, relishing the quietude as she admired his figure, which brought her a sense of sweetness. Tang Rou was perplexed by her feelings, as if enchanted. Perhaps this was what the chieftain referred to in his tales, the sensation of love. In the cave of the Tang shaman, the fire blazed brightly, representing the eternal hearth of the Tang tribe. A vast, smooth stone slab within the cave bore an illustration of a bow and an arrow, crafted by Tang Long, depicting the dragon-slaying divine bow. At that moment, Tang Yi was excitedly comparing a nearly identical bow and arrows, his expression brimming with joy. Present in the cave were Tang Wu, Tang He, Tang Dedan, and Tang Taichue. As Tang Long entered, Tang Yi eagerly presented the bow and arrows, exclaiming, "Chieftain, the dragon-slaying divine bow you spoke of is complete. In tests, it can shoot an astounding distance of 1,000 paces." Tang Long took the bow, feeling its substantial weight, at least 100 pounds. Tang Yi elaborated, "We discovered this dense wood in the forest. It's heavy and possesses remarkable resilience, capable of withstanding immense pressure. The bowstring is crafted from the sinew of formidable beasts, not easily broken. The arrows are fashioned from slender branches of the same wood, with tips honed from hard stone and fletching gathered from the forest." With the bow and arrows in hand, Tang Long exited the cave, aiming at a venomous serpent perched upon a distant tree. He drew back the bowstring and released. The bowstring thrummed, and the arrow shot forth like a streak of green light, its piercing sound echoing through the air. Blood sprayed as the arrow forcefully penetrated the serpent's scales, pinning it to the tree. The onlookers gasped, their eyes alight with amazement at such a formidable weapon. Tang Long couldn't suppress his laughter. With this powerful bow and arrows, he felt a renewed confidence in the impending conflict with the two tribes. In later times, aside from the composite bow, archery could be categorized into three main types: bamboo bows, wooden bows, and horn bows. The one in his grasp was a wooden bow, crafted from the resilient spirit wood of the wilderness. Bows and arrows were among the most crucial weapons of the cold weapon era. The famed arrow formations of the Qin army were unparalleled, aiding the Qin state in its quest for unification. In the regulations of the Tang army, a general could command a maximum of 20,000 troops. Excluding 4,000 for logistics and non-combat personnel, the number of soldiers truly engaged in battle amounted to 16,000. Among the 16,000 soldiers, it is imperative to equip 4,000 archers, highlighting the significance of archers as the supreme force of ranged assault. In ancient martial examinations, proficiency in archery was an essential subject for all candidates. A general may fear neither 1,000 troops nor a mere inch of iron, for renowned warriors of antiquity. Possessing a fine bow was akin to gaining the wings of a tiger. The dragon-slaying bow is a name bestowed by Tang Long. Should the vast wilderness truly harbor dragons, he would use this bow to hunt them down. Chapter 34. Swords and Iron, or Tang Long inquired with eager anticipation. "Is there an abundance of the precious wood necessary for crafting bows and arrows?" Tang Yi, with a beaming smile, replied, "It is inexhaustible. As long as we have sufficient bowstrings, we can continuously produce the dragon-slaying bow. However, we require the mystical fire of a Wu's sorcery. Only such enchanted flames can mold the wood swiftly without damaging its spirit." Tang Wu cheerfully responded, "I am currently practicing my fire control techniques, so it will be no problem." Tang Long retrieved all the beast tendons from the library of flames. These tendons should suffice to create 50 or 60 bows. "We will find a way for more in the future." Tang Yi clutched them eagerly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, esteemed leader, I will craft exceptional bows." Tang Long solemnly replied, "I believe in your abilities." During a previous lesson, when Tang Long unveiled the designs of bows and arrows, Tang Yi became utterly captivated by these intriguing weapons. Stealing glances at Tang Long, he wondered if these were indeed the weapons of the divine. His curiosity burgeoned. The more he studied these arms, the more fascinating they became, and the joy of exploration was boundless. In 10 days, with Tang Wu's assistance, he finally crafted a superb dragon-slaying bow. This precious wood not only possessed exceptional quality, but was also an exquisite material for bow making. It emanated a natural fragrance that invigorated the mind, brimming with spiritual essence. Tang Long analyzed the genetic makeup of the wood in the Library of Flames, but found no match, indicating that this spiritually rich wood had likely become extinct in later times. Had it not perished, its material would be deemed a priceless treasure in future generations. "Tang Yi, you have done remarkably well and have rendered great service to the tribe. What reward do you desire?" Tang Long wished to bestow a reward upon him. Tang Yi felt a rush of excitement, glancing at his elder sister, Tang Ro, and pondered, perhaps the reward could be for the esteemed leader to marry my sister? Yet he quickly dismissed this thought, recalling the leader's words about the importance of free love. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Does the esteemed leader have other weapons in need of research?" He had become addicted to his studies, and the prospect of examining more divine weaponry was most appealing. Tang Yi was a talent of a research-oriented nature. Within the cave of Tang Wu, there lay numerous polished, smooth stone tablets, each cut with precision. These were the very tablets Tang Long used for his teachings. Each evening, he would personally prepare a sumptuous feast, gathering the tribe's various leaders to dine and learn together. His talent for painting on slate was fully manifested, establishing him as the foremost master of slate art within the Tang clan. The tribe's people resembled a pristine slate, and Tang long aspired to adorn it with vibrant hues, pouring his heart into the endeavor. He sought to broaden the horizons of his kin, to illuminate the path of the tribe, to elucidate the significance of their endeavors, and to unite their hearts as one. Unity is strength. Tang long procured a fresh slate and began his artistic work with a dark stone, depicting a long knife, its blade elongated and its handle equally so. Tang Yi gazed in awe. The knife appeared to possess fluid lines and exquisite form. Was it a blade of the divine? The knife Tang long illustrated was slightly narrower than the Mo Dao of the Tang dynasty and marginally wider than a Japanese katana, featuring a slight curvature that adhered to the principles of mechanics. The Mo Dao formation of the Tang dynasty was an invincible military formation, capable of cleaving both man and horse in two with a single stroke, exhibiting astonishing lethality. The Japanese katana was also inspired by the Tang sword, renowned for its practicality and remarkable killing power. Merging the strengths of both blades, Tang long depicted the Tang sword of the vast wilderness. Chief, what material should this knife be crafted from? Tang Yi inquired, rubbing his hands together. In his mind, he envisioned a warrior wielding this knife, if it could be forged. The tribe's strength would ascend to new heights. However, if it were to be polished from stone, the task would be exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it would take 10 days or even months to produce just one. Tang long pondered briefly, about to respond, when Tang Feng burst into the cave. He held a piece of dark green stone resembling a human brain, its surface uneven. Chief, is this the ore you mentioned? Tang Feng exclaimed urgently. Tang Long's pupils constricted. The exterior bore a striking resemblance to iron ore. Could it truly be what he had envisioned? With a thought, the Fire and Flame Library began to analyze. Unknown iron ore, with an iron content of 70. Tang Long eagerly asked, where did you find this? Tang Feng's spirit lifted. Feeling he had stumbled upon something remarkable, he chuckled slyly. Not far from here. The mountain is filled with it. Tang Long immediately rose, eager to reply, lead us there. Ironstone Mountain. This name was freshly minted by Tang Long, for the towering mountain, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, was composed entirely of iron ore. Tang Long, using sheer strength, pried off several pieces and had the Fire and Flame Library conduct an analysis. The iron content was exceedingly high, representing the finest quality of iron ore. Tang Long bit his lip and laughed exuberantly. Truly, he had found something without much effort. The Tang clan was destined to rise amidst the ferocious wilderness, with the heavens on their side. Observing their chief's exuberant demeanor, the members of the Tang clan exchanged glances, questioning the peculiarity of the stone. Why did their leader appear as if possessed? Yet, he now seemed to embody the spirit of a mere 15-year-old youth. Let us forge the knife from this ore, declared Tang Long, holding aloft the iron ore. Tang Yi, puzzled, responded, but this stone is very hard. It will be difficult to polish. Tang Long chuckled. It is not merely polishing, it is refining, it is forging. He had initially intended to wait until his clansmen had fully recovered before training them for a while longer, allowing them to develop a basic level of combat proficiency. His plan was to first eliminate the threats posed by the serpent and bear tribes, and only then seek out ores, with the aim of ushering the Tang tribe into the Bronze Age. However, plans are often outpaced by circumstances, by sheer happenstance. Tang Feng stumbled upon iron ore. Undoubtedly, with the mystical fire of the Tang shaman and the technology from the Xinhui library, the Tang tribe's entry into the Age of Steel was imminent. According to the Xinhui library's records, he could currently employ the crucible method for smelting iron, as well as for steel. The first step was to create a crucible, which required the production of pottery. To produce pottery, kilns must be established, and for that, bricks were necessary, which in turn required suitable clay. What troubled Tang Long most was the proximity of the serpent and bear tribes. Should he commence the kiln's operation for brickmaking, pottery, or the extensive smelting of steel, the billowing smoke would undoubtedly attract the attention of these two tribes. War loomed ever closer. Chapter 35. Educating Tang Yi. The sky above the great wilderness was a brilliant blue, with clouds continuously shifting in shape. Tang Long raised his head and gazed quietly at the heavens, contemplating the grave implications for the survival of his tribe. In the initial phase, He had employed strategies to distract the serpent and bear tribes, thereby gaining a modicum of developmental space and time. Yet, the time was painfully short. Many tasks remained undone, and everything was just beginning. If the serpent and bear tribes were to discover a third force encroaching upon their territory, how would they react? Nevertheless, time was of the essence. With steel knives and shields, the Tang tribe's struggle for survival would be fortified, and he would possess formidable confidence. With a determined grit, Tang Long proclaimed loudly, "I order you all." Suddenly, everyone gathered their feet, standing erect with bodies straight, heads held high, and gazes intense, embodying the nascent form of military discipline. Although the training period for the Tang tribe's formations was brief, their movements had begun to take shape. The clansmen exhibited a remarkable capacity for comprehension and coordination, quickly mastering the essential techniques. The core personnel of the tribe were beginning to exude the aura of professional soldiers, their words and actions subtly transforming. Tang Feng led a patrol team to expand their reconnaissance range, probing the movements of the serpent and bear tribes. "Yes, Chief," Tang Feng replied with vigor. "I will excavate the cave at Giant Dragon Mountain. I shall provide you with the specific designs." Tang Zhan declared loudly, "Yes, Chief." Tang Wu, Tang Yi, accompany me to search for a type of magnetic clay. "Yes, Chief." Tang He, continue to train the youth of the tribe. Be prepared for battle at any moment. Tang He responded affirmatively, "Yes, Chief." Tang Ro, lead the women of the tribe to gather wild vegetables and fruits, ensuring a steady supply for our people. "Yes, Chief." One by one, the clansmen departed to fulfill their orders, and the Tang tribe became immersed in activity. Although they were uncertain of their chief's ultimate intentions, they moved with purpose. It appears that the matter at hand is undoubtedly monumental. The affairs of the chief are always significant. Dragon Mountain, by the brook. Tang Long grasped a handful of soil, its stickiness suggesting that it would pose no challenge in the creation of bricks and pottery. With a mere thought, the Library of Flames began to analyze the soil, exquisite red clay, with exceptionally high viscosity. The earth suitable for brick-making and that for pottery are identical. Both crafted from pure clay, kneaded and refined into a fine mud as the primary material, which, after shaping and drying, can be transformed into red bricks and unglazed pottery. Tang Long felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, the great wasteland was a treasure trove, with its soil being precious. "Oh, summon a few dozen tribesmen to excavate the clay." Without hesitation, Tang Wu turned to gather the tribesmen for the task. The seriousness in the dragon's demeanor made it clear that this was a significant undertaking. Seizing the moment, Tang Long began to explain the process of forging blades to Tang Yi, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, posing question after question until he grasped every detail. Suddenly, he knelt before Tang Long, exclaiming, "Chief, having imparted this knowledge to me, how might I repay you?" Tang Long could not help but smile. "You are a wise individual. Your best repayment lies in your efforts to improve the lives of our people." A glimmer of inspiration shone in Tang Yi's eyes as he spoke, somewhat helplessly. "Chief, I possess nothing but a beautiful sister. Perhaps I could offer her to you as a token of my gratitude?" Tang Long was taken aback. Was this lad tasked with bringing Tang Ro into the fold? He merely intended to nurture this boy into a scientist, yet the boy seemed intent on becoming his brother-in-law. Clearing his throat, Tang Long coughed a few times and said, "Children should not meddle in adult affairs." Tang Yi suddenly found himself at a loss for words, casting a resentful glance at Tang Long. The chief appeared to be only a year his senior. How could he be considered a child? At 14, many in the Great Wasteland were already taking wives and starting families. Tang Long swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Let us first discuss how to excavate the kiln cave. Look." After some time, Tang Long inquired, "Do you understand?" Tang Yi nodded, then shook his head, earnestly replying, "I shall try it first. If I do not understand, I will return to consult you." Tang Long pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling an important matter, and promptly summoned the books from the Library of Flames. He aimed to standardize the tribe's measurements, length, volume, and weight, essential for accurately gauging objects. The precision of data was crucial. Without it, the transmission of various sciences would be fraught with difficulty. Much like the medical team's concoction of healing and insect-repelling medicines, which relied on the women's tactile judgment for weight, such a method of preparation was alarming, as every batch exhibited variability in efficacy and healing results. Since the Tang tribe began with brick-making and iron smelting, They had indeed opened the door to industry. However, without unified measurements, the resulting products would likely differ significantly. With a bone knife, Tang Long cut a straight branch, crafting a 1-meter-long ruler marked with centimeter increments, precisely delineated. He crafted a rudimentary balance beam from wood and verified a 1-pound stone as a weight using the Xinhui library. These stones served as the original measure of weight. Tang Long meticulously explained these two items to Tang Yi, emphasizing the importance of precision, for any mistake would lead to significant complications. Tang Yi was astounded by the lofty and imaginative logic of the esteemed patriarch. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recognizing that the patriarch was indeed a divine being who had descended to the mortal realm. Unwilling to yield, he proposed, "Esteemed patriarch, my sister is unparalleled in beauty across the vast wilderness. She could attend to you in your cave tonight. Would you consider it?" Tang Long could not help but tap him on the head, saying, "Go and dig the cave properly, and forge me the knives." Standing straight with his feet together, Tang Yi replied, "As you command, esteemed patriarch." Shortly, Tang Wu led the clansmen, armed with stone knives and carrying simple baskets on their backs, to the site where they fervently began to excavate the earth after clearing the grass. To achieve excellence, one must first sharpen their tools. Tang Long, accompanied by Tang Yi, began crafting wooden molds for bricks and brought smooth stone slabs to the stream, creating a space for the clay molds. The clansmen transported basket after basket of pure clay to the stream, soon forming a small mound. Tang Long directed them to splash the stream water onto the clay, breaking it apart, and then to sprinkle the appropriate amount of water before mixing it thoroughly with wooden sticks. The clansmen, like human mixing machines, quickly kneaded the red clay until it resembled noodles, smooth and sticky. The wooden molds for the bricks came into play, and soon, uniformly sized red clay bricks were neatly stacked by the stream, presenting a magnificent sight. The Tang clansmen demonstrated remarkable learning abilities, executing their tasks with great efficiency. And the quality of the brick molds was excellent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang Long felt a sense of joy. He preferred the vibrant energy of labor to the cold, desolate battlefield. Yet, he seemed destined for the battlefield. In his previous life, and now, for the sake of his clan, he too must fight to carve out his destiny. To elevate the civilization within the Xinhui library, he must ensure that more people heed his voice. Chapter 36. The transformation of the Tang clan. The little ones in the clan, having nothing to do, joined in to help. They joyfully leaped barefoot onto the mud piles, their laughter resonating in the air. It was unclear whether they came to assist or merely to cause mischief. With a thought, Tang Long, in a spirit of experimentation, sought books on molding clay figures from the Xinhui library. To his astonishment, he found titles such as 108 Techniques for Molding Clay Figures and Methods for Crafting Clay Bowls, as well as techniques for creating clay jars. He was amazed by the depth of knowledge stored within the library, truly as vast as the ocean. His dexterous hands soon mastered the techniques of molding clay figures. With a touch of childlike whimsy, he fashioned several small clay figures and gifted them to the joyous little ones, who exclaimed in delight. One adorable child with a gap-toothed smile asked, "Esteemed patriarch, my mother says you are a deity. Does this mean the clay figure is a gift from you, a god?" Tang Long knelt down, wiping the dirt from his face, and said, "Your mother is mistaken. The chieftain is a flesh-and-blood individual who prefers to be human. The gods will not concern themselves with your lives, but the chieftain will." The little one scratched the back of his head in confusion and asked, "Chieftain, could you make me another clay figurine?" His eyes sparkled with hope. Tang Long, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why?" The child replied, "The chieftain's stories are called water margin." Tang Long raised his eyebrows and gently added, "It is named water margin." The child's eyes lit up as he earnestly stated, "Yes, I want to be like the heroes in water margin, a grateful child of the Tang clan. The clay figurine you made is so beautiful, I want to give one to you. My mother said you saved our family." Tang Long found himself a bit perplexed by the child's words, yet he chuckled and replied, "All right. Then the chieftain shall make another clay figurine for you to gift him." "Great." Tang Long quickly fashioned a delicate clay dragon for the little one, who gazed at it longingly as if reluctant to part with it. Nevertheless, he presented it to Tang Long and said, "Chieftain, the term you taught me is thank you." Tang Long happily accepted it and replied warmly, "You're welcome." The children soon became lively and mischievous, engaging in a playful mud fight, with dirt flying everywhere and their cheerful laughter filling the air. Tang Long was not upset. He simply picked up a stone slab and distanced himself from the little rascals. The other hard-working clan members did not intervene, allowing the children to frolic freely, for they had never experienced such carefree antics during their own childhoods. Their memories were filled with a sense of numbness, devoid of vibrancy. From the moment they could remember, they were tasked with responsibilities, gathering firewood, foraging for wild vegetables, or lying in a cave, weak from hunger, with no strength or energy to engage in playful mud fights. They merely wished to remain still, hoping their hunger would not strike so fiercely or so swiftly. However, the children of the Tang clan were different. The chieftain not only ensured their basic needs for food and clothing were met, but also regaled them with stories each night. These were tales they had never heard before, of people who must have lived in the divine realm. The chieftain had but one request of the children: to grow up safely and joyfully, so they could contribute to the clan in the future. The working clan members, upon reflecting on this, could not help but steal glances at the chieftain, who was squatting nearby, molding clay. In the sunlight, that handsome youth was the embodiment of hope for the Tang clan. As long as he remained, the sky would not fall. No, they would not allow this sky to collapse. They would protect it until the end of their lives. Suddenly, they felt invigorated, knowing that such a wonderful clan and such a remarkable chieftain were irreplaceable in the vast wilderness. The chieftain claimed he was merely human, yet he might not realize that he was a deity in the hearts of the Tang clan. Tang Long crafted various pottery tools, creating bowls, spoons, basins, jars, pots, and more, encompassing everything needed. Tang Wu has arranged for several women to come and learn, as they excel in meticulous tasks far better than men. However, these women are perpetually drawn to Tang Long, leaving him quite overwhelmed. The third rule of the Tang clan states, no active seduction of the clan leader is permitted. This regulation, forcibly imposed by Tang Rou and Tang Wu, is the most detested rule among the clan. The women loathe this decree, gnashing their teeth, for otherwise the clan leader would surely fall into their grasp. They exchanged glances, each embodying a different archetype: aloof, alluring, innocent, and flirtatious, each one suitable for the esteemed leader. Observing the clan leader's handsome visage, lithe figure, and powerful legs, they yearned to whisk him away to a secluded cave. The more they contemplated, the more frustration grew within them. That cursed third rule was indeed a torment. For now, they could only linger nearby, harboring a bitter sense of unfulfillment. After instructing the women, Tang Long made a hasty retreat, appearing somewhat disheveled, while the women erupted in laughter behind him. The onlooking clansmen found the scene quite amusing. It was only during such moments that they glimpsed the youthful side of their leader, a virgin who had yet to experience the pleasures of womanhood. However, these women reserved their affections solely for Tang Long. Any other man daring to take liberties would likely find himself battered. Even Tang Zhan would avoid the Tang women, who resembled fierce beasts. After teaching the clansmen how to mold clay and dig pits, Tang Long began to instruct them on charcoal production, essential for future iron and steel processing. With no coal or coke available, they resorted to using the most primitive materials for production. The process of making charcoal was straightforward. Following the methods provided by the library of firewood, they simply needed to find quality timber to burn. In this untamed wilderness, timber was an everlasting resource. Before long, Tang Darren returned with a substantial amount of firewood. With a pained expression, he said, "Clan leader, cutting down trees consumes our stone knives. Several have already broken. If this continues, the tribe will be left without tools." Tang Long reassured him, "Perhaps this is the last time our stone knives will be of use. Once new knives are forged, you shall receive one first." Tang Darren then broke into a grin. "In that case, I need not worry. I shall go chop down more." Tang Long was quite busy, as every step required his guidance, oversight, and standard setting. It was through his standards that Tang Yi and the clansmen could find direction. Though it was exhausting, he found immense joy in it. What they were forging was not merely weapons, but a way of life. Chapter 37. Espionage of the Snake and Bear Tribes. Additional update. Nightfall. Snake Tribe Camp. Tang Feng, disguised, infiltrated the Snake Tribe and lay concealed atop the thatched roof of the chief's dwelling. "O chief, I beseech you, do not make me feed the snakes." The mournful cries and pleas evoked sorrow in those who heard them, bringing tears to their eyes. Inside, Snake Xian stood ominously, declaring, "Throw these injured useless ones into the snake pit. If they cannot work or fight, they shall serve as food for the snakes. Help! Save me! Do not eat me." The cold, Unyielding serpent warrior thrust the individual into the snake pit, his face devoid of any compassion, instead adorned with a sinister smile. Serpent Xian turned and exited the outer chamber, casting a menacing glare at those within, his voice echoing with a chilling inquiry. What has transpired? During this period, not a single wandering savage had been captured. What calamity had befallen the wilderness? No one had fed the snakes, and now the pit of myriad serpents threatened to erupt? The holy serpent had emerged twice, and you have witnessed its gruesome consumption of dozens of our kin. If you wish to avoid being devoured yourselves, then bring me more wanderers to feed the snakes. The faces of the serpent warriors within the chamber turned pale. They had witnessed the horrific visage of the holy serpent consuming humans, instilling genuine terror within them. A scarred serpent warrior spoke up. Chief, previously, places where wandering savages gathered are now devoid of life, as if they have vanished collectively. Eventually, we managed to capture a few wandering warriors, and they claimed that a man named Tang, he had taken them away, stating they were joining a tribe known as the Tang clan. Serpent Xian, bewildered, inquired, "What is this Tang clan?" The scarred warrior shook his head in confusion. Those individuals do not know either. They intended to join as well. But the Tang clan only accepted the weak, such as lonely orphans and those with families. Serpent Xian's triangular eyes narrowed with a sinister gleam, perplexed. Why would they reject robust warriors in favor of frail orphans? Are the members of the Tang clan deranged? The scarred warrior could not fathom the reasoning either. It is unfathomable. A sudden realization struck Serpent Xian. A new tribe had emerged nearby. His eyes gleamed with cold determination as he bellowed, "Send someone to locate this Tang clan and retrieve those contemptible wandering savages to feed the snakes. If you fail, I shall cast you into the snake pit." Yes, the serpent warriors trembled in response, hastily departing to seek out the legendary Tang clan. Tang Feng gently descended from the rooftop, swiftly vacating the serpent tribe. His expression was grim. Such a wicked serpent tribe, it was abhorrent to feed snakes with humans. He needed to return to his own tribe at once to report the serpent tribe's pursuit to the clan leader. The Tang clan must prepare for what was to come. At the bear tribe encampment, Tang Darren stealthily infiltrated, his towering stature blending seamlessly among the bear clansmen. At that moment, a massive bonfire blazed at the center of the bear tribe, with all clan members seated around it, while a group of injured warriors lay in the midst. "Chief, cast us down the mountain. We are gravely wounded and can no longer fight for the tribe. If we are to perish, we should not burden the tribe further." One severely injured warrior pleaded. Bear Shan closed his eyes in sorrow, remaining silent for a moment. He then rose, his voice resonating with gravity. "Nonsense. Our bear tribe has never abandoned its kin, and I, Bear Shan, shall not do so. Chief, look at my wound. It has festered. You know there is no hope." A wounded man pointed to the enormous gash on his leg, a deep knife wound that was grotesquely swollen. Xiong Shanxiang smiled reassuringly. "Xiong Shi, you will recover." Xiong Shi, with a bitter smile, replied, "Chief, there has never been anyone who survived after a wound festered to this extent." The members of the Xiong clan fell silent. For Xiong Shi was one of the tribe's finest warriors, usually vibrant and well-loved by his people. They were filled with sorrow. It seemed that Xiong Shi might also succumb to his injuries. Legend spoke of mystical shamans capable of healing ailments, yet the Xiong tribe was but a modest clan, devoid of such healers. Perhaps they were all destined to perish. Suddenly, a tall youth from the bear clan emerged, his face smeared with a dark substance. Perhaps ash from the wood? He approached Xiong Shi, producing a gourd commonly found in the wilderness, and upon removing its stopper, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "I have medicine. Do give it a try." Xiong Shi, perplexed, regarded this stranger, whose appearance was as dark as night, akin to a figure of African descent. Who could he be? Xiong Shan's pupils constricted as he sensed a potent aura of blood. A level 3 beast warrior. When had the Xiong tribe acquired an unfamiliar level 3 beast warrior? He immediately adopted a defensive stance. He did not intervene as Tang Dedeo applied the medicine to Xiong Shi. If his intent were to harm, it was sufficient to observe quietly without interference. There was no need to reveal himself in front of so many, only to kill Xiong Shi, unless he were mad. Tang Dedeo applied the golden wound ointment carefully to Xiong Shi's injury, a revered remedy within the tribe. And there was a twinge of reluctance in sharing it with an outsider. Xiong Shi felt a cool sensation at the site of the wound. and the searing pain that had once consumed him vanished entirely, replaced by a wave of soothing relief throughout his body. His eyes brightened. Could this medicine truly heal me? Tang Dedeo nodded earnestly. Indeed, this is our tribe's sacred remedy, specifically designed for external injuries. He placed the gourd of ointment before Xiongshi, casting a lingering glance. This precious medicine was now a gift to the Xiong clan. The chief had instructed him, should he find the hearts of the Xiong people to be pure, to leave the golden ointment to aid their wounded. My swelling is subsiding, and it no longer hurts, Xiongshi exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers gasped as they noticed that the horrific wound was indeed diminishing, blood seeping down his leg to the ground, and he appeared revitalized. Xiongshi rejoiced, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Who are you?" Tang Dedeo proudly declared, "I am Tang Dedeo from the Tang clan. Our chief, Tang Long, entrusted me with this healing ointment. Farewell." Xiongshi furrowed his brow, perplexed, and queried, "Might I know where the Tang clan resides? I wish to express my gratitude." Tang Dedeo smiled, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. The chief is indeed astute. He had anticipated the Xiong chief's words. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Our chief has stated that you need not be so formal, for we are all denizens of the great wilderness. Our paths shall cross again. Farewell." Xiongshi wished to inquire further, but, however, upon witnessing Tang Dada's resolute departure, the clan leader insisted that something be left behind, ensuring that the Xiong clan members felt not only gratitude but also a sense of mystery. Xiongshi waved his hand, signaling the tribe to clear a path. Despite the stranger's unclear origins, he could not impose difficulties upon someone who had come to aid his kin. Xiongshi held firm to his principles of humanity, as did the Xiong tribe to their foundational tenets. He stepped forward to examine the wound on Xiongshi, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, it had begun to heal. Xiongshi gazed at the receding figure of Tang Deda, murmuring regretfully that there was nothing of worth to express gratitude. The members of the Xiong clan etched the name of the Tang tribe into their memories, for they had sent medicine to save their kin, an act of kindness from a commendable tribe, with that individual named Tang Long being a noble leader. Xiongshi turned and instructed Xiongzhuang, "Follow him, ascertain the whereabouts of the Tang tribe." A moment later, Xiongzhuang returned with a report, "We've lost him." The moment he entered the forest, it was too dark to pursue. After a moment of contemplation, Xiongshi commanded, "Send someone at dawn to search the wilderness and discover where this Tang tribe lies." Since Tang Dada could find the Xiong clan in the dark, their tribe must be nearby. Staring into the pitch-black night sky, Xiongshi murmured, "This vast wilderness is becoming increasingly troublesome." Chapter 38. The clan leader's tale. On the flat ground before the cave at Long Dragon Mountain, the members of the Tang tribe, having eaten their fill, gathered around the fire pit with their wooden and stone stools. A crowd of 100 or 200, their voices mingling in a lively cacophony, bore expressions of joy, as if anticipating something grand. Though they had toiled throughout the day, fatigue was overshadowed by their eagerness to hear the clan leader narrate tales from the divine realm. Missing out would leave them troubled all day long, rendering even food tasteless. Tang Long entered the circle, carrying a wooden stool, and seated himself before his designated azure stone, embodying an air of authority. With a smile, he surveyed the crowd and struck the wooden block on the stone slab with a firm thud. At once, both adults and children fell silent. This sound signified the beginning of the clan leader's storytelling, a signal akin to a gavel of judgment. Thus, the clan leader commenced his tale. Tang Long retrieved a copy of Water Margin, specifically Chapter 61, Wu Yang's clever scheme to deceive the Jade Kirin, Zhang Shun's nocturnal disturbance at the Golden Sands Crossing. Clearing his throat, he began, in the Garden of Abundance, reaching to the heavens and penetrating the earth, skilled in both the literary and martial arts, widely mingling with the heroes of the four seas, harboring brilliance and integrity that surpasses all. The members of the Tang tribe listened with puzzled expressions, yet they were accustomed to the clan leader's initial incomprehensible remarks. However, the inability to grasp the meaning was inconsequential. What mattered was that the clan leader was undoubtedly recounting the profound and magnificent tales of the divine. Listening to stories from the divine realm was akin to deciphering celestial scripts. Such sacred texts were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The members of the Tang clan pondered deeply. As the chieftain uttered a term, unfathomably impressive, Tang Long quickly adjusted this into the vernacular of the great wilderness. Translating it to something akin to Wu Yong will devise a plan. But how to convey this in a manner that the clan could comprehend? If he continuously resorted to crude expressions, the clan members would soon be inundated with foul language. Tang Long's lips twitched. He recalled his own folly during his initial attempt at narrating Water Margin, finding the translation arduous, and the listeners equally perplexed. The following day, he awoke to discover that there were at least several hundred interpretations of that one episode within the tribe, each distinct. After hearing these myriad renditions, he felt that his own retelling paled in comparison. In a future era, this tale would have completely morphed into a fantastical narrative. Despite the somewhat chaotic conclusion of the story, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the clan for storytelling. The nights in the great wilderness offered little entertainment aside from training or, for those with families, procreation within caves. Tang Long recited the segments he struggled to translate verbatim. Acknowledging that every individual perceives the world through a unique lens, he did not impose his views upon them. What form would the 108 heroes of Liangshan take in their minds? Tang Long had no certainty. Today he spoke of Li Kuei, and he anticipated that tomorrow would see a few imitators emerge within the tribe. The thought filled him with expectation, knowing these imitators would surely be covered in ash. Each day, he narrated 2 chapters, which proved to be quite taxing. He not only had to tell the tale, but also respond to inquiries. At long last, he concluded the 2 chapters and awaited questions. Indeed, the chieftain inquired, "Is it true that the 108 heroes in this story are the 72 earthly fiends and the 36 celestial stars?" Tang Wu gazed at the stars above, her delicate face adorned with a look of confusion. The clan members turned their attention to Tang Long, questioning whether the protagonists of the tale were celestial deities observing them from the heavens. "Chieftain, with your profound knowledge of the 108 star spirits, which deity do you embody?" Tang Li asked, her curiosity evident as her long eyelashes fluttered, her heart tingling with excitement. Tang Long glanced at the North Star and replied with a smile. "The chieftain is but a mortal. This is merely a story to be enjoyed." "Chieftain, what does it mean to act on behalf of heaven?" Tang Zhan pondered thoughtfully. Tang Long explained, "It signifies upholding justice on behalf of the heavens, addressing the injustices that the heavens neglect." Enlightened, Tang Zhan ventured, "Chieftain, should we not hang a sign that declares our commitment to acting on behalf of heaven in front of the tribe?" "Indeed, chieftain, I believe that is a splendid idea. You should inscribe it in divine script, large and imposing." The crowd began to buzz with excitement, their voices overlapping as they shared their thoughts and suggestions. Observing the lively scene, Tang Long's lips curled into a proud smile, recalling how the clansmen had once entered the tribe with numbed expressions, devoid of hope, their lives shrouded in despair. However, as days passed, they managed to immerse themselves into the narrative, all yearning to become the valiant heroes who champion justice. "This is commendable." Tang Long recalled a line from a movie. "What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish?" The Tang clan ought to harbor their own aspirations, for existence must be imbued with purpose and significance. Ahem, silence, for tomorrow I shall carve a grand wooden tablet. Champion justice. Tang Long readily agreed. The clan rejoiced, united in exclaiming, "Great leader, you are wise." These words were learned from the tales of their leader, the words of the divine, mythical. Suddenly, Tang Fei rushed towards Tang Long, shouting, "Great leader, I have just returned from the serpent tribe, where I infiltrated their ranks. They are capturing the wild people to feed the serpents. They are aware of our existence and will send people at dawn to hunt us down, claiming they will take us back to feed the serpents." "What? To capture us for serpent fodder? These atrocious villains." The clan members seethed. I wondered why the wild people in this vicinity kept disappearing mysteriously. It turns out they were being fed to serpents. They gritted through their teeth. Tang He, with a grim expression, declared, "Great leader, the serpent tribe is so wicked. Let us champion justice." Tang Zhan clenched his fists, fervently waving them. "Great leader, let us champion justice. Great leader, let us champion justice." The Tang clan was filled with fervor, kneeling on one knee, collectively offering their respect to Tang Long. They implored, "Great leader, let us champion justice and eradicate this evil serpent clan." United in purpose, their fighting spirit surged, and their morale was unwavering. There was no need for Tang Long to rally them. Each heart brimmed with a fierce desire for vengeance against the serpent tribe, far exceeding Tang Long's expectations. Tang Darren returned to the tribe to report, "Great leader, The bear tribe has not abandoned their injured. I have left them with healing ointment. They sent someone to follow me, but I managed to shake them off. Tang Long rose abruptly. With all the intelligence gathered, he had made his decision. The serpent tribe shall face no mercy. The bear tribe is to be incorporated. He declared loudly, in order. With a resounding clap, all clan members swiftly brought their feet together, the sound echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. A few little ones exerted too much force and nearly stumbled. But they steadied themselves, mimicking the adults by standing tall, gazing up at their great leader, for he was about to issue a command. Tang Long announced, "Prepare for war against the serpent tribe. Now, form ranks for drills." "Yes, great leader." The clan members sprinted back to their dwellings to retrieve their weapons. Moments later, the Tang clan stood in two formations. One was the warriors formation, consisting of those at the level of beast-tooth warriors and above, while the other was the reserve warriors formation, where the little ones obediently lined up. The Tang tribe stood as a unified force. At the forefront of the warriors formation stood Tang He, Tang Zhan, Tang Darren, Tang Tiahu, Tang Ro, and Tang Li. Tang He and Tang Zhan serve as the principal and vice leaders of the Tang clan's army. Stepping forward, Tang He declared, "Report to the clan leader. The warrior formation is supposed to consist of 82 members, and we have 82 present. Among them, there are 3 Tier 3 Beast-Tooth warriors, 12 Tier 2 Beast-Tooth warriors, and 67 Tier 1 Beast-Tooth warriors." Tang Long responded in a deep voice, "Each unit, report your numbers." Tang Tai Chue stepped forward, stating, "Report to the clan leader. The shield bearers are supposed to be 20, and we have 20 present." His formation comprised mature male warriors, each wielding massive wooden shields, their muscles taut, forming the first line of defense for the Tang army. Tang Dadan approached next, saying, "Report to the clan leader. The Tang Knife formation of young soldiers is supposed to consist of 20 members, and we have 20 present." His unit comprised boys aged 12 to 15, all of whom had just achieved the status of Tier 1 Beast-Tooth warriors. They wielded pristine bone knives and stone blades, their killing intent coalescing in the air. Tang Ro then stepped forward, announcing, "Report to the clan leader. The female archers are supposed to be 30, and we have 30 present." Her formation consisted of female warriors, each poised and valiant, carrying the dragon god bows on their backs, with quivers filled with arrows at their hips. Tang Li approached and reported, "Report to the clan leader. The medical team is supposed to comprise 10 members, and we have 10 present." They carried green gourd containers filled with potions, both healing and toxic. The warriors bore bright eyes filled with fierce determination, as the heavy aura of bloodlust surged through the formation, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to strike. Tang Long clenched his fists tightly and commanded in a solemn tone, "Form ranks, prepare for drills." "Yes, clan leader." The warriors moved like dragons, arrows fell like rain, and blades gleamed ominously, their battle cries echoing through the heavens. The Tang clan's battle knives were finally unsheathed, ready to deliver the first strike. Chapter 39. Jungle Warfare. 10 days later, at noon, the sun shone brightly over the vast wilderness, and the forest was humid and warm. A search party from the Snake tribe, consisting of 10 members, had finally reached the vicinity of Giant Dragon Mountain. Tentatively, they scanned their surroundings, having lost all hope of locating the Tang clan. In this boundless forest, searching aimlessly for someone felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, the scarred face of a Snake tribe warrior exclaimed, "Look, there's thick smoke rising in that direction. Is the forest on fire?" The other Snake tribe warriors were alarmed. If it was indeed a forest fire, it would spell disaster. The proximity of the fire to their tribe meant that if it spread, the entire clan would have to relocate. With fortune, they might escape the flames, but with misfortune, they would be consumed by the inferno. The scarred warrior steadied his racing heart and scrutinized the smoke for a while before exhaling deeply. "The smoke does not appear to be spreading. It seems it is not a forest fire, but rather someone is cooking." A burly Snake tribe warrior responded with excitement. "That means there are people nearby. Let us go capture them and feed them to the snakes. If we fail to catch anyone, we'll all end up in the snake pit." With a wave of his hand, the scarred warrior growled, "Brothers, let us go and capture people to feed the snakes." "Clan leader, the Snake tribe has approached." Tang Zhan swung down from a tree like a monkey and landed beside Tang Long. His face and body were smeared with green vine sap, blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest. If one did not observe closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern that this was a human. Tang Long patted the large cat beside him and said, "Great cat, sever their escape route, and I shall roast the White Wolf King's meat for you tonight." The swift-wind spirit cat was on the verge of advancing to a third-tier ferocious beast, and Tang Long decided to use the meat of the third-tier White Wolf King to bolster its strength. The large cat's round eyes sparkled with delight, its mouth involuntarily breaking into a charming smile, and its fluffy head bobbed enthusiastically. With a proud gait, it ventured into the jungle, disappearing from sight. The clan leader had tasked it with cutting off the retreat of those evildoers, and for the sake of the White Wolf King's meat, it vowed to exert its utmost effort. The swift-wind spirit cat had grown accustomed to Tang Long's offerings of cooked food, and in its eyes, he held a position of great esteem, now regarded as equal to its master, Tang Wu. Tang Long clasped his hands together, signaling the combat formation he had devised for jungle warfare. Tang Zhan, Tang He, Tang Tai Chue, Tang Dedan, Tang Ro, and Tang Li swiftly gathered around him, each resembling a green specter lying in wait. In a hushed tone, Tang Long commanded, "Leave no one from the snake tribe behind. Ensure that all who come here vanish without a trace. You possess 3 third-tier beast-tooth warriors. Do not suppress them with your ranks, but employ the tactics I have taught you." The group nodded, dispersing into 2 smaller units, each proceeding to their respective ambush positions. 10 days had elapsed since the conclusion of their training, during which the clan leader had initiated them into the ways of jungle warfare, which he referred to as special operations. They were divided into 3 teams. The first assault team consisted of Tang Zhan, Tang Tai Chue, and Tang Dedan. The second fire support team included Tang He, Tang Ro, and Tang Li, and the third reconnaissance team comprised Tang Long and Tang Feng. The 10-man squad from the snake tribe struggled to navigate the terrain, unfamiliar with their surroundings, and had to forge a path as they advanced. Tang He observed for a moment and whispered to Tang Ro, "The one walking in the second position is their leader. You must strike true." Tang Ro nodded, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on the group of the snake tribe. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, "Help! A trap!" The foremost warrior of the snake tribe vanished without a trace, revealing a deep pit before him. The first warrior fell into the trap, letting out a chilling scream before silence enveloped him. The second warrior, scarred and wary, halted abruptly, narrowly avoiding the same fate. Peering into the pit, his face turned pale. The pit was about 2 men deep, filled with sharp wooden stakes, and the fallen warrior had been impaled through the chest, already lifeless. "Who in the blazes dug this pit?" The scarred warrior bellowed into the stillness of the forest. In this godforsaken place, who would come to dig a trap? A sudden realization struck him. Had they truly ventured near the Tang tribe's territory? A swift sound caught his ear, sharp as a whistle. Then, an excruciating pain surged through his leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. He glanced down and saw a dark arrow piercing through his knee, shattering his bone. "Ah! An enemy attack!" He cried out, "There are foes!" A flurry of arrows rained down, one striking his other knee, forcing him to kneel and rendering him immobile. 2 more arrows found their mark in the throats of his fellow warriors behind him, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground, eyes forever closed in death. The remaining 6 warriors hastily took cover behind the trees, gripping their weapons tightly, their faces etched with terror as they gazed in the direction from which the arrows had come. After the storm of arrows subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the forest, an unsettling stillness. Were it not for the scarred face still wailing in agony, and the 2 cold corpses lying on the ground, the snake tribe warriors would have suspected they had merely succumbed to a hallucination. With great effort, the scarred face bellowed, "Who is it? If you have the guts, come out. Don't hide like a coward." His voice echoed through the trees, yet no response came. Seeing no one answer, he turned and scolded, "Are you all dead? Help me over there." 2 snake tribe warriors glanced around anxiously, darting forth in a desperate attempt to assist him to safety behind a tree. Just then, the sound of slicing air resounded again, akin to a devil's deathly cry. The scarred face's expression changed dramatically. He was the only level 2 beast-tooth warrior in the group, his hearing far more acute than that of his companions. And he recognized that same sound of arrows slicing through the air. "Be careful," he warned, but before he could finish, 2 black arrows pierced the throats of the 2 warriors, spraying blood as they were pinned to the tree, the arrows embedded deep and razor-sharp. The scarred face's pupils constricted, his complexion paling at the viciousness of the arrows. He touched the arrow lodged in his knee. It was cold and heavy. its tip exceedingly sharp. The snake tribe possessed bow and arrows as well, but their range was short, making accurate shots difficult, and the bone bows prone to breaking, thus rarely employed by the tribe. Compared to the arrows in his leg, the tribe's weapons seemed like mere toys for children. Yet, the scarred face could not fathom why the enemy, possessing such lethal archery skills, chose only to shoot at his legs instead of delivering a fatal blow. Was there a hidden agenda at play? The forest once again fell into a profound silence. All he could hear were the hurried breaths and heartbeats of his kin, with no other sounds to be discerned. The atmosphere, thick with death, blood, and murderous intent, threatened to drive him to madness. He felt on the brink of insanity. Two snake tribe warriors stealthily crawled forward, the very act of subterfuge in which their kind excelled, hoping to rescue the scarred face once more. But just as he opened his mouth to shout a warning, two more warriors were abruptly pinned to the ground, meeting their untimely demise. In that moment, the scarred face suddenly grasped the truth. The enemy was deliberately sparing his life, using him as bait to eliminate the snake tribe warriors attempting to save him. It was akin to their own hunting practices, often breaking the leg of a smaller beast and leaving it in an open space, allowing its cries to lure in the larger predators before striking as a pack. In a mere instant, the 10-member Serpent Clan squad was reduced to just 2 intact warriors. One fell into a trap and perished, another was grievously injured, and 6 were shot dead on the spot. Scarface did not wish to meet his end. Yet perhaps today he would not escape this place alive. Even if he managed to leave, returning to the serpent tribe would mean a fate of feeding snakes. He was destined to be a dead man. The remaining 2 serpent warriors, hidden behind the trees, were engulfed in fear. Until now, they had no inkling of the enemy they faced. Where was the foe? Scarface was surely beyond saving. Anxiety gripped their hearts as they exchanged terrified glances and turned to flee along their original path. However, after just a few steps, the grass by the roadside erupted, and 2 dark blades appeared from thin air, severing their throats. They were plunged into eternal darkness, blood gushing from their carotid arteries, staining the forest and nourishing the flora. Tang Zhan and Tang Tai Chue exchanged smiles, revealing their pearly whites. This battle was remarkably effortless. There was no blood-soaked melee. A few arrows were shot, a quick ambush. And that was the end. Was this what the esteemed leader referred to as special operations? Satisfied, Tang Long leaped down from the great tree and approached Scarface, declaring, "The battle is over. All of you may emerge." At that, 3 archers sprang forth from their hiding spots. They had shot arrows and changed positions, never firing 2 arrows from the same location, as the leader had advised that doing so could easily expose them to danger. As long-range support, they effectively preserved themselves to inflict significant damage upon the enemy. Tang Darren appeared, his expression one of frustration. He had concealed himself further along the serpent's route back, but had not managed to catch a single foe. Demiao strutted back with an air of arrogance, lamenting the lack of any villains to confront. It was truly dull. Scarface gazed in terror at the humanoid creatures before him. By the serpent god above, were these beings truly human? With green faces, green skin, and bizarre attire, accompanied by 2 towering green giants. Could they be the legendary mountain spirits and wild beasts? Chapter 40. Spare me, spirits and ghosts. Scarface was filled with dread as a furry, ferocious beast approached him, baring its teeth and performing various intimidating gestures. Yet it refrained from biting him. Was this beast unwell? Demiao, however, found it amusing. This villain was quite hideous, and the cat had no desire to bite, but merely to frighten. The green humanoids, accompanied by the ferocious beast, led Scarface to a troubling realization. These individuals were undoubtedly the mountain spirits and wild beasts. It was unclear when the legends of these creatures had emerged in the vast wilderness, alongside tales of divine beings. Once everyone had gathered, Tang Long explained. This exemplifies a typical tactic in special operations, surrounding the corpse to strike at reinforcements. Render the most crucial enemy into an immobile casualty and eliminate all those who come to aid him. Do you all understand? The Tang clan replied in unison, "We understand." Tang he gazed intently at Tang Long, expressing admiration as he said, "He, for the past 30 years, has been celebrated as the god of war in the great wasteland. And I take great pride in this. However, witnessing the chief's methods, I realize there is much for me to learn. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed chief." The others also clasped their hands and implored, "Please, esteemed chief, instruct us." Tang Long smiled and replied, "Am I not already teaching you?" The crowd beamed with delight, affirming, "We shall earnestly apply ourselves to learning." The scarred face looked at Tang Long in anguish, exclaiming, "So you are indeed from the Tang clan?" Tang Long replied coldly, "You have come to capture us and feed us to snakes, have you not?" Suddenly, the scarred one burst into tears, pleading, "Do not kill me. I surrender to the Tang clan." Tang Long shook his head and replied indifferently, "We do not accept the surrender of Serpent clan members." Despair washed over the scarred one as he cried out in a frenzy, "If you kill me, neither I nor the sacred serpent will spare you." With a swift kick, Tang Zhan sent him sprawling to the ground. The scarred one begged from the dirt, "Please, do not kill me. I am truly of use." Tang Long coldly inquired, "From where does your sacred serpent originate?" The scarred one paused, shaking his head, "I do not know. Since the day I was born, the sacred serpent has been in our tribe. It delights in consuming humans, which is why every year we capture people from the great wasteland to feed it. Truly, I was coerced. I have only captured a few dozen wild people, and I pushed them into the serpent pit out of necessity." Tang Long, his face dark with fury, shouted, "Tang Ro, execute him." "Yes." The scarred one suddenly transformed, his expression turning menacing as he spat, "You vile woman. If I capture you in my next life, I will have my way with you before feeding you to the serpent." Tang Ro coldly stepped forward, her beast-hide boot pressing against the scarred one's back as she drew a dark, gleaming dagger. "Big sister, can you handle this? Shall I step in?" Tang Li provocatively offered. Tang Ro shot her a glare, and without hesitation, plunged the knife cleanly into the back of the scarred one's neck. She withdrew the dagger, blood gushing forth. Splattering her face, gently, she wiped a droplet of blood from her cheek, resembling a green rose with thorns. "Satisfying," Tang He exclaimed with a smile. Tang Long, with the leader of the bear tribe, is the young chieftain, Xiong Zhuang. They too comprise 10 members, drawn to the thick smoke hovering above the Tang tribe's encampment. "Young chieftain, if this truly is the Tang tribe's site, what do you think they are burning?" inquired a warrior from the bear tribe. Xiong Zhuang shook his head, replying, "How would I know? Let us proceed and find out." He led the way, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Surely they had found their quarry. As they advanced, the group swelled to 11. While passing a thicket, the last warrior suddenly felt a darkness engulf him, and he instantly succumbed to dizziness. The grass by the roadside silently caught him and pulled him into the underbrush. The party reverted to 10. As they approached a small tree, the second-to-last warrior also experienced sudden vertigo, as the unassuming tree began to stir and pulled him away without a sound. When they passed beneath a towering tree, a figure descended silently from the vines, landing atop the final bear warrior, extending a sinister hand to urge him to hasten. "We must move quickly. The day wanes," commanded Xiong Zhuang. Suddenly, he halted, sensing something was amiss. Why was there no response from behind? Gripping his stone knife tightly, he swiftly turned around only to find emptiness. His countenance paled, and his pupils dilated in alarm. Where had everyone gone? By my ancestors, 9 living souls have vanished without a trace. The forest breeze was gentle, yet an unsettling chill gripped Xiong Zhuang. An eerie sensation enveloped him. He shivered. Who would not be frightened in such a forest? "Kong Shirtu, where are you all?" he shouted, but silence echoed back, a terrifying stillness enveloping the woods. Suddenly, recollections of the night the salt mine was raided flooded his mind, the inexplicable deaths of the serpent tribe members, and his own mysterious fainting spell. His complexion grew increasingly pale. Had he encountered something supernatural? Was it the work of the Tang tribe? As he pondered, he detected a rustling behind him, spinning around like a whirlwind. He beheld a green face, its large eyes gazing intently at him. The visage broke into a smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, glinting ominously, a sight that was both gruesome and terrifying. His heart thundered like a drum, and his limbs turned icy. Was this a forest spirit? With a clenched jaw, Xiong Zhuang prepared to strike when, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the back of his head, and a wave of intense dizziness crashed over him. His resolve was strong. He fought to remain conscious, instinctively turning once more, only to find that same green face, its large eyes filled with morbid curiosity, staring back at him. With a roll of his eyes, he muttered, "What a dreadful fate, encountering forest spirits." His consciousness slipped into darkness, and he fainted. "Be gentle, hammers. Don't turn this lad into a fool," grumbled Tang Dayton. Tang Tietue spread his hands with a grin and said, "I just learned from the chieftain. My skills are still unrefined. Next time, I'll master the balance. Tang Long, accompanied by the others, appeared and commanded, throw them far away. Big Meow will keep watch. Ensure they aren't devoured by ferocious beasts. Once they awaken and return, you may return to the tribe. Meow, meow, meow. Big Meow raised 2 paws in a gesture, indicating that the chieftain would reward her with 2 fried fish. Tang Long fondly patted Big Meow's head and agreed. Deal, 3 fried fish. Big Meow's gem-like eyes narrowed with delight as it eagerly followed Tang Long's orders. Before long, Xiong Zhuang awoke from the darkness, leaping up swiftly to check his body. Finding himself unscathed, glancing beside him, he saw the 9 missing bear warriors sprawled together, snoring loudly. With a look of alarm, he rushed over and began kicking them, shouting, "Wake up! This forest is haunted by spirits. Get up now." It was terrifying. He wanted to leave immediately, to return to the tribe to seek protection from his father. He vowed never to return to this cursed, smoky land. What a fright. Wishing you all a splendid weekend, dear lords. 3 chapters, totaling 9,000 words. If you find it enjoyable, please show your support with likes, 5-star ratings, and positive reviews to boost the book's popularity. I will consider adding more chapters based on the response. Chapter 41. The Tang clan's production. Tang Long led the group back to the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, everyone posed various perplexing questions, all of which were answered in turn. Tang Long expressed his satisfaction, saying, "One must embody the unity of knowledge and action, fully understanding and practicing new endeavors." The eyes of the crowd sparkled with enlightenment. The chieftain's insights were truly profound. Tang Ro gazed at Tang Long's figure, captivated, murmuring, "The unity of knowledge and action. How beautifully he articulates it." The sky over Dragon Mountain was thick with smoke, and the streamside had transformed into a bustling construction site. People were hauling iron ore, shaping clay, and gathering firewood, with a constant flow of activity and lively chatter. The Tang tribe had excavated 2 kilns here, one for firing bricks and the other for pottery, pushing the limits of manpower and resources. In front of the kilns, neatly stacked walls of brick molds stood tall and impressive. Between the brick walls were numerous clay bowls, pots, and other utensils, while a few bare-bottomed children joyfully molded clay figures. At this moment, the fires in both kilns had extinguished. Tang Wu and Tang Yi were directing the tribesmen to open the kilns. Upon seeing Tang Long and his group return, Tang Yi approached with a bright smile, asking, "Chieftain, the kilns have cooled. Shall we open them?" Without hesitation, Tang Long replied, "Yes, I too wish to see what treasures we have produced." "Understood, we shall open the kilns." The doors of the kilns swung open, releasing a warm breeze that, while pleasant, was no longer scorching. As Tang Long stepped into the brick kiln, he was greeted by a radiant glow that filled his heart with joy. He casually picked up a red brick, its weight substantial. The surface smooth and devoid of the rough texture characteristic of later bricks, radiating a remarkable luster. Tang Yi, holding the red brick with joy, exclaimed, "Chief, please bestow it with a name." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Long smiled and replied, "Let it be called Tang Brick." "Excellent, Tang Brick it shall be. From now on, it will be the exclusive red brick of our Tang clan." The crowd erupted in cheers, praising the chief for his brilliant choice of name. Tang Ro observed with sparkling eyes, pondering whether this was a divine material. She suddenly leaned closer to Tang Long, her bosom inadvertently brushing against the firm muscle of his arm. The unexpected softness sent an electric thrill through Tang Long, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. With a stiff smile, he inquired, "Do you have any questions, Ro?" With a flirtatious smile, Tang Ro asked, "What else can this brick do besides building kilns?" Everyone noticed Tang Ro's subtle movements, but quickly averted their gazes, preferring not to witness the scene. With so many fierce women in the tribe, it must be quite challenging for the chief. Moreover, Tang Ro shared an ambiguous relationship with him, which arguably didn't constitute overt flirtation. So it was best to pretend not to see. Tang Long lifted his head, his gaze profound, and declared, "To build homes. I wish to provide our people with a true sanctuary. We shall construct castles, and no longer will we live in fear of ferocious beasts." The significance of this red brick was immense. It would be indispensable in the construction of anything we desired. Under Tang Long's guidance, the crowd's imaginations ignited, realizing that this red brick was indeed a treasure beyond compare. The chief was truly a divine being, for only a deity could transform clay into gold. Tang Yi looked proudly at his fellow tribesmen, Knowing that the brick's potential extended far beyond what had been revealed, the chief had imparted this knowledge to him. Suddenly, the Tang clan members were filled with anticipation. Their future homes would no longer be drafty, lowly shelters. They had unwavering confidence that the chief would design beautiful houses. Surely, they would be the most splendid in the vast wilderness, akin to the grand palaces described in the chief's stories, tall and spacious. As they entered the pottery kiln, their eyes gleamed with wonder at the array of pots, bowls, basins, and jars. The rugged yet elegant forms were a beauty that the Tang people had never before encountered. Unable to contain their excitement, each person eagerly grasped the pottery, unwilling to let go. Truly a treasure unlike any they had seen. The clay was of their making, yet they had never anticipated such exquisite results. Was the chief leading them to a life akin to that of the divine? Tang Long picked up a red bowl, both the interior and exterior smooth, with a subtle red sheen. He applied pressure, finding it sturdy and resistant to breakage, truly fine pottery. However, he felt uncertain, so he produced a dark dagger and scratched the surface of the bowl, leaving only a faint mark. It was not porcelain, for porcelain would be more resilient and lustrous, impervious even to steel's touch. The hardness of this earthenware bowl lies between pottery and porcelain. Its durability is beyond doubt. The black dagger was crafted by Tang Wu using witch fire over 10 days, resulting in 10 daggers and 20 pure iron black arrows, leaving her utterly exhausted. As the cauldron had yet to be fired, there was no means to smelt the iron ore, so the weapon molds had to be initially forged using witch fire. He meticulously examined several sturdy clay pots, and smelting iron posed no issues at all. With grandiosity, Tang Long proclaimed, "I hereby announce that these creations shall henceforth be known as Tang pottery, marking our lives' official entrance into the era of pottery." Tang pottery. What a splendid name! The Tang clan's people exclaimed. The chief's name is well chosen, products of the Tang clan, all surnamed Tang. One by one, the people joyfully transported the pottery outside, their cautious demeanor causing Tang Long's mouth to twitch. After all, they were merely clay vessels. Wow, so beautiful! The clansfolk gathered around, inquiring and praising, an inexplicable sense of happiness swelling within. Long live the chief! Long live the chief! Ever since they learned this phrase from the tales of Water Margin, they began to chant it in honor of Tang Long, finding immense delight in its utterance. With a grand wave of his hand, Tang Long commanded, "Smelt the iron." "Yes, chief." Tang Yu directed the clan's people into action. The Tang clan had already excavated several tens of thousands of pounds of ore, and a substantial quantity of charcoal had been produced, sufficient for the iron smelting process. Although limestone and other materials were typically required for smelting iron, their absence necessitated a makeshift approach. Tang Long fashioned a rudimentary blast furnace from clay pots, combining iron, ore, and charcoal, thus officially commencing the Tang clan's grand iron smelting endeavor. Tang Long had meticulously planned the quantity of weapons to produce, initially crafting 30 Tang swords, forging 5,000 arrowheads, and creating 32-meter-high iron shields. With these weapons, he felt assured of triumph in the impending battle for survival. Approaching the excited Tang he inquired, "Elder Tang, once the weapons are ready, would you be willing to lead our clan in the first battle for survival?" Upon hearing this, Tang he knelt on one knee and replied, "Great chief, I am willing. I shall fight for our clansfolk to carve out a place in this world." Tang Long helped him to his feet, declaring, "Elder Tang shall be our clan's foremost general." Tang He's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, pondering. He asked, like the formidable Lu Junyi, the Jade Kirin from Water Margin? Taken aback, Tang Long could not help but smile wryly. The members of the clan seemed to know the characters from Water Margin better than he did. Thus, he cryptically stated, "You shall be the god of war in the great wasteland, surpassing Lu Junyi in prowess." Tang Long retrieved texts such as The Art of War by Sun Tzu, The Art of War by Sun Bin, 6 Secret Teachings, Wei Liaozi, and New Book of Effective Practices from the Xinhua Library. He firmly believed that with these military classics, the Tang clan would surely produce numerous invincible warriors to sweep across the great wasteland. But where to begin? Perhaps by merging these military treatises, starting with the 36 stratagems? Chapter 42. The Perils of Fishing. Having arranged the iron smelting affairs, Tang Long swiftly made his way to the brook accompanied by the majestic cat. The feline communicated its intent with clarity, eager for a fresh catch at that very moment. The Tang clan, sustaining a staggering daily consumption of food for 200 individuals, required no less than 2,000 pounds, assuming each person consumed 10 pounds a day. Presently, Tang Long's storage was nearly depleted, containing only the meat of the white wolf king, a smattering of snake meat, and some mushrooms, leaving the food supply critically strained. With the entire tribe engrossed in the iron smelting endeavor, the task of foraging for sustenance had fallen solely upon his shoulders. Tang Long, a rare lightning sorcerer, had dedicated himself to the art of electric fishing. The thunder dragon residing in his dantian was gradually growing, instilling within him a sensation of imminent evolution and transformation. Compared to the initial awakening of his thunderous physique, his current electric power was more ferocious and enduring in its ability to cook fish. He began to anticipate, would the evolution of the thunder dragon signify an elevation in his sorcerer rank? Would it bestow upon him new skills? Would he become even more formidable? Simultaneously, he had reached the pinnacle of a second-level beast-tooth warrior, his strength now at an impressive 2,000 pounds. He was merely awaiting the opportune moment to break through into the ranks of a third-level beast-tooth warrior. The thought of possessing a colossal strength of 5,000 pounds, sufficient to uproot a grand tree, thrilled him immensely. Cooking fish was not an intricate craft. It was rather straightforward and unrefined. He was like a humanoid embodiment of lightning, diving into the brook where purple arcs of electricity flickered, causing fish and shrimp to leap into the air and float to the surface almost instantaneously. The mighty river, several dozen miles away, continuously replenished this brook with its bounty, offering an inexhaustible supply. The scenery along the brook was enchanting, adorned with lush greenery and fragrant wildflowers, with occasional wild fruits ripe for the picking. While Tang Long cooked the fish in the stream, the proud feline followed with graceful strides, its mouth agape in delight at the sight of numerous fish. When Tang Long ascended to meditate and restore his electric power, the cat assumed the role of a guardian spirit beast, warding off any living entity that dared to intrude. The swift, ethereal feline was undeniably adorable yet fierce, a charming spirit beast. As Tang Long drifted with the current, he diligently cleared the various pools of water. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured far downstream, nearing the confluence with the great river. As he continued downstream, the brook transformed into a small river, its width expanding, with fish and shrimp growing in both quantity and size. At that moment, he encountered a sizable pool, approximately 100 meters in circumference, teeming with floating aquatic plants and an abundance of fierce fish and shrimp that stirred his appetite. He resolved to finish fishing in this pool before returning to the tribe for a meal. The cat had already reclined on the riverbank, pressing its paw against its belly to signal its hunger. "Fear not, for your chieftain has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise," he exclaimed with fervor as he leaped into the water. The edge of the pool was somewhat deep, submerging him to the chest. A sense of joy surged within him. Deeper waters typically housed larger fish and shrimp, a lesson gleaned from his experiences in fishing. He was on the verge of unleashing his electric power when a sudden chill coursed down his spine, an instinctive awareness of murderous intent enveloping him. Tang Long's pupils contracted. He was acutely sensitive to the aura of danger, and the water in the pond harbored peril. Suddenly, a tumult erupted on the surface, and a dozen ferocious fish heads emerged, their crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling malevolence. Tang Long's heart sank, an unsettling realization sweeping over him. Could he truly be ambushed and surrounded by fish? He stared incredulously at the beasts for over 7 seconds, their murderous gaze intensifying, as if they sought to rend him apart. Who claimed that fish possessed a memory span of merely 7 seconds? The creatures before him defied such notions. Had their ancestors possessed remarkable memories, only to lose them due to the depletion of spiritual energy in later generations? He swiftly retreated. The water was the domain of these ferocious fish, and ascending to the shore was undoubtedly the prudent choice. Surely they could do him no harm on land. With a powerful leap, he sprang onto the riverbank. His movement was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The ferocious fish plunged back into the water, their dorsal fins slicing through the surface like blades, surging toward him with the speed of arrows. One particularly menacing fish launched itself from the water, aiming to bite him midair. It measured approximately 2 meters in length, its back a vivid green while its belly glowed a striking red, the scales shimmering like armor. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth that interlaced like a chilling array of blades. Tang Long's mind raced as he invoked the knowledge of the library of sparks, water tiger fish, with a similarity index of 60, and piranhas, with a similarity index of 70. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered whether these creatures were the ancestors of piranhas. In his consciousness, fish were inseparable from water. Yet these ferocious beings defied that notion, leaping from the depths to attack with brutal ferocity. A cold glint flickered in Tang Long's eyes. Even after reaching the shore, he was relentlessly pursued. Was this wilderness truly so mad, or were these fish simply deranged? A fish out of water, no matter how fierce, was merely a meal waiting to be prepared. With the grace of a dragon, Tang Long's left hand glided like a specter across the scales of a fish. A purple arc of electricity crackling to life. The ferocious fish, suspended in midair, convulsed violently, while Tang Long's right hand brandished a black dagger, plunging it into the fish's abdomen and tearing it asunder with a powerful pull. The fish's blood splattered, staining the riverbank crimson. With a thud, the fish collapsed onto the ground, struggling feebly before being decisively subdued by the mighty cat, which reveled in the size of its catch. It lifted its head, contemplating the prospect of 3 such sizable fried fish, and found life to be exceedingly delightful. Yet the remaining ferocious fish showed no signs of retreat, launching themselves from the water toward Tang Long in a terrifying wave, akin to leaping through a dragon's gate. Tang Long scoffed derisively. Did they not realize their impending doom? The moisture enveloping these fish only served to amplify the ferocity of his electrical powers. One by one, the fish, ensnared in arcs of purple lightning, fell to the ground. Their bellies ruptured and transformed into Tang Long's spoils of victory. A waft of grilled fish aroma permeated the riverside, causing the large cat to inhale deeply. 15 fierce fish, each weighing approximately 300 to 400 pounds, yielded an astonishing 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of fish meat. This bounty was more than sufficient for the Tang clan to feast for an entire day, an unexpected delight indeed. Tang Long collected all the fierce fish into the library of kindling, relishing the abundance of such formidable creatures. Suddenly, a jet of water shot forth from the pond, swift as an arrow and piercing through the air. Tang Long's pupils constricted, and he swiftly evaded. The force of that water arrow was tremendous, shattering the bark of a large tree on the bank, sending vibrations through the trunk and leaves swirling in the air. A gust of wind arose, causing the leaves to dance chaotically, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the pond's edge. From the depths emerged a massive whirlpool, and a fearsome head broke the surface. The large cat extended its fluffy head, anxiously peering into the pond, curious about the creature that lurked beneath. Tang Long's eyes widened in shock. How could such a terrifying beast appear? Chapter 43. The Hunt for the Sea Eel Dragon. It was a flattened head, reminiscent of a python's, roughly the size of a grinding stone, adorned with a sharp horn atop and covered in green scales. Following that was a long neck, considerably thinner than the head, lined with delicate scales akin to a serpent's body. Then, a broad, flat body emerged, measuring at least 5 to 6 meters long, comparable in size to a calf. The creature's limbs were fin-like, resembling the body shape of a seal or sea lion, its muscles rippling with strength. Finally, a short, serpentine tail surfaced. The beast's blood-red eyes locked onto Tang Long, silently revealing its gaping maw, bearing rows of interlocking fangs that glimmered ominously. Tang Long stared at this fearsome creature, his mind momentarily clouded. What era was he in? The comparative results from the library of kindling indicated sea eel dragon, with an 80 similarity. The sea eel dragon thrived during the late Cretaceous period, approximately 70 to 85 million years ago, a dinosaur of the seas. With an 80 match confirmed, it was evident that this was indeed the sea eel dragon, an amphibious dinosaur. Had he somehow traversed back to the age of dinosaurs? Yet, the data indicated that this creature should inhabit the ocean. What brought it to the freshwater river? Was it merely on a leisurely excursion from the sea? Or had recent fishing activities in the stream attracted the attention of river-dwelling beasts, sending one to confront him? However, the command of the river over the sea made little logical sense. At this moment, Tang Long's thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool, leaving him utterly perplexed. The sea eel dragon surged silently onto the shore, its body rising to a height of approximately 3 meters, equivalent to a story of a building, instilling a profound sense of oppression in Tang Long. The dragon's elongated serpent neck lunged forward, its teeth magnifying infinitely within Tang Long's gaze, a foul stench assaulting his senses. Summoning his energy to his dantian, Tang Long's fingertips transformed into needle-like projections, and he flicked his fingers in rapid succession. A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the woods. and the sea eel dragon felt a searing pain in its eyes, a pain so intense it was almost unbearable. With two resounding cracks, its eyes were shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Tang Long's needles flew with remarkable speed, leaving no time for the creature to react. With a heart-wrenching cry, the sea eel dragon, a dominant force in the water, found itself at a loss, having never before suffered such a grievous blow. Blinded and disoriented, it began to thrash wildly, its long serpentine head snapping and its tail sweeping through the air. Nearby trees were uprooted, toppling in disarray, while the surrounding grass was mercilessly flattened, swirling in the wind amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Long aimed to claim the creature's life. The prospect of 5,000 pounds of sea eel dragon meat was enough to satiate the tribe for 2 days. Activating his thunder eye, he observed the creature's body shimmering with spiritual energy, confirming it was indeed a prime specimen of dinosaur flesh, a level 3 beast. The thunder eye indicated that this sea eel dragon was akin to the white wolf king, differing only in its dominion over the waters. Tang Long swallowed hard, feeling immensely fortunate. Today, he might finally feast upon dinosaur meat, a delicacy in this desolate wilderness where only fine cuisine was worthy of pursuit. With stealth akin to a specter, Tang Long approached the sea eel dragon, extending his hand to unleash the full force of his electric power. Instantly, purple arcs of electricity crackled around the creature, causing its massive body to tremble. Yet, true to its nature as a level 3 beast, it continued to struggle against the onslaught. The swift-winged cat, like a gust of wind, darted across the creature's serpentine neck, its claws gleaming with a cold light, delivering a brutal strike that sent a spray of blood into the air, resembling a rain of crimson. Despite the rank difference, swift-winged cat being a level 2 beast, its ferocity knew no bounds, and it nearly severed the sea eel dragon's throat with a single swipe. With a pained roar, the sea eel dragon unleashed a jet of water from the sharp horn atop its head, aimed directly at the swift-winged cat. The feline regarded it with a flicker of disdain, remaining utterly still. The water arrow struck the ground nearby, creating a sizable crater, having missed its target. No wonder the swift-winged cat stood unmoving. With eyes like polished jade, it remained a mere phantom before launching another assault. Without warning, another water arrow shot forth, hitting the swift-winged cat, which had just evaded to its front. The cat was propelled backward by the force of the blast, rolling several times before crashing to the ground. Its bones shattered at the point of impact, rendering it unable to rise. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes as it prepared to self-destruct to heal its wounds. "No, my dear cat, allow me to avenge you," Tang Long urgently interjected, recognizing that the cat had yet to ascend to a level 3 beast because of a previous self-detonation that had severely wounded its vitality. If it were to self-destruct once more, the time required for its elevation would undoubtedly be prolonged. The war between the Tang clan, the Serpent tribe, and the Bear tribe looms ominously ahead. He desperately requires the formidable strength of the Great Meow, as well as its ascension to a level 3 beast. The Great Meow emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries, its voice piercing and sorrowful like the wails of spring. It ceased its frantic tail thrashing, tears welling in its eyes. Feeling oppressed and pleading for the chief to avenge its plight, Tang Long gritted his teeth, intensifying the electric current, determined to conquer this sea eel dragon. The sea eel dragon writhed in desperate struggle. Though battered by the electricity, it possessed a vibrant life force capable of withstanding the searing power of the lightning. This astonished Tang Long. The White Wolf King had not exhibited such resilience. It seemed that the larger the ferocious beast, the more vibrant its vitality. Tang Long mused silently. Suddenly, the dragon's lengthy neck drooped limply, as if it could no longer bear the weight of its own body. Tang Long rejoiced, believing that this fierce dragon had finally reached its limit. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The drooping dragon's head coiled around Tang Long like a constricting serpent, akin to the deadly technique of a python. Tang Long felt a sudden constriction in his chest, as if he could hardly draw breath. The sea eel dragon, in its death throes, disregarded the lightning assault on its body, consumed by a primal rage to strangle Tang Long. His face flushed crimson as he summoned his inner strength. The sea eel dragon suddenly perceived the grip as that of an impenetrable boulder, one that was swelling with power, teetering on the brink of eruption. With a mighty roar, Tang Long channeled his true energy to its zenith. A resounding crack echoed through his body, as if breaking free from some unseen shackles. The synergy of his physical strength and true energy was perfected. A new force emerged, akin to a newborn infant birth from the union of two superior lineages. Tang Long sensed that within every cell of his being, there was no longer a distinction between physical strength and true energy. A new name surfaced in his mind: power. True power. From that moment forth, every punch he struck was a flawless amalgamation of force and energy, and every kick he unleashed was imbued with overwhelming might. His strength surged forth like a gushing spring, as if every cell was filled with explosive dynamite, ready to detonate at any moment. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. In an instant, he transcended to the realm of a level 3 beast-tooth warrior, wielding an astonishing 5,000 pounds of strength. Tang Long smirked coldly, grounding his feet and violently thrusting his arms outward. The force erupted, instantly severing the neck of the sea eel dragon. Blood rained down upon the riverbank, akin to a torrential downpour of crimson. In astonishment, he gazed at his hands, bent to seize the dragon's tail, and with a single arm, he hefted it and slammed it to the ground. His presence was akin to that of a deity or demon. Tearing apart the sea eel dragon with a newfound strength of 5,000 pounds felt overwhelmingly potent, as if he could move mountains and fill seas. The large cat blinked in astonishment. Has the clan leader transformed into a divine beast? Suddenly, the entire pool crackled with lightning, a silver web of electricity entirely distinct from Tang Long's purple bolts. Tang Long's expression darkened as he warily gazed at the deep pool. Something else was about to emerge. Before long, a tremendous, menacing head surfaced from the swirling vortex within the depths. Brothers, let's encourage more updates, 5-star reviews, and likes. Here comes the third installment. Chapter 44. The divine beast emerges with a resounding roar. A fierce bull's head erupted from the whirlpool. Its two sharp horns shimmered with silver lightning, colliding with one another and producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. It was as if one horn bore the essence of yin and the other yang. When the two energies clashed, sparks flew and thunder roared, echoing across the riverbanks. What followed was a colossal bull body, its surface adorned with glistening silver scales that resembled heavy armor. The monstrous bull's eyes were as large as lanterns, radiating a fierce glare directed at Tang Long. A formidable aura surged skyward, startling the birds soaring above. Finally, the creature's legs emerged from the water, standing tall upon the waves, revealing a singular massive limb. This beast stood approximately 10 meters high, towering like a 3-story building, forcing Tang Long to look up to meet its gaze. In awe, Tang Long stammered. How could it be the legendary divine beast? His thoughts were in disarray as the Library of Knowledge provided a comparison. Bull, Similarity Index 1. Its form resembling that of the Kuei bull. According to the Shanhai Jing, the Kuei bull is described as follows in ancient myths. There exists a mountain in the East Sea called Liubo Mountain, located about 7,000 miles from the coast. On this mountain dwells a creature resembling a bull, entirely gray, without horns, and possessing but a single leg. Each time it appears, it brings forth fierce winds and torrential rains, radiating a brilliance akin to sunlight and moonlight. Its roar reverberates like thunder, and this creature is known as Kuei, also referred to as the Thunder Beast. Legend has it that the ancient Yellow Emperor once slayed one, using its hide to craft war drums and its bones to forge drumsticks. The sound of these drums echoed for 500 miles, instilling fear in enemy forces and aiding the Yellow Emperor in his quest for dominion. Tang Long shook his head, bewildered. He had just thought he had ventured back to the age of dinosaurs, and now the mythical Thunder Beast had made its appearance. What era was this? Although this Kuei bull differed somewhat from the legends, it was undoubtedly the same entity. Tang Long felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, while the wind spirit cat trembled on the ground. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. This Kuei bull was surely beyond a third-tier ferocious beast. Was it indeed a legendary royal beast? With a soft sigh, Tang Long reflected on his original intention of merely fishing. He had not only taken down a dinosaur, but now faced a conflict with a beast from mythology. Such a turn of events was utterly surreal. What truly lay within this pool? Was it a den of ferocious beasts or a treasure trove? A flicker of curiosity ignited within him. He yearned to plunge into the depths and discover the truth. He always felt that these ferocious beasts were organized, which was a terrifying thought. Are these intelligent beasts considered monsters? They must be, right? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, The Kuei Nyo looked up at the sky, its voice reverberating like thunder, shocking the eardrums. Tang Long's gaze turned icy as he conjured his bow and arrow, drawing the string and releasing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth like lightning towards the eyes of the thunder beast. For any creature, the eyes are a vulnerable spot. The distance was close, and the arrows flew swiftly, leaving Kuei Nyo no time to dodge, forcing it to shut its eyes. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds erupted as the iron arrows struck, as if hitting metal, falling into the water below. However, a few drops of blood stained the bull's eye, leaving several red dots on Kuei Nyo's eyelid, having pierced its skin and drawn blood. Tang Long's pupils constricted. These were iron arrows, and they had merely punctured the bull's eyelid. This creature's hide was exceptionally thick, making it difficult to deal with. Thunderous rage emanated from Kuei Nyo, its enormous eyes brimming with murderous intent, snorting heavily through its nostrils. As its horns clashed with a flash of lightning, a silver bolt shot towards Tang Long. There was no time to evade. The speed of the electric light was impossible to escape, unless one possessed the mythical ability of teleportation. The silver arc flickered and struck Tang Long, instantly reducing his beast-hide clothing to ashes, a testament to the power of the silver lightning. The silver lightning began to seize control of his body, the searing pain coursing through his nerves, as if his soul were placed at the mouth of a volcano. Enduring the agony of both spirit and flesh, a heavy dread settled in Tang Long's heart. Was he to meet his demise here? Having spent his days playing with thunder and lightning, he finally understood the torment of being electrocuted. A glimmer of contempt flashed in Kuei Nyo's eyes as it bared its teeth, as if to say, "Weak human, how could you ever be a match for me?" At that moment, the thunder dragon within Tang Long's dantian erupted into a frenzy, as if provoked. It opened its mouth wide and inhaled all the electricity within Tang Long's body, leaving not a trace behind. The color of the thunder dragon deepened slightly, and its form grew marginally larger, as if it had consumed a nourishing supplement. Regaining control over his body, Tang Long glanced down and felt relieved. Fortunately, his vital parts had not been scorched. Anger surged within him. The beast-hide clothing from the White Wolf King was his favorite, and the destruction of his garments felt like a blow to his heart. This enmity had grown substantial. He swiftly summoned the sea eel dragon into the library of flames, knowing that if this several thousand pounds of dragon meat were also incinerated by Kuei Nyo, he would surely be in unbearable anguish. Suddenly, he turned and dashed backward like the wind, clutching the large cat and fleeing. Kuei Nyo was taken aback. This human had not been killed by its lightning? It promptly pursued Tang Long, determined that this detestable human must die. With a mighty leap, Kuei Nyo soared into the air, landing several dozen meters away. Its massive body crashed down from such height, akin to a dropped aerial bomb. The ground shook as leaves flew and debris scattered, creating a scene of utter devastation. Tang Long fled swiftly, realizing that this formidable creature could not be confronted with brute force, but rather through cunning. Suddenly, he heard Tang Ro's voice exclaiming, "Patriarch, what are you doing here? Look, the Patriarch is bare. Wow, so strong." Tang Long halted abruptly, turning to see Tang Ro leading a group of women harvesting wild vegetables, all of them staring at him with wide eyes and expressions of intrigue. His face flushed crimson as he quickly darted behind a large tree, donning a set of animal skin garments. With a thunderous crash, the Kuei Nyo landed before him, uprooting a massive tree and creating a gaping pit. Oh dear, what a terrifying beast. The women gasped in shock at their first sight of the Kuei Nyo. Tang Long shook his head, amused yet exasperated. He had initially intended to fight or flee at his discretion, but now he had no choice but to engage in battle. Chapter 45. The beast's shadowless strike with escape rendered impossible. Tang Long resolved to fight to the death. He shouted, "You all flee. I shall confront this beast." Upon hearing his voice, the women surprisingly regained their composure. The Patriarch was no ordinary man. He was a deity descended to earth. Surely, he would not fear the ferocious creatures of the wilderness. Tang Ro bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering as she resolutely declared, "You must return to the tribe. I will stay and assist the Patriarch." The women collectively shook their heads, insisting no. The Patriarch has said that strength lies in numbers. We shall face this beast together. If we are to perish, let it be together. Tang Ro's lips twitched in resignation as she finally conceded, "Very well, then let us meet our fate together." The flicker of fear that had gripped the women vanished as they brandished their stone knives, shouting, "Patriarch, you can do it. Let us capture this monster and feast upon it." The beast should quickly kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, the patriarch would unleash his might, ensuring it would suffer greatly. "Wait, sister, anyone who dares to confront the patriarch must perish. We will roast its flesh and savor its bone broth." The Tang women declared fiercely. "Indeed, the beast must die? Patriarch, vanquish this creature that dares to glare at us." Tang Long felt a mix of amusement and disbelief at the confidence these women had in him. With a resounding crash, the Kuei Nyo unleashed its fury, its two horns sparking with lightning as a bolt shot forth. Tang Long's heart leaped with joy. This lightning was a boon from the Thunder Dragon, and the more, the better. He stood his ground, welcoming the storm with open arms. Calmly, after a flash of silver light, he stood unscathed before the Kuei Nyo. Within his dantian, the Thunder Dragon absorbed the silver lightning, growing slightly plumper, feeling invigorated. The Kuei Nyo's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. Was this human truly unafraid of its electric power? How could its mighty lightning fail to vanquish such a seemingly weak creature? With a thunderous roar, the Kuei Nyo let out a bellow of fury. It was enraged, and only the blood of these humble beings could quell its wrath. Two-horned beasts unleashed a web of electricity, with countless electric serpents intertwining, sparking in a display that sent shivers down the spine. What a terrifying electric net! The women gasped in unison, yet their faces betrayed no trace of worry. The chieftain, a master of lightning himself, remarked that this was akin to showing off one's skills before an expert. This ferocious beast was destined for demise. The Thunder Dragon thrived, absorbing every ounce of the silver lightning, its body swelling and its hue deepening. The Kuei bull glared furiously, its temper flaring, as lightning danced wildly upon its horns. Resembling a deity of chaos, dark clouds gathered above, thunder and lightning clashing as if to cheer it on. Within his heart, Tang Long felt no fear. Since the Thunder Dragon could absorb the Kuei bull's silver lightning, this beast was no longer daunting. Moreover, it possessed but a single leg, suggesting a lack of alternative offensive capabilities. With a resounding crash, the Kuei bull's horns clashed once more, sending a flurry of electric serpents soaring through the air, morphing into the shape of a Kuei bull as it charged forward. The void rippled. The electric form of the Kuei bull seemed to harness a terrifying power, as if it sought to rend the fabric of reality itself. The electric Kuei bull collided with Tang Long's body, a surge of destructive energy swelling within him, threatening to explode. Alarmed, Tang Long realized that this was no mere electric current. It was a genuine thunderous force poised to detonate. Instantly, he found himself enveloped in a dazzling light, silver serpents darting around him, the ground beneath scorched to ash, while surrounding trees and grass turned to dust. The Kuei bull exhaled heavily, releasing a dazzling stream of silver lightning from its nostrils. This human shall soon meet his end, it thought. However, after a brief moment, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The silver light surrounding the human faded and then vanished entirely. No explosion, no demise. The Kuei bull's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Had its formidable lightning failed? Was the human simply too strong? It plunged into a profound self-doubt. At that moment, a remarkable transformation occurred within Tang Long's dantian. The purple dragon's form solidified, appearing akin to purple jade. Scales began to sprout upon the dragon, radiating a brilliant violet glow, truly extraordinary. With a thunderous roar, the Kuei bull bellowed, echoing like a clap of thunder, causing the onlooking women to pale in terror. The Kuei bull bent its lone leg, leaping gracefully, its massive body spinning as its single leg lashed out at Tang Long with the force of a whirlwind. Taken by surprise, Tang Long fortified himself with the strength of his qi, raising his arms defensively across his chest to withstand the blow. The Kuei bull's immense form proved unexpectedly agile. Each kick was infused with tremendous power, swift enough to leave onlookers astounded. Each strike carried a force of at least 10,000 pounds. Had it not been for Tang Long's protective qi, he would surely have been shattered. The bull's leg struck like a battering ram, overwhelming Tang Long and forcing him to retreat step by step, utterly unable to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Long retreated swiftly, using the towering ancient trees as his shield. Yet, the Kuei Nyo bulldozed forward like a relentless juggernaut, uprooting these mighty trees with savage brutality. Its leg techniques were swift, offering him no respite. Akin to the legendary shadowless kick. A thought flickered in Tang Long's mind. The leg techniques of the Kuei Nyo were extraordinary. Could he perhaps learn to master a graceful and ethereal shadowless kick from this creature? The legends spoke of martial arts originating from the mimicry of animals, such as monkey fist, praying mantis fist, snake fist, and tiger fist. With his lightning eye wide open, he discerned a surge of spiritual energy coursing through the Kuei Nyo, revealing a vivid diagram of energy flow that he meticulously etched into his memory. The mere thought of mastering the shadowless kick filled him with anticipation. Suddenly, the Kuei Nyo delivered a fierce kick, sending Tang Long tumbling to the ground, his face contorting in pain. Had he not been desperately utilizing his life essence to heal, he would have long since succumbed to the beast's might. Big sister, it seems the clan leader is no match for this ferocious beast. A young woman expressed her concern to Tang Ro. Tang Ro raised her brows and shook her head reassuringly. No, the clan leader will not be defeated. You must have faith in him. The others nodded in agreement. To them, their leader was an invincible warrior. Even in defeat, they would willingly stand by his side. Tang Ro suddenly called out, "Clan leader, rise and fight back." The women rallied together, their spirits ignited, shouting, "Clan leader, you can do it." Tang Long sighed softly. Vanquishing the Kuei Nyo was no simple feat. This mythical creature wielded lightning magic, possessed impenetrable skin, and executed leg techniques reminiscent of the shadowless kick. It could attack from a distance, engage in close combat, and served as an unyielding shield, truly an insurmountable fortress. With a flick of his fingers, bone needles whirled towards the Kuei Nyo's fierce eyes, yet all were thwarted by its rapid reflexes. The Kuei Nyo's leg came at him once more, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek that sent shivers down his spine. Tang Long's expression shifted dramatically. This kick seemed to embody the full force of the Kuei Nyo. How could he possibly defend against it? Suddenly, the dragon scales in his dantian completed their growth and expelled a small, luminous purple orb, containing a flicker of lightning that glimmered brilliantly. A surge of information flooded Tang Long's mind, invigorating his spirit. With a focused thought, the purple orb manifested in his palm. Chapter 46. The Great Battle with Kuei Nyo. The Kuei Nyo's eyes glinted with ferocity, convinced that this kick would annihilate the detestable human. As the leg loomed larger in Tang Long's vision, an overwhelming force accompanied it, failed to intercept, and death would ensue. The onlooking women covered their mouths, their hearts heavy with anxiety, biting their lips, yet powerless to assist. Was their clan leader capable of withstanding such a savage beast? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Tang Long's lips as the purple orb spun in his palm. With a powerful thrust, he shouted, "Thunder Palm, explode for me." With a thunderous boom, at the moment when Tang Long's palms collided, the purple thunder pearl in his palm suddenly detonated, resembling a formidable explosive device. A myriad of silver serpents danced through the air, and a blinding silver light erupted, rendering Kuei Nyo unable to open its eyes. The overwhelming force sent Kuei Nyo crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater from the shockwave. Its leg bones shattered, blood gushed forth, and scales flew in every direction. Tang Long then proclaimed with arrogance, "Dare to kick this clan leader, Kuei Nyo? Prepare to meet your demise." A flash of purple light flickered in his palm as the purple thunder pearl reappeared, striking Kuei Nyo with a palm thunder. Once more, a fierce silver radiance erupted, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap that sent the surrounding creatures fleeing in terror. Kuei Nyo was launched high into the air before crashing down, leaving a deep pit in the earth, with mud splattering and debris scattering everywhere. "Bravo, our clan leader. Eliminate that ferocious beast." The women cheered in exuberance. Indeed, their leader was invincible, and those who opposed him faced two fates, death or an unmarked grave. At this moment, Tang Long felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the Thunder Pearl could not be detached for distant attacks, it sufficed for dealing with Kuei Nyo. This was the true essence of Palm Thunder, a divine ability attained after the Thunder Dragon's advancement, explosively formidable, akin to a heavy bomb. Kuei Nyo perish. With another thunderous roar, Kuei Nyo was once again sent flying. This time as Tang Long detonated 3 thunder pearls simultaneously. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upwards, and the earth trembled violently for an extended period. Blood spurted from Kuei Nyo like rain as it crashed heavily to the ground, its mind blank. It was utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Suddenly, the image of a human appeared in its pupils, grinning ominously. That human forced a purple pearl into its mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the thunder pearl detonated within Kuei Nyo's mouth, rendering it to pieces, blood gushing forth. In despair, Kuei Nyo gazed at Tang Long, finally feeling fear. Tang Long smirked coldly. This creature possessed astonishing vitality, surviving even with its mouth obliterated. The thunder pearl reappeared in his palm, gently pressing against Kuei Nyo's forehead as he coldly declared, "Farewell." A burst of purple arcs erupted from the bull's head, and a violent shockwave obliterated Kuei Nyo's brain. Tang Long collapsed onto the ground, his body aching as if it were coming apart. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. Had it not been for the Thunder Dragon's evolution and the emergence of the Thunder Pearls, he would have been unable to breach Kuei Nyo's defenses. Today, he could very well have been the one to perish. After the Thunder Dragon expelled 7 Thunder Pearls from his dantian, their color shifted from deep purple to a lighter hue. The power of the Thunder Pearls was formidable, capable of determining life and death. Tang Long began to anticipate the Thunder Dragon's next evolution. If the Thunder Pearls could be detached for distant attacks, might he not transform into a true god of thunder? Has our leader been injured? The women rushed over, their concern palpable. Tang Long was startled and shouted, "You must not approach." A moment of astonishment swept through the crowd, halting their steps as they inquired, "Why?" Swiftly, Tang Long concealed himself behind a tree, hastily donning a set of garments retrieved from the Firelight Library. The women, suddenly enlightened, rushed towards him, their faces alight with excitement, realizing that the chieftain had experienced a moment of shyness. Having seen everything that was meant to be seen and much that should not, what was the need for clothing? Indeed, the chieftain appeared most splendid in his natural state. As Tang Long completed dressing, the women encircled him, their gazes intense and piercing. It felt as though their eyes were like hooks, traversing his form, causing an unsettling sensation within him. They sighed in disappointment, lamenting that they had been too far away to grasp the finer details earlier. What a pity it was that they could not behold it now. Nonetheless, the tale of the chieftain battling a one-legged monster in the nude would surely ignite excitement within the tribe upon his return. The clansfolk would undoubtedly relish the story. Clearing his throat, Tang Long declared, "By command, night has fallen. We must return to the tribe." The women promptly stood at attention, their expressions serious as they replied, "Yes." Esteemed chieftain, Tang Long then stored the Kuei Nyo within the Firelight Library. He had just vanquished another legendary beast. The Kuei Nyo was a treasure in its entirety. Its hide could be fashioned into war drums, its bones into drumsticks, an invaluable asset for military endeavors. The remaining scales could be crafted into leather armor, boasting formidable protective qualities. As a creature surpassing the 3rd tier of ferocious beasts, the tribe members consuming its flesh would surely absorb the energy necessary to elevate numerous warriors. Its tendons could be transformed into bowstrings, undoubtedly resulting in excellent strong bows. The Kuei Nyo's dual horns likely possessed properties of lightning. Tang Long intended to investigate their potential. Should he succeed in crafting lightning-infused weaponry, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess concerning thunder. Despite the dangers faced today, he had ascended to the rank of a Tier 3 beast-tooth warrior, evolving into a thunder dragon and experiencing a remarkable surge in overall strength. As for the deep pool, it could wait for another day of exploration. It was too close to the great river, and none could ascertain what lay beneath its surface. "Return to the tribe," commanded the mighty Dragon Mountain. When Tang Long displayed the Kuei Nyo, the sea eel dragon, and the ferocious fish, astonishment swept through the entire Tang clan. The tribespeople's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of so much meat. They inquired, "What manner of beast is this?" A particularly outspoken woman stepped forward to explain, "The esteemed chieftain has declared this creature to be a Kuei Nyo, and this one a sea eel dragon. Both are fearsome beasts." Little Fifth, with a disdainful pout, retorted, "How fearsome can they be? Were they not slain by our esteemed chieftain? Our chieftain is the true embodiment of ferocity." Upon reflection, the tribespeople agreed. Indeed, compared to the chieftain, the ferocious beasts were far less intimidating. Laughter erupted as they affirmed, "Yes, Little Fifth speaks the truth. Our esteemed chieftain is the true terror." Tang Long's lips twitched involuntarily. There was something peculiarly off about those words. Suddenly, the outspoken woman raised her eyebrows mischievously and asked, "Would you like to hear the tale of our chieftain's naked battle against the fierce beast?" Instantly, the crowd's eyes widened, glancing at Tang Long before nodding eagerly and whispering, "We wish to hear." Tang Long wore a look of helplessness and turned away from them, seeking solace in silence. Tang He circled the Kuei Nyo several times, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He approached Tang Long and remarked, "The king-level ferocious beast, our esteemed clan leader, is truly remarkable." Tang Long chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck in slaying it. With the flesh of this beast, our warriors will advance further before the great battle. Tang He nodded in agreement. With this beast's flesh, our Tang clan warriors shall become even more valiant. Report, esteemed clan leader. There are others approaching to spy on our encampment. Tang Feng arrived like a wisp of smoke. Tang Long furrowed his brow. Whose men are they? They are from the snake tribe. Tang Feng replied bitterly. Tang Long expressed some confusion. How could they arrive so swiftly? A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. I saw several pythons leading the way. The snake clan excels at tracking because they train snakes to find their path. Understanding dawned on Tang Long. No wonder they could locate us so quickly. Tang He, take men to eliminate them. There is no need to erase our traces. Let them continuously send scouts to test us. Understood, esteemed clan leader. Tang He received the order and immediately set off, followed closely by Tang Darren and others to execute Tang Long's command. Esteemed clan leader, the blade has been forged. Tang Yi rushed over, excitement radiating from his face, cradling a long, dark blade that gleamed with a cold light along its edge. Tang Long lifted the blade with one hand. It weighed approximately 60 pounds, somewhat light for him, but perfect for first and second-tier beast-tooth warriors. The black blade measured about 1.5 meters in length, curved elegantly, with a handle of 50 centimeters wrapped in rough wood, entirely forged from black iron. Tang Long gripped the hilt firmly, executing the foundational sword techniques: chop, lift, thrust, intercept, push, stab, and hack. As the blade danced with fervor, a set of ferocious battle techniques unfolded, emanating a fierce aura of bloodshed into the sky. This sword technique had been passed down from Tang Long's ancestors, reputedly created by the military god Li Jing of the Tang dynasty. It was characterized by its robust and vigorous nature, well suited for the chaos of battle. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the flurry of blades, as the warriors appeared like dragons, and the swords shimmered like mysteries, captivating the Tang clan members, especially the women of the clan, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, enchanted by the clan leader's martial prowess and handsome appearance. After a long while, as the blade's radiance subsided, Tang Long stood straight, sheathing his sword. He gazed at the starry sky, contemplating how this previously unused sword technique would prove invaluable in the wilderness. Excellent. The clan members erupted in applause. Though they did not fully grasp the intricacies of the technique, they were nonetheless enthralled by their leader's skill. Tang Long smiled and asked, "Would you like to learn?" "Yes," they replied eagerly. "Then after we finish our meal, I shall teach you." "Wonderful. The esteemed clan leader is truly magnificent." The clan members cheered once more. Tang Long approached a sturdy rock and struck it with the blade. Crack! The stone split cleanly in two, showcasing the blade's sharpness. Tang Long examined the edge, finding no signs of dullness or chipping, its hardness rivaling that of steel blades from later generations. A flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. The iron blade forged in this vast wilderness surpassed the steel blades of later generations. One could only imagine the sharpness of those crafted from steel. Would they rival the legendary celestial weapons formed from fallen meteorites? This thought filled Tang Long with great anticipation. Due to the urgency of time, the iron blade was still rather rudimentary. The process began with the creation of a clay mold, into which molten iron would be poured. Once the iron cooled, the mold would be shattered, revealing the blade for sharpening. Tang Long had already envisioned that once the tribe emerged victorious from this battle, he would forge truly exceptional blades, weapons that had undergone 100 or even 1,000 refinements, the true divine armaments. As he lifted his eyelids, he noticed that the entire tribe was fixated on the iron blade in his hand, each individual rubbing their palms together, their eyes gleaming with fervor and desire. With a slight smile, Tang Long casually passed the blade to a warrior, saying, "Everyone, take a look. This is the Tang blade of the Tang clan, the instrument of survival for our people." The warrior accepted it with sheer delight, reverently caressing the long blade as if it were the skin of a beloved. Tang Long understood his sentiment. As the saying goes, a fine sword is a gift for a hero, and it was only natural for a warrior to cherish his weapon. In an instant, a circle of people surrounded the warrior, eager to touch it. Tang Long inquired, given the current rate of iron refinement. How many blades and arrowheads can we produce in a day? Tang Yi calculated. We can currently forge 20 tang blades and 200 arrowheads daily. Shields consume more iron, so we can only craft about 5 in a day. Tang Long assessed the situation. In 6 days, the weapons would be sufficient for the impending conflict. The Tang clan would be prepared for this crucial battle. He smiled and said, I appreciate your hard work. Tang Yi, filled with excitement, replied, Chief, my sister has asked me to convey a message to you. Tonight, the tribe will be working by the creek, and her cave will be unoccupied. With that, he turned to leave, as a multitude of tasks awaited him by the creek. Having delivered his sister's message, whether Tang Long chose to attend was beyond his concern. Tang Long was momentarily baffled. What did it mean that Tang Rua's cave would be empty tonight? Was he expected to guard it? After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely decided against going. The chief had pressing matters to attend to. Tang He returned to report. Chief, all matters concerning the Snake clan have been settled. Tang Long nodded. Let us prepare for dinner. With his command, the tribe began to ready their evening meal. He brought forth the meats of the White Wolf King, the Sea Eel Dragon, and the Kuei Bull, ensuring everyone enjoyed a sumptuous feast. He had procured over 20,000 pounds of meat that day, enough to satisfy the tribe for 10 days, allowing them to train and forge with peace of mind before the battle. Tang Long first fulfilled his promise to the great cat, preparing 3 fish for it. After heating the clay pot, he added a piece of beast fat. Once it was sizzling, he placed the fish along the edge of the pot. The fish entered the boiling oil with a sizzle, causing oil to splatter, and the aroma of cooking fish wafted through the air. Before Tang Long stood a line of people eager to learn how to cook. Each campfire sent a representative to observe the chief, so they could replicate his methods upon returning home. Today, Tang Long prepared fried fish, which would serve as their first dish, a recent staple of the Tang clan, delicious yet not overwhelming. Tang Long carefully fried the fish until both sides glistened with a golden hue before retrieving it from the pan and placing it directly into the ceramic dish of the Grand Meow. The Grand Meow's mouth widened in delight, its feline face beaming with joy, a remarkably human expression. With a swift motion of its paw, the fried fish was promptly devoured. The fish skin and bones were both crispy and fragrant, while the flesh was tender and delicate, bringing immense satisfaction to the Grand Meow's body and spirit. With a contented air, the Grand Meow gestured, affirming that the clan leader would forever be its finest chef. Tang Long reached out to gently stroke the Grand Meow's fluffy head, which was soft and pleasant to the touch. After frying the fish, Tang Long began to prepare dinosaur meat stew with mushrooms, while skewering Kuei beef on the grill. The bonfire crackled vigorously, and the ceramic pot bubbled with a rich dinosaur meat and mushroom soup, releasing an enticing aroma. The Kuei beef on the grill turned a golden brown, with juices sizzling out, the scent of the roasted meat tantalizing the senses. At every bonfire gathering of the Tang clan, there stood a rectangular stone table accompanied by 10 stone stools, each table comfortably seating 10 individuals. Tang Wu, Tang Long's trusted aide, arranged bowls and plates upon the stone table, ensuring each person had their own set, bowls for soup and plates for the roasted meat. Once the soup and meat were ready, she first ladled a generous bowl of dinosaur meat and mushroom stew for Tang Long, followed by slicing the finest Kuei beef to place on his plate. As Tang Long inhaled the aroma, he found the scent of Kuei beef undeniably invigorating, enhancing his appetite. He used a bone knife to cut a piece and brought it to his mouth. The meat was exquisitely tender, bursting with juices that filled his palate with flavor. Consuming the Kuei beef made him feel a warm sensation within, as if an energy was fortifying his body. Tang Long let out a gentle sigh, marveling at the mythic Kuei beef he was enjoying, truly astounding. He savored another sip of the dinosaur stew, rich, pure, and fragrant. A true delight that was a rarity in the later ages. Suddenly, Tang Long felt a surge of appreciation for the vast wilderness, where he could indulge in dinosaur meat and mythical beef. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Would he ever taste authentic dragon meat? He cast a glance at the thunder dragon within his dantian, pondering whether true dragons existed in this great expanse. At that moment, a flash of red light enveloped the Grand Meow, which let out a jubilant meow. Tang Wu set down her utensils, exclaiming in joy, the Grand Meow is about to break through. It will soon grow a third tail. Chapter 48. The breakthrough of the skyward cat. The Gale Spirit Meow was exhilarated, swiftly snatching the last piece of Kuei beef from its plate, and chewing rapidly. For the meat of royal beasts was the energy it needed for its ascension. Suddenly, both of the Gale's spirit meows tails burst forth, transforming into a dense mist of blood, enveloping the Grand Meow in a magnificent cocoon. Tang Wu, with a beaming smile, proclaimed, "The Grand Meow is evolving within this blood egg. When it emerges, it will be a formidable third-tier spirit beast." The members of the Tang clan gazed with curiosity. The evolution of the storm spirit cat appeared utterly enigmatic. The energy contained within the beef of the Kuei bull, the flesh of the sea eel dragon, and the meat of the white wolf king was astonishing. The clan members consumed their meals, feeling warmth radiate through their bodies, steam rising from their heads, their skin flushed. A few youngsters paused after a few bites, sensing that further consumption might lead to an explosion of their bodies. "Ah, I have broken through. Haha. I am now a level 2 beast tooth warrior," exclaimed a strikingly beautiful woman, leaping into the air. Her exuberant movements caused her ample bosom to almost burst forth from her beast skin vest, rendering the men blushing and speechless. The aura of vitality surrounding her intensified, and blood clouds began to form above her head, a sign of a warrior's breakthrough. Taking a deep breath and calming herself by smoothing her chest, she proceeded to the tribal training ground, cradling a large stone in both arms, and shouted, 2,000 pounds, rise." The stone was effortlessly lifted high above her head. "Well done." The clan members cheered in unison. The stronger the warriors, the stronger the tribe, and the more secure the hearts of the people became. Gently setting the stone down, she felt tears welling in her eyes. She walked directly before Tang Long and knelt with a thunderous crash, declaring, "If it were not for the chieftain, I might have perished in the wilds, perhaps subjected to humiliation for a morsel of food, or captured by the snake tribe to be fed to serpents. In this life, I, Tang Xiu'er, vow to follow you, my chieftain, unto death." Tang Long hastily rose to assist her. However, from his elevated position, he was met with a breathtaking view. 2 magnificent peaks stood proudly before him, nearly blinding him. He inwardly lamented that at such a tender age, he faced such stimuli daily, fearing he might one day explode on the spot or transform into a wolf. The women were dressed rather provocatively. If one day he succumbed to the temptation of their soft touch, it might indeed lead to trouble. "Rise. There is no need for such kneeling. Our clan has a gesture of respect that suffices to express your sentiments," he said gently. The beautiful woman bit her red lip, whispering, "My chieftain, tonight my cave is empty." With that, she cast a sultry glance at Tang Long before gracefully departing. Tang Long was left in a state of bewilderment. Was her cave truly unoccupied tonight? Were all the women busy attending to tasks by the stream? Why mention her empty cave to him? These women were indeed peculiar today. Could it be that they were too preoccupied to clean, fearing punishment from the tribe, and wished for his assistance? When the tribe first began organizing cleanliness, Tang Long had frequently helped establish good hygiene habits among the clan members. However, as the tribe grew increasingly fond of cleanliness, his assistance in tidying had become rare. Realization dawned upon him. Women certainly had their cunning ways. The chieftain was far too busy to assist in cleaning. "You shall handle it yourselves," he chuckled. "Haha. I have finally broken through." Tang Zhan suddenly sprang up from beside Tang Long. His aura was overwhelmingly potent, and his muscles bulged with vigor, exuding an imposing presence. Tang Zhanya entered the training ground, where a colossal stone weighing 5,000 pounds stood, utilized by the Tang he father-son duo for strength training. He sank his legs, embraced the immense boulder, and gradually raised it above his head. In that moment, Tang Zhan resembled a giant capable of moving mountains, exuding extraordinary might, captivating the onlooking women with glimmers of admiration in their eyes. Indeed, the leader of warriors was formidable. The clan members were even more exhilarated, showering him with accolades. With a thunderous crash, Tang Zhan released the stone, causing the ground to tremble. He strode with a lion's gait towards Tang Long, kneeling before him and declaring, "Great chief, had it not been for you, I would have perished under the poisonous fruit, and I shall henceforth be at your service." Tang Long sighed lightly, helping him to his feet. "Had it not been for you, I too would have met my demise in the vast wilderness. We have shared life and death. What need is there for such words?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan's face lit up with joy as he glanced around, confident that the chief's words would silence any doubts from the village's beautiful widows. He then whispered, "Great chief, let us labor by the creek tonight. I have no one in my cave. Tang Long's expression darkened. This fellow was indeed lazy, expecting the chief to assist in cleaning up after the clan's most negligent members. A sinister smile crept onto Tang Long's face, sending Tang Zhan scurrying back to his seat in fright. I have also made a breakthrough, another clan member exclaimed, their joy infectious, elevating the atmosphere within the tribe. It was a night of breakthroughs. Nourished by the exquisite kuei beef, warriors succeeded one after another, heightening the dinner's jubilant spirit. Meow, meow, meow. 3 distinct meows resonated through the night sky, directing everyone's attention to the blood egg of the swift-winged spirit cat. Crack! The blood egg shattered, revealing a fluffy cat head emerging from the broken shell. With striking green eyes and 3 horizontal stripes adorning its forehead, it resembled a regal entity. The grand cat head shook, causing the entire blood-red shell to fracture. Tang Long's eyes sparkled. The front limbs of the grand cat had sprouted 2 wings, exuding a commanding presence. The grand cat cast a proud glance at Tang Long, unfurling its wings, which spanned nearly 7 meters wide. With a leap into the air, it flapped its wings and soared, moving as swiftly as a bird, its 3 fluffy tails swaying gracefully in the breeze. With a mere thought, the results from the Fire and Ash Library indicated none. This signified that the grand cat was evolving towards an unknown direction, its original 30 Persian cat genes having vanished. Tang Long sighed deeply. By my mother. Is this the mythical flying cat? Chapter 49. Revisiting the Tang clan 5 days later, at the Serpent Tribe's chief's dwelling. Please, do not. I beg you to spare me. A beautiful woman, cornered by the intimidating serpent's gaze, retreated step by step, her large eyes brimming with tears, appearing helpless and pitiable. In the midst of the serpentine gaze, a fervent desire ignited, as his hands ruthlessly tore away the animal hide that enveloped the woman, revealing her delicate form to the chilling air. Help! Oh, save me! She cried, her voice filled with desperation. The serpent-like figure let out a mocking laugh, declaring, You are in the serpent tribe. No one can rescue you. The woman, trembling with fear, instinctively shielded her vulnerable parts. An image of pitiful fragility that incited the beastly instincts within him. His hands, like talons, reached out, ripping apart the skirt that adorned her waist, exposing her to the elements. An enchanting sight that stirred the very soul. Like a wild beast, he pounced upon her, savagely ravaging her soft body. A cry of pain escaped her lips, and then silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, a frantic warrior from the Serpent Tribe burst into the dwelling, exclaiming, Chieftain, the search party we dispatched has vanished. What? Come in and speak. Snake's expression twisted with fury, his veins bulging, eyes blazing with malice, reminiscent of a fierce serpent. The lifeless figure of the beautiful woman lay upon the ground, her breath extinguished, the earth beneath her sullied. The warrior's countenance remained unperturbed, as if he were accustomed to such gruesome spectacles. Urgently, he continued, Chieftain, 3 groups have disappeared in the same vicinity, along with all the serpents that accompanied them. With a darkened expression, Snake dragged the woman's body into the inner chamber, discarding it into a pit. He declared with a menacing tone, That place must be the stronghold of the Tang tribe. Those who dare to slay members of the Serpent tribe do not know the peril they invite. Come, let us go to the Bear tribe. Emerging from the dwelling, Snake led his warriors toward the Bear tribe. At the entrance of the Bear tribe's camp, he addressed Bear Mountain. I have heard you 2 sent men to search for the Tang tribe. Surely they have all perished outside? Bear Mountain frowned, retorting, What do you mean? Have all your men perished? Through gritted teeth, Snake replied, 3 patrol teams have returned empty-handed. Not a single serpent has made it back. Can you tolerate the emergence of a new tribe in this forsaken place? I warn you, if the Tang tribe rises, our salt mine will become a shared asset among 3 tribes, or worse, entirely under the Tang clan's dominion. Bear Mountain pondered deeply, realizing that the Tang tribe had shown restraint towards them, only incapacitating Bear Zhuang and discarding him, while the Serpent tribe suffered grievously. The massacre at the salt mine was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Tang tribe. He cast a sidelong glance at Snake, suspecting that this cunning figure had approached him for an alliance. Caught in a moral quandary, Bear Mountain contemplated the favor he owed to the Tang tribe for their delivery of medicine. Nevertheless, he echoed Snake's sentiments. Of course, we cannot allow this. Very well. Tonight, I shall dispatch a 2nd-tier ferocious python to accompany our 2 tribes for further reconnaissance. We shall observe what manner of fiends the Tang tribe truly are. Snake declared coldly. Serpent Egg, you shall lead the team tonight. A lecherous middle-aged man responded promptly. Bear Mountain, after a moment of contemplation, gravely instructed, Bear Zhuang. You shall lead the team for tonight's exploration. Xiong Zhuang's pupils contracted sharply, and he stubbornly declared, I refuse to go. I have no desire to return to that cursed place. Xiong Shan, infuriated, retorted, if you do not go, I shall beat you to death. Cowering on the ground, Xiong Zhuang, with an expression of terror, replied, that place is filled with mountain spirits and wild monsters. I would rather die than return. Xiong Shan's lips twitched in frustration. Could this coward truly be his progeny? He chose not to engage further with Xiong Zhuang, and instead addressed Shi Xian, saying, Shi clan leader. The reconnaissance will take place tonight. Let us convene at dusk. Shi Xian cast a disdainful glance at Xiong Zhuang and remarked to Xiong Shan, it is truly lamentable that a man of your stature has such a timid son. Xiong Zhuang sprang to his feet, indignant, old man. Do you truly know of any spirits or monsters? Shi Xian scoffed, turning away. Our snake sage is a spirit. Is that not remarkable? Xiong clan leader, prepare your warriors. We shall meet at dusk. Nightfall descended upon the giant dragon mountain. For 5 days, the Tang clan had been ensnared in a whirlwind of activity, inundated with novel ideas that profoundly impacted their mindset. The emergence of pottery, iron tools, and red bricks filled them with anticipation for what lay ahead. The lights by the brook had extinguished in this brief span. They had forged enough weapons and now needed to conserve their strength in preparation for the impending conflict with the Snake and Bear clans. At that moment, the Tang clan had just concluded their dinner and were readying for training. Clan leader, the Snake and Bear clans have allied to conduct reconnaissance. Their leaders are outside coordinating. What shall we do? Reported Tang Feng. Tang Long replied with a calm smile. Let them approach. Allow them to come and see, instilling within them a false confidence for battle. Understood. Tang Feng departed. Turning to Tang Elder, Tang Long instructed, training will proceed as usual. But switch the weapons to stone ones. Yes, clan leader. Tang He confirmed. In the distant woods, Xiong Zhuang and Shi Dan hurriedly advanced, a massive python clearing their path, facilitating their passage through the forest. However, ever since they entered this woodland, Xiong Zhuang trembled uncontrollably, his eyes darting nervously, which in turn heightened Shi Dan's anxiety. Xiong Zhuang, I have fought alongside you since childhood. I know you are not a coward. Why are you so frightened? Shi Dan chided. Xiong Zhuang shot him an impatient glare. This fool did not comprehend the sinister nature of this place, where at any moment, a ghastly spirit could emerge. Although Xiong Shan had informed him that the spirits he had seen might merely be disguises donned by the Tang clan, he understood that if they truly encountered a spirit, they would have already met a grim fate. Xiong Zhuang was not foolish. After Xiong Shan's explanation, he grasped the situation better. Yet, the fear he had experienced previously had left an indelible mark upon him, and now as he traversed these woods, an unsettling sensation gripped him. As though something were watching, an awareness that sent chills down his spine. A few dozen meters away, Tang Feng and others perched in the trees, bows drawn like vigilant owls, intently observing their movements. The clan leader had instructed that any suspicious activity should be dealt with immediately. Suddenly, as the Snake Egg whispered, Firelight. There are people ahead. Bear Zhuang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, urging, let's get closer and take a look. The two stealthily approached the Tang tribe, where numerous bonfires illuminated the entire village square as brightly as day. The inhabitants of the Tang tribe appeared to be divided into several groups, each engaged in peculiar activities. Suddenly, Snake Egg's gaze sharpened, fixating on a group of strangely dressed, alluring women before them, each possessing a graceful and enchanting figure, reminiscent of ripe, tempting fruits. Snake Egg swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the urge to seize these women and indulge in passion at that very moment. Abruptly, a man's thunderous voice erupted. Are you ready? Snake Egg jumped in surprise, focusing his attention to see the women biting their red lips, suddenly standing poised. A row of pale, enticing figures caught his eye, igniting a fervent heat within him, making it difficult to suppress his salivation. However, behind these enchanting women stood a man wielding a thick, long stick, leaving him uncertain of his intentions. In a dramatic turn, the cold male voice boomed again. I shall ask you one more time. Are you ready? Snake Egg and Bear Zhuang exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what these women were preparing for. If you're ready, give it your all. If it doesn't, he hurt. You're not a man. The women's voices harmonized, delicate yet tinged with a hint of resolve. Well, you asked for it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. The chilling voice declared. Upon closer inspection, they discerned a towering figure, resembling a deity or demon, with a fearsome countenance. Bear Zhuang scratched the back of his head, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Stop with the chatter, come at me. The women cried, their voices piercing. Come on, hit me. Then, behind the women, the men leapt high, gripping their sticks firmly above their heads, ready to strike down with tremendous force. Snake Egg and Bear Zhuang stood transfixed, their hearts racing in horror. Was this an act of murder? Each of these young, beautiful women seemed too precious to harm. The Tang tribe was indeed cruel. Resorting to violence against women, how barbaric. Snake Egg scoffed, recalling the tales of their own snake tribes reputed inhumanity, feeding humans to snakes, deemed an evil clan. Yet, the Tang tribe was even more sinister. The sound of which striking flesh echoed, thud, 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 a dull resonance. Ah, that hurts. The women involuntarily gasped. With a sharp crack, a stick broke, producing a crisp sound. A brutal scene etched deeply into the minds of Snake Egg and Bear Zhuang, impossible to forget. They had all witnessed scenes of brutality, yet their hearts tightened with fear and trepidation. It was truly savage. At that moment, several women had already been knocked to the ground, yet the majority remained steadfast, gritting their teeth and trembling, their lips stained with blood. Shedding a disdainful spit, Snake Egg remarked, "Beasts. The people of the Tang tribe are truly beasts." Bear Zhuang rolled his eyes internally, thinking, your snake clan's beasts are not any better. They heard the chilling voice of a demonic figure. This is only the 10th strike. Can you still rise? We can. The women appeared to be in excruciating pain, yet they remained resolute. Then crawl into the stone pit by yourselves, quickly. The demonic figure bellowed. Splashing sounds echoed as the group of women slowly crawled into a large pit, sending up a spray of water. A few crawled sluggishly, as if they might collapse at any moment. The demonic figure's voice remained icy. Give up. You cannot endure. No, we shall never yield, even in death. The women retorted defiantly. Was all this suffering worth it? The demonic figure asked, devoid of emotion. It is worth it. Do not deceive yourselves. Return to the cave. Entice a man, lie on a stone bed to enjoy life, and bear a child. Would that not be better? No. Haha. Why must women make things difficult for themselves? The demonic figure laughed arrogantly. I would rather endure. Snake Egg clenched her fists tightly, spitting defiantly, beast. Bear Zhuang was at a loss for words. Was one beast accusing another? Finally, the last woman crawled into the water pit, leaning against the stone wall, letting out a joyful scream. They had finally endured the 10th strike. They had become Tang tribe female warriors. From this moment on, they would possess their own bows and blades, and receive a larger share of food than ordinary tribespeople. They could also learn more martial skills and knowledge from the tribe leader. Amidst tears and laughter, they celebrated. For they were among the first women to cultivate true energy, their strength surpassing 1,000 pounds. In other tribes, they would automatically be promoted to first-level beast-tooth warriors. However, in the Tang tribe, they must pass the tribe leader's test. Only upon passing this trial could they become the esteemed female warriors of the Tang clan. Tang Li appeared cheerfully by the water's edge, pouring herbs into the water, and said, Congratulations. You have finally become female warriors. A charming woman, wiping her tears, replied, Add more herbs. Otherwise, my body is covered in bruises. How uncomfortable it would be if the tribe leader touches me tonight. You little vixen. Your wicked heart is still unquenched. What is our Tang clan's third rule state? Tang Li teased. The woman puffed her chest. The rule says one must not actively entice the tribe leader. But what if the tribe leader is willing? Giggling, the women began to banter. 3 sentences never stray far from Tang Long. Tang Li shook her head in disbelief, observing a group of women who were obsessively vying for the position of clan leader. The leader, usually immersed in training during the late hours, resembled a mere wooden figure. She recalled vividly how she had once bared herself, offering her embrace. Yet he had callously risen and departed, unperturbed by the potential harm to his still-developing physique. The more she pondered, the more resentment brewed within her. Her silver teeth clenched. Ignite the flames. Let these brazen women indulge in the concoction, allowing them to revel in its effects. A few female warriors chuckled as they set the fire. The medicinal bath was a unique formula devised by Tang Long. a collaboration between ancient recipes and the medical team's research. The efficacy of the medicinal bath was remarkable, capable of dispelling bruises and healing the injuries incurred during training. The combination of perfected martial arts, ample nourishment, and a healing bath formed the foundation of Tang Long's rigorous training for his kin. The women frolicked in the pit. But due to the distance, Shi Dan and Xiong Zhuang could not hear them. They only observed the steam rising and the fog swirling above the waterhole. Upon closer inspection, their expressions shifted dramatically, for they realized that a fire was being lit below. Shi Dan's face turned pale with horror. How could they dare to boil these beautiful women? The Tang clan was indeed barbaric beyond belief. Xiong Zhuang, on the other hand, thought that the Tang clan was even more inhumane than his own snake clan. He felt an urge to silence this vile creature beside him, who boasted cruelty. Instead, he remained silent, merely watching with cold indifference. This allowed him to discern some peculiarities about the Tang clan. Setting aside the unfortunate women who were being targeted, this tribe exuded a strange aura of joy. Most of the clan members bore cheerful expressions, starkly contrasting with the numbness he often observed. Particularly striking were the children, their faces flushed, frolicking around the bonfire in their nakedness, bursting with vitality. Such scenes were rare in the great wilderness tribe, where, according to tradition, children received scant food and often went to bed hungry, their stomachs growling, devoid of energy to play. Xiong Zhuang, in his youth, had longed for such liberation but was constrained by circumstances. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found the Tang clan to be exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 51. The Strategy of Pride. Give up. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed in Xiong Zhuang and Shi Dan's ears. Why persist so stubbornly? If you relinquish your efforts, you shall no longer endure such suffering. They turned to see a demonic figure berating a group of 13 to 14-year-old boys. The boys, bare-skinned, held stones aloft, crouching with trembling bodies, appearing quite pitiable. No, I will not give up, the boys retorted defiantly. If you set down the stones, you may enjoy a soothing medicinal bath over there, lie comfortably in the cave. As the clan leader would say, isn't that delightful? Not delightful. The sinister figure replied coldly. We are willing. The sight of the snake eggs tightened his heart. These members of the Tang clan not only reveled in the slaughter of women, but also spared no children, truly malevolent. Xiong Zhuang paid him no heed as he gazed at the mist-shrouded pool, lost in his own thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. A thunderous cry of battle reverberated through the night sky. Shi Dan and Xiong Zhuang swiftly turned to see a group of male warriors, each wielding a long wooden spear, seemingly engaged in assassination training. Before these warriors stood a straw man, from which dangled a small wooden ball, swaying in the breeze. Xiong Zhuang observed closely. The warriors were not targeting the straw man itself, but rather the diminutive wooden sphere above it, a task that appeared quite challenging. Suddenly, a foreign voice bellowed. You are the rookies the clan leader spoke of, shooting weakly, assassinating inaccurately, and moving sluggishly. Are you a bunch of softies? The warriors flushed, their faces reddening as they retorted, No. I say you are. The disdain in the stranger's voice was palpable. We are not. Their response grew more fervent. All right. If you are not, then aim true, strike accurately. As the clan leader would say, don't act like a coward. Yes. A sudden glimmer of realization sparked in Shi Dan's eyes, and he exclaimed with delight, Xiong Zhuang. These Tang warriors are not only few in number, but appear rather inept as well. Look, they practice their assassination techniques with wooden spears. And they can't even hit such a large straw man. Can they truly be called warriors? They are blind. This tribe seems to lack a future, destined for annihilation. Xiong Zhuang rolled his eyes. Did Shi Dan's head contain nothing but straw? In his view, those Tang warriors were vibrant and full of life. Their temples bulging with energy, each one a picture of vitality, exuding a fierce aura like wild beasts from the great wilderness. How could Shi Dan perceive them as so pathetic? Furthermore, the stranger's booming voice was clearly goading these warriors, pushing their spirits to a peak state. Now, those warriors roared like ferocious beasts, their intimidating presence sending shivers down the spine. And yet, Shi Dan still claimed they were lacking. Moreover, there was something amiss with Shi Dan's perception. It was evident that the others aimed for the wooden ball hanging from the straw man, yet in Shi Dan's eyes, they were attacking the straw man itself. Xiong Zhuang truly wished to avoid further dialogue with Shi Dan. He was the one truly blind. However, it was indeed apparent that the Tang clan had a shortage of male warriors, with the tribe predominantly filled with women and youths. Xiong Zhuang pondered thoughtfully. Let us return. Shi Dandan nodded, having grasped the general situation of the Tang clan. They could now report their reconnaissance findings. Tang Long watched the two depart, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. He turned and inquired with a grin, what does Elder Tang believe their report will convey about what they witnessed? Tang he emerged from the shadows, smiling like a cunning old fox that had just stolen a hen. The Tang clan has more women and youths, incapable of battle. A show of weakness, a strategy to provoke the enemy. Our clan leader is indeed astute. They exchanged knowing smiles. Outside the forest, the snake egg and Xiong Zhuang successfully emerged, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all present. With a sly grin, Snake Xian remarked, it seems the people of the Tang tribe did not anticipate our nocturnal surveillance. Xiong Shan remained silent, feeling uncertain. The Tang warriors had previously come to the aid of the bear tribe when they required medicine. Surely, they would be vigilant in monitoring their surroundings? This seemed implausible. He harbored a suspicion and inquired mildly, what precisely is the situation within? Snake Egg leered, Chief, inside lies the encampment of the Tang tribe. Numbering no more than 200 individuals, predominantly women and children, appearing to possess little combat capability. Moreover, the women of the Tang tribe are exceptionally beautiful. Snake Xian's eyes gleamed with a lascivious glint. Are there many? Snake Egg, with a suggestive wink, replied, indeed, countless. Long legs, fair skin, ample bosoms, certainly. The chief would take a liking to them. Excitement flickered in Snake Xian's eyes as he sinisterly declared, those who dare to harm my son and jeopardize the lives of my people shall face annihilation. Once we breach their tribe, we will eliminate all their women. Laughter erupted among the accompanying snake warriors. Xiong Shan furrowed his brow, internally reluctant to align himself with such brutish company. The snake tribe was inherently treacherous and lecherous, perhaps a reflection of their serpentine nature? Snake Xian then queried, Chief Xiong, I have resolved to mobilize against the Tang tribe in 3 days. Will the bear tribe join us? Xiong Shan retorted, does the snake chief desire my presence or absence? Snake Xian sneered, it is merely a ragtag band of around 200 individuals. My snake warriors number in the thousands. We could reduce them to ashes with a mere flick of our fingers. The bear tribe need not accompany us. Confident in his might, Snake Xian believed that even a fraction of his warriors would suffice to obliterate the Tang tribe and seize their women for himself. It would be best if the bear tribe did not intervene, allowing him to claim all the spoils. After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Shan solemnly proclaimed, since this matter concerns both our tribes, the bear tribe shall participate. Snake Xian scoffed, very well. In 3 days, we shall convene here and eradicate the Tang tribe together. Agreed, Xiong Shan affirmed. With that, Snake Xian departed with his kin, preparing for war to capture the Tang tribe's members to feed the snakes. Once they had left, Xiong Shan turned to Zhuang and asked, what was the situation inside? Xiong Zhuang replied earnestly, Father, my perspective differs from that of Snake Egg. The Tang tribe appears rather unusual and not what they seem. Xiong Shan insisted, relate everything you observed. Xiong Zhuang recounted his observations and thoughts meticulously, concluding, Father, 3 batches of warriors from the snake tribe perished here, with none surviving. Yet our reconnaissance this evening proceeded without a hitch. Do you not find this peculiar? Xiong Shan raised his eyelids and replied gravely, indeed, it is highly abnormal. The intentions of the Tang tribe are inscrutable. Suddenly, a voice, somewhat familiar to Xiong Shan, interrupted. Haha, the chief of the bear tribe truly possesses great wisdom, which is commendable. A sinking feeling settled in Xiong Shan's heart. It was the messenger of medicine. It seemed that tonight's operation was entirely under the control of the Tang tribe. Tang Dabin emerged from the shadows, clasping his hands in respect, and declared, the esteemed leader of my clan entrusted me with a message. Should the bear tribe ally with the malevolent serpent tribe, feel free to strike. Let the battlefield determine life and death. Xianshan narrowed his eyes and inquired calmly, what if I choose not to ally with the serpent tribe? Tang Dabin replied with a smile, the clan leader stated that in such a case, the bear tribe should refrain from engaging, merely observing the unfolding drama of the serpent tribe. Xianshan pondered deeply and cautiously asked, if the serpent tribe is vanquished, what becomes of the relationship between the bear tribe and your Tang clan? Tang Dabin shook his head. The clan leader did not specify. After this battle, I trust that he will have a clear understanding. Farewell. He then melted back into the darkness, akin to a specter in the night, leaving no trace behind. Xiong Zhuang gazed at the spot where Tang Dabin had vanished, sensing an oddly familiar aura emanating from the medicine courier. Return to the clan. We shall mobilize in 3 days. Xianshan spoke gravely. Yes, leader. Xianshan lifted his gaze to the moon, foreseeing that war would inevitably arrive in 3 days. A tempest of blood and fire. Chapter 52. The youth of the Tang clan at Dragon Mountain. Tang Dabin reported, esteemed leader. The serpent tribe shall launch their attack in 3 days, and the bear tribe's stance remains ambiguous. Tang Long nodded. Excellent, Elder Tang. Prepare for the impending conflict. Tang He responded affirmatively. Yes, esteemed leader. Meanwhile, Tang Tietue surveyed the group of youths undergoing training with a sense of pride. These young warriors had astonishingly all passed the trials set forth by the esteemed leader. He bellowed, halt. You have all succeeded. The youths discarded their stones onto the ground. Their faces illuminated with joy. They stood in unison, their bodies erect like spears, their eyes filled with exhilaration. Tang Tietue proclaimed, I hereby announce that you have triumphed over the challenges posed by the esteemed leader. From this moment forth, you shall be the first cohort of young warriors of the Tang clan. Long live the esteemed leader. The youths shouted with glee. Tietue then revealed a warm smile. Now, go and enjoy your medicinal baths. Yes, the youths, with legs as heavy as stones, stumbled toward a water pit, sighing in relief as they immersed themselves. They were the inaugural young warriors of the Tang clan, eagerly anticipating the newly forged sharp Tang blades that awaited them. Fearless as fledglings, the youths began to yearn for the impending conflict between the serpent and bear tribes. This was their home. Any intruder would face their fiercest resistance. The beautiful Tang Li appeared, causing the youths to feel a twinge of shyness, feigning maturity and silence, while their glances betrayed their intrigue. After all, Sister Tang Li was the second most beautiful woman in the tribe. Such grace. The boys' faces could not conceal their thoughts. Their furtive expressions prompted Tang Li to shake her head, remarking upon the youthful exuberance of these budding little beasts. As the leader would say, these fellows were in their adolescence, bewildered by matters of the heart, and their curiosity was piqued upon encountering a beautiful woman. She poured the herbs into the water. Smiling playfully, rubbed the most sore spots quickly. The clan leader has said that one must not exhaust the muscles, or else hidden injuries will remain. The youths clutched their bodies, their faces flushed, and exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Tang Li. Tang Li couldn't help but chuckle. What are you all shy about? I've even seen the clan leader's great bird. You little birds are nothing to behold. The boys exchanged glances, astonished that Sister Tang Li had seen the clan leader. Their faces turned crimson, pondering whether to inquire about the clan leader's avian affairs. Hee hee hee. Tang Li laughed joyfully, thoroughly enjoying their innocence. Tang Long, standing nearby, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Was this woman intentionally speaking for his ears? He turned to leave, wishing to pretend he hadn't heard. But Tang Li suddenly turned back, her expression one of surprise. Clan leader. The youths collectively bowed in the herbal concoction. Clan leader. Tang Long halted, letting out a soft sigh as he returned to the edge of the water. These boys had passed the trials he had set forth. They were all fine lads. In terms of strength, speed, reflexes, and willpower, they were the cream of the crop. In the future, they would be the elite warriors of the Tang clan in the vast wilderness. He spoke gently, soak well, and avoid injuries. Yes, Tang Long suddenly asked. Would you like to hear a story? Yes. The boys' eyes sparkled in unison. They adored the clan leader's tales, relishing the divine pleasure of soaking in the herbal bath while listening to his narratives. Little Red in the Wilderness, what would you like to hear? Tang Long called out. A boy with a stern exterior replied coolly, Clan leader, I wish to hear stories from the rivers and lakes. This boy was named Tang Jian, a name bestowed by Tang Long himself, while the nickname Little Red in the Wilderness was his own creation. Ever since Tang Long recounted the water margin, every clan member had adopted a nickname. For instance, Tang Zhan called himself the Unbeaten War God, and Tang Li dubbed herself the Poison Hand Fairy. Each nickname resonated with grandeur. When Tang Long named Tang Jian, he said, a sword is both a weapon and a virtue. A renowned sword is one that remains unbent and is razor sharp. Do you wish to be the sword of the Tang clan? Tang Jian knelt before Tang Long, declaring, I wish to forever be the sword of the Tang clan. Tang Long nodded and casually mentioned, in a world of rivers and lakes, There exists a killer with the highest price on their head, known for their ruthlessness and credibility, nicknamed Little Red in the Central Plains. It is said that their swordsmanship is astonishing. The victims perish with a single stab to the brow, leaving but a drop of blood at the center, truly merciless. The sword signifies sharpness. Upon grasping the meaning of terms like assassin, Tang Jian promptly adopted the nickname, Little Red in the Wilderness. Tang Long shot him a glare, saying, "Today, we shall not discuss the rivers and lakes, but rather the tale of a young general, Huatsubing." All right, the youths, in their impressionable age, were at a crucial juncture for establishing a correct worldview. For instance, Tang Jian, initially transformed by a tale recounted by Tang Long about a ruthless assassin from the martial world, now perpetually dons a facade of coldness, embodying the essence of a killer, much to Tang Long's chagrin. Thus, with a heavy heart, he resolved to speak of heroes, to inspire these individuals to become champions of the Tang clan. Clearing his throat, Tang Long began. In another realm, there existed a dynasty known as the Han. His storytelling prowess was well honed. He exquisitely narrated the tale of the young General Huatsubing, a figure of valor and strategy, who ascended to military command at a tender age, achieving accolades and vanquishing foes. The youthful audience listened, their eyes alight with fervor, yearning to immerse themselves in the narrative. As the story unfolded to its tragic conclusion, where fate cruelly cut short Huatsubing's illustrious life, akin to a fleeting meteor across the night sky, the youngsters were left with a profound sense of loss. Tang Long solemnly remarked, "I share this tale to impart to you that in 3 days, a great battle awaits. First, ensure your own survival. The Tang clan requires not fallen heroes." The youths, moved, echoed in unison, "Indeed, esteemed leader." Tang Long nodded in satisfaction, recognizing their youthful exuberance. Their inaugural venture into battle would inevitably provoke nerves. Thus, he chose to recount Huatsubing's story, revealing the potential trials of the battlefield and offering insights for resolution. It was not merely a tale of heroism, but also a lesson in discipline. Tang Jian, forsake the path of an assassin, aspire to be a general. One youth proclaimed as Tang Long departed. Tang Jian shot him a cold glance and replied, "The esteemed leader is in need of an assassin." Suddenly, the pool of silence was broken, and another youth chimed in, "Perhaps the esteemed leader also requires a general." A rather unsightly boy then interjected, "Or maybe a wife. I wish to present my sister to him." "Tang Xiang, you should perish." The group burst into laughter once more. Tang He, standing nearby, absorbed the banter for a while before catching up to Tang Long, saying, "Having led troops for decades and gained years of wisdom, I find the lessons imparted by the esteemed leader far more enlightening than my own teachings." Tang Long chuckled, "Elder Tang, let us now instruct these young ones on the truths of the battlefield." "Indeed, esteemed leader," Tang He replied with a smile. Tang Long's expression turned grave as he gazed at the night sky, aware that in 3 days, blood would surely saturate this land. Chapter 53. The beginning of the Serpent Bear War 3 days later. The morning in the vast wilderness lacked poetic charm. Instead, it represented the most perilous moment within the wilderness. Countless ferocious beasts emerged from their lairs in search of sustenance, while the forest echoed with the sounds of bloody conflict, staining the once verdant canvas with splashes of crimson. The mournful sound of horns resonated across the giant dragon mountain. This was the war call of the Serpent and Bear clans. As the warriors of both factions marched from opposite directions, the ground beneath giant dragon mountain lay barren, stripped of trees within a 10,000-meter radius, leaving behind colossal stumps that created a striking spectacle. This was the battlefield the Tang clan had meticulously prepared for the Serpent clan, a testament to the labor of the Tang kin over the past 3 days. The warriors of the Serpent and Bear clans emerged from the forest, forming their ranks at the forefront, utterly astonished by this monumental undertaking. The felling of so many grand trees raises the question of how many stone and bone knives would be rendered useless. This time, the Serpent tribe dispatched 1,000 warriors, nearly emptying their ranks. The intentions of Xin were quite straightforward, to obliterate the Tang tribe with overwhelming force, feeding the men to the serpents and allowing the women to indulge before the same fate. The Tang tribe had gathered the wayward outcasts, making it convenient for him to ensnare them all at once, thus sparing the trouble of searching far and wide for captives. "Xiangshan, why are your numbers so few?" Xin called out to the distant Bear tribe. The Bear tribe had brought only 500 warriors, rendering their presence considerably meager compared to the serpent tribe. Xiong Shan replied calmly, with the serpent chief arriving with over 1,000 warriors, the Tang tribe will undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. My bear tribe merely intends to follow in your wake and claim a share. There is no need for a larger contingent. Ha ha, at least you possess some self-awareness. Xiong Shan. Then let us proceed, and you may reap the benefits. Shi Xian declared boastfully. Xiong Shan furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, I appreciate the serpent chief's generosity. Inwardly, Shi Xian mused darkly, old fool, if you seek to profit, let us see if fate allows it. Should the annihilation of the Tang tribe proceed smoothly, I shall turn and obliterate you next. The two factions separated, establishing their formations at a distance of several thousand meters. Xiong Zhuang, rally the warriors. If the Tang tribe is swiftly eradicated, remain vigilant against a potential ambush from the serpent tribe. Xiong Shan warned. Yes, Shidan. Take 500 warriors and eliminate the Tang tribe. If the battle proceeds favorably, return swiftly. We shall also deal with the bear tribe. Shi Xian commanded, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Shidan thumped his chest, proclaiming, Chief, leave it to me. You need not worry. Keek, eliminate the men and children. I only require the women to survive. A gleam of wickedness flickered in Shi Xian's eyes. Shidan wore a lecherous expression of understanding, assuring, rest assured, Chief. I shall bring back all the women. Keek. The loyal followers of Shi Xian chuckled, dismissing the newly formed tribe of outcasts. Shidan began counting heads. 500 elite warriors of the serpent tribe would easily handle a group of women and children. The serpent tribe sounded the horn of attack. Their forces assembled and poised for battle. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding drumbeat erupted from the opposing side, reverberating within the hearts of the serpent warriors, unsettling the momentum they had just built. It was then that a black military formation emerged at the foot of the Great Dragon Mountain, appearing quite sparse in numbers. In front of the formation stood shields taller than men, obscuring the individuals behind them. Behind the formation rose two towering drum towers, where two young boys from the Tang tribe were vigorously beating the drums. Shi Xian scoffed, in the wasteland, tribes with drums typically have their mightiest warriors to strike them. Yet this Tang tribe resorts to two mere children, indicative of their lack of capable fighters. Indeed, the warriors of the serpent tribe echoed in agreement with their chief. Shidan, seize the moment and capture the Tang tribe's women to your heart's content. Shi Xian urged before the battle commenced. The serpent egg's eyes gleamed with determination as it scratched the back of its head and declared, very well, I shall bring them down in one fell swoop. Serpent tree, take watch. The serpent egg began to command. Soon, a serpent warrior emerged, shouldering a sturdy log. He was the sharpest-eyed fighter of the serpent tribe. Tasked with reconnaissance during battles, Serpent Tree raised the log high, supported by several warriors. With agility akin to a nimble monkey, he swiftly ascended to the top of the log, surveying the formation of the Tang clan. Leader Serpent Egg. The Tang clan's military formation comprises no more than 100 individuals. In the front stand male warriors wielding shields, while behind them are a group of women and small children, reported Serpent Tree. A chorus of laughter erupted among the serpent warriors at this news. Women and children on the battlefield? Can they withstand the elite warriors of the serpent tribe? Serpent Xian smirked ominously. Attack! With a cacophony of strange calls, the serpent warriors surged forth like a swarm of agitated hornets. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the sky and casting an ominous gloom as if the heavens were collapsing. The wind began to howl, carrying an air of foreboding that rendered the battlefield even more desolate. The booming sound of the Tang clan's Quileute drums reverberated through the air, igniting the warriors' fervor. The front line consisted of 30 shield bearers, all adult males, led by Tang Iron Hammer. Behind them were 30 spear bearers, composed of young warriors under the command of Tang Battle. Following closely were 30 sword wielders, also young fighters, led by Tang Daring. The archers, numbering 30 and composed entirely of female warriors, were commanded by Tang Gentle. At the rear stood a medical team of 10, led by Tang Beauty. Tang Long and Tang, he commanded the sword formation positioned centrally, orchestrating this campaign. The Tang clan's formation, alongside the two drummers, totaled 134, representing the tribe's finest. The elderly and young remained at Giant Dragon Mountain, anxiously observing the multitude of foes below, who appeared formidable. Fear gripped their hearts. Yet they found solace in gazing at Tang Long, their fearless chieftain, which eased their trepidation considerably. The Tang clan's formation stood resolutely at the foot of the mountain, silent save for the thunderous drums, resembling a formidable beast in silence. The foremost Tang iron hammer began to count. The enemy is within 500 paces. The enemy is within 400 paces. The enemy is within 300 paces. The ground stakes bore the exclusive marks of the Tang clan, ensuring the accuracy of iron hammer's counts. As the enemy approaches within 200 paces, they have commenced hurling stones and projectiles. Everyone, be vigilant. The whistling sound of the incoming stones sent shivers down their spines. With an unyielding expression, Tang iron hammer bellowed, "Shield bearers, defend." With a resounding crash, the heavy black iron shields slammed down, shaking the ground, forming an impenetrable line of defense. "Ready the spears," shouted Tang Battle. The spear wielders positioned their long weapons against their shields, creating a formidable barrier before the Tang army. The glint of the spear tips shimmered ominously, evoking a sense of dread, and the entire formation resembled a hedgehog bristling with spikes. At this moment, the first wave of attack from the serpent tribe had commenced. Chapter 54. The ruthlessness of the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. The iron shields withstood the onslaught of flying stones. The dull thuds of metal clashing resonating like rain upon banana leaves, rapid and urgent. Weighing in at 300 pounds, the shields were manned by 32nd-tier beast-tooth warriors, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. Hearing the peculiar sounds of stones colliding with the shields, Shidan wondered what manner of shield this was. What startled him further was the gleaming spear atop the shield, a clear instrument of assassination. However, the thought that those wielding such weapons were merely women and children brought him a sense of calm. Once they breached the defenses, those tall, ample-bosomed women would be his. With this thought igniting a fire in his heart, Shidan bellowed, "Kill! Charge in and seize the women from the men." The serpent warriors echoed his fervor, chanting, "Kill the men, seize the women." Tang Long scoffed, "Ignorant fools." He turned to the anxious Tang Ro. "Captain Ro, no need to rush. Let the archers hide first. It will soon be your time to shine." Taking a deep breath, Tang Ro's eyelashes fluttered as she replied, "Yes, my lord." Shidan successfully reached the front of the Tang army, yet the glimmering spear tips before him suggested a direct assault would be challenging. He commanded, "Those at the front, follow me and attack. The rest, encircle them from the sides and annihilate them." "Yes, Chief Shidan." The serpent warriors, possessing a modicum of tactical knowledge, launched their assault in 3 groups. Wielding a stone knife, Shidan leered, "My beauty, your brother Shidan has arrived. Haha." Suddenly, bang bang. "Help, save me." The anguished cries of the encircling serpent warriors pierced the air after 2 resounding booms, echoing like the mournful song of a nightingale, chilling the hearts of those who heard. Startled, Shidan turned to see the ground on either side of the Tang army had caved in, revealing 2 enormous pits. The frontline warriors who had encircled them had vanished without a trace. "Chief Shidan, the Tang army has dug massive pits on either side of their formation, filled with sharp wooden stakes. The warriors who fell in are impaled, caught between life and death," reported a pale-faced serpent warrior. Shidan's expression darkened. It was a cunning strategy by the Tang. With their smaller numbers and fragile formation, they should have feared being flanked from both sides. Instead, they had dug these pits to sever the encirclement, forcing a direct assault. A fierce glint sparked in Shidan's eyes as he shouted, "Advance head-on." The serpent tribe's horn players sounded the charge, while the resounding drums of the Tang army drowned out the serpent's battle cry, diminishing the warriors' desire to attack. The serpent warriors charged fiercely towards the formation of the Tang clan, their shouts echoing with bravado. Yet, confronted by the wall of spears, a flicker of trepidation lingered within their hearts. A cadre of second-tier beast-tooth warriors from the serpent tribe spearheaded the assault, raising their stone blades to cleave the spear shafts, hoping to sever the spearheads in a single decisive blow. The clash of stone against iron resounded. Most blows ricocheted while a few shattered upon impact. The serpent warriors were taken aback. How formidable were the spears of the Tang clan! From within the ranks of the Tang forces, a cold voice commanded, "Thrust." The pupils of the serpent warriors constricted, a glint of icy dread dawning in their eyes, akin to venomous snakes slithering through the crevices of shields, causing their hearts to plummet. They evaded with remarkable swiftness. However, while dodging one spear to the left, another from the right pierced through their bodies, eliciting harrowing screams. Many more serpent warriors found their throats impaled, silenced before they could utter a cry, meeting their untimely demise. In an instant, the earth was stained crimson, the thick scent of blood wafting through the air, exuding an aura of madness. For numerous young spearmen, this was their first taste of bloodshed. They bit their lips tightly, their faces pale, struggling to acclimatize to the acrid scent of death. Unfazed, Tang Jian continued to bellow. Thrust. Prepare. Thrust. 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 The spearmen formed 3 ranks, each taking turns to advance and strike. Regardless of whether they hit or missed, they would swiftly retreat to allow the next group to engage. The spear thrusts surged like relentless waves, one after another, ceaselessly crashing against the enemy. In the wake of this assault, a vast area before the Tang formation lay strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely, the stench of slaughter rising to the heavens. The movements of the youths suddenly slowed, their thrusts growing somewhat imprecise, a flicker of compassion evident in their eyes, as the chilling reality of cold-blooded slaughter tested their mental fortitude. Tang Long, with clarity of mind, declared coldly, "On the battlefield, distinctions between good and evil vanish. There exist only 2 types of people, the living and the dead. We must either live or die. Understand this. If we perish, our kin perish. If we survive, our kin survive. Is this clear?" Tang Long's voice rose to a thunderous roar. The youths suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The flicker of compassion faded from their eyes, replaced by resolute determination as they affirmed, "Understood," with steadier hands. Their lethal thrusts regained their sharpness, becoming increasingly devastating. Tang he clasped his hands in respect, remarking, "The clan leader's insights into the brutality of warfare are astute, articulated simply for the children to comprehend. I am in admiration." Tang Long humbly replied, "Elder Tang, you flatter me. Had it not been for your counsel on digging traps on the flanks of the formation, confronting the serpent tribe today would have been considerably more challenging." Tang he waved his hand dismissively. "I merely possess familiarity with the patterns of tribal warfare. Once the clan leader engages in more battles, the enemy's tactics will soon become transparent." Tang Long, non-committal, stated, "We shall rely on Elder Tang's expertise moving forward." Tang he then positioned himself behind the shield bearers, awaiting the serpent tribe's second wave of attack. In this round of spear thrusting, the Tang forces had claimed the lives of hundreds, effectively halting the advance of the serpent warriors. The atmosphere was tense as the serpent leader, Snake Egg, bellowed with a sinister countenance, "Level 3 beast-tooth warriors. Clear the path and slaughter them. I am convinced that once we breach the Tang army's defenses, those women and children within will be at our mercy." A cadre of serpent warriors, adorned with 3 beastly fangs, leapt forth, brandishing their wooden spears as they charged into the fray. Their speed was astonishing, and their hefty wooden spears collided with the shields of the defenders. These level 3 beast-tooth warriors possessed a strength of at least 5,000 pounds, convinced that a single thrust could send a Tang shield warrior flying. "Retreat!" Tang he commanded urgently. The shield bearers of the Tang army hastily fell back, creating several gaps in their formation. The serpent warriors, elated by this development, sprang forward like a tempest into the heart of the Tang ranks. Chapter 55. The terrifying Tang women warriors filled with exuberance, Snake Egg shouted, "Charge forth and kill." The serpent warriors, driven by the loss of their kin, surged into the breach. They roared in frenzy, "Kill the men, seize the women." Their faces contorted into grotesque expressions. They recalled the serpent leader's tales of the beauty of Tang women, and today they were determined to claim their lives. The level 3 beast-tooth warriors, brimming with confidence as they entered the fray, prepared to unleash havoc and disrupt the Tang army's formation. Suddenly, an icy shiver ran down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by some malevolent entity. Upon closer inspection, they were struck with dread as they beheld a row of fearsome humanoid figures, their faces twisted in ferocity, appearing utterly terrifying. Startled, they leapt back, invoking the serpent god, pondering if they had encountered a specter. A meticulous glance revealed these figures to be a group of women donning masks, their figures elegant and alluring, almost enchanting. However, their attention was drawn to the glint of arrows poised in the air, causing sheer terror to seize them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows loomed large in their vision, closing in with alarming rapidity. There was no time to evade. They could only raise their spears to intercept the oncoming assault. Yet, before they could react, the arrows struck true. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed, each warrior falling victim to numerous strikes, each arrow finding its mark with lethal precision, resulting in their swift demise. The once mighty level 3 warriors succumbed without resistance to the prowess of the Tang women warriors. Beneath their masks, the women's lips curled into triumphant smiles, having slain the beast-toothed warriors. Surely, there would be rewards from the clan leader after the battle. Their masks, crafted by Tang Long, featured a black visage, green fangs, and a red tongue, designed to instill terror at first glance. While the Tang women were generally known for their beauty, such allure on the battlefield lacked the power to intimidate. Hence, Tang Yi was commissioned to create these fearsome masks, which had proven effective, as evidenced by the terror that had recently gripped a few level 3 beast-tooth warriors. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yi commanded the shield formation to create additional gaps, allowing the serpent warriors to flood through and into the fray. The serpent warriors howled as they surged through the breach. Men perish. Women kneel. Yet, what met their gaze was not a bevy of beauties, but a contingent of fierce she-demons clad in black iron masks. Several serpent warriors were so struck with terror that they lost control of their bladders, crying out in despair, "Help! Spirits of the underworld!" They met their demise swiftly, their cries cut short as they fell lifeless to the ground. This was close-range combat, offering no opportunity for evasion. The confined space was a deadly trap meticulously laid by Tang He. Of course, the female warriors wielded their bows with remarkable precision. Any who could not hit their mark at such proximity would have long been expelled from the archery ranks by Tang Ro. The serpent warriors continued to pour in. Yet once inside, they fell silent. The Tang army stood resolute, resembling an unfathomable abyss, relentlessly consuming the serpent folk. It was at this moment that the serpent leader, realizing the dire situation, roared in a mix of rage and fear, "Cease the attack." The serpent warriors halted their advance. Terror etched on their faces as they gazed upon the Tang formation, as if confronted by a monstrous entity. Tang He, standing behind the shield bearers, gestured with both hands, and the shield bearers promptly sealed the passage, transforming the Tang formation back into a formidable hedgehog-like defense. Blood had coalesced into small streams, the ground a morass of crimson mud, each step splattering the viscous liquid upon oneself. The battlefield was a gruesome arena of carnage. Within the Tang ranks, the sword-wielders advanced to inspect the fallen, delivering a final blow to any surviving serpent warriors before casting the corpses out from the formation. Bodies were hurled from behind the shields, their blood cascading through the air, further staining the battlefield with a deeper shade of red. Panic and confusion gripped the heart of the serpent leader, who had anticipated an effortless victory. How had the situation devolved into such chaos? He glanced at the serpent warriors beside him and noted that at least half of the attacking force had perished. What on earth had just transpired? Shaking his head vigorously, he pondered the unfolding events. "Leader of the serpents, shall we continue our assault?" A trembling voice inquired among the warriors. The Tang formation was fearsome indeed. Once they breached the line, all that could be heard were the anguished cries of their comrades, followed by a chilling silence. There were no sounds of fierce combat, no clash of weapons. The enemy before them appeared as a horde of silent beasts, and the Tang formation suddenly loomed terrifyingly in their eyes, like a monstrous maw waiting to devour them. After much hesitation, the serpent leader finally shouted, "Retreat, fall back." The serpent warriors felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, turning to flee in genuine terror. Tang Long chuckled coldly. "Do they think they can escape?" He commanded Tang He, "Pursue them, leave none alive. Let the bear tribe witness this, so they may make their choice." Tang He bowed solemnly and replied, "Understood. Attack, leave none." The resounding drums of the Tang formation signaled the onset of their offensive, shattering the morale of the serpent warriors, who fled like frightened dogs. The shield bearers quickly spread out to protect the flanks, revealing the true might of the Tang army to the world. The spear wielders first came into the sight of the serpent and bear warriors. In addition to the long spears they held in hand, for more were sheathed upon their backs, presenting an imposing figure reminiscent of divine weaponry. Tang Zhan grinned malevolently, commanding, "First row, prepare to launch. Fire. Second row, prepare to launch. Fire. Third row, prepare to launch. Fire." A torrential rain of spears, sharp and swift, whistled through the air, each black glimmer racing towards the serpent warriors. With the distance so close, there was no need for a throw. The Tang warriors unleashed their full might, sending their spears forth in a direct line of deadly precision. Ah, help! The spear wielders struck true, their spear tips piercing through the chests of the serpent warriors. In an instant, a swath of the battlefield was cleared, and the skies echoed with countless wails of despair. Upon hearing the cries, Snake Egg turned, his eyes wide with rage, and he shouted in terror, "Leader, save us!" The chilling plea reverberated throughout the Dragon Mountain, capturing the attention of all. The expressions on the faces of Snake Xin and Bear Mountain grew grim. "Yes, revered leader. Eliminate these vile serpents." The Tang clansmen stationed on Dragon Mountain erupted in fervor. They stood atop the mountain, witnessing the entire clash. Their fierce enemies appeared as helpless infants before their warriors, utterly defenseless and ripe for slaughter. The supposedly invincible third-tier beast-tooth warriors could not even best the serpent warriors. Surely, this was a farce. No, it was merely a testament to the strength of the Tang warriors and the sharpness of their weapons, gifts bestowed by their esteemed leader. They gazed upon Tang Long at the center of the battlefield, their eyes alight with fervor. With their leader present, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, the fleeing serpent warriors were filled with dread. Their hearts raced as if ready to leap from their chests, consumed by a singular thought: escape. Chapter 56. The invincible arrow formation. Snake Xin stared in bewilderment at the fleeing members of his tribe. By the serpent god, what in the world has transpired? Initially confident in his observation, he believed the serpent warriors, seasoned veterans of countless battles, would easily overpower a mere handful of women and children with his 500 elite soldiers. Such thoughts were blissfully optimistic, but reality proved harsh. Just as the battle commenced, their offensive had devolved into a panicked retreat, the serpent warriors fleeing like frightened beasts. Who could explain this chaotic turn of events? Then, he heard Snake Egg's earth-shattering cry for help, and his heart sank. He bellowed, "Serpent warriors, prepare to aid our kin. We shall charge forth and retaliate against the Tang tribe." Yes, the remaining 500 serpent warriors surged forth like a tide, equally perplexed about what had befallen their brethren. How could the offensive so suddenly transform into a desperate flight? Snake Xin cursed, "Useless Snake Egg. 500 against 100. And you cannot prevail. What good are you? Warriors, rush forth and seize the Tang women. Kill." The battle cries of the serpent warriors resounded thunderously, while the Tang formation remained eerily silent, a silence that weighed heavily upon the serpent warriors. In the formation of the Tang clan, there were but simple commands: prepare to launch, shoot. The piercing sound of lethal spears slicing through the air was incessant. As they penetrated the chests of one serpent warrior after another, the remaining serpent warriors shrieked in terror, fleeing with astonishing speed, leaving the members of the bear clan utterly stunned. Xiongzhuang, unable to comprehend the situation, inquired of his father, "What just transpired?" Xiong eyes glistened with insight as he replied, "I cannot fully grasp it either, but one thing is certain. The first wave of the serpent tribe's attack has failed, incurring heavy losses." Xiongzhuang gasped in disbelief, muttering, "This Tang clan is truly extraordinary." "Tang," he commanded, "archers, prepare. Aim for the markers on the wooden stakes. At a distance of 400 paces, execute a suppressive fire, allowing not a single one to escape." Tang Ro responded respectfully, "Yes, elder." With arrows drawn, at a distance of 400 paces, they unleashed a rapid barrage. Fire! Fire! A torrential downpour of arrows surged skyward from the Tang formation, tracing elegant arcs in the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of whistling as they descended. Each iron arrow pinned the serpent warriors to the ground, clearing the battlefield yet again. Snake Egg, relying on instinct, dodged the rain of arrows, consumed by despair. What formidable foe had the serpent tribe provoked this time? A chill gripped his heart and body, and he regretted his choices. If only time could be turned back, he would surely counsel the chieftain against provoking the Tang clan, keeping his distance from them. Alas, there are no ifs in this world, nor any remedy for regret. Meanwhile, Snake Xin, witnessing the rain of arrows, paled and shouted, "Halt the advance." The serpent warriors behind him came to a sudden stop, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the cascading arrows. The scene on the ground was one of utter despair, with familiar warriors struck down, their anguished cries echoing like a hellish nightmare. They could only scream, "Run! Quickly run!" The arrows from above are coming. They yearned to inquire of the serpent god why the enemy's archery was so formidable. The serpent tribe possessed bone bows. Yet they were close-range and inaccurate, easily broken. They had never deemed archery a serious concern. But now, they witnessed the might of the Tang's archery, an insurmountable weapon. Truly terrifying. Was it such a weapon that shattered the morale of Snake Egg and his kin? Tang Ro had already set her sights on Snake Egg, drawing her specially crafted longbow to unleash a frenzied arrow. The iron arrow whirled through the air, as if tearing through time and space, and in an instant, it found its mark at the back of Snake Egg's head. Snake Egg, racing ahead of the retreating warriors, felt a surge of hope upon spotting Snake Xin in the distance. He believed that reaching the chieftain's side would ensure his survival. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air. Snake Egg glanced upward, only to see a black arrow protruding from his forehead. A surge of excruciating pain assaulted his nerves, and his thoughts erupted into a cacophony, plunging him into an abyss of eternal darkness. The serpent egg was struck in the head by a single arrow from Tang Ro, killing it instantly. The serpent warriors, observing the egg so close, hastily fled from the onslaught of enemy arrows, hoping for the egg to return alive. However, the head of the serpent egg suddenly exploded, akin to the colossal wild fruits in the desolate wilderness shattering upon impact. The headless carcass lurched forward a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. A chill enveloped the hearts of the serpent warriors. The enemy's arrows were devastatingly sharp. After the rain of arrows, 500 serpent warriors lay in pools of blood, those who had not succumbed to death howling in agony. "Chief, save me. Given that I have captured many women for your pleasure, please help me. Chief, I truly do not wish to die. I can fetch more people to feed the serpents. Chief, I have not yet had my fill of women. Save me, and I shall offer them all to you." The serpent warriors led by Shi Xian stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to proceed. The distant slaughter wrought by Tang's arrows had instilled terror in everyone, a brutality beyond comprehension. Shi Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Serpent spirit, summon 1,000 serpents. I shall annihilate them. Send someone to the bear tribe for assistance. Let them join us in decimating the Tang clan." "Yes, chief." Several warriors from the serpent ranks dashed forth, one racing into the forest behind, another heading towards the bear tribe's encampment. Regret gnawed at Shi Xian. He had underestimated the enemy. He had thought the Tang clan was a fragile bird's egg, easily shattered with a light tap, unaware that within it lay a ferocious beast that would devour the one who dared to strike. With the serpent tribe reduced to only 1,000 warriors, losing half in an instant was an unbearable burden. He vowed to unleash 1,000 serpents upon these Tang people. "Ceasefire. Advance. Scour the battlefield and retrieve our weapons," commanded Tang Long. For the first time, the Tang army moved as one, a synchronized force charging towards the serpent encampment. The shield bearers maintained their defensive stance, while the swordsmen and spear wielders surged forth from both flanks to clear the field. They aimed to reclaim all their spears and arrows, preparing for the next phase of battle. "Do not kill me. Your tribe is small. I am of value to you. You need me," pleaded a wounded serpent warrior. Tang Jian coldly replied, "No. The chief has decreed that we do not need you. You are the most despicable scum of this wasteland." With a swift motion of his large blade, the terrified head of the serpent warrior was sent flying far away. "Spare me. My tribe still harbors several women meant to feed the serpents. I can offer them to you, what you desire." Another serpent warrior cravenly begged. A young warrior shook his head, sneering, "No. The chief has said we do not need you." With that, the young warrior first severed the limbs of his foe, coldly observing him struggle in the blood-soaked earth for a moment before delivering the final blow to his head. The young warrior spat upon the lifeless body, declaring, "Beast. The esteemed chieftain has proclaimed that those who use humans to feed ferocious beasts shall meet their demise." At that moment, a messenger from the serpent clan rushed before the bear tribe's formation and shouted, "Bear chieftain, my leader commands that your tribe join us in the assault on the Tang clan." Bear Mountain coldly regarded the envoy, remaining silent, which caused the serpent envoy's heart to sink. In the forest, several tall and slender serpent clan members blew the serpent flutes, summoning a multitude of serpents. A cacophony of ominous sounds echoed through the forest from all directions as countless vividly colored venomous snakes slithered forth. A colossal, menacing serpent head emerged before the eyes of several serpent clan warriors. Chapter 57. The four heavenly kings advance. The Tang forces began to move forward gradually, brazenly clearing the battlefield right beneath the noses of the Serpent and Bear clans, executing all the wailing Serpent warriors. The Serpent warriors watched in fury, their hearts filled with rage, yet they dared not act recklessly. They feared the torrential rain of arrows from the Tang forces and dreaded death itself. Serpent's heart found himself in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. To attack? He hesitated. To withdraw? He feared that retreating would mean certain defeat. The fate of the Serpent eggs would mirror his own. The weapon wielded by Serpent's heart was exceptionally sharp, far superior to his own stone knife or spear. No one could withstand the overwhelming barrage of arrows from the Tang clan. Suddenly, a shout broke the tension. "Chieftain, 50 great trees are sufficient to shield us all. We need not fear their rain of arrows any longer." The Serpent spirit, leading dozens of warriors, charged out of the forest, each dragging a massive tree, sending grass and debris flying, creating a thunderous sound. Serpent's heart felt a surge of joy. With these great trees, they could provide cover, significantly diminishing the threat posed by the Tang clan's archers. Upon the trees' arrival, he ordered his men to swiftly erect them, transforming the battlefield into a patch of forest. At last, Serpent's heart felt a sense of relief, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "When the Serpent Sage arrives, their doom shall be sealed." The Tang forces had thoroughly cleaned the battlefield, halting 200 meters from the Serpent clan. With a resounding crash, the Tang warriors lowered their shields and spears, roaring in unison, "Kill!" Having been tempered by the baptism of blood, the morale of the Tang warriors surged, and their battle cries resonated with a chilling ferocity. The Serpent warriors were startled. Fortunately, with the trees now surrounding them, the thought of having cover against arrows prevented them from collapsing in despair. Serpent's heart bellowed, "Serpent warriors, we have the trees for cover. Fear not their rain of arrows. Prepare for battle. Kill!" The Serpent warriors suppressed their racing hearts, responding with feigned bravado to bolster their courage. A gust of wind, laden with the scent of blood, swept across the open ground between the two armies. And at that moment, the air felt as if it had thickened. A great battle was imminent. Tang He, amidst the ranks, smiled at Tang Long, saying, "Chieftain, just as you predicted, they have not fled but chosen to await us right here." The Serpent clan is comprised of fugitives, who stand idly by as their kin are slaughtered, neither offering assistance nor retreating. Indeed, they are merely biding their time for reinforcements. Tang Long nodded and remarked, "The Bear tribe has already witnessed our might and is unlikely to intervene. Thus, their only reliance is on their serpents." He gazed solemnly into the distant woods and inquired, "Is everything prepared?" "All is in readiness, awaiting the arrival of their reinforcements for a decisive annihilation." "Very well, if they wish to stall for time, we shall oblige and accompany them in their delay." Tang Long responded with a cold smirk. "Yes, revered clan leader." Tang He turned and jovially asked, "Which of the four heavenly kings will take the lead?" Tang Zhan chuckled, "Naturally, it shall be me, the demon king of chaos." Upon hearing the term, four heavenly kings, Tang Long involuntarily inhaled deeply, feeling a pang in his liver. The four heavenly kings of the Tang clan, excluding Tang Long and Tang He, are comprised of four third-tier beast-tooth warriors. The first king, the new demon king of chaos, Tang Zhan. He has humbly relinquished the title of invincible god of war to Tang He, not out of modesty or a sense of unworthiness, but rather because of Tang Long's assertion, "There are only erroneous names, not inappropriate titles." Tang Zhan pondered the clan leader's words, questioning whether his title was indeed misattributed. As the clan leader has expressed, could it be that the title of invincible god of war does not suit his valiant demeanor? Tang Zhan found himself in self-doubt for quite some time. Then he recalled the term demon king of chaos from the tales, and it struck him like a revelation. The clan leader had foreseen a connection between him and this title. From that moment forth, he resolved to adopt this moniker, deeming the demon king of chaos as his lifelong appellation. This title perfectly encapsulated his essence and would undoubtedly resonate throughout the vast wilderness in the future. Excitedly, he conveyed this news to the clan leader, who was momentarily taken aback, closing his eyes in contemplation for an extended period before nodding in agreement. A surge of joy filled Tang Zhan's heart, believing the clan leader was impressed by his formidable and awe-inspiring title. A title that could astonish the clan leader must surely be the right one. He knows the clan leader better than anyone. There could be no mistake. The second king, the ghostly celestial king, Tang Ro. This prodigious beauty has ascended to the rank of a third-tier beast-tooth warrior with a cultivation speed that induces envy in others. In less than 50 days, she transformed from an ordinary girl into a third-tier warrior, becoming the idol of the Tang youth. On the day of her promotion, she claimed the title of ghostly celestial king and donned a black devil mask. The third king, the golden horn king, Tang Dan. The fourth king, the silver horn king, Tang Tai Chue. Tang Long swore to the heavens that he had never recounted the tales of journey to the west, nor had he ever mentioned the legends of the Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King. On the night they adopted their titles, Tang Long found himself sleepless, perplexed as to how these two simpletons had devised such names. Even now, he remains without an answer. Clan leader, Tang Zhan requests to take the field. Tang Zhan, with his short hair and leather armor, bore a Tang knife on his back, exuding an imposing and gallant demeanor, not devoid of a certain charm. Tang Long nodded and inquired, "Have you mastered everything I taught you?" To which Tang Zhan replied earnestly, "I have." "Then go ahead." "Yes." With a sudden leap, Tang Zhan soared into the air, landing outside the military formation, immediately capturing the attention of the multitude. He surveyed the battlefield, feeling a twinge of delight. Indeed, all eyes were upon him. As the clan leader would say, this sensation of being the focal point was utterly exhilarating. Ha! With his head held high and chest out, he strode to the center between the two armies, arms crossed in a posture of indomitable confidence. With his nostrils flaring, he arrogantly declared, "I am Tang Zhan, the chaotic overlord of the Tang clan. To the despicable serpents across from me, you who bear sons without a rear end. Who among you dares to face this overlord in single combat?" An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at Tang Zhan. Most failed to grasp the meaning of his words, yet his brazen demeanor spoke volumes. He was deriding the serpent tribe and challenging them to a duel. Coughing discreetly, Tang Long instinctively rubbed his face in disbelief. This fool not only absorbed his teachings, but had surpassed them. Snake Xin wore a grim expression, pondering what this Tang warrior was truly up to. The observing members of the Xiong clan were equally bewildered. Was this fellow merely seeking a duel? Xiong Zhuang, perplexed, asked, "Father, what does this chaotic overlord intend to achieve?" Xiong Shan, deep in thought, shook his head, stating, "The motives of the Tang clan are difficult to decipher." Chapter 58, The Tongue of the Tang Clan. Insulting the general before battle. Tang Zhan had etched the clan leader's words into his mind, provoked the enemy, and seized the opportunity to eliminate their elite through single combat. Thus, the art of hurling insults before battle was paramount. He needed to ignite the enemy's fury, inciting them to rage. Once the enemy was enraged, they would be prone to mistakes, their unstable emotions leading to misjudgments and errors, thereby paving the way for victory. Hence, Tang Zhan believed that insulting the enemy was indeed of great significance. As he beheld the astonished expressions of the crowd, Tang Zhan became increasingly emboldened, his words growing ever more caustic. Observing Tang Zhan, Tang Long felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, silently resolving never to admit that this rascal was his pupil. Meanwhile, Tang Zhan reveled in the thrill. Before the battle, the clan leader had recounted two tales to him. One tale, titled The Three Kingdoms, featured a legendary warrior named Zhang Fei, a master of taunting, who before dueling the greatest fighter, Lu Bu, insulted him as a mere servant, nearly driving Lu Bu to madness and significantly diminishing his combat prowess. The other tale recounted the heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, wherein the early rise of the Tang dynasty. A master of insults named Cheng Yaojin was known to befuddle opponents with his barbs, making them either faint from shock or drive them to fury. Due to his formidable skills, he was compelled to flee if he did not achieve victory after his fierce onslaught. Thus, he would first dazzle his opponents with scathing insults, disorienting them before striking. From this narrative, Tang Zhan gleaned a vital lesson. To secure an effortless triumph in battle, one must first hurl the most derisive barbs, rendering the adversary devoid of reason. He recalled the patriarch's serious inquiry. "Do you aspire to become the forefather of the great wilderness's renowned insult warriors?" Tang Zhan, filled with enthusiasm, earnestly replied, "Not only do I wish to, but I shall also accomplish it. Watch my actions unfold, esteemed patriarch." He remembered the patriarch's expression of satisfaction as he imparted the exclusive secret techniques of insulting warriors. The words were not only novel but also venomous. The patriarch's lexicon was indeed extensive. He etched every word uttered by the patriarch into his memory, and the more he contemplated the secret techniques, the more he recognized it as an unparalleled masterpiece. Today, as he prepared to unleash his insults, he aimed to demonstrate to the patriarch that he had diligently studied the techniques and even devised new variations. He sought to astonish the patriarch and earn his applause. He intended to make the enemy aware of the despair they faced when confronted by a Tang Zhan, who had mastered the secret techniques of insulting warriors. With a contemptuous shout, he declared, "Half-demon serpents, it is evident that your mothers must have slept with snakes to give birth to you. If you possess any valor, come forth and challenge your lord." Tang Long, troubled by these words, pondered the absurdity of serpents mating with women to produce half-demons. Surely, he had never taught such nonsense. Tang Zhan was truly a genius of folly. His barrage of insults left the Tang clan members, serpent warriors, and bear clan fighters utterly astounded, yet they listened intently. The Tang clan members fared somewhat better, grasping a significant portion due to Tang Long's influence. The others, however, were bewildered. Yet it was undeniable that he was a master of poisonous tongues, and his words were surely the most vicious. Tang Long remained speechless. These fresh and venomous phrases could not have originated from him. He would never stoop to such malevolence. Meanwhile, the observing Bear Zhuang's eyes gleamed with admiration. He found this chaotic warrior's insults to be quite splendid and yearned to learn them. Although Bear Shan did not fully comprehend, he found the denouncements of the serpent clan to be melodious to his ears. He was eager to witness the expression on the face of the old serpent Xian, likely contorted with rage, as if he might explode with fury. The serpent warriors, thoroughly demoralized by the insults, hung their heads in despair, devoid of fighting spirit. Serpent Xian's countenance darkened, as if ink might drip from it, his fierce triangular eyes radiating malice, a pent-up rage simmering within him. Having terrorized the great wilderness for 40 years, he had never endured such humiliation, nor such indignity. He glared at Tang Zhan with gritted teeth. Had his gaze the power to kill, Tang Zhan would have been reduced to ashes. The urge to rush forth and tear apart this venomous warrior of the Tang clan was overwhelming. However, upon surveying the enigmatic formation of the Tang army and the glimmering spears atop their shields, recalling the recent deluge of arrows, he regained his composure. Endure a moment longer. Once the myriad serpents arrive, they shall devour the members of the Tang clan entirely. However, if he does not send forth warriors to engage in battle soon, it is likely that the heads of the serpent tribe warriors will be buried in shame. This conflict is already lost without a fight. Moreover, the bear clan lurks nearby, watching with predatory eyes. Engage in battle. When it comes to the prowess of individual warriors, he firmly believes in the strength of his kin. Realizing this, the serpent leader bellowed, "Shiqiang, you shall go forth and eliminate that Tang warrior." "Yes, chief." Shiqiang, tall and slender, bore the characteristic triangular eyes of the serpent folk, resembling a cold, venomous snake. He was a pinnacle level 3 beast-tooth warrior, his skills ranking among the top 5 in the serpent tribe. Grasping a massive stone blade, he charged into the fray, swiftly arriving before Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan's spirits lifted. The timid serpent clan had finally sent someone. Cursing was tiresome, and had the serpent clan delayed further, he would have resorted to picking up stones from the ground to hurl at them, testing their patience. Shiqiang swung his blade, intent on silencing the venomous tongue of this warrior. Tang Zhan hastily dodged. This fellow clearly did not understand the rules of a duel. He quickly admonished, "Halt. Who dares approach? State your name before we engage." Shiqiang reluctantly paused, replying impatiently, "I am Shiqiang, a level 3 beast-tooth warrior of the serpent tribe. Can we fight now?" Tang Zhan scrutinized the 3 beast teeth adorning Shiqiang's neck, noting one that was particularly sharp and elongated, evidently from a formidable beast, suggesting that this serpent warrior was indeed formidable. Coldly, he gestured to his own neck, asking, "Shiqiang, do you know what level beast-tooth warrior I am?" Shiqiang, inspecting Tang Zhan's neck and finding no beast teeth, sensed his aura and declared, "Though you possess no beast teeth, you are nonetheless a level 3 beast-tooth warrior." Tang Zhan offered a confirming glance. "You are correct, but do you know why I lack beast teeth?" Shiqiang, gnashing his teeth, replied, "How would I know? Is this significant?" However, glancing at the prickly formation of the Tang army, he ultimately endured and said, "I do not know." Tang Zhan clicked his tongue in mockery, explaining nonchalantly, It is simply because I have yet to hunt a level 3 ferocious beast, thus I have no beast teeth. Truly a fool. A surge of rage ignited within Shiqiang, one that he could scarcely contain. He felt humiliated by the taunts of this sharp-tongued Tang warrior. I shall slay you, he roared in fury, raising his blade to strike at Tang Zhan, the weapon slicing through the air with a piercing shriek that instilled fear. Tang Zhan swiftly evaded, still relentlessly taunting. You, a half-demon of the serpent tribe, are truly impatient. If you possess the ability, come and slay this demon king. You are the half-demon. I will tear you to shreds. Shiqiang bellowed, his anger boiling over. Tang Zhan rejoiced. He had finally provoked this serpent warrior to the brink of fury, a feat not easily accomplished. He surged forward, ready to gamble his life. Chapter 59. The Battlefield Dilemma. Shiqiang launched a frenzied assault, yearning to dispatch the venomous Tang warrior with a single strike. Tang Zhan evaded effortlessly, occasionally hurling a few curses that infuriated Shiqiang to the point of nearly spitting blood. After several exchanges, Tang Zhan had gauged the extent of Shiqiang's skills. With a sly grin, he remarked, Shiqiang, a half-demon, let us see your grandfather's prowess. Like a wraith, Tang Zhan slipped in close to Shiqiang's side. Startled, Shiqiang hastily altered his stance, his body now rife with vulnerabilities. Tang Zhan's smile was chilling. The clan leader had once said that a punch delivered with excessive force could not be retracted, and the same held true for a blade. Overexertion could spell doom. He acknowledged Shiqiang as a formidable warrior, yet against someone who had received the clan leader's true teachings, he was destined for tragedy, a lamentable fate indeed. With ghostly hands, Tang Zhan seized Shiqiang's arm, yanked forcefully, and tripped him, employing a series of grappling techniques: lock, twist, point, entangle. He executed a swift maneuver that left Shiqiang in agony, his body suddenly under the complete control of the adversary, utterly incapable of resistance. A half-demon of the serpent clan, Tang Zhan taunted, let us see if you can best your grandfather's unarmed combat. His eyes gleamed with intensity as his hands moved with lightning speed, reciting, single capture, a swift turn, double capture, lock the blade for this demon lord. Shiqiang felt a sharp pain in his hands, and in an instant, he relinquished his stone blade to the enemy. In sheer horror, he pleaded, do not kill me. I surrender. I am a tier 3 beast tooth warrior. I can be of use to you. I can help you slay the serpent clan. Tang Zhan scoffed, no? You are of no use to us. The clan leader has decreed otherwise. With a thrust, he plunged the stone blade into Shiqiang's throat, ending his life in a gruesome manner. Well done. The demon lord indeed possesses remarkable martial prowess. The Tang clan erupted in cheers, praising Tang Zhan's skills, which reflected the clan leader's true teachings, marking him as one of the clan's elite. Tang Long wore a slight smile. It appeared that this fellow had mastered the art of grappling. Shiqiang was well known among the serpent clan, having previously crossed swords with others. His skills only second to Xiong Zhuang, eyes alight with admiration, exclaimed, Father, this Tang warrior is not only sharp-tongued but also impressively skilled. He effortlessly disarmed Shiqiang and then dispatched him without me grasping his movements at all. Did you see clearly, father? Xiong shook his head, his expression grave. Even I could not discern his techniques. This Tang warrior is formidable. I may not even be his match. A chill settled over the hearts of the serpent clan, their morale sinking further. Xiong's triangular eyes glinted with malice as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, whether from rage or fear. It was unclear. He gazed at the spirited Tang warrior still hurling insults in the arena, a deep wariness etched in his eyes. What manner of existence was this Tang clan? Even a single warrior could effortlessly annihilate Shiqiang. Should he personally enter the fray? The strength of Shiqiang was well understood by him and the rest of the serpent clan. They perceived the formidable serpents as powerful. And for the warriors of the Tang clan, slaying them is as effortless as crushing ants. The tribesman must be quaking in fear. He too is terrified. What should he do now? He requires time for the serpent horde to arrive. If no one is dispatched to engage in battle, the wrath of the Tang clan will descend upon them, rendering the arrival of the serpents futile. He needs warriors to buy time. Even if it means sacrificing their lives to gain that precious delay, it must be done. Tang Zhan, feeling somewhat weary from his tirade, angrily shouted, Serpent clan, you spineless wretches, if you do not send forth your fighters, this demon king shall lead my men to slaughter you. Slay, 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 echoed the warriors of the Tang clan, as if poised to launch an assault at any moment. The drums of war for the Tang clan thundered, shields were raised, and the commands of the formation resounded. War was imminent. Serpent Xian's expression changed, and gritting his teeth, he pointed, "Serpent Essence, you shall go. I believe you can defeat him." Instantly, Serpent Essence turned pale. The chieftain truly knew how to flatter. How could he possibly defeat a warrior from the Tang clan who could effortlessly dispatch the likes of Serpent Strong? Did he believe I would perish even quicker than Serpent Strong? "Chieftain, I have a stomach ache. I truly cannot go into battle." Serpent Essence pressed his hand against his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. Serpent Xian, filled with rage, felt a searing pain in his chest, his murderous intent boiling within. He longed to slay this disgrace of the Serpent clan. Coldly, he threatened, "If you do not go, I shall seek trouble with your sister." The countenance of Serpent Essence stiffened, his hand falling from his abdomen, as he inhaled deeply. "Did you not already claim her?" Serpent Xian replied in a haunting tone. "That night, it was you who personally delivered her to my chamber." Suddenly, Serpent Essence's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms as he hesitated and struggled. Serpent Xian coldly threatened, "If you refuse, I will annihilate your entire family." Gradually, Serpent Essence rose, his eyes brimming with tears. "If there is a next life, I shall choose not to be born into such a filthy tribe as the Serpent clan. We were born human, yet engage in acts against humanity, capturing people to feed serpents, killing and destroying families, and trifling with the wives and daughters of others. No wonder other tribes detest us. Recalling our deeds, I have come to feel I am not a human being, but a beast. Chieftain, after my death, do as you will with my family. It would be better for them to perish early than to suffer in the Serpent clan." Having spoken, Serpent Essence straightened his chest and strode out of the serpent formation. The serpent warriors gazed at his retreating figure, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Had they erred all these years? Tang Zhan regarded the shifty Serpent Essence and unleashed his scorn. "After all this time, the Serpent clan sends forth this grotesque creature?" He pointed at Serpent Essence and bellowed, "Who dares approach? State your name." Serpent Essence coldly replied, "I am Serpent Essence, a third-tier beast-tooth warrior of the Serpent clan." No sooner had he spoken than he clutched his abdomen, his expression revealing considerable distress. With a face full of relief, he let out a resounding shout. "So it was you who possessed such power. I die with my eyes wide open." Upon uttering these words, he began to froth at the mouth, convulsed violently, and collapsed to the ground, breathless. Tang Zhan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this snake warrior truly dead? What kind of attitude was it to perish after merely shouting a phrase? Scratching the back of his head, he approached cautiously, employing the method taught by the esteemed clan leader to ascertain whether this individual was genuinely deceased or merely feigning death. Breath ceased. Pulse stopped. Heartbeat halted. The body grew cold, confirming his demise beyond doubt. Tang Zhan was utterly bewildered. In the words of the clan leader, was this snake warrior merely trying to scam him? With just a gentle gesture, the fellow proclaimed his prowess, then simply expired? Could it be that he had finally awakened his shamanic form? Had he been slain by shamanic magic? A flicker of joy surged within Tang Zhan, but it quickly dissipated as he reflected on his own body. He was well aware that he had not experienced any signs of awakening. "Tang Zhan, the clan leader has matters to discuss with you. Allow me to handle this." Tang Ro, adorned with a ghostly mask, approached. Tang Zhan sighed deeply, pondering whether the clan leader would truly believe that this snake warrior had nothing to do with him. The bizarre nature of the event left even him in disbelief. What on earth had just transpired? Chapter 60. The renowned tyrant's reputation in the Bear Tribe's encampment. Xiong Zhuang extended his right index finger forward. Feeling for any change, there was none. He contemplated pointing at someone to see if he could cause instant death with a mere gesture. As he began to raise his hand, the warrior before him changed countenance dramatically, fearfully exclaiming, "Young clan leader, pointing recklessly can result in death." Observing the warrior's serious demeanor, Xiong Zhuang abandoned the idea. What if he ended up like that Tang warrior? "Father, what on earth just happened?" He could only seek counsel from Xiong Shan. Furrowing his brow, Xiong Shan shook his head. "I did not witness the circumstances under which that snake warrior inexplicably perished from a mere gesture." Xiong Zhuang was filled with confusion, yearning to point at someone, yet apprehensive of the disastrous consequences that could ensue. It was indeed a perplexing predicament. In the snake tribe's encampment, Shi Xian's mind was a tumultuous storm. Had the snake's spirit truly been slain by a mere finger? Could it be that the Tang warrior was an embodiment of supernatural forces? Though the snake's spirit was somewhat weaker than the serpent, it was still a formidable third-level beast warrior. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? Was there something he had not perceived? A chilling sensation coursed through Shi Xin's core. This Tang tribe was indeed sinister. The other snake warriors were equally terror-stricken. How could they wage war when a mere gesture could lead to death? The eyes of the third-level beast warriors of the snake tribe were filled with despair. They faced an insurmountable adversary, a duel with a tenfold likelihood of fatality, and surely, the next victim would be themselves. The morale of the snake tribe plummeted, leaving the entire formation in a disquieting silence. The deceased snake's spirit smiled in the afterlife. Upon leaving the snake tribe's encampment, he ingested poison. After all, death was inevitable. And perhaps suicide would grant him a complete corpse, as he had nothing left to live for. However, before his demise, he jested with Tang Zhan, a powerful adversary who would undoubtedly remember his name. He is known as Shi Jing, born into the serpent tribe, and throughout the first half of his life, he committed numerous heinous deeds. When he sought redemption, he found himself surrounded by malevolent individuals, realizing that his transgressions were too numerous for him to turn back. Only death could provide him with solace. Thus, he sacrificed his life to elevate Tang Zhan's renown. Presently, Tang Zhan has been designated by both the serpent tribe and the bear tribe as an entity not to be trifled with. The legendary tale of the Demon King, whose mere finger could summon death, began to circulate throughout the vast wilderness. Within the Tang clan's military encampment, Tang Long inquired with curiosity, "Did that serpent warrior truly perish from your ire?" Tang Zhan, wearing a perplexed expression, replied, "Chief, I merely remarked upon his unsightly appearance. Without resorting to insults, he undoubtedly did not die by my hand. I merely gestured provocatively, and to my astonishment, he collapsed and expired. I genuinely have no idea what transpired. According to your words, this seems akin to a ruse, and it leaves me quite unsettled." Tang Long closed his eyes in contemplation and instructed, "Summon someone to bring back the corpse for examination." "Yes, Chief," responded Tang He. "Iron Hammer, carry the body back." "Understood, Elder." Moments later, the lifeless form of Shi Jing was presented before Tang Long. He lifted the eyelids of the deceased, scrutinizing the skin and veins. A sudden realization struck him, and he commanded, "Tang Li, Tang Wu, ascertain whether this individual succumbed to poison." "Yes, Chief." Tang Li produced a peculiar needle and inserted it into Shi Jing's body. After a brief examination, she reported, "Indeed, as you surmised, Chief, this serpent individual died from poison." Tang Zhan released a long sigh of relief. Without clarity on this matter, he could not find peace. With a face full of grievance, he uncertainly asked, "Does this count as my military achievement?" Tang Long chuckled lightly, recognizing this fellow's character akin to that of a reckless scoundrel, never forgetting to seek benefits. He nodded affirmatively. "It counts. He perished in combat before you. So it certainly qualifies." Tang Zhan's heart soared with joy. Having single-handedly slain 2 level 3 beast tooth warriors, he could forge a personalized weapon. Now, he could make a request to the chief. "Chief, I desire 2 large battle axes, akin to the black whirlwind Li Kuei from water margin." Tang Zhan expressed eagerly. He instructed, "Tang Yi, note this down. 2 whirlwind battle axes for Tang Zhan, to be forged post-battle. I will provide the blueprints afterward." "Yes, Chief," Tang Yi responded. Tang Zhan exclaimed, "Thank you, Chief." The surrounding warriors looked upon Tang Zhan with envy. Achieving great military merit certainly had its rewards, allowing one to exchange it with the chief for incentives. They too yearned for the legendary weapons from water margin. However, only through military accomplishments could they attain such treasures, igniting a fervent desire within them as they wondered why the chief had yet to issue the command to attack. Their hearts burned with a fervor to slay enemies, earn military merit, and seek exclusive weapons from the chief. Tang He observed the gazes of the warriors and silently marveled at the chief's wisdom. The implementation of the military merit system had not only alleviated the fears of the tribesmen regarding battle, but had also incited a fervent desire to vanquish foes. Truly remarkable. Reflecting on the matter of the serpent spirit, Tang Long found himself perplexed. The serpent clan would undoubtedly not poison him if they were to send forth their serpent spirit to engage in combat. If it were not the work of the serpent clan, could it be self-inflicted harm? Tang Long felt he had grasped a fragment of the truth. Yet there was no other explanation. But what could have driven such an action? Tang Long spoke contemplatively, returned the corpse to the serpent clan, and observed their reaction. Yes, chief. In the arena, Tang Zhan returned to the Tang clan's formation, providing relief to the serpent warriors. The enigmatic and formidable figure had finally entered the fray, a being of terrifying presence. Their attention shifted to the newly arrived woman, whose long, beautiful legs, slender waist, ample bosom, and fair skin rendered her utterly captivating. Such an exquisite beauty could transform any man into a beast, a flawless embodiment of femininity. However, upon glimpsing her face, one could easily be paralyzed by fear. The woman wore a black mask adorned with sinister patterns that emanated a chilling aura, instilling dread in all who beheld her. To articulate it in Tang Long's words, they witnessed a female specter possessing a devilish physique alongside a face that could frighten the heart out of a man. Tang Ro became the center of attention, captivating all on the battlefield. The serpent and bear warriors, upon seeing Tang Ro's ghastly visage, felt as if 1,000 ferocious beasts were racing through their minds. Swirling with various thoughts, Shashin's heart tightened. What manner of beings comprised the Tang clan? Was there no semblance of normal humanity among them? Xiong Zhuang's heart raced. Was this being a manifestation of divine wrath? Tang Ro coldly proclaimed, "I am Tang Ro, the ghostly celestial king of the Tang clan. To those of the serpent lineage, step forth to meet your demise." Tang Long could not help but twitch his lips in amusement, in Tang Zhan's words. The serpent clan was birthed from a union of snakes and women, but here, Tang Ro bluntly referred to them as born of serpents. Were they not mere beasts? This girl's scathing rebuke surpassed even that of Tang Zhan. Had the secret teachings imparted to Tang Zhan been passed down to Tang Ro? Suddenly, a cacophony arose. In the forest, the foliage rustled, and a pungent stench wafted onto the battlefield. A colossal serpent head emerged from the thicket, followed by a multitude of venomous snakes that swarmed the entire forest's edge, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Shashin's expression brightened. The sacred serpent, accompanied by its serpentine horde, had finally arrived. The fourth update is presented. Gratitude to all esteemed readers for their generous gifts. This new book debut has been a labor of love, and I humbly request 5-star reviews, comments, likes, and gifts to elevate the popularity of this tale. After the debut, I will gradually unveil additional chapters to express my appreciation for your support. Chapter 61. Ancient serpent cultivation accompanied by the eerie, melodious sound of serpent flutes. Several gaunt serpent handlers emerged behind the serpentine throng. Their upper bodies were tightly wrapped in animal hides, their heads and necks swathed like glutinous rice dumplings, leaving only 2 eyes and a mouth exposed, concealing their true identities. If their legs beneath the beast's skirts were similarly enveloped, they would resemble living mummies, akin to mystical creatures emerging from the forest. They moved stiffly among the serpents, presenting a most peculiar and eerie sight. At last, the colossal serpent slithered out of the woods, revealing its true form. Its head was adorned with green scales, and its mouth occasionally flicked out a long, forked tongue, sending shivers down one's spine. The cavernous maw seemed capable of engulfing an elephant whole. A striking red crown adorned its head, vibrant and alluring, exuding an uncanny charm. Its eyes glowed ominously like 2 blood-red lanterns, brimming with malice. The serpent's body was black, as thick as a full-grown elephant, with an orange-yellow underbelly and 2 snake-like feet resembling eagle talons. Measuring at least 30 meters in length, its overwhelming presence instilled terror across the battlefield. The Tang clan members could not help but gasp in awe at the fearsome sight of the giant serpent. With a mere thought, Tang Long consulted the Library of the Flames. The creature bore a 50 genetic resemblance to the serpent known as Xiao Shi, also referred to as Ba Shi. According to the Shanhai Jing, Xiao Shi is a colossal serpent from ancient Chinese mythology, said to be capable of swallowing an elephant whole. As recorded in the Huai Zi, during the reign of Emperor Yao, 10 suns emerged simultaneously, scorching crops and vegetation, prompting the emergence of Xiao Shi and 6 other monstrous beasts to menace the populace. Yao dispatched the divine archer Yi to eliminate these threats, and he ultimately slew Xiao Shi at Dongting Lake. Tang Long sighed deeply, now questioning whether he had traversed into a realm of myth. Although this creature differed in appearance from the descriptions in texts, it could very well be a descendant of Xiao Shi. Observing its immense form, it was evident that swallowing an elephant would pose no challenge. Tang Long took special note of the serpent's crown, its dazzling red hue likely concealing deadly toxins. Tang He, with a serious demeanor, reported, "Chief, it is confirmed to be a king-level ferocious serpent, appearing quite menacing. Should we proceed as planned?" Tang Long replied calmly. "Proceed according to plan." "Yes." Tang He called out, "Captain Ro, the chief has commanded a retreat." Captain Ro felt a twinge of reluctance, as the ghostly celestial king had yet to reveal its prowess. However, the sight of the giant serpent instilled a sense of dread in her, and the vibrant, venomous snakes further unsettled her heart. She turned to rejoin the formation. The Tang warriors, facing such a multitude of venomous serpents for the first time, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, upon seeing their expressionless chief, they quickly regained their composure. They recalled Tang Wu's words, "When compared to ferocious beasts, our chief is undoubtedly the fiercest." Moreover, they had undergone specialized training, anticipating the arrival of serpents. If the serpents did not appear, their earlier performance would have been in vain. The warriors of the Tang clan grew increasingly relaxed, recalling the words of their chieftain. After the emergence of the serpent adversaries, they were to act in compliance with orders. As Tang He awaited Tang Ro's return to formation, he promptly commanded, "Shift the rear ranks to the front and retreat in an orderly fashion." The Tang forces swiftly withdrew, the entire battalion moving in perfect synchrony, their speed astonishing. The warriors maintained their shields directed towards the serpent encampment, remaining ever vigilant. Serpent's Fang had intended to pursue and retaliate. Yet the memory of the shattered serpent egg dissuaded him from this tempting notion. Instead, he resolved to conceal himself beneath the artificial grove, awaiting the serpent horde to launch their assault, before leading his kin to scavenge the aftermath. In the Bear clan's encampment, Xiangshan spoke in a low voice, "Everyone, remain on guard and drive away the approaching serpent horde to prevent a surprise attack from the serpent tribe." The Bear warriors sounded the alert with their beastly horns, gripping their stone spears with vigilance as they scrutinized the massive serpent swarm. Turning around, Xiangshan noticed a colossal shadow standing steadfast within the forest, and a sense of reassurance washed over him. He calmed himself and instructed Xiongzhuang, "Zhuang, what did you discern from the recent clash between the two tribes?" Xiongzhuang raised his head, gazing at the sky, deep in thought for a moment. He then expressed with a sense of yearning, "One must not only be skilled in combat, but also in verbal confrontation. The Tang tribe's formidable figure excels in both, embodying true authenticity. Especially that finger technique capable of delivering death. Such mastery is undoubtedly extraordinary. I truly wish to learn that skill." Xiangshan's forehead pulsed with veins, and the muscles around his eyes twitched uncontrollably. How could this fool have perceived only these trivialities? He clenched his teeth, enduring the frustration, pondering how he, a lifelong hero, could have sired such a simpleton. Forcing himself to quell the tumultuous emotions within, he silently recited, "He is my own flesh and blood. I cannot harm him." Only then did he compose himself to teach. Initially, the Tang clan arrived in triumph, possessing the opportunity to annihilate their foes, yet they refrained from doing so. Instead, they dispatched a challenger. What do you suppose is the reason behind this? Upon reflection, Xiongzhuang acknowledged that the Tang clan's actions were indeed irrational. Having secured a decisive advantage, he, as the commander, would have pressed on relentlessly to eradicate the enemy. Why did the Tang tribe halt their assault and instead send forth a challenger? A flash of insight struck Xiongzhuang, and he realized the Tang tribe harbors a scheme. Xiangshan raised an eyebrow, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stated, "I suspect that the target of the Tang clan scheme is the serpent horde. Watch closely to see what tactics they employ." "Yes, father." Xiongzhuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eagerly anticipating the Tang tribe's forthcoming maneuvers. The Tang forces moved with remarkable speed, retreating directly to the summit of the Dragon Mountain, appearing as though they intended to fortify their defense from the heights. At the base of the Dragon Mountain, Serpent's Fang gazed at the surging serpent horde that flowed past him, tears streaming down his face. A few murky droplets trickled down his cheeks, as he lamented the indignity he had never before encountered in his lifetime of commanding respect. The warrior, feeling the weight of humiliation, refrained from seeking vengeance, enduring insults without retort. Unable to fight back or flee, he found himself in the darkest moment of his life. Now, with the arrival of the sacred serpent, he could finally raise his head in pride, avenging the slaughter of his kin and the indignities he suffered. Although the Tang clan wielded sharp weapons, the serpent horde was capable of depleting their arrows and exhausting their strength. He had sensed the presence of the Tang clan. Devoid of royal warriors, the royal sacred serpent was truly invincible. This battle would spell doom for the Tang clan. The pent-up fury within Snake's heart surged forth as he bellowed, "Warriors of the serpent clan, follow the horde into battle. Seize the women of the Tang clan and annihilate them. Kill, kill, kill." The serpent warriors, stirred by excitement, had never known defeat when fighting alongside the serpent horde. This time, they were determined to obliterate the Tang clan and unveil the faces of their female warriors to discover whether beauty or ugliness lay beneath their masks. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the mountainside, flames and smoke instantaneously obscuring the view of the outside world. The situation within remained concealed. Bear-like in stature, the warrior's spirit surged as he fixed his gaze intently, for the Tang clan had indeed begun their machinations. Chapter 62. The Fire Pit of the Tang Clan. Squinting, Snake observed for a moment before sneering. To think they would use smoke and fire to thwart the serpent horde's advance is nothing short of a folly. Snake disease. Accelerate the horde. We must strike before the flames escalate. Yes, Chief. The serpent flute in Snake Disease's hands played with increasing urgency, hastening the advance of the horde. A multitude of serpents slithering up the mountainside, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. At the rear, the slow-moving snake was akin to a steadfast anchor, exuding a menacing aura towards the towering mountain. Suddenly, Snake Disease sensed warmth emanating from the ground, and the serpents hesitated, wary of the heat. Chief, the ground is warm. It seems the enemy has set ablaze to impede our advance. Snake grinned maliciously. Fire to deter serpents? The smoke may be beguiling, but against absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Snake Disease, since you recognize their ploy, hasten the assault and deny them a moment's respite. Understood. The flute's notes became sharper, and the serpent horde surged forward at full speed, plunging into the smoke. Hesitating briefly, Snake followed suit, trusting that the serpents ahead would scout for danger. At that moment, beneath the serpent horde, an immense fire pit had been ignited. The Tang shaman summoned fire spirits that instantly ignited all the charcoal on the ground, transforming it into a sea of flames. She walked barefoot upon the glowing embers, untouched by the fire, resembling an ethereal being amidst the inferno. Having recently transcended to the realm of a shaman through rigorous training imparted by Tang Long, her fire spirits could now attack independently, and she had gained a protective fire aura, greatly enhancing her defensive capabilities. "Dragon, you may move now," the Tang shaman addressed Tang Long, who was observing from the sidelines. In the entirety of the Tang clan, only they could traverse the flames unharmed. They speculated that perhaps this was the distinction between those awakened to the powers of the witch and ordinary individuals. The resonant thud of the Kuei Nyo war drums echoed throughout the expanse of Dragon Mountain, quickening in tempo. Tang Long remarked, "The rapid drumming signals that the serpentine horde has fully entered the fiery pit. The grand feast of roasted serpents commences. Awu. Dismantle all the triangular tree stumps that support the ground, allowing the serpents to experience the cataclysmic collapse of earth and sky. Start by destroying the perimeter to prevent their escape, and then eliminate the massive central support pillars." Tang Wu, ever compliant, urged, "Let us hasten. The air here is stifling, and we must act swiftly." With a deft spring from his toes, Tang Long seized a colossal support log, and with a thunderous crash, the earth trembled. Countless venomous serpents cascaded from above, resembling a vibrant rain of serpents, creating a harrowing spectacle. This pit, approximately 20 meters deep, was excavated tirelessly by the Tang clan. The felled trees served as supports for this subterranean fortress, armed with iron blades for cutting timber, shovels and picks for digging. And bolstered by the immense strength of their kin, the Tang tribe accomplished this monumental feat. As Tang Long swiftly maneuvered, the ground continued to collapse. The reverberations of the mountain echoed with a cataclysmic fury, akin to the end of days. Only after the two had dismantled all the triangular supports did they leap back to the surface, surveying their handiwork. The midsection of Dragon Mountain had caved in, revealing the surging coals of fire that illuminated the sky with a crimson glow. Warriors of the Tang clan at the pit's edge relentlessly tossed firewood into the abyss, fueling the blaze. Within the pit, the serpents writhed chaotically in the flames, their flesh sizzling as the aroma of roasted meat wafted across Dragon Mountain. The snake handlers and other serpent tamers, caught unawares, plummeted into the pit, their panic propelling them to leap in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, as they soared into the air, they became living targets for the Tang archers. With a swift whoosh, arrows sliced through the air, piercing their bodies and felling them within the pit. At this moment, the rim of the pit brimmed with Tang warriors, their faces masked with damp animal hides. Poised for action, the chieftain had issued a command. No living creature was to escape from this fiery pit. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended upon the struggling snake handlers and serpents alike, mercilessly slaying them. Beyond the mist, the peculiar phenomena of Dragon Mountain left Xian in a state of uncertainty. What could account for such a cacophony? Had the mountain collapsed? Suddenly, an enticing scent of roasted meat wafted into his nostrils, delectable and alluring. Alarmed, Xian cried out, "Snake disease! What on earth is happening within?" No one responded. Anxiety gnawed at Xian's heart. It seemed something had gone awry with snake disease. He commanded, "Halt, take your positions, and remain vigilant." The snake warriors exchanged apprehensive glances. Even without their chieftain's call, the ground trembled and the flames soared ominously, prompting them to instinctively halt. With a sudden ferocity, the massive serpent, Xiao, went berserk, its enormous tail thrashing against the ground, obliterating the nearby snake warriors into mere pulp. The connection with the serpent horde has been severed, its serpentine kin have vanished. The frenzied serpent of fury unfurled its crimson tongue, ensnaring the surrounding serpent warriors and swallowing them whole. The serpent warriors were gripped by terror, hastily evading its grasp. A weight settled in serpent's heart. The sudden madness of the serpent of fury must be linked to the horde's plight. Something dire has befallen them. A sharp pain pierced through his head. This Tang clan was malevolent beyond measure. It is said that his own serpent tribe is wicked, yet in his eyes, the Tang clan is 1,000 times more sinister. In skirmishes with other tribes, one could simply charge forth and engage directly. However, in battle against the Tang clan, predictability eludes him entirely. Just when one expects a relentless pursuit, they halt for a duel. Just when one believes they are retreating in defeat, they conjure a thick smoke that obscures reality, followed by earth-shattering chaos that leaves one to guess their next move. Serpent felt that to engage such an enigmatic adversary was an immense strain on both body and soul. Not only would one endure various frights, but endless shadows would also haunt the mind. He vowed that this time he would eradicate the Tang clan and rid himself of this torment. In a fit of uncontrolled emotion, Serpent roared, "I will annihilate them." His inexplicable outburst bewildered the serpent warriors, who exchanged puzzled glances. What has befallen our chief? In the Bear clan's camp, Bear Mountain chuckled knowingly. He surmised the torment that plagued Serpent. Encountering such an inscrutable foe, gradually eroding your confidence, plunging you into doubt, despair, and fear, one's inner demons would flourish, causing even the strongest to falter emotionally. He felt a twinge of schadenfreude for Serpent. Observing the unscathed Bear warriors, he was grateful not to have recklessly opposed the Tang clan. Looking at Serpent, driven nearly to madness by the Tang clan, he thought, what a pitiful fate for a once great warrior. As the mist around Dragon Mountain began to dissipate, the majestic landscape became clear to all. At the mountain's base lay a massive pit of fire, flames soaring high, filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. Beyond the fire pit stood the disciplined ranks of the Tang army, a wall of dark shields bristling with gleaming spears, exuding an aura of menace. The Serpent of Fury, with its blood-red eyes ablaze, charged forward, intent on devouring these detestable humans. In Chapter 63, The Battle of Man and Serpent, Part 1, the Serpent of Fury rampaged into the fray. Yet, Serpent stood frozen in shock, his heart turned to ice, lips trembling uncontrollably. Where has the horde gone? His complexion paled, and he murmured, "Horde, my dear kin, please reveal yourselves." Alas, the once mighty horde seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Only the marks upon the ground bore witness to their passage. The scent of roasted flesh made it painfully clear. The horde has either been transformed into charred remains or has turned to ash. Blood erupted from Serpent's mouth as he could no longer suppress the tumult within. His throat felt sweet with iron as he spewed forth a deluge of crimson. In the realm of the Tang clan, the fierce Serpent's tongue proclaimed with fervor, "I shall eradicate your kind without mercy." His crimson eyes glowed with intensity, and his disheveled hair framed a visage akin to a ferocious serpent. Before the Bear Clan's encampment, Bear Mountain observed the inferno engulfing the landscape, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of serpent flesh, and remarked with a knowing smile, "Indeed, the Tang clan was well prepared, annihilating the serpent tribe in one fell swoop. What a relief!" Witnessing the blood-soaked state of Serpent's tongue, he felt a fleeting pang of sympathy. Such a formidable individual. Driven to madness by the Tang clan, Bear Mountain glanced at the astonished warriors beside him and confidently declared, "Were it not for your wise chieftain maintaining neutrality, you would likely be mere corpses by now, sharing the fate of that old serpent. Long live the chieftain's wisdom." The bear warriors echoed, fully aware that engaging the Tang clan would spell disaster. The Tang clan not only possessed formidable strength and sharp weaponry, but also exhibited cunning and treachery. A confrontation with them would likely lead to an untimely demise, leaving one bewildered as to the cause. In short, the Tang clan was indeed terrifying. At the foot of the great dragon mountain, Serpent's tongue, in a fit of madness, bellowed, "Holy serpent, devour them." Without needing direction, the enraged serpent had already unleashed its fury, sweeping through the terrain with unstoppable force, turning all obstacles into dust. The Tang clan members were left pale. Was this the might of a royal beast? Tang Long, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "It is merely a beast endowed with intelligence. Tang He, you shall command the formation. I shall slay it." "Yes, esteemed chieftain," Tang He responded solemnly. Tang Long seized a nearby tree branch and hurled it forth, the branch soaring directly across the fiery pit. Like an eagle in flight, he leapt gracefully onto the branch, using it as a springboard to soar over the flames. Tang He swiftly picked up another branch, launching it towards the opposite side of the pit, anticipating his chieftain's need for a foothold. Their timing was impeccable, as each time Tang Long descended, the branch landed perfectly beneath him, a testament to their unspoken understanding. All eyes were riveted upon the flames, where a valiant youth appeared to glide through the air, embodying the grace of a celestial being. "What is the term for our chieftain's prowess?" Tang Wu's lovely face radiated admiration. Tang Li casually replied, "That term is elegance." Tang Wu nodded vigorously. "Yes, our chieftain exudes such elegance." The members of the Tang clan stood tall with pride, for this was their chieftain, a being capable of traversing the air with ease. In the face of a fiery pit filled with serpents, a single branch spanned the treacherous chasm. With 100 warriors, they vanquished the 500 vanguard of the serpent tribe, instilling fear in an enemy fivefold their number, rendering them too daunted to fight or flee, wholly at their mercy. They had dug pits before the battle and ignited flames to incinerate serpents. Their strategies were flawless, and they were invincible. The invincible chieftain was, in their hearts, a deity. They raised their heads and inquired who else was present. Tang Ro felt her heart flutter, while Tang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The women of the Tang clan felt their hearts race. The patriarch was growing ever stronger, their beautiful faces flushed with color, as they dreamed of marrying such a heroic leader. Tang Li bit her crimson lip, contemplating whether to test the new potion on the patriarch. However, the members of the Tang clan were still apprehensive. The giant serpent from the Snake clan appeared quite fearsome. They had heard many legends about this vicious creature, characterized by 4 words: cruel and powerful. Tang Long successfully soared over the fire pit and landed gracefully, exhaling lightly. Surely, his recent maneuver had been quite impressive. As soon as he touched down, the serpent rushed towards him, a nauseating stench accompanying an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. An invisible pressure enveloped him. Reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Kuei Niu, Tang Long narrowed his eyes, pondering the innate abilities of this serpent, which was akin to Kuei Niu's mastery of thunder. In an instant, the serpent's massive head loomed before him, its long forked tongue lunging toward him. A cold smile crept across Tang Long's lips as a black sword materialized in his hand. This blade, named Ganjiang, was the divine weapon crafted for him by Tang Yi before the battle, and it was exceptionally sharp. In a flash, Tang Long thrust the sword upward, piercing through the serpent's tongue with ease. He smirked, swiftly advancing with the blade, cleaving the serpent's tongue in twain. Serpent blood gushed forth, and its body thrashed wildly, suffering excruciating pain from the severed tongue. The tongue was the most vulnerable part of the serpent, yet it was not impervious to weapons. The serpent had previously battled humans and had proven its might. Thus, it had confidently unleashed its tongue to ensnare him. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered Tang Long, and the sharp sword had effortlessly bisected its tongue. This was a classic case of losing the tongue due to overconfidence. Blood poured from the serpent's mouth uncontrollably, flooding the ground. It emitted an indescribable cry and opened its jaws to unleash a wave of green, toxic gas that was unsettling to behold. Tang Long had no time to evade, becoming enveloped in the noxious cloud. The serpent rejoiced at the sight. The venom of the sacred serpent was unparalleled in the wilderness, capable of eroding fierce beasts into mere sludge in an instant. This Tang warrior was doomed. Little did it know, Tang Long's true identity remained a mystery to it. The Tang clan members grew anxious. Would their patriarch be all right? Yet, Tang Long remained expressionless. While the poison was fearsome to others, it posed little threat to him, who had awakened the Thunder Witch body. The green gas crackled with arcs of electricity, dissipating instantly. Tang Long emerged unscathed before the serpent, his sword slicing through the air, creating multiple afterimages as he charged towards the serpent. Excellent. Patriarch, slay that serpent. Its meat must be delectable. Tang Zhan shouted in exhilaration. Indeed, esteemed chieftain, such a colossal serpent, weighing over 10,000 pounds of flesh, must not be overlooked. Tang Tietue's atoms apple-bobbed as he insisted that the chieftain be made aware of the necessity to seize this formidable serpent's meat. The members of the Tang clan erupted into fervent chatter, all echoing a singular sentiment. The flesh of a royal beast is a rare delicacy, one not to be missed. Tang Long, however, remained silent, bewildered by the absurdity of their enthusiasm. They were in the presence of a royal beast, an ancient serpent capable of devouring elephants. A creature that could swallow the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. Did these gluttons not fear that their chieftain might become the next meal for this monstrous serpent? Heaven above, was a royal beast not terrifying? How had it transformed into mere meat in their eyes? Their confidence in themselves was bewildering. Tang Long felt a wave of discontent wash over him, his expression darkening as he glared at the serpent, which indeed appeared to possess an abundance of flesh, with spiritual energy swirling around its body, its vibrant essence evident. Humph! Tang Long snorted coldly. Once he had slain this serpent, he would return to the tribe and prepare a sumptuous dragon phoenix soup, leaving them all envious. With a fierce determination, he lunged towards the serpent's vital spot, his sword poised to strike. Chapter 64. The Battle of Man and Serpent, Part 2. The Shaman. The serpent's tongue flicked in shock. The young warrior from the Tang clan was not only a formidable fighter, but also a shaman. Panting heavily, it howled in disbelief. This is impossible. How can he be a shaman, a one-in-a-million occurrence? It shook its head frantically, still unable to accept the truth. No, I must have seen wrong. This cannot be. The warriors near the serpent cautiously distanced themselves, for the chieftain appeared to be in a frenzy, exuding an aura of terror. At the forefront of the bear tribe, Xiong felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. The Tang warrior was, astonishingly, a shaman. Shamans are exceedingly rare in tribes with populations in the hundreds of thousands. Their emergence signifies the most esteemed individuals within a tribe. Why would this shaman not align with one of the great tribes? Why had he appeared in a newly established tribe? Xiong suddenly contemplated a possibility. This individual might very well be the founder of the Tang tribe. A wandering hermit awakening to shamanic potential, choosing to forge his own path rather than join an established tribe. Perhaps it was the salt mine that drew him here. Xiong spoke solemnly. The one battling the serpent is the legendary Thunder Shaman. This is your first encounter with a shaman. Observe closely how he differs from us. The serpent tribe was in peril. Xiong gasped in astonishment. The legendary shaman? Father, is the Thunder Shaman truly formidable? Xiong responded earnestly. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. Unlike ordinary shamans who merely meditate to refine their craft, this Thunder Shaman appears as a warrior. He is a genius, proficient in both physical strength and shamanic arts. In the vast wilderness, the most common shamans are of the 5 elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. I have never encountered a Thunder Shaman. Xiong nodded vigorously, determined to witness the wonders of one deemed a divine envoy. At the foothills of the Great Dragon Mountain, as the serpent awaited the strike of the sword, its massive body coiled and formed a mountain of scales, effectively concealing its vulnerable spot. Clang! The iron sword met the serpent's scales, sending sparks flying and producing a resounding clang of metal against metal. Tang Long's heart soared with joy, a smile gracing his lips. The serpent's scales were remarkably resilient. They could be fashioned into armor that was not only lightweight, but also comfortable, far superior to the iron armor he had originally envisioned. What a splendid material! The more he examined it, the more he felt satisfied. Indeed, a royal beast was a treasure trove in itself. The serpent, feeling a tingle beneath its scales from Tang Long's gaze, found this human to be quite peculiar. Why was he smiling when he could not penetrate its armor? Shouldn't he be weeping instead? But how could the serpent comprehend Tang Long's heart? Coiled up, the serpent reached a height equivalent to 3 stories, transforming into a formidable serpent mountain. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws and lunged down, intending to swallow Tang Long whole. Believing that human weapons could not breach its defenses as long as it refrained from striking with its fangs, it was confident that devouring this human would be an easy feat. Tang Long scoffed. The serpent was utterly naive, approaching him as if he were an ordinary person. Such folly was tantamount to seeking death. Dark energy flickered at his fingertips, manifesting as a series of sharp, black daggers, glinting ominously. With a surge of energy coursing through his fingertips, he unleashed the flying daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The daggers, like shadows, darted into the serpent's maw, embedding deeply within. Agonizing pain shot through the serpent's nerves, causing blood that had previously ceased to flow to erupt once more. The serpent, enraged, disregarded its own injuries and charged at Tang Long. Even if it could not swallow this detestable human, it would crush him with its head. Tang Long's expression remained impassive as dark energy flared again at his fingertips, this time forming slender, elongated, and sharp black needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The needles sliced through the air and struck the serpent's enormous eye, followed by a flash of purple lightning within. Bang, bang. The serpent's crimson eye exploded like a watermelon, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The needles, imbued with Tang Long's lightning power, obliterated the serpent's eye. Tang Long felt a surge of delight. At last, his lightning could be wielded through his concealed weapons for an external assault. In the throes of life and death, the red crest atop the serpent's head suddenly burst, enveloping Tang Long in a haze of scarlet energy. Raising his eyelids, he surmised this must be the serpent's innate divine ability. His body crackled with purple arcs of electricity, purging the red toxic gas entirely, rendering the serpent's divine power utterly ineffective against him. The serpent, realizing its predicament, turned to flee down the mountain. Tang Long chuckled coldly. Come, submit to the bowl of your clan leader. He first shattered the serpent's tongue and poison, then countered its attempts to bite and absorb. Though the serpent was a royal beast, it was thoroughly subdued before him. Tang Long advanced with a ghostly grace, his hand gliding over the body of the serpent. A surge of violet electricity coursed into the creature, the purple arcs swiftly reaching its head. The serpent quivered, convulsing from the electric shock, rendered unable to escape. Yet, the vitality within it was formidable. The power of lightning could not easily subdue it. With a stoic expression, Tang Long propelled himself into the air, inverted mid-flight, and 5 orbs of lightning materialized in his palms, pressing them against the serpent's massive back. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield resonated with thunderous explosions, brilliant violet light piercing the sky. The serpent was hurled into the air, the ground beneath erupting into several massive craters. Rocks and dirt flew as serpent blood splattered. The area resembled a war-torn landscape. Thud! The serpent crashed heavily back to the ground, blood flowing freely, its life extinguished. Tang Long, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head towards the heavens, murmuring, "In this vast wilderness, I remain undefeated. How lonely it is to be invincible." The serpent lay lifeless. The surroundings of the Dragon Mountain fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of debris settling, echoing in the hearts of onlookers. The legendary Invincible Serpent clan had been slain. Indeed, the clan leader is far more fearsome than the serpent. Tang Wu's words were validated once more, her radiant smile resembling a blossoming flower. The clan members nodded in agreement, affirming her statement as the undeniable truth. Yes, the clan leader is the fiercest. This must be the truth. Long live the clan leader and the royal serpent meat. The Tang clan members rejoiced, bouncing with glee. Xiangshan, astonished, remarked, "This person is invincible." Meanwhile, Shi Xian shouted in madness, "This is impossible. It must be an illusion." The serpent warriors, faces marked with terror, began to retreat quietly. Unbeknownst to them, Tang He and his military formation had already arrived beside Tang Long clan leader. "Shall we commence?" Tang Long declared with pride. "Let it begin." "Yes." Tang He responded. "Spare none, kill, 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 kill." The war drums thundered, the Tang army descending from the mountain with the swiftness of the wind. "Clan leader, let us flee," cried a serpent warrior. "Retreat," Shi Xian shouted in despair. At that moment, the proud and swift Ling Miao emerged from the forest, accompanied by the ethereal Tang Wu, who perched gracefully upon her back. They blocked the retreat of the serpent clan. The fourth update is presented, esteemed readers. This is the debut of my new book. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews, comments, likes, and gifts. The author is diligently putting forth effort. Within my heart lies an expansive wilderness, and I shall recount it all to you. Thank you immensely. Chapter 65. Frenzied slaughter. The sound of the war drums echoed like thunder, striking a deathly symphony that weighed heavily upon the hearts of the serpent warriors. They began a frantic flight for their lives, knowing that only by outrunning others could they hope to survive. The serpent's tongue flicked as it raced ahead. He was a peak-level Tier 3 beast-tooth warrior, the swiftest among the serpent tribe. He had no desire to meet his demise. "Father, let us seize this opportunity to flee," exclaimed Xiong Zhuang, sensing a twinge of unease. Would the Tang tribe, having annihilated the serpent tribe, turn their wrath upon them as well? Xiong Shan shook his head and replied, "Zhuang, while we may escape as individuals, we cannot abandon our camp. Our Xiong clan's stronghold lies right here. Where could we possibly run to? We must wait and see what the Tang tribe intends to do with us." With a sigh, Xiong Zhuang lamented, "Father, do we have any choices left?" Xiong Shan echoed his son's sigh. "Zhuang, we are devoid of options. The wait is the most agonizing part." Within the Tang military formation, all warriors assembled, dividing into combat squads as per pre-battle arrangements, pursuing relentlessly, leaving no one behind. "Kill, kill, kill," commanded Tang He with a grave tone. "Yes, slaughter them." The Tang warriors responded fervently. In an instant, the Tang forces split into 5 teams, each comprising 20 to 30 members. The standard configuration included 6 shield bearers, 6 wielders of the Tang saber, 6 spear throwers, 6 archers, and 2 medics. The captains of these squads were the 5 Tier 3 beast-tooth warriors, Tang He, Tang Rou, Tang Zhan, Tang Dedan, and Tang Taichui. These 5 squads shot forth like arrows, pursuing the fleeing serpent warriors with overwhelming ferocity. The speed of the Tang warriors was remarkable, as they sprinted with all their might. It was akin to a 10,000-meter dash, a contest of speed. Leading the charge, Tang Zhan's team struck from the center, quickly catching up to the tail of the serpent formation. The serpent warriors were struck with terror. What could they do now that this fearsome harbinger of chaos had pursued them? Would he point at them and end their lives? Yet, Tang Zhan did not strike them down with a pointed finger or draw his blade against them. Instead, he surged past like a tempest, continuing his advance. With a disdainful remark, he taunted, "You worthless serpents, run faster. My great blade is thirsting for blood. Those who lag shall perish." What are you staring at? I'm not referring to you individually. I mean all of you are worthless. Wherever he passed, the emotions of the serpent warriors fluctuated wildly. Akin to a roller coaster, little did they know, the serpent clan had already become a disarrayed mass, too intimidated to impede his advance, allowing him to surge effortlessly to the forefront. The other 4 teams followed closely behind, engaging in a ruthless pursuit, arrows raining down like a tempest, blades flashing like shooting stars, swift and orderly. They wove through the battlefield incessantly, akin to slicing through sausage, methodically dismembering the serpent clan warriors into small pieces as they unleashed their slaughter. Desperation drove the serpent warriors to their knees, pleading for mercy, hoping that surrender might grant them their lives. "Please, do not kill me. I surrender. I am truly useful," one serpent warrior implored with a look of hope. The Tang warrior merely raised an eyebrow, casting him a blank stare before delivering a swift strike, blood gushing forth, and a head soaring into the air, lifeless. The cold, unyielding words echoed. "No, the esteemed chieftain decrees that you are of no use. Spare me, and I shall reveal a secret." A cunning serpent warrior tempted, his voice laced with allure. A glint of cold light flickered in the Tang warrior's eyes as his spear darted forward, piercing the serpent warrior's chest. He shot him a frigid glance, withdrawing only to thrust again. Clutching his wound, the astute serpent warrior collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "I truly possess a secret. Do you not wish to hear it?" The Tang warrior replied icily, "No, the chieftain says only the dead can keep secrets. I have no desire to hear yours." With that, the clever serpent warrior's head lolled to the side, lifeless. The Tang warriors executed their duties with unwavering rigor, displaying no mercy. Functioning as an unfeeling machine of slaughter, the serpent warriors finally succumbed to despair. These godlike Tang warriors instilled the chill of hopelessness with merely a glance. They sensed the Tang warriors' lethal resolve and began to fight back like cornered beasts. As Tang Ro's squad encountered a counterattack from approximately 100 serpent warriors, they formed a defensive formation to launch their assault. "Form ranks," Tang Ro commanded coldly. "Yes, form ranks." The Tang warriors roared in unison. 6 shield bearers promptly arranged themselves into a shield wall. 6 glimmering spears were raised behind the shields, establishing the first line of defense for the Tang forces. 6 young Tang swordsmen dragged their blades along the ground, poised to strike down any intruders. 6 archers took aim at the enemy, ready to eliminate their targets. "Kill. Annihilate these devils. Brothers, let us fight to the end." A frenzied serpent third-tier warrior bellowed, rallying his compatriots to commence the offensive. "Launch the stones, quickly." With a whoosh, countless stones hurtled toward the Tang formation, the cacophony echoing like a swarm of bees buzzing menacingly around the Tang warriors' ears. "Block," Tang Ro commanded. The Tang warriors huddled behind their shields, waiting to unleash their counterattack once the hail of stones subsided. The shields trembled under the barrage, each enduring the impact of at least dozens of stones at close range, the force substantial. However, the shield bearers were seasoned second-tier warriors, capable of withstanding anything short of a third-tier warrior's assault. The serpent warriors do not harbor illusions that stone rain can breach the defenses of the Tang army. Rather, they intend to exploit the opportunity presented by the Tang warriors evading stone rain to engage in close-quarters combat. Their greatest fear lies in the arrows of the Tang. Should they manage to engage in melee, amidst the chaos, they might still possess a glimmer of hope. A third-tier beast-toothed warrior charged forward, wielding a massive stone club that struck a shield, the overwhelming force sending the Tang shield-bearer flying. The serpent warriors rejoiced. This marked the first genuine breach of the formation thus far in the battle. "Kill, kill, kill." They surged forth, seeking to snatch life from the jaws of death. Leveraging their numerical superiority to encircle and annihilate this squad of Tang warriors in a desperate fight. Tang Ro's gaze shimmered with cold intensity as she commanded, "Tang Li, rescue the troops. Shield bearers, from a defensive line. Spear wielders, spread out to protect the flanks. Tang Dao practitioners, prepare to strike. Archers, coordinate with the Tang Dao practitioners for free shots. Let them witness the might of the Tang blades." "Yes, Captain." The shield bearers and spear wielders swiftly fortified the flanks against the encroaching serpent warriors. The front of the Tang formation opened, revealing a row of youthful Tang Dao practitioners. The boys, though still somewhat slender, held their blades with unwavering steadiness. Chapter 66. The terrifying Tang Dao practitioners. The young Tang Dao practitioners gazed coldly at the advancing serpent warriors, their faces devoid of expression. The serpent warriors, grinning menacingly, charged forward, only to be met with a flash of black light before they could react, plunging them into eternal darkness. The speed of the young Tang Dao practitioner strikes was astonishing, their blade flashes akin to shooting stars. The serpent warriors behind were struck with terror as they witnessed their comrades cleaved in two, a torrential rain of blood showering them, the warm, metallic scent sending chills down their spines. Tang Ro scoffed, "Let them experience the sharpness of the Tang blades. With our fewer numbers, we shall break through their blade formation," roared the commanding third-tier beast-toothed warrior of the serpent tribe. In the face of life and death, the serpents surged forward. It was either the demise of the Tang warriors or their own, with no alternative. The young Tang Dao practitioners displayed no fear, their dark blades moving like phantoms, slicing through the attacking serpent warriors before the blade formation. The sharpness of the Tang Dao far surpassed the warriors' expectations. To touch, it was to be harmed. Light injuries resulted in severed hands and feet, while graver ones led to decapitation or worse. The ground before the Tang Dao formation became a river of blood, with dismembered bodies littering the field, not a single corpse remaining intact. This was the most brutal offensive and defensive clash since the war between the Serpent and Tang clans commenced. The ground had turned to a mire of blood, and the Tang Dao practitioners, drenched in blood, resembled demons emerging from a battlefield of carnage. The young Tang Dao practitioners remained expressionless, executing their strikes and sheathing their blades with a synchronized simplicity. The Serpent warriors did not retreat. They had no path of escape. With bloodshot eyes, they tread upon the corpses of their kin, launching desperate assaults. The six-person blade formation appeared somewhat fragile, even with the archers behind them exerting maximum pressure. There remained a risk of stone javelins piercing the Tang Dao practitioners. Snake Skin, a warrior of the Serpent clan adept at seizing opportunities, took advantage of the moment when the young Tang knife wielder had just slain the man ahead. As the blade was lowered, he thrust his spear into the youth's chest. Overjoyed, Snake Skin believed he was finally about to vanquish this terrifying Tang knife master and dismantle their fearsome formation. However, to his dismay, he felt as though he had struck a solid rock. The tip of his spear shattered with a sharp crack. The only mark left on the enemy was a tiny white dot, barely breaking the skin. A wave of dread washed over Snake Skin. With a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds, his thrust had not only broken the spear tip, but failed to pierce the enemy's flesh. Were these Tang warriors even human? By the Serpent god above, could they be invulnerable demonic beings? A chill gripped his heart as he shouted, "No, this cannot be true. What manner of tribe is this? One that can slay with but a finger, with evil sorceresses donning fearsome masks, and capable of easily dispatching the sacred serpent's mysterious wizards? And here stands this invulnerable young knife master." Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. They are not human. They are gods and demons. The Tang tribe must be a den of deities and fiends. He lost all will to fight, collapsing to his knees in despair, pleading, "O gods and demons, I am willing to serve you. I am of use." Tang San, bloodied and with a cold smile, revealed a glinting white grin that appeared gruesome to Snake Skin. He twitched his lips, thankful for the hard chi skill taught by the clan leader, for otherwise, he might have been skewered by that spear. Yet, the pain was still profound. With a swift stroke, Tang Sen cleaved the pitiful supplicant in two, calmly stating, "No. The clan leader has decreed that you are of no use." The archers behind the formation unleashed a flurry of arrows, targeting every enemy that dared to attack, compensating for any weakness in their halted formation. Blades flashed, arrows rained, and in an instant, the Serpent clan's counterattack was once again shattered. The Serpent warriors wailed and began to flee, wishing fervently for 2 additional legs to escape faster. By the Serpent god above, these Tang warriors were indeed demonic, impervious to death. Tang Rou coldly commanded, "Divide into groups, annihilate them." "Yes, Captain." Tang Rou's team divided into 6 smaller units, plunging directly into the retreating Serpent warriors. Each unit comprised 4 members, 1 shield bearer for defense, 1 spear wielder for mid-range attacks, 1 Tang knife master for close combat, and 1 archer for ranged eliminations. This balanced composition rendered them remarkably formidable. Tang Rou then smirked coldly, nocking an arrow and aiming at a level 3 Serpent warrior. Releasing it, she felled him to the ground. Her team executed a stunning defensive counteroffensive, resulting in the demise of half of the Serpent warriors at the front lines. The commanding leaders of the enemy have ceased to be of any use. She begins to skillfully take aim with her bow and arrow, methodically eliminating the chiefs of the Serpent clan one by one. The esteemed chieftain proclaimed that when the enemy's commanding leaders can no longer be utilized, they should be swiftly dispatched, thereby plunging the enemy into greater chaos and disarray. She trailed behind the ranks, her hands claiming numerous lives with her bow and arrows. Suddenly, a seemingly lifeless 3rd-level beast warrior sprang to life, brandishing a stone dagger that flashed toward Tang Rou in a deadly ambush. With a cold smile, Tang Rou produced a sleek black flying knife, more delicate than that used by Tang Long. Focusing her inner energy, she flicked her wrist, and the knife shot forth like a beam of light, piercing the Serpent warrior's throat. The warrior fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, clutching at the wound in vain as he gasped for breath. Tang Rou, lost in thought, softly declared, "Tang's flying knife never misses its mark." Unbeknownst to her, Tang Long had appeared nearby and couldn't help but smile at her words. This girl was increasingly fond of imitating him, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. He observed as Tang Rou dispatched the 3rd-level beast warrior, solidifying the belief that the Tang clan was indeed composed of divine beings. This ghostly celestial king was undoubtedly on par with that chaotic demon king. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, how could one resist? The only option was to flee. Meanwhile, Tang Daren and Tang Tietue stood out prominently on the battlefield, their towering figures resembling giants amidst the fray. Leading their forces, they slaughtered mercilessly, akin to two invincible deities. Sending the serpent warriors into a panic, their courage shattered. Tang He commanded his troops with precision, coordinating their efforts to devastating effect. Their silent pursuit drove several serpent warriors to madness, leading them to take their own lives in despair. Exhausted, some serpent warriors collapsed to the ground, pleading, "We can't run anymore, spare us." To which a Tang warrior replied, "No, the chieftain has decreed that your lives are forfeit." At the forest's edge, Shi Xian was but 100 meters from the woods, confident in his ability to escape into the wilderness and evade this territory. However, his pupils constricted suddenly as a massive, winged beast loomed before him, its demeanor decidedly hostile. Upon the beast's back sat a strikingly beautiful woman garbed in Tang attire. Her cold gaze fixed upon him. A chill ran through Shi Xian's heart as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Chapter 67. The unknown poison witch. Tang Wu leapt down from the back of the cat. Her task from Tang Long was to intercept Shi Xian. And now this duty fell to the great cat. Observing that Shi Xian was being blocked by Tang Wu and the great cat, Tang Zhan immediately turned, rallying his men to form a defensive line, ensuring the fleeing serpent warriors could not breach the forest. Shi Xian, filled with vigorous bloodlust, moved swiftly, leaving afterimages in his wake. Confident in his speed and strength, he sought not to defeat the third-level beast or the woman of the Tang clan. He merely desired a fleeting opportunity to escape into the forest, to vanish without a trace. However, he was immediately struck with terror and halted in his tracks. Swearing to the heavens, he had merely blinked, and that furry beast had leisurely appeared before him, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how it had come to be there. A sense of dread surged within him. Was the beast nurtured by the Tang tribe truly this formidable? The feline's eyes gleamed with a hint of mockery as it swiftly raised its paw, moving with the swiftness of the wind, akin to a lightning bolt aiming for his heart. One paw lunged directly towards his chest. Startled, he hastily parried with a stone knife. Crack! The knife shattered, and he was sent flying. As he regained his footing, the beast's massive head reappeared before him, casting a cold gaze in his direction. He swore that this time he did not even blink, yet he still failed to comprehend how the creature had approached. It was utterly terrifying. The feline, observing the astonished look in his eyes, felt a swell of pride, knowing that he was now aware of its prowess. However, this adversary was truly hideous. 2 swipes could easily end him. The feline, like a specter, extended its claws, aiming directly for his throat to deliver a lethal strike. Clenching his teeth, he felt his blood surge within him as he braced for the feline's assault. He dared not challenge the beast in speed, knowing he could never outrun it. Thus, he resolved to see if he could withstand its attack. Thuds echoed as fists met claws. Blood welled on his knuckles. The feline's claws were sharp as steel. Seeing that he had managed to block its paw, the feline was incensed. Rising on its hind legs, it unleashed both paws like human hands. The flurry of strikes was so swift that he could barely catch a glimpse of them, forcing him to defend himself with erratic punches. Should his fists fail to withstand the onslaught, the beast's claws would surely rend him into a mere heap of flesh. Suddenly, the feline spun around, its 3 tails striking him like iron whips, sending him crashing to the ground. It was then that he realized his forearms were nothing but skeletal remains, devoid of flesh or blood. The pain was excruciating. A wave of agony surged through his head, as if it were about to explode. The feline surveyed its handiwork, satisfaction gleaming in its eyes. This opponent had finally grasped the ferocity of its wrath. Tang Wu approached and inquired, "Snake leader, I ask you, from where does your great serpent hail?" Snake Xian coughed up blood and sneered, "From a place you dare not provoke, from a tribe you cannot afford to offend. If you kill me, the members of that tribe will surely avenge me, wiping out your Tang clan." "Oh, I am indeed curious to know. From which tribe do you speak?" Tang Long interjected, appearing beside Snake Xian. "Ha! You have slain our sacred serpent. That magnificent being will undoubtedly know. Spare my life, and I shall lead you to plead for mercy, granting you a chance to survive." Snake Xian laughed maniacally. Tang Long coolly inquired, will you speak or not? Snake Xin, in a frenzy, retorted, are you afraid? Ha ha, you will all die. You will all perish. Tang Long replied coldly, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by others. I am not like you. Once more, I inquire, shall we speak? The serpent's whisper fell silent. He suddenly wept bitterly, pleading, I truly cannot disclose it. To do so would mean my demise. Tang Long shook his head. I present you with two choices. 1. Reveal the origins of that vicious serpent, and I shall grant you a swift death. 2. Remain silent, and I shall afford you a most agonizing end. The serpent's whisper inhaled deeply, despair etched across his face. Then I shall speak and bring you despair as well. The sacred serpent is, bang. Just as he uttered these words, his head exploded like a ruptured watermelon, flesh and blood scattering, succumbing to an untimely death. Tang Long swiftly evaded, his expression grave as he regarded the lifeless form of the serpent's whisper. Tang Wu's countenance tightened. She spoke solemnly. I sense something amiss, dragon. Remain vigilant. Tang Long nodded, his fingertips twirling a needle like a miniature fan. Tang Wu extended her hand, and a fiery sprite burst forth from her fingertips, engulfing the serpent's whisper's corpse in a fierce blaze. Suddenly, a vibrant green creature surged from the flames, its speed astonishing, akin to a streak of green light. Darting towards Tang Wu. Humph! Tang Long emitted a cold snort, his needle striking the creature with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! The creature disintegrated into a fine powder beneath the force of the thunder, scattering upon the ground. The grass below sizzled, withering as if scorched, revealing its toxic nature. Tang Wu's face grew solemn. Dragon, this is a venomous insect commonly wielded by poison sorcerers. With its demise, its master will surely sense it. We may have unwittingly provoked a formidable foe. Tang Long replied nonchalantly. We do not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Suddenly, Tang Wu recollected the remarkable abilities of Tang Long, her anxiety easing. We do not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. In a distant land of the great wilderness, there existed a vast tribe, where countless individuals clad in animal skins toiled, while immense hunting parties periodically returned to the tribe, eliciting waves of cheer. A tall man paraded through the tribe, escorting a group of captives, exuding pride. The captives, bound by grass ropes, were all women and children. Not a single adult male among them. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at the heart of the tribe, halting before a colossal hut. This hut, soaring several dozen meters high and spanning about a kilometer in circumference, appeared rather magnificent. The tall man knelt, proclaiming, Oh, the ancient beasts have brought the people. Bring them inside. An aged female voice echoed from within the hut. Yes, the ancient beasts ushered the captives into the hut. Seated upon a towering wooden stool within the hut was an elderly woman, her visage exceedingly aged, with sagging, loose skin. Her face was adorned with vibrant colors, presenting a fierce countenance, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Dangling from her ears were two small green snakes, forming the shape of earrings, their tongues flickering ominously, sending chills down the spine. The elderly woman intoned ominously, the serpent god has feasted. Suddenly, a grotesque, colossal serpent head emerged from the ground, magnitudes larger than that of a typical serpent, resembling a small mountain. Its fierce gaze fixated on the women and children within the dwelling. A long stream of translucent venom dripped from its gaping maw. The woman and child trembled in terror, pleading, Do not consume us. We beg for mercy. Oh, please. I am afraid. What a dreadful beast. Their anguished cries reverberated throughout the shack. The old woman, with a stoic expression, ominously declared, Feast upon them. Serpent god, these women and children are yours. The monstrous serpent flicked its enormous tongue, ensnaring several individuals and devouring them whole. Despite their incessant pleas for mercy, the old woman and the ancient beast remained unmoved, having long grown accustomed to such scenes. To be food for the serpent god was, in their eyes, a twisted honor. At that moment, the shack resembled a hellish nightmare. It was not until the colossal serpent consumed the last of its prey and retreated into the depths of the earth that the old woman spoke again. Beast. Many years ago, I bestowed a venomous curse upon a young man and gifted him a small serpent. The connection with the curse has just been severed. He must be in peril. That small serpent is of great importance to me. I desperately require its blood. Do you understand? The ancient beast replied in a deep voice. Yes, once the hunt concludes, I shall seek it out. The old woman casually tossed a stone tablet, saying, "This is a map to that young man's tribe. Follow it." Understood. She turned and entered the shack, murmuring to herself, "Why do I always feel so restless? Serpent God, can you tell me why my heart is troubled?" Chapter 68. The chaos of Bear Tang before the Bear Clan. Bear Mountain reflected on the demise of the treacherous serpent tribe with a heavy heart. The evil serpent tribe has ultimately been vanquished. The serpent's reign has met its end. "Father, Fire Shaman!" Bear Zhuang suddenly exclaimed, leaping to his feet. His heart raced as he focused on the beautiful Tang woman riding the fearsome beast, flames erupting from her fingertips. Heavens! The Fire Shaman! The Shaman King! The Fire Shaman is the eternal flame of our tribe. As long as she exists, our people shall remain untouched by darkness. "Father, that shaman is so beautiful," Bear Zhuang said, entranced. Bear Mountain swiftly delivered a slap, admonishing, "The shaman is a messenger of the divine, not to be sullied." Stunned by the rebuke, Bear Zhuang's mind suddenly cleared, and he exclaimed, "Father, let us surrender." Bear Mountain, taken aback, questioned, "Surrender? Are you truly my son?" Anger surged within him. He inhaled deeply to regain composure before asking, "Zhuang, why should we surrender?" Bear Zhuang countered, "Father, the Tang tribe is formidable. Can we truly prevail against them?" After a moment's contemplation, Bear Mountain conceded, "It seems we cannot." Bear Zhuang pressed further, "Father, do you wish for death?" Shocked, Bear Mountain felt a wave of fury rise within him, struggling to contain it. Is this fool attempting to incite rebellion? As Xiong Zhuang observed his father's suddenly ashen countenance, evidently on the verge of violence, he hastily interjected, "Father, what I mean is, we all wish to survive, do we not?" Xiong Shan's expression softened considerably at this, and he replied, "Who among us wishes for death when life can be preserved?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xiong Zhuang cautiously continued, "We cannot match our foes in combat and do not desire to perish. Apart from surrendering, what other recourse do we have?" After pondering for a moment, Xiong Shan conceded the truth of this statement. There was no doubt that the Tang clan would never spare the Xiong clan. He murmured, "Indeed. If we cannot fight and do not wish to die, what alternatives remain save for surrender? A protracted wait it shall be." Once the Tang clan had finished scouring the battlefield, Tang Long approached the Xiong camp. With an air of indifference, he announced, "I am Tang Long, the chieftain of the Tang clan. Does Chieftain Xiong still wish to engage my clan in battle?" Startled, Xiong Shan realized that even the formidable Snake clan had been annihilated. Challenging the Tang clan was tantamount to self-destruction. He shook his head, saying, "Had I desired war, I would have fought long ago. There was no need to wait until this moment." A faint smile finally graced Tang Long's face as he inquired, "Since you do not wish to battle, Chieftain Xiong, are you prepared to surrender?" Xiong Shan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Such words were difficult to utter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, "We surrender. We shall join the Tang clan." Xiong Shan's expression shifted dramatically. This fool had yet to negotiate terms, his eyes flaring with indignation. He turned to see Xiong Zhuang gazing dreamily at the Tang shaman, gently asking, "Are you the shaman of the Tang clan?" The Tang shaman nodded solemnly, affirming, "I am indeed the shaman of the Tang clan." Xiong Zhuang, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Shaman, I surrender. I shall protect you." The Tang shaman smiled tenderly, responding, "If you wish to surrender and join the Tang clan as a warrior, it is only natural that you must protect me." Humph. The shaman shall be guarded by this warrior chief. You merely safeguard the clan. Tang Zhan glared fiercely at Xiong Zhuang, unable to contain his frustration. Wishing he could gouge out the eyes of this foolish bear, Xiong Zhuang's eyes widened in defiance, prepared to retort, but upon closer inspection, he realized, oh heavens, wasn't that the fearsome demon king? This was a confrontation he could not afford to engage in. He restrained himself, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Suddenly, the Tang shaman burst into laughter, prompting the women behind her to join in, their laughter resplendent and captivating. This little bear appeared rather endearing. At that moment, the women had removed their fearsome masks, revealing beautiful faces that captivated the gaze of the Xiong warriors. Stealing a glance, Xiong Zhuang felt invigorated and declared once more, "Father, we surrender." Xiong Shan's forehead throbbed with tension. What a disgrace. The Tang shaman couldn't help but smile, thinking, Amen. Tang Long chuckled. "What say you, Chieftain Xiong?" With a heavy sigh, Xiong Shan declared vehemently, "Chieftain Tang, let our two clans' warriors engage in combat, unarmed. If you win, the Xiong clan shall join the Tang clan. If we prevail, you shall spare us. This marks the final stand of Xiong Shan, who seeks to provide himself and the Xiong clan with a reason. Tang Long nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well. Let us engage in battle." Xiong Shan turned and proclaimed, "Cast aside your weapons and engage in a spirited fight with the Tang clan, without any distractions." "Yes, chief." The Xiong warriors responded in unison. Tang Long then turned and instructed, "One requirement. Do not kill them. Let them experience the might of my Tang iron fist." Suddenly, Tang Wu piped up, adorably exclaiming, "Chief, you have stated 2 demands." Tang Long lightly tapped her forehead and bellowed, "Strike them, so they understand why the flowers bloom so red." "Yes, chief." The Tang warriors roared with fervor. In unison, Tang Long and Xiong Shan gestured, "Fight." Instantly, the 2 factions clashed, plunging the scene into chaos. The Xiong warriors numbered 500, a 5-to-1 advantage over the Tang fighters. However, even within the Xiong clan, there were traitors. Xiong Zhuang was one such example. At the onset of the battle, he lay beneath Tang Wu, grinning and shouting, "I have been defeated. I concede." Xiong Shan nearly charged over to deliver a fatal blow to this fool. Nevertheless, the other Xiong warriors were earnest. They were valiant souls seeking to justify themselves. To surrender without a fight would leave a burden on their hearts, so they fought fiercely, sparing no effort. Yet, their adversaries were the Tang warriors, trained by Tang Long, who possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy and targeted vital points with lethal precision. Their movements were swift and decisive, exhibiting incredible lethality. They relied on their formidable skills, enduring a few blows to eliminate their foes. This fierce determination sent shockwaves through the Xiong warriors, who finally comprehended that the Tang clan could vanquish 1,000 from the snake tribe not merely through sharp weapons or powerful shamans, but through a formidable assembly of warriors, undaunted, unyielding, and fearless of pain or death. They surrendered. Before long, the outcome of this fray was evident. The Xiong warriors lay defeated on the ground, silent and unmoving. The Tang warriors, though battered and bruised, stood upright, their faces bearing expressions of satisfaction. The bruised Tang female warriors grinned broadly, exclaiming, "You truly had the audacity to strike against me." Xiong Shan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and upon opening them, knelt on one knee before Tang Long, stating, "Chief, we of the Xiong clan are willing to submit." Tang Long, with a warm smile, helped Xiong Shan to his feet, saying, "From now on, we are one family. There is no need for such formality. Medical team, swiftly attend to the injuries of our brothers, starting with the Xiong clan, for they shall henceforth be our valiant allies. Quickly now, why were your blows so savage? Did I not instruct you to strike lightly?" The entire assembly was left bewildered, for the chief had clearly commanded them to engage freely, as long as they did not kill. "Have you ever mentioned to go easy on the hits?" "Absolutely not." The warriors of the Tang clan cast sorrowful glances at their esteemed leader. Is it truly the case that newcomers must be favored while the old are discarded? Haha. One of the Bear clan warriors could not contain his laughter, which instantly sparked a wave of mirth. Some even laughed without knowing why. Since everyone was laughing, they joined in, and with that laughter, they found that their wounds no longer felt as painful. Such a leader appears rather commendable. One Bear warrior inquired of Tang Wu, "Why does the leader not treat your own people first?" With a demeanor of childish seriousness, Tang Wu replied, "The leader stated that matters must be prioritized. Your injuries are severe, hence you shall be treated first. They are tough-skinned and resilient. They will not perish easily." "Oh, do not question why our esteemed leader is so benevolent," the Bear warrior replied, looking perplexed. "Did I intend to ask such a question? Absolutely not. It must be that this young girl has her own thoughts. I shall tell you directly." The leader proclaimed, "Treat your own with the warmth of spring and your enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn winds that sweep away fallen leaves." Tang Wu said earnestly, "Do you understand?" The Bear warrior shook his head in confusion. "I do not understand." Tang Wu smiled, "It matters not. Upon joining our Tang clan, the esteemed leader will impart much knowledge to you." The Bear warrior gazed at the proud and handsome youth standing tall, and suddenly found himself filled with anticipation for the future leader. Chapter 69. The Fourth Clan Rule Leader. What purpose do they serve? Bear Mountain asked in confusion. Before Tang Long could respond, Tang Zhan explained, "They are healers trained by the leader, responsible for treating the clan members in times of peace and tending to the warriors in battle." Tang Zhan looked at Bear Mountain with pride. As a clan leader, How could he be so uninformed? Bear Mountain felt a twinge of inferiority under that gaze and chuckled. Indeed, I have never heard of such things. The charming female medics entered the scene, instantly becoming a stunning sight. Their gentle words warmed the heart, and their attractive appearances were utterly captivating. Their uniformly braided hair cascaded down their backs, enhancing their lovely faces, which appeared rosy and healthy. They donned matching short leather vests that displayed their slender waists without an ounce of excess flesh, a delicate beauty that was truly enchanting. Particularly, their tight-fitting leather pants accentuated their curves beautifully, evoking many fantasies. Not to mention their long, athletic legs, which seemed capable of ensnaring anyone. A group of beautiful young women, clad in ultra-short leather outfits, exuded a wild allure that could drive men to madness. The beauty of the Tang medics left the bear warriors utterly awestruck, especially the single warriors, whose minds were filled with myriad thoughts, gazing at them with an entranced expression. How could Tang women be so stunning? If expressed through Tang Long, their beauty extended beyond mere features and form. It encompassed two essential words: grace. The women of the Tang clan began to embody the essence of femininity. Young maidens, mature women, sophisticated, innocent. Their scents are distinct and diverse. Once, they roamed the vast wilderness as young brides in their late teens. Yet the trials of life had aged them prematurely, rendering them akin to women in their 30s. However, since becoming members of the Tang clan, the transformation over these past few days has been nothing short of astonishing. Abundant provisions have rejuvenated them to their rightful age. The security of a stable life has invigorated their youthful spirits. In this blossoming phase of life, they now radiate even more vibrancy and beauty. Yet, there is an exception among them. Tang Wu, the charming little girl, who is still in the early stages of her development, resembling a delicate sprout. Pure and simply an adorable young lady. The medical personnel are gentle and skilled, first immobilizing broken bones with wooden splints before applying medicine and bandaging them. For mere superficial injuries, they gently apply their homemade ointment to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the battlefield. The warriors of the Xiong clan found themselves unexpectedly filled with anticipation at the prospect of becoming members of the Tang clan, especially the single warriors, who increasingly found the medical staff enchanting. Their beautiful figures became a captivating sight, difficult to forget. During the process of bandaging wounds, there was inevitably some physical contact, and these typically rugged warriors blushed with shyness, their innocent demeanor evoking laughter from the medical personnel. In the words of Tang Long, their bashful appearance closely resembled that of love. Some Xiong warriors compared the women of their clan to those of the Tang clan, sighing and ultimately abandoning such futile comparisons. The women of the Xiong clan appeared disheveled and wild, cloaked in animal skins, and even if their faces bore similarities, the overall impression was starkly different. There were even bold Xiong warriors who, seizing the opportunity while the medical staff were bent over, attempted to sneak glances at their well-proportioned figures. Alas, the medical personnel were securely wrapped in soft animal hides, leaving nothing to the imagination. The Xiong warriors expressed their disappointment. Tang women are indeed exceptional. The animal hides used by the women were specially crafted by Tang Long and Tang Wu before the battle, designed to support the Tang women's liberated forms. If these forms were not properly secured, they would bounce around chaotically in battle, diminishing the female warriors' combat effectiveness by at least half and exposing them to vulnerabilities. Thus, the two worked tirelessly to produce 100 wraps overnight, subsequently teaching the women the proper method of binding. Initially, the Tang women were somewhat resistant, accustomed as they were to their freedom, but soon adapted. Tang Wu tentatively remarked that these animal hides were personally crafted by the clan leader, each bearing his touch and warmth. Instantly, the women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they seized the hides and wrapped themselves snugly, leaving no openings. They closed their eyes, seemingly lost in sensation. A few alluring women, perhaps lost in thought, blushed deeply, casting flirtatious glances and twisting their waists like serpents, letting out tantalizing sounds. Tang Wu was taken aback, his hair standing on end. These women were truly formidable. She secretly resolved to remind Long upon returning to the cave to be cautious of his safety within the tribe, for a man must understand the importance of self-protection. The women of the Tang clan are fierce. Beware of women. Beware of women. Beware of women. Such an important matter deserves reiteration thrice. Upon her return to the cave, she meaningfully remarked to Tang Long, "In the future, marrying a wife will not be easy, for your wife will also face challenges." Suddenly, the sharp sound of slaps resonated throughout the battlefield, drawing the attention of all towards its origin. There stood a female medic, her charming face flushed, facing a Bear Clan warrior whose countenance was equally reddened, marked with fingerprints. The bear warrior, wincing from the pain, muttered, "I merely touched you. Why did you strike me?" With tears glistening in her eyes, the medic replied, "You are not a good person. I tended to your wounds, yet you laid hands on me. Hey, Bear Shirtu, are you even human?" Some of the bear warriors scolded, albeit with a hint of envy in their eyes, for Bear Shirtu, typically seen as docile, had acted with surprising swiftness. However, witnessing the medic's pitiable demeanor stirred a sense of justice within them, prompting them to condemn Bear Shirtu's disgraceful behavior. "She healed your wounds, yet you harbored ulterior motives. Do you believe I want to beat you to a pulp? You, young man, have truly brought shame upon us." Tang Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Was Tang Xiaoqiao, this fiery widow, merely feigning vulnerability? This woman, who would typically drag men into the cave when enraged. How could she appear so wronged after just one touch? Shouldn't she, as usual, have shouted, "Dare to touch me, and I shall return the favor"? In Long's words, what role was she playing? For whom was she putting on this act? She felt a flicker of anticipation. Indeed, the crisp sound of slaps rang out once more, resoundingly. A series of slaps left Bear Shirtu dazed, unable to distinguish directions, his cheeks ablaze. Tang Ro struck without mercy. To bully a woman of the Tang clan was to affront her, the eldest sister of the Tang tribe. According to the patriarch's words, this was utterly intolerable. She coldly declared, "To dare to harass the women of our clan, you shall witness the severity of our clan's rules." Tang Wu, recite the fourth rule of our clan to him. Tang Wu glared fiercely at Bear Shirtu, his face contorted with anger, proclaiming, "The fourth rule of the Tang clan. No harassment of women is permitted. Violators shall have their fingers pierced, ensuring that the clansmen remember that hands must not wander. For those who do will be punished." Tang Ro commanded, "Bring this harasser of our sisters outside to enforce the clan's rules." Yes. Two robust warriors of the Tang clan seized the bear warrior, dragging him towards the wooden cross awaiting punishment in the Tang military formation. A faint, elusive smile graced Tang Wu's lips. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 70, The Wisdom of the Clan Leader. Bear Shan's expression was grim. Hearing the Tang clan's rules left his head buzzing. Was touching a woman also a violation of the Tang clan's regulations? In matters of intimacy between men and women, the Xiong clan was once rather liberal, not to mention mere touches. Even carrying someone back to the shelter for acts of a more scandalous nature would elicit no disapproval. In the wilderness, tribal customs were not so stringent. However, since this transgression violated the rules of the Tang clan, he could only plead, "Chief, Xiong Shirtu is typically quite honest. This was merely a moment of impulse. Please grant him clemency." Tang Long shook his head and replied, "Our clan's rules are akin to military regulations. They cannot be broken. My word alone does not suffice. One must consult Elder Tang He, who oversees our laws. Elder Tang, please determine the punishment." With a stoic expression, Tang He declared, "Xiong Shirtu has violated the fourth rule, to harass the women of the clan. Considering he has just joined and is unaware of our customs, and as this is his first offense, he shall be punished by having his index fingers pierced." As a form of admonition, Xiong Shirtu, indignant, retorted, "We have only just surrendered. I am not yet a full member of the clan, and you cannot adjudicate me by your laws. I will not submit." Tang He replied coldly, "Very well. According to the chief's established regulations, any outsider who harasses the women of the Tang clan shall be executed. Kill, kill, kill." The warriors of the Tang clan echoed in unison, their battle cries reverberating through the air. They glared at Xiong Shirtu, who refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing, his defiance deemed intolerable. Pale with fear, Xiong Shirtu thought it absurd that merely touching a woman's thigh would warrant such a violent response. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "I have joined the clan. I must be punished according to the rules." The warriors of the Xiong clan were left dumbfounded. What had happened to the stubbornness he had just exhibited? Tang He raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "Do you have any objections to the punishment of finger piercing?" Xiong Shirtu shook his head. To voice dissent would surely lead to execution, a risk he was unwilling to take. The thought of piercing his fingers seemed far less severe than the alternative of death. Regret washed over him. Why had he not restrained his heart and hands? In the future, he vowed to express himself openly and boldly, rather than succumb to the temptations that had clouded his judgment. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the warriors of the Tang clan had already secured him to the wooden frame. Looking at the cross, an epiphany struck Xiong, and he realized the complexity of the situation. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Chief, you were clearly prepared for this." Tang Long chuckled lightly. "To enter the fold of the Tang clan is to become one of us. We have rules, and every member must remember them." At that moment, the small discomfort in Xiong heart vanished. He recognized the chief's wisdom. His methods were indeed astute. Reflecting on the events, he gained deeper insight. He recalled how, following a skirmish, the chief had summoned a charming healer to tend to the wounded, a truly brilliant tactic. After all, even heroes can falter in the presence of beauty. First, the gentle charm of a woman should melt the hardened hearts of the Bear Clan warriors, dissolving the estrangement and barriers between the two tribes, thereby bridging the distance between hearts. The Bear Clan warriors' mistakes regarding the medical personnel were well within the calculations of the chieftain, who had already prepared a wooden cross to bind offenders. When the foolish bear Shirtu erred, he was to be punished as a testament to the clan's rules, instilling a sense of authority among the new members and establishing order. Punishing one to awaken 1,000 may appear cruel, yet it stems from a place of compassion and embodies great wisdom. Bear Shan once again bowed deeply, declaring, "I yield to the mountain. From now on, I am at the chieftain's disposal." Laughter erupted from Tang Long, who found great satisfaction in this thoughtful individual's genuine submission. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. He assisted Bear Shan to his feet and quietly inquired, "Bear Shirtu is not inherently malevolent, is he?" Bear Shan earnestly assured him, "This lad possesses a kind nature. He seldom speaks, but he is indeed a good warrior, and should continue to be." Upon hearing this, Tang Long understood that this was a reticent individual who merely required a slight reprimand, thus granting Bear Shan a favor. He murmured, "The clan rules must not be broken. The finger must be pricked, yet the injury can be healed, ensuring he does not become disabled." Only then did Bear Shan appear relieved, regarding Tang Long with admiration, exclaiming, "Chieftain, your wisdom is truly profound." Tang Long found this praise quite pleasing. Bear Shan's knack for flattery was commendable and worthy of cultivation. As the ancient saying goes, 1,000 holes may be pierced, but flattery remains unscathed. At that moment, if someone were to shout, "Chieftain Tang Long, endowed with both literary and martial virtue, may you reign for 1,000 years, uniting the wilderness, as the sun rises in the east, undefeated." Tang Long mused that he would undoubtedly feel immense joy. With a thought, he opened the Library of Knowledge and retrieved the book The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Glancing through its pages, within it, there exists a character named Dongfang Booby, surrounded by a cadre of sycophants. Each time Dongfang Booby made an appearance, his flatterers would chant, "Master Dongfang, endowed with both literary and martial virtue, may you reign for 1,000 years, uniting the rivers and lakes, as the sun rises in the east, undefeated." Recalling that scene, Tang Long was deeply impressed by Dongfang Booby's demeanor, an appropriate display for a true master. It stood in stark contrast to his own entrance, where his clansmen would typically shout, "Chieftain, compared to the ferocious beasts, you are the fiercest of all, vanquish them." How vulgar, how lacking in elegance. Tang Long pondered the solitude of life, devoid of kindred spirits, akin to snow in its desolation. He reflected on whether, once the impending battle concluded, he should initiate a creation of characters in his own name. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that the establishment of the Tang clan was of paramount importance. Firstly, their food supplies had been depleted, and salt had run out. Ensuring the clan's bellies were filled was the most pressing matter. The small stream now harbored many peculiarities. They could no longer hunt and fish without restraint. A new path for hunting must be forged to secure their food source. Subsequently, they ought to seek out cultivable crops. One could only wonder if this vast wilderness bore rice, corn, sweet potatoes, and other bounties. Additionally, if they could discover spices such as chili peppers, scallions, and garlic. The thought of enjoying a hot pot during the frigid winter was utterly delightful. The weather has grown increasingly chilly, and Tang He has predicted that in no more than 30 to 50 days, the vast wilderness will succumb to winter. Within his amalgamated memories, He recalls that winters in the wilderness are exceptionally harsh. Observing the thin animal skins worn by his clansmen, he realizes the pressing need to ensure they are adequately clothed and fed, prioritizing their survival over all else. As his thoughts returned, he turned to inquire, "What was the last thing you said?" Xiong Shan hesitated, pondering before responding, "Respected chieftain, it is indeed impressive." Tang Long's eyes narrowed, filled with delight as he smiled. "I did not catch that. Please repeat it." Xiong Shan's mind raced, and tentatively he repeated, "Respected chieftain, it is indeed impressive. Elder Haha has praised you." Tang Long laughed, appreciating Xiong Shan's character, and declared, "Let him join the clan and serve as an elder alongside Tang He." Xiong Shan stood bewildered, astonished that the chieftain could be so gracious. Suddenly, the anguished cries of Xiong Shirtu reverberated across the battlefield. His 2 index fingers were gruesomely nailed to a cross, blood gushing forth, with fragments of bone protruding alongside the gore. His fingers appeared irreparably damaged. The Xiong clan members turned pale. The agony of having their fingers pierced was unimaginable. They silently reminded themselves to adhere strictly to the Tang clan's rules, as the consequences were dire. At that moment, Tang Xiaoqiao approached Tang Long, her face etched with sorrow, and clasped her hands in respect, saying, "Respected chieftain, since he has already been punished, please spare him." Tang Long was taken aback. This was not part of the plan. What was Tang Xiaoqiao attempting? Chapter 71. 3 birds with 1 stone. Tang Long responded coolly, "He has already faced punishment. What purpose does pleading serve?" Tang Xiaoqiao, undeterred, got straight to the point. "Respected chieftain, I implore you to heal Xiong Shirtu's injuries. I ask that you consider my willingness to overlook past grievances and restore his health." Xiong Shirtu, feeling despondent, suddenly felt a flicker of hope at Tang Xiaoqiao's words. Could the chieftain truly heal my grievously injured body? His heart surged with anticipation, akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. The warriors of the Xiong clan found this notion incredulous. Could a crippled individual truly be healed? They recalled the chieftain's identity as a shaman, and their hearts ignited with speculation. The more they pondered, the more fervent their gazes became. If the chieftain possessed such magical abilities, did that mean that as long as he was present, provided they were not immediately killed, they could act with impunity? Seeing Xiong Shirtu's expectant expression, Tang Xiaoqiao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the strategy imparted by Sister Tang Ro was effective. If the chieftain consents, her conflicts with Xiong Shirtu would find a resolution. While Xiong Shirtu had erred initially, her actions had led to his injury. It was hard for her to believe that he bore no resentment. However, by actively pleading with the chieftain to heal him, the situation could be entirely reversed. As long as the chieftain agreed to heal Xiong Shirtu, their grievances would dissipate, and she would garner the gratitude of the newly inducted clansmen. This plea was a masterstroke. No, a threefold triumph. This request further showcases the extraordinary medical skills of the esteemed patriarch, aiding him in winning the hearts of the Xiong clan. Thus, upon receiving a subtle hint from Tang Ro, she swiftly grasped the intricacies involved and rushed forward to plead for mercy. Tang Long, too, discerned the underlying brilliance of the situation and found it rather amusing. However, this woman lacked such a grand perspective. It was indeed Tang Ro who possessed it. He glanced at the enchanting Tang Ro in the distance, realizing that she was increasingly attuned to his sentiments. With a smile, Tang Long proclaimed, "Since the victim has come forth to plead, I shall heal him, but he must redeem himself through valor, becoming the bravest warrior of the Tang clan." "Thank you, esteemed patriarch," Tang Xiaoqiao exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Xiong Shirtu also felt a surge of joy, rallying with a shout, "Patriarch, I shall certainly fight valiantly for the Tang tribe." Suddenly, he felt that life was once again filled with hope. Xiong Shan silently observed this scene, realizing that not only was the patriarch remarkable, but the wisdom of the clan members was also exceptional. He reiterated, "This matter is indeed handled with great finesse. Esteemed patriarch, we shall also join in healing the new clan members," declared those who remained on the battlefield. Tang Long nodded in agreement. "Very well. We must treat them with utmost care." Indeed, the members of the Tang clan entered the fray, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Before the battle, Tang Long had taught the clan members some basic techniques for staunching bleeding and providing first aid, ensuring their assistance to the medical team would pose no issues. The little ones, in their innocence, mingled within the crowd, adding much joy to the scene. At this moment, Xiong Zhuang was filled with questions. How could Xiong Shitu's shattered bones be mended? He turned to Tang Zhan beside him and inquired, "Leader, is the patriarch's medical skill truly so miraculous?" Tang Zhan initially wished to ignore the query, but upon a sudden thought, he replied mysteriously, "The esteemed patriarch is not merely extraordinary. He is a legend." This statement ignited Xiong Zhuang's curiosity, fueling his inquisitive spirit. "What do you mean?" he pressed. Tang Zhan glanced around, noticing several Xiong clan warriors eavesdropping, which piqued his interest in storytelling. He whispered, "The esteemed patriarch is not of this world." Wow! The Xiong warriors gasped in astonishment. This opening line was shocking. If the patriarch was not human, then what was he? Xiong Zhuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager to hear something remarkable. Tang Zhan remained silent, merely pointing towards the sky. Xiong Zhuang suddenly understood, the esteemed patriarch is a cloud in the heavens. Tang Zhan nearly choked on his breath. He had pointed to the sky, and this fellow interpreted it as a cloud. Did he have straw for brains? With patience, he clarified, "Fool. I meant to say the esteemed patriarch is a deity descended from the heavens." Everyone gasped in unison, inquiring, which deity is the esteemed patriarch? Tang Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction. He relished witnessing the astonishment of others in response to the patriarch's grandeur. As the patriarch himself would say, these fellows truly had never seen the world. Xiong Zhuang, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Leader, isn't the patriarch the thunder wizard? Shouldn't he be a divine envoy?" What a shock, to have one's words doubted. Tang Zhan felt a surge of displeasure within and immediately took the opportunity to assert, "Did you not notice those two massive drums?" The crowd eagerly nodded, having long been captivated by the thunderous sound they produced. With a touch of arrogance, Tang Zhan proclaimed, "Those drums are crafted from the hide of a royal-level ferocious beast, the Kuei Niu." The mention of a royal-level beast elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, for it was a creature of the same rank as the serpentine beasts of the Snake clan, surely a terrifying entity. Observing their astonished expressions, Tang Zhan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He then posed the question, "Do you know how that ferocious beast met its demise?" The crowd shook their heads in unison, for the fate of a royal-level beast was beyond their conjecture. Content with their ignorance, Tang Zhan continued, "A few days ago, the patriarch went fishing by a pond, and suddenly, dozens of ferocious fish inexplicably leaped from the water, committing suicide before him. Xiong Zhuang, curious, inquired, "But fish lack tongues. They cannot bite their tongues to end their own lives, nor do they have hands or feet. How could they possibly commit suicide?" This inquiry left Tang Zhan momentarily speechless. How could he explain the method of suicide for ferocious fish? He bit his lip, racking his brain. Chapter 72, The Legend of the Patriarch. Tang Zhan suddenly erupted in anger. "I am not a fish. How would I know how they go about ending their lives?" Xiong Zhuang and the others were taken aback, scratching their heads in realization that indeed, he was not a fish, and thus could not possibly know. What happened next? The crowd urged. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Tang Zhan gestured dramatically as he continued. Suddenly, a sea eel dragon emerged from the pond, even more fearsome than a third-tier beast warrior. The crowd nodded in understanding, though they were uncertain of what the sea eel dragon looked like. Its mere mention sounded formidable. Xiong Zhuang suddenly speculated, without a doubt, that sea eel dragon also committed suicide before the patriarch. Tang Zhan shot Xiong Zhuang a menacing glare, feeling an urge to strike the boy. Could it be that he was intentionally causing trouble? Xiong Zhuang, startled by the cold light in Tang Zhan's eyes, quickly sought to defend himself. "I was merely guessing." "Please, continue. What happened when the sea eel dragon encountered the patriarch?" Tang Zhan, with an ominous glare at Xiong Zhuang, replied, "As you surmised, the sea eel dragon indeed took its own life before the patriarch." Xiong Zhuang, taken aback, quickly raised his hand in a vow. "Leader, I promise not to interrupt you again. Please, go on." Only then did Tang Zhan, with a flourish, exclaim, just as the words left my lips. From the depths of the pond surged a grotesque creature, crackling with electricity, its appearance utterly terrifying. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce winds howled. The formidable beast soared majestically through the air. Tang Zhan and Tang Long had acquired numerous storytelling techniques, knowing that sometimes a well-timed pause could heighten the suspense. And then, the warriors, filled with anticipation, urged him to continue. Observing that the moment was ripe, Tang Zhan with an air of profound mystery, declared. Upon seeing that the figure before it was our clan leader, the beast immediately knelt and implored the leader for refuge. The leader, however, deemed the creature too hideous to be worthy of shelter and refused it. Consequently, the beast, heartbroken, took its own life right before the leader, left with no choice. The leader had to retrieve the beast, providing us with its flesh to feast upon and crafting its hide into 2 grand drums. Exclamations of astonishment escaped Xiong Zhuang and the other warriors. Upon hearing their chief's words, they realized that their leader was indeed extraordinary. They recalled the explosive scene when Tang Long vanquished the ferocious serpent, an act that seemed beyond human capability. Perhaps divine strength could elucidate it all. The realization dawned upon them as they chorused, "So, the leader truly is not of this world." Tang Zhan nodded in satisfaction, secretly reveling in the moment. "Let us all venerate our leader." Nearby, Tang Wu couldn't help but twitch her lips at the tale. Turning to Tang Rou and inquiring, "Who narrated this story to him?" Tang Rou shook her head. "I have no idea." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Wu remarked, "If the dragon is a deity, then according to its words, I would be the divine ant. Come, dear rower, call me divine ant so I may hear it." With a playful smile, Tang Rou replied, "I'll have your dragon call you when we return." The 2 women erupted into laughter, their vibrant beauty captivating the attention of many warriors. Meanwhile, Tang Long personally descended to assist the Xiong clan warriors in their recovery. To ensure that the injured, particularly those with fractures, would not suffer lingering effects, he generously offered his life essence to facilitate their complete healing. The miraculous nature of this life essence left everyone astonished. The Xiong warriors were certain that their clan leader was indeed a god incarnate. And this belief was now firmly established. By the time their injuries were treated, it was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. Tang Long resolved that the issues with the Serpent clan must be addressed in the afternoon, and the matters concerning the Bear clan's integration needed to proceed today, leaving little time to spare. Thus, they would forego cooking at midday and instead consume the provisions Tang Long had prepared. He retrieved an assortment of smoked meats and fish from the Xinhua library, distributing them to the warriors. He had crafted these delicacies alongside the children. Having discovered a fragrant tree in the forest whose branches, when burned, imparted a delightful aroma to the meats and fish. As the Xiong warriors savored the delectable morsels, their mouths filled with the rich, smoky flavor and just the right amount of salt, they were moved to tears by the exquisite taste. Once Xiong Zhuang took a bite, he found himself unable to stop, mumbling to Tang Zhan, "Chief, why does your salt lack that strange taste?" With a hint of pride, Tang Zhan produced a small leather pouch from his breast, opening it to reveal, "This is the exquisite salt crafted by our esteemed leader. Do give it a taste." Xiong Zhuang's eyes widened. Could such white, fine granules truly be salt? Grabbing a handful and placing it in his mouth, he was soon frantically searching for water, exclaiming, "This is enough to make one thirst to death." Ha ha ha. Tang Zhan laughed heartily. The salt of the Tang clan is indeed salty, and it is the finest salt in the great wilderness. When Xiong Zhuang returned after quenching his thirst, he shared his wisdom. "Remember, the food prepared by the clan leader is the most delectable. To savor the best, it is crucial to closely follow the steps of the esteemed clan leader." Xiong Zhuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was determined to stay by the clan leader's side, not merely for the exquisite food, but simply for the joy of following him. Seeing everyone relish their meal, Tang Long felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ensuring that his people were well-fed had always been his heartfelt desire. He too sat upon a stone, joining the Xiong clan warriors in their hearty feast. Delightful. Outside the Serpent tribe's camp, the Tang army had already formed their ranks, poised to launch an assault to annihilate the Serpent tribe. The war horn of the Serpent tribe sounded, and the remaining warriors gathered, preparing for a desperate fight. They understood that their leader and the warriors who had ventured out might never return. At that moment, a figure clad in the attire of the Serpent tribe leaped from the camp, charging toward the Tang formation. Tang Rou's eyes flashed with cold determination as she nocked an arrow, ready to eliminate this intruder. However, Tang Long raised his hand to stop her. "Do not shoot. It is Tang Feng." Tang Rou suddenly realized why she had not seen Tang Feng during the great battle. He had already infiltrated the Serpent tribe. The Serpent tribe must be exterminated, Tang Feng said, his complexion somewhat pale. Through this covert reconnaissance, he had uncovered many inhumane acts committed by the Serpent tribe. Tang Long scoffed. The serpent tribe should never have existed in this great wilderness. Elder Tang, commence. Tang He responded promptly. Yes, esteemed clan leader. He issued the command. The Tang army shall lead the assault, with the Xiong warriors following closely to attack. Annihilate the serpent tribe, leaving no survivors. Yes. The warriors replied in unison. Suddenly, Tang Rou, filled with compassion, spoke up. Esteemed clan leader, spare the women and children. Tang Long shot her a cold glance. This girl's sense of mercy had not yet been sufficiently tempered. He coldly replied, Elder Tang, leave no one behind. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Tang Rou gritted her teeth and retorted, even if the people of the serpent tribe deserve death, those infants are innocent. Esteemed clan leader, let them be. Ha ha ha. Tang Long suddenly laughed coldly, excitedly proclaiming, Tang Rou, you have no idea what Tang Feng and I witnessed in this tribe. You need not partake in this battle. Simply follow Elder Tang. Open your eyes wide and observe clearly. Return only when you comprehend the truth. Tang Rou's heart was suddenly in turmoil. What could the serpent tribe have done to provoke such a reaction from the esteemed clan leader? She felt a wave of unease. Chapter 4 is presented. Thank you all for your support. The new book is still in its debut phase, and I humbly seek your 5-star reviews, likes, comments, gifts, and encouragement for updates. Thank you all. I shall strive to improve. Chapter 73. The Ruthless Tang, Jian. The thunderous sound of drums reverberated through the air, echoing the cries of kill, kill, kill. A palpable aura of bloodlust engulfed the serpent tribe as the Tang clan formed their battle array. A thick, sanguine mist swirled above the formation, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour all who dared to stand in its way. The warriors of the serpent tribe felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. A terror akin to being hunted by an indomitable predator, sending chills down their spines. The bear warriors positioned behind the Tang formation were equally struck by fear, feeling the relentless malice emanating from the Tang ranks. Xiong Zhuang, with a face of astonishment, remarked, Father, I can now envision the dread experienced by those serpent warriors across the battlefield. Xiong Shan, his expression grave, inquired, What do you believe their feelings might be? Xiong Zhuang tilted his head back, his demeanor enigmatic, and replied, It is a sensation of utter despair and inner collapse. Xiong Shan sighed softly, feeling a sense of reassurance. Choosing to be a member of the formidable Tang clan was indeed the right decision. Archers, prepare, commanded Tang He. At a distance of 500 paces, cover fire, shoot. With a swift whoosh, a rain of arrows ascended into the sky, their sharp whistling piercing the air as they descended upon the ranks of the serpent warriors. Xiong Shan muttered, Despair and collapse. Indeed. Help. Save us. The arrows fell like rain, instantly claiming the lives of numerous serpent warriors, leaving countless others writhing in agony upon the ground. The serpent fighters were rendered bewildered by the deluge of arrows, their hearts gripped by fear. How could the enemy's archers strike from such a distance? It was terrifying. The war had barely commenced, yet the serpent encampment was already awash with blood. Cries of despair echoing, resembling a scene from hell. Tang clan advance, bellowed Tang He. Kill, kill, kill. The Tang formation surged forward with remarkable speed, determined to shatter the serpent defenses. The archers ran and shot in unison, their relentless barrage aimed at decimating the enemy lines. Spearmen, prepare. Fourfold throw launch. Tang He commanded with precision. With a whoosh, a barrage of black spears sliced through the air towards the serpent ranks, the terrifying downpour of projectiles plunging the serpent warriors into despair. The sheer force of the spears was even more formidable than that of the arrows, as they fell with a greater might, nailing serpent warriors to the ground, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The serpent fighters, their eyes wide with fear, could no longer suppress their terror of death, truly frightened before such a formidable foe. Who could guide them in this dire moment? Run! Flee for your lives! Roared the cries of surrender from the serpent camp. Flee! The serpent ranks disbanded in chaos, their only concern being to escape swiftly. Split into small teams to pursue. Commanded Tang He. Tang Rou's squad, led by Tang Xiao Chao, follow me. The bears, under the guidance of Elder Shan, executed the leader's orders to annihilate their foes without mercy. Yes, the warriors responded in unison. The sky was overcast, and a gentle rain began to fall, chilling those caught in its embrace. Tang Feng, leading several reconnaissance warriors of the Tang clan, appeared before the various squads. having long since mastered the terrain of the serpent tribe, now guiding the pursuit. Above, the flying cat glided through the air like a glider, bearing the beautiful Tang, which as it raced towards the rear of the serpent tribe. With a thunderous shout, Tang Jian proclaimed, "Warriors, it is time to test our speed once more. Charge forward. Kill." His subordinate warriors surged forth like a pack of fierce tigers, their astonishing speed instilling greater fear in the serpent warriors. The tactics of the Tang clan remained simple yet effective. In the distance, arrows rained down, while nearby, a storm of spears fell, and close at hand, the Tang blades flashed, sweeping away all enemies in their path. Their relentless onslaught, frenzied maneuvers, and merciless slaughter turned the serpent encampment into chaos. The Tang warriors on the battlefield resembled deities, pursuing and dispatching foes in silence, causing the bear warriors trailing behind to tremble in awe. "So powerful, invincible," murmured Xiong. "I heard from the elders of the Tang clan that passing the chief's test grants one access to their sharp weaponry. As long as one is loyal, they can learn the chief's martial arts." Xiong gritted his teeth. "I must pass that test to wield such divine weapons, to follow the esteemed chief and learn martial arts." Xiong turned with a fierce expression and inquired, "Who is your father?" Suddenly enlightened, Xiong pointed at the fleeing serpent warriors and declared, "Father, I shall go slay the enemies." "Ha ha ha, kill." The bear warriors rose to pursue. "Fire." The serpent encampment blazed with fury. In a desperate bid to halt the Tang's advance, the serpent warriors ignited their shelters, causing flames to soar into the sky. Tang Jian's growth had been rapid and remarkable. He was the most handsome youth of the Tang clan. He maneuvered through the shelters with his small squad, his Tang blade already stained with blood. Suddenly, a beautiful serpent maiden, no more than 15 or 16, fell before Tang Jian, her expression filled with fear, appearing fragile and pitiful, evoking a desire to protect her. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with terror, and unexpectedly, she tore away her animal skin wrap and skirt. As the spring light burst forth, she revealed a stunning form. "I am the most beautiful of the serpent tribe. Spare me, and I shall serve you." The maiden, her hands partially concealing her body, bore an enchanting demeanor that stirred the desires of men. Tang Jian's gaze was cold as he raised his blade, striking without hesitation. With a sickening thud, the maiden's head rolled away, her eyes wide open, seemingly questioning. Was she not beautiful? Perhaps this was her final inquiry. Blood drenched the ground, staining Tang Jian's iron blade. Tang Rou, unable to contain her emotions after witnessing the scene, finally spoke up. "Tang Jian," she questioned, her voice tinged with agitation. "How can you follow the orders of the clan leader so blindly?" Tang Jian responded coldly, "I am merely executing the commands of the clan leader." Tang Rou's tone sharpened with indignation, "But she is a frail woman." Tang Jian's gaze turned even more frigid as he replied, "The clan leader has stated that on the battlefield, there are only allies and enemies, not women." As Tang Rou prepared to retort, a green light suddenly shot up from the corpses on the ground, darting towards her throat with alarming speed. "Humph," Tang Jian scoffed, swiftly brandishing his blade to sever the green light into several pieces, which fell to the ground. It was a venomous green snake, its presence evident as the earth beneath it had been corroded to a deep black. With a hint of trepidation, she asked, "Jian, did you know she was hiding a poisonous snake?" Tang Jian shook his head. "I did not. But the clan leader has remarked that women are inherently deceitful. The more beautiful they are, the more they deceive. Therefore, I do not trust her. She merely seeks to seduce me and undoubtedly harbors darker schemes." The clan leader was indeed correct. She concealed a snake intending to have it strike me. Tang Rou removed her ghostly mask and lightly touched her delicate face, feeling a sense of unease as she inquired, "Jian, am I beautiful?" Tang Jian sighed. "You are the most beautiful woman of our Tang tribe. What do you think?" Her heart sank, prompting her to probe further. Does the clan leader Tang Jian raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable as he interjected, "The clan leader does. And he has said you are so beautiful that you have lost your humanity." Just as Tang Rou was about to voice another question, Tang Jian coldly interrupted, "Sister Rou, I must go slay our enemies. Some matters you should address with the clan leader." With that, he departed, leaving Tang Rou in a state of bewilderment. She murmured to herself, "Perhaps I should carve a line across my face." Chapter 74. Eradicating evil. Tang Rou followed Tang Jian, her heart in turmoil. "Please don't kill me. I have a child. I beg you." A mother stood before a humble shack, cradling an 8 or 9-year-old boy. Her face a mask of terror, Tang Jian stood before them, coldly raising his bloodied blade, poised to strike. A thunderous sound echoed in Tang Rou's mind, as the scene before her unraveled memories long sealed. It was the year she turned 9 when enemies invaded their tribe. She fled through rivers of blood. Familiar faces of her kin sprawled across the camp, their agonizing cries instilling a deep-rooted fear within her. That day, that moment, her mother had held her similarly in her embrace, shielding her from the enemy's blade, sacrificing herself for Tang Rou's escape. Tang Rou's long eyelashes trembled, her lips turned pale, and her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, she dashed forward, exclaiming, "Jian, spare them." Tang He appeared, grasping her wrist and pulling her into the shelter behind the mother and child. The sight within was one of unspeakable horror, the gruesome scene akin to a descent into hell. Inside the shack lay a naked woman, bound to a wooden stake, barely clinging to life. Her body was drenched in blood, the flesh from her thigh meticulously excised, leaving behind a stark contrast of crimson and stark white bone. Before the woman stood a child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, wielding a stone knife as he sliced into her thigh. Chewing on something with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a serpent coiled around the child's body, and he divided the severed flesh into 2 portions, one for himself and the other to feed the snake. Tang Rou's eyes widened in horror, her emotions erupting as she demanded, "What are you doing?" The child turned, his eyes filled with innocent curiosity, replying, "Can't you see? I'm sharing a meal with my little snake." Through gritted teeth, Tang Rou inquired, "Do you enjoy eating human flesh?" The child smiled innocently. "Human flesh is quite tasty, and my little snake loves it too. It's what AM taught me." Tang Rou's pupils constricted. The figure before her was no innocent child but a demon with a ghastly visage. Tears cascaded down her face as she murmured, "Great leader, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. You were right. They must be slain." In a flash, she drew her tang knife from her back, striking with precision, blood erupting as both human and serpent were cleaved in 2. Tang Rou roared, "Why do you consume humans? Why do you feed humans to snakes? You are human, do you not realize? You are not a beast. Those who consume humans must die." Suddenly, the woman on the stake, barely clinging to life, opened her eyes and glanced at Tang Rou, summoning her last vestiges of strength to utter, "Thank you," before departing from the realm of the living. Tang Rou's eyes reddened as she stepped out of the shelter. Tang Jian remained still, waiting for her to emerge. With her grip steady on the knife, a volcanic fury surged within her as she coldly unleashed her blade without a hint of hesitation. Kill! Blood gushed forth, and lifeless bodies collapsed. Tang Jian turned to leave, coldly stating, "Sister Rou, remember, the great leader is always right." Tang Rou inhaled deeply, closing her eyes. She had been mistaken. Tang He spoke up. "The great leader said that to slay 1 wicked person to save 1,000 is just. The evil must be eradicated. The wickedness of the serpent tribe lies within the hearts of men, and evil must be completely vanquished." Tang Rou opened her eyes and clasped her hands in respect, declaring, "Elder, I request to lead the charge against our enemies." Tang He, with a look of satisfaction, replied, "Go forth, and let this malevolent tribe vanish into the wilderness." Tang Rou raced away. The great leader was right. Tang Long emerged from behind the shelter with Tang Wu, recalling what Tang Yi had mentioned about Tang Rou, hoping that after this battle, she would emerge stronger. The horrific scene within the shelter was merely a glimpse of the serpent tribe's malevolence, feasting on human flesh and feeding it to snakes, a depravity beyond description. With each revelation, Tang Long's heart swelled with sorrow and indignation. The people of the serpent tribe were beasts deserving of 1,000 deaths. He approached the shelter of the serpent tribe's leader, coldly commanding, "Al Wu, ignite the flames." The witch's fingertips ignited with fiery spirits, instantly engulfing the shelter in a raging inferno, the flames soaring skyward. Tang Long toyed with a black flying dagger, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, the roof of the burning shelter detonated, splintering wood flying in all directions, as a figure soared into the heavens. Before him stood a figure entirely swathed in animal hides, reminiscent of the serpent charmer from the Tang tribe, resembling a tightly wrapped mummy. "You have thwarted my plans. I shall see you perish." The mummy bellowed. Tang Long snorted coldly. "I had long suspected you were concealed within this pit of serpents. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." During the battle at Dragon Mountain, Tang Long had remained vigilant upon the serpent charmer's emergence. He had peeled away the mummy's hides, revealing a body ravaged with decay, likely a result of prolonged exposure to serpent venom. The absence of venomous residue on the serpent charmer's fangs assured him that this individual was not the one who trained the serpent charmers. Thus, if this person had survived the battle at Dragon Mountain, was there not still an insidious figure lurking within the serpent tribe? As fate would have it, this individual had indeed been hiding in the pit all along. He was the true source of malevolence, transforming the serpent clan into a den of horrors. With a fury akin to a volcanic eruption, Tang Long unleashed a flurry of daggers that rained down upon the airborne mummy. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the air as the mummy wielded a stone blade, deflecting each dagger with ease. Tang Long propelled himself forward, landing precisely where the mummy descended. With a resounding crash, the two collided with a forceful punch, each staggering back a few steps. The mummy's eyes glowed a menacing red as he taunted, "Your brother met his end at your hands, did he not? Ha ha ha, not just your brother, but you as well." Tang Long scoffed mockingly, advancing with a thirst for vengeance that demanded blood. Suddenly, a plume of green smoke erupted from the mummy, causing the grass beneath to wither instantly, indicating its lethal toxicity. A cacophony of buzzing insects emanated from the noxious mist, as a swarm of bizarre, menacing creatures materialized before Tang Long. "I shall avenge him by taking your life." The mummy howled ominously. "Beware, dragon, it is a poisoned sorcerer," cried the shaman. Tang Long's mind raced as he consulted the library of flames, but the result was null. With arcs of purple lightning crackling around him, he charged headlong into the toxic cloud, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Chapter 75. The terrifying chieftain possessing the power of thunder. Tang Long was impervious to toxins, inherently countering the poisoned sorcerer. After a dazzling flash of purple lightning, the peculiar insects that had attacked him were reduced to ashes, and the verdant poison mist dissipated into nothingness. With astonishing speed, Tang Long's fist, charged with purple lightning, struck the mummy's abdomen. The impact sent the mummy flying, its body trembling uncontrollably under the force of the electric energy. "You are the legendary thunder sorcerer." The mummy gasped in a mix of fear and disbelief. He had underestimated Tang Long, believing him merely to be a third-tier beast-tooth warrior, easily dispatched with poison. Little did he know, Tang Long was a rare thunder sorcerer, the nemesis of all poison sorcerers. Tang Long strode forward, not allowing the mummy a moment's respite, delivering another electrifying blow that sent the creature hurtling through the air once more. Tang Long was suddenly struck by a monumental revelation. The power of lightning could now incapacitate individuals even at a distance. Previously, only direct contact with an enemy would trigger the paralyzing effects of electricity. However, he had just discovered that once his fist detached from the mummy's body, the stunning effect of the lightning lingered for several seconds. This was nothing short of a divine skill and control. Paralysis. Endless paralysis. The mummy was now experiencing the taste of domination. Tang Long pressed on, unleashing a furious lightning-infused punch, exclaiming, "I will make you teach others the horrors of cannibalism." Bang! "I will make you feed humans to snakes." Bang! "How dare you, a creature born of humanity, engage in such barbarism? You are human, not a beast." Bang! "I shall beat you to death, making you taste the essence of mortality." Bang! 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 Left hook, right hook, Bagua palm, Muay Thai, Wing Chun. The mummy was sent spiraling. Each time it threatened to fall, it was met with a forceful blow, akin to a tattered cloth soaring high. Blood gushed from the mummy's mouth as it felt its bones shatter and meridians sever, air escaping from its body. Tang Long, consumed by fury, struck relentlessly, each punch landing with gratifying force. He desired nothing less than the demise of this mummy. Whip kick, shadowless kick. The mummy whimpered, "Spare me, have mercy." Tang Long coldly replied, "I shall spare your mother. As for you, a creature like you deserves death." Mountain crushing leg. Series of kicks. The mummy cried out in desperation, "You cannot kill me. I hail from a place you cannot challenge, a tribe beyond your reach. If you take my life, my people will surely seek vengeance, annihilating you and your clan." Tang Long let out a mocking laugh, bellowing, "The last person who dared speak to me like that has been reduced to ashes. Your brother, the snakeskin. You still dare to threaten the clan leader? I'll strike." Black tiger prowls heart. Twin dragons emerge from the sea. Though Tang Long's shouted techniques did not align with his actions, it mattered not. What was crucial was the sheer exhilaration he felt as he sent the mummy soaring into the sky with each punch and kick, relishing in the relentless assault. With each blow, he exerted greater force, sending the mummy higher and higher, tumbling above the makeshift shelter, transforming into a spectacle upon the battlefield. Tang Wu, scrunching her delicate face, remarked, "It seems the clan leader is truly enraged." Tang He, stroking her little head, murmured, "The clan leader is not merely angry. He is filled with hatred, loathing such malevolence, detesting the brutality of this wasteland." In the distance, Tang Zhan was fiercely engaged in battle, intercepting warriors of the Snake clan. Hearing Tang Long's booming voice, he looked up to see the mummy soaring above. Tang Zhan chuckled to a nearby warrior. "Such a vicious fighting style. Our clan leader is indeed very angry." Xiong Zhuang, upon hearing Tang Long's roar, glanced at the flying mummy and silently vowed to himself, "In the future, while following the clan leader, I must never provoke his wrath." For the consequences appear to be quite dire. He had no desire to be toyed with by the esteemed chieftain. Tang Long pressed further, "Pray tell, where exactly is that place you speak of?" The mummy felt as though death was imminent. Summoning his courage, he replied, "It is with the witch." Bang! His head exploded like a serpent's tongue, resembling a burst watermelon. A green light shot towards Tang Long, replaying the scene of the snake's demise. Bang! Naturally, the outcome for the cursed insect was no different, as it was struck down by Tang Long's flying needle. The mummy's lifeless body fell to the ground, bloodied and breathless. Only then did Tang Long exhale heavily, finally releasing the pent-up malevolence within him. He turned to Ah Wu and commanded, "Burn it." The witch conjured a flame sprite, which instantly reduced the mummy to ashes. She pondered for a moment and said, "The poison which is indeed the most fearsome existence in the great wasteland. Poison can kill one, or it can annihilate thousands. Yet, in comparison to you, the poison which seems less formidable. You are, after all, the nemesis of the poison witch." Tang Long replied nonchalantly, "Such sorcerers, I slay one upon sight. 2, I dispatch as a pair." Ah Wu chose not to speak further. She mounted her great eagle, and together they soared towards the serpent tribe's rear encampment. The pursuit was nearing its conclusion, as the Tang warriors systematically cleared the area. The malevolent serpent tribe was destined for annihilation. Tang Long commanded, "Xiao Wu, bring me a stone slab. I wish to create a painting that informs those passing by the serpent tribe of the reasons for its downfall." "Yes, esteemed chieftain." Xiao Wu and a warrior promptly brought forth a stone slab. After Tang Long smoothed it with a knife, he retrieved a flying dagger and began to carve. The first image depicted 2 children at birth, nestled in their mother's embrace, appearing quite adorable. The second image illustrated the 2 children maturing into youths, one of whom ventured far afield, returning with a gigantic serpent. The third image showed a woman bound to a stake, while the 2 youths were carving her flesh, feeding the serpent while consuming human meat themselves. The fourth image portrayed the 2 youths excavating a vast serpent pit, nurturing countless snakes, and forcibly pushing groups of people into the pit. The fifth image revealed a horde of individuals clad in animal skin vests and shorts assaulting the tribe. As a godlike youth sprouted thr in the old woman's triangular eyes flickered a chilling light. "I have just sensed an inexplicable disturbance. I have once again caused that young man's cursed insect to perish. How peculiar. How can a dead insect die once more?" She pondered aloud. "Go, seek the past, and clarify this matter for the shaman." The ancient beast hurried away. Today's third update. I hope all esteemed lords will extend their support. Chapter 76. Fables and Wisdom. The battle against the serpent tribe has come to a close. Not a single member of the serpent clan escaped. The wicked serpents shall forever vanish into the vast wilderness. Fire ignited the huts, painting the sky crimson, purifying this land. The Tang medical soldiers were diligently tending to the wounded. No warrior dared to overreach, for they vividly remembered the fate of Xiong Shirtu. The fourth clan rule of the Tang tribe was fearsome. Should anyone dare to meddle recklessly, it would surely lead to their demise. Xiong Shan felt a deep sense of shame, for the severely injured were all former warriors of the Bear clan, numbering over 30. In contrast, the Tang's veteran warriors had no serious injuries, with only a handful sustaining minor wounds, none of which were grave. After tending to the injuries, at the entrance of the Serpent clan's camp, the warriors held their breath, gazing intently at Tang Long and the colossal stone beneath him. Standing atop the stone, Tang Long, with a grave expression, inquired, Having witnessed the malevolence of the Serpent clan today, do you believe they should be eradicated? The warriors roared in unison. They must be eradicated. Tang Long nodded. Truly commendable are my Tang warriors, who discern right from wrong and distinguish enmities clearly. After we obliterate the Serpent clan, I shall regale you with a tale of warriors and serpents. The warriors perked up, eagerly anticipating the clan leader's storytelling. Tang Long, with a thought, opened the library of fables, presenting the story of Aesop's fables. He adapted the farmer and the snake into the warrior and the snake. As the term farmer was not yet known in the wilderness, making the narrative more relatable with a warrior as the protagonist, Tang Long began to narrate. In the midst of winter, a warrior stumbled upon a snake, frozen and near death. Feeling pity, he carefully picked it up and nestled it in his bosom, using his warmth to revive it. As the snake absorbed the heat, it gradually regained its vitality. The warriors listened attentively, pondering whether the clan leader intended to impart a lesson through this tale. Tang Long continued solemnly. Once the snake was fully revived, it reverted to its true nature, fiercely biting the warrior with its venomous fangs, resulting in the warrior's demise from poison. In his final moments, the warrior lamented, "I pitted the venomous snake, unable to discern good from evil, and ultimately brought harm upon myself. If I were to be reborn, I would never show mercy to vile creatures like the venomous snake. I would have slain it on the spot." As the story concluded, silence enveloped the gathering. Tang Ro felt a twinge of guilt. Surely, this tale was meant for her ears. Her conduct today mirrored that of the warrior who fell victim to the snake's bite. Tang Long then asked, "The story has ended. Who shall share what this tale conveys?" Tang Ro raised her hand and said, "Leader of the clan, allow me to speak." "Go ahead," he replied. Tang Ro, with a tone filled with resentment, declared, "This tale illustrates that one must never show mercy to wicked individuals. They should be dealt with swiftly and decisively." The fierce intensity in her words caused Tang Long's heart to skip a beat. A sense of unease washed over him. After her encounter with the Serpent tribe, the aura of menace surrounding this girl had only grown stronger. He chose not to comment further and asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to share?" Xiong Zhuang voiced his thoughts loudly. "I believe it is imperative to discern between good and evil. We should extend our helping hand only to the virtuous and eliminate the malevolent without hesitation." Tang Long felt a surge of pride. His kin were astute. Grasping the essence of the story he had shared, he had always employed tales to enlighten his tribe, whether it was the water margin or the warrior and the serpent. Stories invariably provoke deep reflection, enabling his people to extract simple yet profound truths. Tang Long commended, indeed. The crux of the matter is that kindness must be bestowed upon the right individuals. Misplacing it could lead to one's own downfall. Thus, the Serpent tribe represents that venomous serpent. Should we offer them our kindness? In unison, the warriors bellowed, "No. Exterminate them completely." "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent." Tang Long felt a sense of relief, as did the warriors. He glanced at the library of wisdom, recognizing the remarkable comprehension skills of his people. Perhaps next time he could introduce the Tao Te Ching. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Tao gives birth to one. One begets two. Two begets three, and three begets all things. Tang Wu, with admiration, turned to Tang He and said, "Elder, the stories narrated by the clan leader are truly captivating." Tang He shook his head, replying, "The leader is not merely telling stories." Tang Wu disagreed. "But the leader is indeed speaking of stories." Tang He persisted. "What the leader conveys is the discernment of good and evil. He imparts wisdom." "Oh." Tang Wu, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled, chose not to argue further, content that the clan leader's words were always enchanting. At last, Tang Long felt a profound sense of relief. The battle for the survival of the Tang tribe had concluded successfully. This confrontation saw the Tang tribe triumph over the stronger adversary, defeating the Serpent tribe and subjugating the Bear tribe. The Tang tribe had expanded from over 100 members to more than 1,000, transforming into a bona fide small tribe. Next, they would proceed to assimilate the Bear tribe. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Elder Shan, lead the way. We shall set forth to the Bear tribe." "Understood, clan leader," Xiong responded. Upon arrival at the Bear tribe's encampment, a towering figure exclaimed, "Clan leader, have we surrendered to others?" The gathering of Bear tribe members erupted in disbelief. Not only had their leader returned from battle defeated, but he had also led the tribe to capitulate. This news was suddenly difficult to digest. Xiong Shan stated earnestly, "Indeed, Xiong Hu, from this day forth, we are now members of the Tang clan." He gestured towards Tang Long, saying, "This is our esteemed leader, Tang Long." Xiong Hu, filled with indignation, retorted, "But he is just a child. I refuse to accept this." Tang Long's expression darkened. This brash giant was truly insufferable. The face of the Tang warrior grew cold. How dare one proclaim that the esteemed leader is but a child? This towering brute must not be forgiven. Coughing violently, Xiong Shan was alarmed by such words. Xiong, who was courting disaster, he hastily attempted to rectify the situation, exclaiming, "Do not utter such nonsense. Our leader is a divine being descended from the heavens. Truly someone our clan should follow." Xiong Hu, skeptical and obstinate, retorted, "Leader, do you possess any sense? If he were a god, then I would be the god's father." My goodness! The Tang warriors, taken aback, exchanged worried glances as they beheld the leader's expression darkening ominously. Trouble was brewing. The Xiong warriors who had returned with Tang Long were equally alarmed, vociferously urging, "Xiong Hu, quickly apologize." They truly wished to cover Xiong Hu's foul mouth. The terror of the leader could be aptly expressed by an old saying from the Tang tribe. The ferocious beasts are not as fearsome as the leader himself. Xiong Hu, oblivious to the goodwill of those around him, defiantly proclaimed, "Have I spoken wrongly? If you desire my surrender, you must defeat me first. Indeed, unless we are vanquished, no matter the leader's command, we shall never yield." The remaining Xiong warriors clamored in agreement. Tang Long coldly stated, "Elder Shan, this is their own request, not my command." Xiong Shan sighed deeply, pleading, "Esteemed leader, may we not let the warriors kill them?" Tang Long, displeased, replied, "Obey my orders. Incapacitate these ruffians, but do not kill them." "Yes, esteemed leader." Tang Zhan, this Xiong Hu is entrusted to you. Teach him that while food may be indiscriminately consumed, words must be carefully chosen. "Yes, esteemed leader." Tang Zhan responded. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Go, teach him a lesson." The scene descended into chaos as the battle ensued. Within a brief span, the Xiong warriors left behind were all knocked to the ground, groaning in agony. They reflected on the recent clash, their faces pale with fear. The Tang warriors exhibited terrifying ferocity, striking with brutal precision, leaving them with the unsettling feeling that they could be killed at any moment. Truly dreadful. The Tang warriors showed no mercy, knocking down all those who dared to provoke their leader. Xiong Hu, fiercely resilient as one of the strongest tier 3 beast-tooth warriors of the Xiong clan, fought valiantly. However, against the chaotic force that was Tang Zhan, he was utterly overwhelmed, beaten to the point of resembling a bruised and battered swine. Finally, clarity dawned upon him as he pleaded, "Please, stop. I surrender." Tang Zhan did not relent, continuing to strike as he inquired, "Admit it, were you wrong?" Xiong Hu cried out in agony, "I was wrong. The esteemed leader is my father. He is my father. I submit." The Xiong warriors who had accompanied Tang Long could hardly contain their mirth. They felt a sense of satisfaction. All had tasted the iron fist of the Tang warriors, and it was only fair. Henceforth, no one should dare to speak of surrender. Tang Zhan continued his assault, for the esteemed leader had not called for it to cease. Xiong Hu, though seemingly simple-minded, was far from foolish, and soon grasped the crux of the matter. Enduring a few painful blows, he laboriously crawled to Tang Long's side, wailing, "Chieftain, spare me." The warriors erupted in laughter. Realizing that this fellow had finally come to his senses, Tang Long could not help but smile, raising his hand to call for silence. "Enough. Cease the fighting." "Yes, chieftain." Xiong Hu's towering frame collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in agony as he exclaimed, "It hurts terribly." The laughter of the crowd swelled once more, filling the scene with joy. Even the fallen members of the Xiong clan grinned, for their suffering paled in comparison to that of Xiong Hu. As the warriors who had followed the extermination of the snakes returned to their kin, the camp buzzed with excitement anew. Before long, many Xiong warriors stood agape, voicing their astonishment. "What? The chieftain is not human? Shoo! Keep it down, it's a secret," the messenger cautioned. The Xiong warriors quickly covered their mouths. Indeed, this was a monumental secret. Tang Long, amidst the throng of injured, felt a deep sense of satisfaction at their reverence. "Let them admire you, bears." Unbeknownst to him, he had garnered an abundance of respect. The medical team arrived, tending to the wounded. "Yes, chieftain." Tang Li, with a playful demeanor, remarked. She felt a pang of sympathy for her herbs, nearly depleted by these stubborn fools who refused to listen until they had been thrashed. Why couldn't these wretched beings bow to their chieftain at first sight? Must they always endure a beating to behave properly? Suddenly, Xiong knelt, saying, Chieftain, there is one more matter I must confess. Tang Long helped Xiong to his feet, stating, in the Tang clan, we do not speak while kneeling. Like Elder Tang a simple clasp of hands will suffice. Xiong, believing Tang Long was showing him favor, gratefully replied, I shall change my ways. Tang Long, sensing his misunderstanding, elaborated, one must stand tall and proud. If one kneels for too long, they become accustomed to it and can no longer stand upright. Thus, in the Tang clan, we need not kneel before anyone, only offer a clasp of hands. Xiong eyes sparkled with understanding. The chieftain's words held profound wisdom. Knee too long, and one loses the ability to stand straight. The more he pondered, the more he felt the truth in this statement. Indeed, the chieftain was a sage. Tang Long inquired with a playful tone, You wish to inform me of the sacred beast within the Xiong clan, do you not? Xiong trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. How could you possibly know, chieftain? Laughing heartily, Tang Long gestured towards the solemn Xiong nearby. Xiong sighed in resignation. Alas, such misfortune for our clan. After a moment's thought, Tang Long decided to assist Xiong. In truth, you need not reveal anything. I have long been aware of the existence of a spiritual beast among the Xiong. Xiong was puzzled. The clan's guardian spirit resided deep within the mountains, never gracing the presence of humans, and only he and Xiong had encountered it. If not for Xiong's mention, who else could possibly know this secret? A lecherous warrior was summoned from the ranks by Tang Long, who introduced him. This is Tang Feng, our tribe's chief scout, who has long been tracking the habitat of the Xiong clan's spirit beast. Xiong, with a wry smile, remarked, Indeed, everything is under the chief's control. The chief is truly formidable. Tang Long chuckled. This fellow has been following us closely. Let us bring him forth. From now on, he shall be the spirit beast of the Tang clan. Excellent, Xiong exclaimed, producing a beast horn and blowing into it rhythmically, the sound echoing far and wide. A fierce roar resonated from the distant forest, sending a wave of ferocity into the sky. Demiao sensed a threat of danger, her gaze fixed intently on the woods. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, a massive, furry beast emerged from the forest, charging directly towards the Xiong clan's camp. The beast struck Tang Long with a first impression of endearing clumsiness mingled with ferocity. Towering approximately 6 meters, its immense stature rivaled that of a 2-story building. Its colossal head resembled that of a bear, adorned with a solitary white horn, giving it a somewhat endearing appearance. However, its blood-red eyes and gaping maw presented a truly menacing sight. The creature's fur was a blend of yellow and white, its neck elongated, and its limbs muscular, exuding boundless strength. Tang Long consulted the archives of the Fire Library and found the comparison, bear, with a similarity index of 30. Its form bore resemblance to a human bear, also known as a Ren Xiong. Description: This beast can uproot trees and, upon encountering humans, stands upright to pursue relentlessly. Its features and demeanor are reminiscent of a human, possessing tremendous strength to prey upon cattle and horses, thus dubbed the human bear. Tang Long was nearly certain that this colossal creature was the ancient human bear, albeit magnified countless times compared to its later descendants. With merely a single horn atop its head. Jokingly, he remarked, It seems the Xiong clan lives up to its name. Even the guardian spirit beast is a human bear. Xiong gratefully responded, Thank you for bestowing a name, chief. From now on, it shall be known as the human bear. Curiously, Tang Long inquired, What did you previously call it? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiong replied, I called it Mao. Tang Long couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the human bear was quite furry. Suddenly, Xiong recollected something, stating, Chief, in the vast wilderness, nearly every tribe possesses a guardian spirit beast, either tamed or revered. Tang Long, puzzled, asked, What distinguishes the two? Xiong clarified, They are vastly different. This human bear was saved by me in its youth. It possesses great intelligence and, out of gratitude, protects my clan. Hence it is tamed. However, the snake of the snake tribe is a revered beast, dominating the tribe and acting at will, effectively enslaving the people of the snake clan. Tang Long's understanding deepened. I see. His brow furrowed as he pondered. Are there many such entities akin to the snake tribe? Xiong Shan nodded bitterly. Indeed, there are many. The vast expanse of the great wilderness is boundless, with countless spiritual mountains. Fierce beasts, strong and wise, are innumerable, and from time to time, they emerge from the forest, occupying a human tribe, turning its people into their prey, exhibiting unparalleled savagery. Tang Long's heart was heavy. In such a vast wilderness, the struggle for survival was undeniably arduous. However, Tang Long, had arrived. Chapter 78. Sacrificed to heaven and earth. The human bear possessed an extraordinary intelligence and was quite obedient to Xiong Shan. Remarkably, it sat on the ground like a person and offered Tang Long a respectful gesture with its enormous paws. Its endearing and clumsy demeanor greatly endeared it to Tang Long. He generously presented the creature with a piece of smoked jerky as a token of their first meeting. The human bear's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a gluttonous child. After devouring the treat, it stubbornly refused to part from him, leaving Xiong Shan both amused and exasperated. This creature's intellect was likely comparable to that of Demiao, akin to a human child of 5 or 6 years, truly the age of a mischievous youth. Subsequently, Xiong Shan guided the human bear to circle around the tribe members, allowing it to familiarize itself with their scents. In the presence of its kin, the human bear exhibited an endearing and charming disposition, evoking envy among the onlookers. Particularly, Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement, emotions swirling within him. He had long harbored the desire to conquer a ferocious beast through sheer strength. Yet the formidable creatures he had coveted remained defiant, leaving him with lingering regret. He felt that if he could not tame a delightful yet powerful beast in his lifetime, he would depart this world with unfulfilled aspirations. Such envy. Tang Long's gaze also sparkled with admiration. Demiao belonged to a Wu, and the human bear belonged to Xiong Shan. What about his own? The tribe leader possesses a quasi-king level ferocious beast, whose realm surpasses even that of Demiao. Tang he informed him. Tang Long had meticulously arranged for both spirit beasts. He stated, though this beast is ferocious, it lacks swiftness, it can serve to guard the tribe. Demiao possesses unparalleled speed, traversing effortlessly between heaven and earth, and will accompany warriors on hunts or expeditions. Tang he nodded in agreement. Indeed, esteemed tribe leader, your wisdom is commendable. Thus, both spirit beasts can fulfill their respective strengths. However, with the influx of the bear tribe into their ranks, the Tang clan's numbers had surged by over 1,000, rendering the giant dragon mountain too cramped to accommodate them all. Relocating to the bear tribe's encampment seemed unwise. Did the esteemed tribe leader have a plan? Tang Long replied affirmatively. I have identified a suitable location. It is spacious enough to accommodate 100,000 people. The terrain is flat, ideal for construction. It is close to a large river, ensuring ample water supply, and not far from salt mines, truly fitting. Tang He's eyes lit up. Is it in this vicinity? Tang Long gestured towards the river's direction, beyond the mountain. On the other side of the river lies a verdant plain. That shall be our future home. Tang he suddenly comprehended. He had visited that plain before, and indeed, it was a splendid place. Wu, tonight the Tang clan shall hold its first sacrificial ceremony, with the bear tribe joining us. Tang Long organized. Wu responded joyfully. Yes, my esteemed tribe leader. As night descended, the round moon hung high in the sky, its pure white light bathing the earth, and the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers. Beneath Giant Dragon Mountain, the battlefield of the day transformed into the sacrificial ground for the Tang clan. Piles of bonfires were ignited, casting a glow that rendered the area as bright as day. The iron pots by the campfires of each clan exude an unparalleled charm at this moment. The women of the Xiong clan, having never encountered such cookware, could not resist the urge to strike the pots, creating a delightful clanging sound once they understood their purpose. They gently caressed the slender bodies of the pots, reluctant to let them go. Cooking with these vessels, one could imagine, would be incredibly swift. Meanwhile, the Tang women brought out their pots and stood aside, observing the spectacle, their laughter blooming like flowers. The sight of the Xiong clan, so unaccustomed to such wonders, inexplicably filled their hearts with joy. Soon after, the Tang women presented their pottery, its vibrant red hue enchanting the Xiong women. They traced their fingers along the smooth ceramic surface, the cool, sleek sensation eliciting delighted shrieks. The Xiong women clung to the pottery, some even tucking it into their garments. The Tang women made no attempt to stop them. They recalled how, when the clan leader first crafted these items, they too had been equally unrefined in their excitement. They had hidden the tribe's first pottery, considering it sacred, a treasure. They continued to use stone pots and bowls for their meals, which incited the ire of the clan leader. In a fit of anger, the leader smashed a large stack of pottery before everyone, startling the entire tribe. It was only then that they apprehensively began to use the pottery, realizing its convenience. The Tang women searched for the clan leader's presence. Merely seeing the young man, whose face radiated joy during meals, brought them great comfort. All this happiness stemmed from him. Amidst the somber sounds of beast horns and the rhythmic beating of drums, the first sacrificial ceremony of the Tang tribe commenced. The beautiful Tang shaman, without question, took the role of the chief priestess. Adorned with a lovely floral crown and dressed in garments sewn from white wolf pelts, she appeared as enchanting as a celestial being beneath the moonlight. The gaze of the tribespeople was irresistibly drawn to her. This was far from their preconceived notion of a priestess. She resembled a divine figure descended from the heavens. Traditionally, the chief priestess would paint her face and body with an array of colorful vine juices, rendering her no different from an ominous specter. The ritual had been steeped in eeriness and fear. Originally, the Tang shaman intended to apply vibrant vine juices to her face, but was steadfastly dissuaded by Tang Long. Previously, the old tribe honored the sun and moon gods, for they illuminated the earth. However, the new Tang tribe worshipped heaven and earth. Tang Long, devoid of any deities in his heart, revered nature and the cyclical laws of existence. Initially, the tribe's people were perplexed by the change in worship, but upon reflection, they recognized that the clan leader was also a divine entity. Thus, it would be highly inappropriate to honor other deities. Therefore, venerating heaven and earth was indeed the most fitting choice. With this realization, the tribe voiced no further dissent, for the clan leader was the most divine, and whatever he decreed for worship was to be followed. In the heart of the battlefield stood a colossal stone, adorned with several magnificent offerings: the head of the wolf king, the head of the sea eel dragon, the head of the Kuei bull, and the head of the Shio snake. These four formidable beast heads exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity, instilling a sense of awe in all who gazed upon them, creating an atmosphere rich with the solemnity of ritual. The Tang shaman began to perform a graceful dance, her voice resonating with the words, "Thank heaven, thank earth, and thank fate for bringing our kin together. Thank the wind, thank the rain, thank the sunlight that illuminates the land. The sea may dry, the stone may crumble, the heavens may collapse, and the earth may split, yet the Tang clan shall never be separated." Never separated. The beauty of the shaman's voice captivated the audience. Her melody taught by the Tang dragon, enchanting all who listened. The clan members were spellbound. In previous rituals, the high priest would utter only incomprehensible divine languages, devoid of such melodious chanting. Tang dragon sat nearby, filled with joy, utterly enthralled. How reminiscent of the summer rain by the Daming Lake. The theme song of My Fair Princess resonated beautifully even in the vast wilderness. The bonfire ceremony of the sacrificial rite had only just begun. Chapter 79. The Bear Clan joins the inaugural sacrificial rite of the Tang clan was a food offering. The library of kindling records that food is the essence of life. In primitive society, the earliest rituals primarily involved food offerings. In such times, the primary deities of worship were the spirits. In the dawn of humanity, people regarded natural phenomena and elements with a sense of mystery and fear. The ever-changing clouds and winds in the sky, the celestial movements of the sun and moon, as well as the mountains, trees, birds, and beasts on the earth, were all believed to be governed by divine beings, giving rise to the notion that all things possess a spirit. Humanity felt gratitude towards these deities for nurturing their growth, while simultaneously fearing the threats they posed to existence. Consequently, people revered these numerous deities, praying for their blessings and protection from calamities. Tang Dragon pondered whether true deities existed in this vast wilderness. However, for now, his Tang clan only worshipped the natural elements of heaven and earth. Once they developed a calendar to delineate the seasons and clarify the passage of time, the Tang clan would also honor their ancestors in similar rituals. If humanity were to forget their roots and forsake their lineage, they would lose their humanity. Much like the Serpent clan. Upon concluding her chant, the shaman summoned the fire spirits, transforming into a radiant goddess of flame. both mysterious and beautiful. The bonfire before the altar was ignited by the fire spirits, dispelling the darkness and bringing forth boundless hope. The clan members gazed upon the Tang shaman with reverence. She was the fire shaman, the king of shamans, a beacon of light for all. The shaman proclaimed in a clear voice, "Kneel." Leading the way, Tang Dragon and all others knelt, gazing devoutly at the altar. The shaman continued, "Bow." Tang Dragon guided the clan in a profound reverence of 3 kneels and 9 bows towards heaven and earth, completing the entire sacrificial ceremony. The process was simple yet imbued with profound ritualistic significance. Tang Long rose and proclaimed, "The time has come for the clan's initiation ceremony. We shall partake in the mingling of blood and water." Adhering to tradition, the veteran warriors of the Tang clan held half-ceramic basins filled with water, prompting each clan member to make a small incision on their fingers, allowing their blood to mingle within the basin, symbolizing the unity of their lineage. The clan members approached this solemn rite with utmost seriousness, their expressions reverent as they carefully let their blood drip into the ceramic vessel. The scene evoked memories of wine for Tang Long. Alas, it was unavailable at present, or else it would have been a toast of blood wine. He recalled the tome from the firewood library, 100 methods of brewing. At this moment, he could only dream, for the only available resource for brewing was wild fruit. Selecting a method could yield the purest fruit wine. Yet, food was scarce, making the use of wild fruit for brewing not merely extravagant, but wasteful. The clan members were in dire need of nutrition and vitamins, particularly the children who were still growing. Wild fruit was a precious commodity. However, he pondered whether ancient monkeys roamed this vast wilderness. If so, did they possess the legendary monkey wine? The thought intrigued him. Tang Long was the last to draw blood. And soon the process of distributing the mingled blood water commenced, with each person receiving a generous bowl, no favoritism shown. He raised his bowl high and declared, "By drinking this bowl of mingled blood water, we become united in blood, bound as one family of the Tang clan, indivisible and unbreakable. Cheers." The clan members raised their bowls in unison, echoing, "Cheers." With a hearty gulp, Tang Long drank deeply, exuding a spirit of camaraderie that resonated throughout the gathering. The clan members followed suit, downing their bowls without hesitation. Life indeed thrives on ritual. Upon completing the rite, the clan members felt a newfound closeness among one another. With an exuberant laugh, Tang Long proclaimed, "Today, our Tang clan welcomes many new brothers and sisters. It marks the rise of our clan in this vast wilderness. Rise in the wilderness, uphold righteousness, uphold righteousness, uphold righteousness." The elder clan members shouted excitedly. The newcomers looked bewildered, puzzled by the phrase, "uphold righteousness." Xiong Zhuang, with a confused expression, turned to Tang Zhan and asked, "Leader, what does uphold righteousness mean?" Tang Zhan, with a hint of pride, replied, "Do not question the sacred words taught by the clan leader. Simply join in the chant." Xiong Zhuang's eyes brightened, and he eagerly joined in. "Uphold righteousness, uphold righteousness, uphold righteousness." After a few calls, he felt a surge of fervor within him, exhilarated by the chant. Thus, he shouted louder, reveling in the sensation until his throat grew hoarse. United in purpose, their collective spirit soared. Tang Wu, with a flushed face, exclaimed, "Elder Tang, I feel my blood heating up with every shout. I yearn to roar to the heavens." "Tang," he chuckled, "it is not your blood that grows warmer, but your heart that ignites." The clan leader teaches that shared hearts and intertwined emotions create a force known as cohesion. Tang Wu nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, recognizing the depth of the clan leader's wisdom. A wave of potent vitality surged from the Tang clan members, dispersing the clouds above, startling the birds in flight, and driving away the surrounding beasts. The clan members grew increasingly exuberant, their vitality surging within them. A few torrents of energy, akin to smoke signals, became conspicuously apparent. Several first-tier beast warriors astonishingly ascended to second-tier status on the spot. Tang Feng also experienced a remarkable breakthrough, reaching the level of a third-tier beast warrior. His aura of vitality strikingly formidable, the overwhelming energy of his advancement filled Tang Long with uncontainable joy. Xiong Zhuang, observing the scene, was dazzled, exclaiming, "The incantations taught by the clan leader can lead to breakthroughs. This is truly mythical." To uphold the heavenly mandate, Xiong Zhuang shouted with all his might, fervently yearning for his own advancement. Tang Long, taken aback, had initially intended to deliver an impassioned speech to inspire and invigorate the spirits of his kin. However, such a speech had become unnecessary. The 4 words to uphold the heavenly mandate had already ignited the hearts of the clan members, their inner flames ablaze, ready to spread like wildfire. He sighed softly, feeling as though 1,000 bears were racing through his heart, his emotions complex and tumultuous. How wonderful it is to uphold the heavenly mandate. He raised his hand and gestured twice in the air, prompting the clan members to instinctively cease their shouting. Only then did Tang Long continue. New clan members, it is time for naming. The newly inducted members perked up, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they turned to Tang Long. A name accompanies a person for a lifetime, and every individual holds it in high regard. The most eager among them were Xiongda, Xiong-Er, Xiong-Xiong, Xiongdan, Xiongdong, Xiongzi, Xiongsun, and Xiong-Yao. Many had long been dissatisfied with their names, as they were painfully unappealing. Hearing others call them often brought tears to their eyes. In primitive society, names were assigned rather casually and rather clumsily, primarily due to the limited vocabulary available. Typically, upon a child's birth, the mother or father would name them after an object they saw or thought of at that moment. For instance, the name Xiongdan likely arose because his mother saw an egg or had a craving for one during his birth. As for the girl named Xiongdong, it is quite possible that her mother witnessed someone relieving themselves at the moment of her birth. This is undoubtedly true. In summary, the newly inducted members brimmed with anticipation for the renaming process. It was said that the clan leader was a deity incarnate, and they prayed fervently for him to bestow upon them beautiful names. Tang Long began the naming. Xiong-Shan was renamed Tang Shan, becoming the 2nd elder of the Tang clan, while the 1st elder was Tang He. Xiong-Zhuang became Tang Zhuang, Xiong Hu transformed into Tang Hu, and Xiong Shi became Tang Shi. With over 1,000 members in the Xiong clan, Tang Long had the essential task of naming each one. This was not only a matter of honoring each clan member, but also of recognizing them individually. Such an endeavor could not be taken lightly. It required his personal attention, with no one else capable of substituting him. Xiongdong was a girl of considerable beauty, with delicate features and a youthful allure. Tang Long gently inquired, "What was your original name?" Xiongdong lowered her head, biting her lip, and whispered, "Xiongdong." Tang Long was left utterly astonished. A girl of such exquisite beauty, named Feces, is utterly outrageous. Chapter 80. Praise for the Chieftain. Tears shimmered in the corners of Bear Feces' eyes, and the girl's expression of grievance stirred feelings of sympathy. Tang Long could easily surmise that this outrageous name had subjected her to considerable mockery. With a twinge of compassion, he proposed, "May I bestow upon you the name Tang Tang?" Bear Feces, perplexed, inquired, "What does Tang Tang mean?" Tang Long elucidated, "Tang originally signifies sweetness. Thus, Tang Tang denotes an abundance of sweetness. I hope you will enjoy a delightful life in the Tang tribe." The girl instantly fell in love with her new name, feeling liberated from the repugnant label that had burdened her, and her heart brightened considerably. With sparkling eyes, Tang Tang looked at Tang Long and asked, "Chieftain, have you taken a wife?" Tang Long internally lamented, managing a wry smile. The chieftain is still young and not yet ready for marriage. With innocent exuberance, Tang Tang declared, "Chieftain, I wish to bear your children. My bosom is ample, and I shall nourish them well." Upon finishing her words, she presented a glimpse of her alabaster skin, revealing a pair of remarkably voluptuous curves that appeared quite formidable. Tang Long was taken aback, his handsome face flushing crimson. Did women always resort to such displays? Was he the sort to leer at women's bodies? Nonetheless, the sight of Tang Tang's generous curves was indeed striking. Suddenly, Tang Tang was hoisted by 2 strong arms and returned to her original position in a daze. Slightly irked, she focused her gaze and gasped in fear, daring not to utter another word. Before her stood 2 stunningly beautiful girls, Tang Ro and Tang Li, whose eyes glinted ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Tang Ro spoke coldly. "According to the 3rd rule of the Tang clan, one must not actively entice the chieftain." "Humph," Tang Li added with a disdainful snort. "Considering your recent induction into the clan and your ignorance, we shall let this slide. Should there be a next time, you may inquire of Tang Shi about the consequences of violating clan rules." Tang Tang trembled at the thought. She had heard tales of Tang Shi's fate, where 2 fingers had been pierced, with bone shards protruding. The very thought was agonizing. She hastily vowed, "Tang Tang shall not dare again." Only then did the two girls relent, turning back to guard Tang Long's side. Each harbored their own thoughts. Yet their objective aligned, vigilantly safeguarding their chieftain from the advances of flirtatious girls. The chieftain belongs to them. Tang Long cast a glance at the two formidable sentinels behind him. Feeling a twinge of headache, the tribe was rife with single women. It seemed imperative to marry them off swiftly. Only then could the tribe welcome more little ones, ensuring a bright future for their community. Bestowing names upon the new tribe members had consumed considerable time and taxed Tang Long's intellect. Yet, the new members were filled with joy. The chieftain, truly a sage, had chosen names that resonated beautifully. After naming them, Tang Long remarked, "New tribe members should also enjoy a warm bath and don fresh animal skin garments." However, the tribe lacked sufficient animal skins and had not yet sewn enough garments. For today, simplicity was key. Let us first savor a bite of stir-fried dish and enjoy a sip of hot soup. The tribe's people joyfully agreed. The new members were filled with curiosity about Tang's new way of life. Everything was refreshingly novel. The Tang clan was indeed vastly different from their own. To facilitate the integration of the newcomers, the elders of the Tang tribe dispersed among the campfires. According to tradition, the elders brought the new members before Tang Long to learn the dishes prepared by the chieftain. With a smile, Tang Long announced, "Today, I shall teach you how to make salt-fried meat." All he had were salt and meat, making this dish particularly fitting for the occasion. Tang Long first produced a cutting board, placing it on the smooth stone slab before him, then retrieved a dark, gleaming knife to lay upon the board. The newcomers were astounded by this display of skill, their mouths agape in astonishment. They curiously inquired, "Did the chieftain conjure these items?" An elder, with a proud demeanor, replied, "Do not question, and do not forget the chieftain's esteemed identity." In truth, he too was unaware. He was equally curious. The newcomers pondered the legends of the chieftain, concluding that he was indeed extraordinary. An elder explained, "Observe closely how the chieftain utilizes that board and knife. I have never seen such items before. They must be inventions of the chieftain. Whenever new tools emerge in the tribe, it is the chieftain who teaches us how to use them. Every time we come to learn cooking from the chieftain, we also learn the usage of new creations. Do you understand?" The newcomers nodded eagerly, comprehending. Tang Long introduced, "This board, which I have named a cutting board, is crafted from the ironwood of the forest, known for its durability, and is intended for food preparation." He lifted the knife, placing a piece of meat upon the board, and as he sliced, he explained, "This knife is called a kitchen knife, capable of chopping, cutting, and slicing. No longer must we wield the cumbersome cleaver to cut meat. This kitchen knife suffices." Yes, esteemed chieftain, Tang Long's knife skills were remarkable, slicing the meat into uniform pieces, a sight to behold. Once the iron pot was heated, he added a spoonful of pure, solidified animal fat. The sizzling sound filled the air as the fat melted, releasing an enticing aroma. The newcomers' stomachs churned at the delightful scent. What had the chieftain added to create such allure? The elder chuckled softly, reminiscing about her own first encounter with the fragrance of animal fat, when her stomach had protested loudly, overwhelmed by hunger. She elaborated, "The chieftain is stir-frying. The first step is to add oil. The chieftain asserts that the reason we feel hungry is due to a lack of oil in our bellies. Thus, fat is essential, and dishes must be cooked with oil to enhance their flavor." The newcomers nodded, partially understanding. Once the oil reached a vigorous heat, Tang Long added the meat for a quick stir-fry. The aroma was utterly irresistible, tantalizing their taste buds. After the meat, a harmonious blend of fat and lean turned a delightful golden hue. He sprinkled it with pure white salt, completing the dish. The salt-grilled meat made its grand debut in the vast wilderness. Tang Long presented the meat before Elder Tang Shan and said, "Elder Shan, do give it a taste." Taking a deep breath, Tang Shan exclaimed, "It smells divine." He picked up a slice of the salt-grilled meat and savored it, his taste buds awakened by a flavor he had never before experienced. Tang Shan sighed in admiration. To be able to enjoy such culinary delights in these mountains makes the journey through this wilderness worthwhile. He gazed at the clan leader, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, and continued, "In the heart of the mountains, you are undoubtedly the strongest leader of this wilderness." Tang Long felt a wave of contentment wash over him, his spirits lifted. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Elder Shan, I must admit I was a bit distracted earlier. What was your last remark?" With a chuckle, Tang Shan repeated, "In the heart of the mountains, you are undoubtedly the strongest leader of this wilderness." Suddenly, Tang Long's mood brightened even further as he replied, Elder Shan, as a newcomer to our clan, you should indulge a little more. I shall prepare a fish head and wild vegetable soup for you, so do wait. Tang Shan felt an inexplicable moisture at the corners of his eyes. Under his leadership, the Xiong clan had lived a life of hardship, leaving him feeling lost and uncertain. However, upon joining the Tang clan, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Watching Tang Long bustling by the campfire, a sense of hope for the future filled his heart. He was a leader who could charge into battle with unwavering bravery. A leader who showed no mercy toward wicked foes, yet also one who delighted in filling the bellies of his kin. Tang Shan quietly mused, Oh, my revered leader. The praises of the mountains seem so inadequate. They hardly do you justice. Chapter 81. The most difficult to bear is the favor of a beauty salt-grilled meat. Fresh fish and wild vegetable soup and roasted meat, all seasoned with the Tang clan's exquisite salt, became the clan's signature dishes and the most delectable fare in the wilderness. The red ceramic bowls, the crimson spoons, and the black meat-cutting knives enchanted the new clan members. They had never before used such beautiful utensils. The clan's folk dived into their meals, drinking every last drop of soup from the pot, gnawing on the bones until not a shred of meat remained, and savoring the final drop of marrow. Sated, they patted their bellies and laughed heartily, feeling as if they were soaring on clouds. With a mournful blast of the horn, Tang Zhuang signaled the commencement of the second half of the ritual, the free performance. Leading the newly joined clan members, Tang Zhuang stepped forward, and they began to dance the most primal of dances. They raised their heads, puffed out their chests, stomped their feet, and let out synchronized shouts. The dance appeared somewhat peculiar, resembling a group of roaring bears in wild abandon. Stomping their feet showcased their powerful leg muscles, pounding their chests displayed their strong pectorals, and raising their arms high revealed their muscular arms. This was indeed a dance of strength, embodying the power of male creatures. Tang Long opened the library of firewood and noted, Encyclopedia. In primitive societies, dance was an integral part of life, not performed for aesthetic purposes, but out of necessity for survival. At that time, the dance primarily expressed reverence, totemic worship, sacrificial rites, fertility veneration, and hunting ceremonies. Tang Long pondered, deducing that the dance performed by the Tang shaman was likely a sacrificial offering, while Tang Zhuang's movements were an exhibition of fertility worship, akin to beast courting, showcasing his strength to the surrounding women in a bid for affection. The Tang women, their faces flushed with color, huddled together, whispering and gesturing, their comments veiled in mystery. Tang Long's ears perked up. What were they discussing? Xiao Chao, look at how robust Tang Zhuang is. Would you consider marrying him? Tang Li's teasing voice reached his ears. Tang Xiao Chao scoffed. He merely appears strong. I have no interest. Curiosity piqued. Tang Li inquired. Then what kind of man do you desire? With a giggle, Tang Xiao Chao's eyes sparkled as if reminiscing about something. Do tell, or I shall whip your fare behind. Tang Li insisted, her curiosity intensifying. Finally, Tang Xiao Chao shyly replied, That day when the clan leader fought the Kuei Nyo in the nude, I saw that the clan leader truly possesses great strength. Tang Long's handsome face flushed. It seemed prudent to avoid eavesdropping on such intimate conversations. The women, gathered together discussing men, were far more candid than men would ever be in discussing women. As the rhythmic drumming echoed, graceful maidens took the stage, each adorned with braids and floral garlands. Radiant as blossoms, clad in matching leather vests and shorts, their appearance was fresh and invigorating. The girls, with their ample bosoms, slender waists, and athletic legs, captivated the attention of all present. Particularly striking were Tang Rou and Tang Li, both possessing angelic faces and devilish figures, resembling ethereal dancers emerging from the forest, exuding charm with every gesture. They performed the dance of sacrificial offering, simple yet visually delightful. Tang Rou sang, Who brings us sustenance? And the chorus of girls responded, The clan leader. Who is the bravest man in our tribe? They echoed, The clan leader. Who is our beloved? They chimed, The clan leader. Whom would you most desire to invite into your cave? They sang, The clan leader. As they danced, the maidens encircled Tang Long, their presence overwhelming. He was inundated with their youthful exuberance, his face burning with embarrassment, suspecting that these women were deliberately attempting to provoke him. In an instant, the fragrance of the young women enveloped him, and Tang Long felt as though he had entered a realm of femininity, surrounded by sweet, soft voices, and alluring sights. He sighed softly, tempted to invoke the third clan rule of the Tang family to dispel the atmosphere, yet it seemed inappropriate in this moment. The clan members watched him with amusement. What was he to do? Suddenly Tang Ro gently bit her red lips, her enchanting eyes glistening as she leaned closer to his ear, softly licking his earlobe. Startled, Tang Long felt a jolt run through his body. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. What mischief was this stunning enchantress contemplating? With a breath as fragrant as orchids, Tang Ro whispered in his ear, "Great leader, do you find me beautiful?" Tang Long, genuinely reluctant to respond to such a question, thought, "Surely you must know your own beauty." With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Absolutely stunning." Upon hearing this, Tang Ro's expression became inscrutable, recalling Tang Jian's remark, "The great leader says women are naturally deceitful, and the more beautiful they are, the more they deceive." Summoning her courage, she declared, "While I may be beautiful, I have never deceived you." A pang of unease struck Tang Long. Why would she mention deception unprompted? Was she perhaps feeling guilty? Had she, in the past, concealed something from him, or worse? Did she intend to deceive him in the future? He regarded Tang Ro with suspicion. There must be something she wished to hide. Resolutely, he decided to interrogate her after the ritual. What exactly did she intend to deceive him about? Tang Ro, perceptive to the shifts in his demeanor, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Indeed, the great leader harbored doubts about beautiful women. What should she do? Should she truly mar her face? Setting aside such thoughts, she adorned Tang Long with a floral crown, forcing a smile as she said, "Great leader, shall we visit my cave today?" The tribe held their breath, eagerly awaiting his response. Should Tang Long acquiesce, Tang Ro would willingly offer herself to him without restraint. With gritted teeth, Tang Long propelled himself into the air, declaring, "I am still young. You all dance well while I find a place to train." He vanished into the forest in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Disappointment clouded Tang Ro's face. What a blockhead! Laughter erupted among the tribe. Their once invincible leader had succumbed to the allure of a young maiden. Retreating in utter disarray, a tale for endless amusement. What? The great leader had yet to experience a woman? No wonder he reacted thus. The women's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Soon enough, the news of the great leader's youthful innocence spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Tang Long raced into the forest, taking a deep breath to calm his restless spirit. The trials of beauty are indeed most challenging. The forest was shrouded in darkness, the moonlight unable to penetrate the dense canopy above. In the shadows, several pairs of gleaming green eyes emerged behind Tang Long. The third update is here. Dear readers, if you find my writing heartfelt, please consider bestowing a 5-star rating. Likes, gifts, and encouragement for updates are always appreciated. Watching videos also helps bolster my popularity. Recently, many kind souls have gifted me, and I hope to express my gratitude in a dedicated chapter. Special thanks to the one who sent me my first inspiration capsule. Thank you all. Chapter 82. The Hunt for the Wolf King. Something is amiss. Tang Long's ears perked up, his eyes shining with intensity as he spun around swiftly, like a whirlwind. Though the forest was shrouded in darkness, it appeared as bright as day under the gaze of his piercing eyes. Before him stood a pack of forest wolves, numbering around 20 to 30, their emerald eyes glinting ominously in the night. Leading them was a white wolf king, comparable in size to the previous alpha. At this moment, the pack had encircled him, employing their customary hunting formation. The wolves of the forest exuded a palpable ferocity, their presence sending tremors through the air. Birds in the trees took flight, and even the insects on the ground sought refuge. Yet, within Tang Long's heart, a thrill of joy surged. Such a formidable pack, weighing perhaps 30 to 40,000 jin of meat, could sustain his clan for several days. The Tang clan boasted a population of over 1,500, and with each member requiring approximately 10 jin of meat daily, a minimum of 15,000 jin was necessary to satiate their hunger. Currently, the resources in his library dwindled to merely 10,000 jin of kuei cattle and 10,000 jin of shio snake meat, while other food supplies had been nearly exhausted. Tang Long was troubled. Without fresh provisions, once the remnants of the original bear tribe's meat were consumed, his people would inevitably face starvation. The royal-grade kuei beef and shio snake meat were invaluable for aiding warriors in their breakthroughs. To use them for mere sustenance would be an egregious waste. A glimmer ignited in Tang Long's eyes. The wolves had arrived just in time. However, he was perplexed. How could such a large pack emerge when the ferocious beasts near Giant Dragon Mountain had been thoroughly eradicated? Perhaps the great cat had grown lax today, neglecting to patrol its territory? An unease settled in his heart, for the appearance of this wolf pack was indeed unusual. The howls of the wolves echoed through the forest, a chilling wind sweeping through the trees. The wolves' eyes glowed with a fierce green light, fixating on Tang Long as if he were a piece of meat. In return, a similar glint shone in Tang Long's eyes. The wolf's flesh and pelts were his, and none would escape. Particularly, the White Wolf King, with its pristine coat, was a treasure coveted by the women of his clan, and he could not afford to let it slip away. With a cacophony of howls, the pack launched their assault, their agile limbs propelling them towards Tang Long in a flurry of strikes and bites, executing their 3 signature moves. A cold smile crept across Tang Long's lips as he brandished his blade, directing it at the wolves. One daring giant wolf charged at him, swift as a wisp of smoke, its cunning evident. Should Tang Long falter, it would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snap at his head. The wolf's jaws were wide, making the act of decapitating him all too easy. With a fierce roar, Tang Long commanded, "Kill." The blade shimmered like water, a chilling arc slicing through the giant wolf's belly, cleaving it in two. Blood splattered, and the wolf's entrails spilled onto the ground. The White Wolf King, enraged, leaped atop a massive stone, raising its head to the moon and letting out a furious howl. The air resonated with its wrath and bloodlust, further emboldening the pack. Tang Long felt a surge of satisfaction. He had intentionally slaughtered the giant wolf to provoke the pack into a frenzied attack. As he exhibited extraordinary prowess, charging forth to wreak havoc, the wolf pack would undoubtedly scatter in terror, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. Now, with the wolves advancing in a furious assault, everything remained under his control. The White Wolf King emitted a battle signal, commanding from atop a massive stone. The colossal wolves encircled him, launching their assault from all directions, intent on overwhelming him collectively. Their singular aim was to sever this human's throat. Tang Long's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as the second Tang knife materialized in his hand. With a swift flourish of his dual blades, he enveloped himself in a shimmering defense. The winds began to stir in the forest, and rain began to pour. Only it was a deluge of crimson, the stench of blood saturating the air and drawing the gaze of countless beasts lurking nearby. The wolves' attacks surged like relentless waves, crashing upon him in relentless succession. Yet, Tang Long stood firm like a boulder amidst the tempest, impervious to their frenzied assault. His movements were swift, his blades razor-sharp, and his strikes unerringly precise. Any wolf that dared to engage him would find itself lifeless upon hitting the ground. The wolves bore only 2 wounds. One, a gash across their bellies, the other, a severed throat. The more pungent the scent of blood, the more frenzied the wolves became. Thus, when the last wolf completed its leap, the entire pack lay vanquished in a pool of blood, utterly decimated, leaving only the commanding figure of the White Wolf King atop the stone. The White Wolf King's eyes narrowed in realization as it beheld the annihilation of its pack. Sensing imminent danger, it recognized that this human was a more ferocious entity than any wolf, instilling fear within its heart. It turned to flee, moving with remarkable swiftness, a streak of white against the darkened forest. "Ah, seeking to escape?" Tang Long exclaimed, frustrated. "Come to my grasp, White Wolf King." He swiftly absorbed the colossal wolves into the library of flames, then leapt into the air, propelling himself off a tree as an arrow in pursuit of the White Wolf King. Under the moonlight, a massive white wolf desperately fled through the forest, while a shadow pursued it like a specter, enacting a dramatic chase between man and beast. The forest, adorned with peculiar trees, ancient vines, and dense undergrowth, presented a labyrinthine terrain. This was the White Wolf King's domain, and it skillfully navigated the landscape to evade capture, proving quite the challenge. Had it not been for Tang Long's thunder eye, which illuminated the night as if it were day, he might have lost track of the White Wolf King. The chase reached a stalemate, with the distance between them closing at an agonizingly slow pace. The White Wolf King, a pinnacle-level beast, instilled terror in the lesser creatures along its path, causing them to flee in desperation. The forest erupted into chaos, filled with the cries of wild beasts. This pursuit stretched over 100 kilometers. At last, the White Wolf King's speed began to falter, its breaths echoing like thunder. Tang Long, too, felt the ache in his muscles. This creature was truly a formidable runner. Finally, Before a towering mountain, Tang Long caught up to the White Wolf King. He leapt into the air, delivering a decisive blow that severed the White Wolf King's head. This act brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. The wolf's head flew far away, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as the wolf's body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing with a resounding thud. Tang Long stored the White Wolf King within the Library of Flames, estimating the weight to be a staggering 40,000 pounds of wolf meat, a monumental harvest. He chuckled to himself, preparing to rest for a moment before regaining his strength to return to the Dragon Mountain. Having been away for so long, his kin must be worried. Seated upon a slab of azure stone, Tang Long surveyed his surroundings. The mountain before him towered high, its peak concealed by swirling mists. Enormous, nameless trees adorned the summits, while various birds flitted gracefully among the heights, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a heavenly abode. Scattered around him were wild fruits and flowers, with phosphorescent plants illuminating the ground, enhancing the beauty of the scene. Taking a deep breath, he noted that the sweetness in the air was more pronounced than anywhere else he had been. His eyes brightened as he followed the alluring scent, glancing upwards to behold a magnificent sight. On the cliff before him, a purple plant radiated a gentle glow, emitting a rich fragrance. Chapter 83. Ancient Beasts. Tang Long's eyes, imbued with the power of lightning, cautiously scanned the area, detecting no immediate danger. The plant appeared umbrella-shaped, likely a type of fungus, with a cap as large as a grinding stone. A thrill surged through him. Could this be the fabled entity? With a mere thought, the Library of Flames provided a comparative result. Purple spirit mushroom, similarity index 1. Age, 11,100 years. Note, this library only identifies items over a century old. Those under a century are not assessed. Description, known since ancient times as the immortal herb, auspicious grass, and treasured herb, the spirit mushroom primarily comprises 6 varieties: red, blue, yellow, purple, white, and black. A sense of delight filled Tang Long's heart. The Library of Flames had upgraded its identification capabilities to determine the age of items. This advancement would grant him a more profound understanding of the mysterious entities within the vast wilderness. Truly marvelous. Tang Long was now certain that this was the legendary 10,000-year spirit mushroom. Having thrived for millennia in this spiritually rich wilderness, its medicinal properties were immeasurable, surely transcending mere healing. In later generations, this substance was referred to as the immortal herb. Legends claimed that consuming a millennium-old spirit mushroom could lead one to immortality. What, then, could be said of the 10,000-year variety? Yet, the fact that such an ancient being had survived in this treacherous forest without being devoured by fearsome beasts was decidedly peculiar. Thus, Tang Long's hair stood on end. There must be a tremendous danger lurking nearby. Gripping his black iron knife tightly, he unleashed 2 beams of purple light from his eyes, scanning the vicinity for any suspicious entities. Indeed, a sudden, eerie cry pierced the air, its tone similar to a wolf's howl, yet distinct in rhythm. As he focused intently, a colossal crimson beast emerged from a cave at the base of the cliff, resembling a fiery apparition traversing the woods. This creature bore a resemblance to a leopard, yet in the center of its feline visage sprouted a singular red horn, rendering it a most fearsome sight. Its muscular limbs were taut and robust, with a long back adorned by a row of crimson scales, trailing behind it 5 elongated tails. The fierce beast stood approximately 3 meters tall, towering like a full story of a building, and extended about 5 meters in length, exuding an air of formidable might. Tang Long narrowed his eyes, feeling a faint yet palpable pressure. This was a king-class ferocious beast, the apex predator of the forest. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the knowledge from the Fire and Wood Library. Red leopard, similarity index 1. In the classic of mountains and seas, West Mountain, it speaks of a peculiar creature, known as the Zhangha, residing in the desolate Zhangha Mountain, devoid of flora and abundant in jade. This creature bears a resemblance to the red leopard. Possessing 5 tails and a horn, its sound akin to the clashing of stones. Legend has it that the Zhangha resides in the Jade Mountain, its voice resonating like the striking of rocks, with a horn sprouting from its face and 5 tails trailing behind, its entire form of vivid scarlet, reminiscent of a leopard. The ancient beast Zhangha, aside from its sound differing from the legends, was almost identical in every other aspect. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tang Long's mind. The Zhangha thrived upon jade, Could it be that this mountain was entirely composed of jade? His anticipation began to swell, for jade has been cherished throughout the ages, a treasure from ancient times to the present and beyond. If this truly was a jade mountain, it would yield precious resources for constructing cities and homes, providing exquisite jade for flooring and wall tiles. Houses made of jade would undoubtedly be breathtaking. The thought filled Tang Long with excitement, and he instinctively sharpened his two tiger-like fangs. The spiritual essence belonged to him, as did this ancient beast. Assessing the Zhang's weight, he estimated it to be at least 10,000 pounds, most likely with an abundance of lean meat. Being an ancient beast, its flesh should possess exquisite flavor. Charcoal-grilled kuei beef, dragon and phoenix soup, and braised zhang meat. Just the thought made his mouth water. Tang Long's throat bobbed as he prepared to act. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he brandished his blade and charged forward, ferociously declaring, "Monster, kneel and perish before your clan leader. Surrender your flesh and skin." The Zhanga was momentarily taken aback. Previously, humans would flee from it faster than any beast, yet this human stood his ground, appearing rather exhilarated. Observing the human's fierce demeanor, it felt utterly disregarded. Infuriated, the Zhanga knew that those who dared challenge its might faced certain demise. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted from within the Zhanga, and it unleashed a torrent of scarlet flames that illuminated the entire forest. Fire! Yet Tang Long was unafraid. His lightning power surpassed the temperature of the flames by far. Thus, he did not evade, but rather plunged directly into the inferno, resolute as a moth drawn to the flame. The Zhanga, momentarily amused by the folly of this human, thought, "Let this fool meet his end." Bang! The forest erupted in a fiery explosion, sparks scattering as a figure burst forth from the flames. Hands raised high with an iron blade, striking down towards the Zhanga's head with the swiftness of lightning. The Zhanga was struck with terror. The invincible flames had failed to incinerate this human. It was utterly inconceivable. The monstrous creature shook its head violently, its leopard-like visage confronting the blade with its formidable horn. The clash of steel resonated in a series of metallic clangs. The horn, remarkably resilient, not only remained unscathed but also inflicted numerous dents upon Tang Long's iron knife. Rather than dismay, Tang Long felt exhilaration. This horn, once fashioned into a curved blade, would undoubtedly possess unparalleled sharpness. Though his strength was slightly inferior to that of the beast, the impact left his arm somewhat numb. Nevertheless, his spirits remained undeterred. "All of this is mine." With a flick of his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of dark projectiles towards the creature's fierce eyes. The creature's pupils constricted as it shut its eyes. The black iron needles struck like hammers against iron, their tips dripping with crimson droplets that fell to the ground. With a howl, the creature's eyelid was pierced, eliciting a series of pained roars. A flicker of brilliance danced in Tang Long's eyes as he wielded his flying knives once more, their glint slicing through the air with lightning speed. His aim was unerring. Had the creature comprehended Tang Long's prowess, it would never have dared to confront him. Yet, in its ignorance, it was destined to meet a tragic end. A dozen flying knives pierced its mouth, tongue, and throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the pain felt as though its head might explode. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Tang Long's lips as he maneuvered behind the creature, targeting the large red spot at its rear with a malevolent black needle. The sharp whistle of the iron needles sliced through the forest, striking the creature's vulnerable spot with blinding speed. The creature's body leapt once more, even higher than before, its cries sharper and more frantic, as if it had sustained even greater harm. Tang Long's smile remained cold as he swept his iron knife with grace, gliding beneath the beast. Blood gushed forth as the creature trembled violently. A gaping wound was torn into its abdomen, its entrails spilling forth, creating a river of blood. With a resounding thud, the creature fell heavily to the ground, its fierce eyes fixed on Tang Long, struggling for breath until life slipped away. "This human is truly malevolent," was the creature's final thought. Tang Long's spirits soared at the prospect of yet another royal-level beast added to his collection. He glanced at the ancient spiritual herb upon the cliff, leaping up to harvest it, hopeful that it might grant him the strength to ascend to the realm of a royal warrior. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he halted mid-air, descending like a great bird. A more sinister aura emanated from the cliff. Chapter 84. The Enigmatic Monkey Clan Enormous. Golden. A ferocious beast emerged from the woods at the summit of the cliff. exuding an air of malevolence. Upon closer inspection, Tang Long gasped in astonishment. Was this a colossal golden ape? This creature boasted a massive simian head, standing upright. Its body adorned with lustrous golden fur, its muscles bulging with immense power. The face of the ape was blue, with nostrils flaring above a row of sword-like teeth, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The beast stood approximately 6 to 7 meters tall, towering as high as a two-story building. It resembled a ferocious creature comparable in stature to the legendary Kuei Niao. As Tang Long's mind wandered, the Library of Flames and Fire initiated a comparison. Golden snub-nosed monkeys. Similarity Index 1. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. Surely, golden snub-nosed monkeys were not supposed to be diminutive and adorable? How could this towering, fearsome beast be a golden snub-nosed monkey? He shook his head in disbelief, pondering the unfathomable nature of the wilderness. Was it truly fitting for such a charming creature to appear so menacing? Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Tang Long inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Was that the aroma of fine liquor? In this space and time, such a discovery was utterly astonishing. He discerned that the scent emanated from the cliff above, likely from the imposing figure of the great ape itself. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the great ape's stance was somewhat unsteady, its eyes clouded, resembling the days of intoxication. With a burp that echoed with a hint of humanity, the great ape swayed and pointed at Tang Long, emitting a series of strange cries, as if attempting to communicate. Moments later, an even richer scent of liquor enveloped Tang Long's senses. It was confirmed. This exquisite aroma could only originate from the great ape. His gaze intensified with fervor. It had been ages since he had savored the scent of alcohol. The nostalgia was overwhelming. He had presumed that he would have to cultivate crops and ensure the well-being of his kin before indulging in the pleasures of wine. Yet here he was, inhaling the fragrance of liquor. Without a doubt, this great ape possessed a stash of monkey wine, and the aroma suggested it was of exceptional quality. As he contemplated this, his heart felt a mild intoxication. The monkey wine, crafted from the fruits gathered by the monkey clan, not only invigorated the blood, but was also likely rich in vitamins, its effects surpassing those of medicinal wines. Should he acquire this monkey wine, it would serve the chieftain well for fortifying his body. A couple of sips could alleviate any aches and pains. For the resource-strapped Tang clan, this was indeed a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Long resolved to defeat the great ape and retrieve the monkey wine to bring back home. He scrutinized the great ape, pondering how such a massive creature could be so intoxicated. It must have consumed a considerable amount. Suddenly, a pang of distress struck him. His own supply of wine had been depleted. He glared at the great ape with a menacing expression, his anger palpable. The audacity of this creature to drink his monkey wine demanded retribution. Feeling a chill run down its spine, the great ape shook off some of its inebriation. Its mind clearing slightly, rubbing its eyes, it noted the fierce gaze of the human before it. How terrifying. Enraged, the great ape could not fathom how this diminutive human dared to glare at its majesty. It had long reigned as the king of the mountain, safeguarding the ancient ginseng while reaping its aromatic benefits. The human had slain the creature below without a sound, for it had been too intoxicated to intervene. However, as Tang Long harvested the mystical Lingji herb within his heart, he could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, the mighty King Kong pounded his robust chest several times before leaping from the precipice. The ground trembled beneath the impact of a colossal weight plummeting from a height of 30 to 40 meters, creating a massive crater at the site of his landing. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Yet, the King Kong emerged unscathed, causing Tang Long's heart to flutter with astonishment. Such a formidable beast. The flesh must be succulent. A cold smile crept across Tang Long's face as he first stored the ferocious creature into the library of the Fire of Knowledge. Then, seizing the moment, he resolved to strike while the iron was hot. As the King Kong's feet sank into the earth, Tang Long, swift as a specter, approached and lightly touched its back. A dazzling array of 6 thunder pearls flickered in his palm, radiating a brilliant purple light. He bellowed, "Explode for me." Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated throughout the forest, a mushroom cloud rising majestically as if 6 aerial bombs had detonated simultaneously, a spectacle of sheer terror. Intense purple light shot forth from Tang Long's hand, piercing the heavens, illuminating the forest and dispelling the encroaching darkness. The thunderous blasts echoed like celestial roars, startling the avian creatures into flight and sending the wild beasts fleeing in a panic, as if the apocalypse had dawned. The immense shockwaves sent rocks and soil flying, uprooting trees and scattering leaves in a chaotic tempest that swept through the woodland. This was Tang Long's inaugural use of 6 thunder pearls in unison, their power unparalleled and cataclysmic. The King Kong was hurled into the air, only to crash down heavily, showering the ground with a torrential rain of blood. With a resounding thud, the creature lay wounded, blood pouring from its injuries, appearing as if it had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. The King Kong sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely, seemingly on the brink of death. Tang Long, brandishing his iron blade, prepared to deliver the final blow. To dare attack him was an unforgivable offense. Suddenly, strange monkey calls echoed in his ears, prompting Tang Long to pivot swiftly with his weapon drawn. To his astonishment, he beheld a multitude of golden monkeys adorning the nearby trees, each of them the height of an adult, all gazing intently at him, resembling a tree laden with monkey fruit. Frowning, Tang Long pondered when these creatures had appeared. Realization struck him. It must have been during the explosion. An elderly monkey approached, cradling a vibrant red fruit in its hands, raising it high above its head and presenting it to Tang Long. Stunned, Tang Long pointed at himself, questioning, "For me?" The old monkey nodded, elevating its long arms even higher. Curiosity piqued, Tang Long reached out and accepted the fruit, inquiring, "Why are you giving me this?" The old monkey gestured towards the fallen King Kong, indicated the gathering of monkeys, and pointed skyward, its eyes shimmering with hope and its calls tinged with a hint of pleading. In that moment, Tang Long felt as though he had been imbued with divine wisdom. Comprehending the old monkey's intentions with remarkable clarity, he pointed at the great gorilla and said, "So you mean this colossal creature is your king, and you intend to barter fruits for his life?" The old monkey nodded, then shook its head, uncertain of Tang Long's meaning. Amused, Tang Long found it intriguing. Primates possess a notable intelligence, and even in later times, monkeys could engage in simple communication with humans. If the cunning beasts like the White Wolf King and Kue Nyo possessed the intellect of a 5- or 6-year-old, then this old monkey surely demonstrated the wit of an 8-year-old. With a chorus of chattering, the troop of monkeys witnessed Tang Long accept the old monkey's offering of fruits. They rushed forward, brandishing an array of wild fruits before him. The fragrant aroma of the fruits enveloped the air, and the sight of these monkeys presenting their offerings transported Tang Long into a mythical realm, leaving him spellbound. Faced with the monkey's sincere gestures, he felt a twinge of reluctance to harm the great gorilla. After a moment of contemplation, he tossed the fruits back and declared, "I require monkey wine." The monkeys were puzzled by his words, their chattering rising in a fervor as if they were engaged in a dialogue. Then, a charming little monkey approached, presenting him with a blue gourd, its large round eyes brimming with anticipation. As Tang Long pried open the gourd, a rich fragrance of wine wafted through the air, intoxicating and delightful. Overjoyed, he patted the little monkey on the head and cheerfully said, "Let this be the currency for your king's life." The old monkey stepped forward, gesturing towards the mountain and then to the gourd. Tang Long nodded, understanding that the old monkey wanted him to follow to retrieve more wine. Suddenly, a flicker of unease stirred within him. This troop of monkeys, displaying such human-like qualities, could not simply be wild creatures. He scrutinized the gourd in his hand. Although gourds were abundant in the forest, fashioning one to hold wine was beyond the capabilities of a mere wild monkey. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered what lay behind this troop of monkeys, and what else the mountain concealed. Chapter 85. The path of the king-class warrior. The allure of monkey wine was potent for Tang Long, especially with the enticing aroma of a medley of fruits emanating from it. This was true monkey wine, a rarity in later times. The bond between a man and wine is inextricable, as wine brings joy. Ultimately, he could not resist. He took a gentle sip, savoring it thoughtfully. The wine was rich and fragrant, sliding smoothly like a celestial nectar, filling his mouth with its delightful essence. The warmth surged down his throat, enveloping him like a bowl of ambrosia, igniting a comforting heat within his stomach and radiating throughout his body. A wave of warmth surged to his head, leaving him slightly dizzy, as if his spirit had soared into the clouds. Tang Long exhaled, releasing the essence of the wine. This was truly exquisite. The robust aroma and pleasant taste enveloped him, warming his insides without overwhelming his senses. A single sip can transport one into a state of delightful inebriation, where the heart expands infinitely and the world shrinks to an insignificant size. A sense of grandeur envelopes the being, as if proclaiming one's supremacy over all. It is an exhilarating sensation. Thus, Tang Long could not resist taking another sip. Such exquisite wine is utterly irresistible. After savoring the moment, he resolutely placed the gourd back into the fire and flame library, deciding to attend to pressing matters first. Suddenly, he detected an unpleasant odor emanating from his own skin. Upon glancing down, he observed a thick, dark liquid seeping from his pores, exuding a foul stench. Within Tang Long's inner vision, he discerned that this black liquid originated from the Yangwei meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians. The heat generated by the monkey wine inexplicably prompted his dantian energy to circulate autonomously, funneling into the Yangwei meridian, expelling impurities like squeezing toothpaste. Tang Long hastily cultivated his energy to aid the process, striving to clear the meridian. A resonant hum echoed as the Yangwei meridian responded. An ethereal sensation enveloped him, rendering his body so light that it felt as though he could soar. In his perception, his strength surged wildly, escalating from over 5,000 pounds to more than 6,000 pounds in the blink of an eye. As he successfully opened the Yangwei meridian, his power surged by an astounding 1,000 pounds. Tang Long was filled with unexpected delight. Could this be the path to cultivating a Tier 3 beast-tooth warrior? He had previously inquired of Tang He about how Tier 3 warriors ascend to the rank of king warriors. Tang He had responded that each tribe possesses its own oral traditions, each varying in their teachings. The knowledge Tang He shared centered on tempering and refining the body. The greater the strength, the stronger the body, naturally leading to the elevation to king warrior status. Though Tang Long speculated based on his own insights, he refrained from reckless experimentation, fearing the perils of misdirection. He accessed the Fire and Flame Library and entered 8 Extraordinary Meridians. Summary: the 8 Extraordinary Meridians are Ren, Du, Zhong, Dai, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei. Haha. The extraordinary martial arts of the Ren and Du Meridians. Tang Long chuckled heartily. Recalling various legends surrounding warriors, the path of a martial artist is indeed enticing. Now it seemed that this monkey wine was not merely a beverage, but a miraculous elixir capable of assisting warriors in their cultivation. The great wilderness monkey clan, having harvested a myriad of fruits to brew this wine, must have created an essence rich in spiritual vitality, thus explaining its remarkable effects. The Tang clan, when compared to larger tribes, is still relatively weak, primarily due to a lack of advanced warriors. With the assistance of this wine, the speed at which warriors could ascend would surely expedite the formation of an elite warrior legion within the Tang clan. Tang Long's resolve solidified. The monkey wine was a necessity. He cast a glance at the struggling golden gorilla and then at the sorrowful eyes of the monkey clan before letting out a sigh. Alas, for the sake of the monkey wine, he would waste a drop of his own life essence to save this great beast. Having benefited from the monkey clan, it seemed rather inappropriate to then slay their king. Tang Long approached the colossal head of the great King Kong, squeezing a drop of the life elixir and allowing it to trickle into its mouth. This elixir has the power to save those who are not yet departed from this world. In an instant, the wounds and gaping holes on the great King Kong began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, its vitality surging anew. The monkey troop finally stirred, each one scratching their ears and appearing quite exhilarated. Tang Long gestured towards the Lingji mushroom on the cliff, mimicking the action of harvesting it. The old monkey displayed a hint of concern in its eyes, yet it raised a hand, nodding in a remarkably human-like manner. With a bend of his knees and a powerful push from his feet, Tang Long soared into the air, ascending the cliffside. The ancient Lingji was now within arm's reach. Even the aroma brought a refreshing sensation to his mind and body. Without hesitation, he sliced it off and secured it within the library of flames. With the precious fungus safely stowed away, Tang Long felt a sense of relief wash over him. He refrained from uprooting it entirely, choosing instead to leave a fragment of hope for the monkey troop. In nature's grand design, treasures are rightfully claimed by those destined for them. As he descended like a great bird, the great King Kong had already righted itself, sitting up with a modicum of regained strength. It let out a sorrowful wail, akin to a child unjustly wronged. The old monkey chattered beside it, offering words of comfort. At last, The great King Kong ceased its lament, gritting its teeth in pain as it stood. Tang Long beckoned to it, causing the great King Kong to startle. It now regarded him with great trepidation. Recalling the tempest that had seemingly been a divine retribution, to its eyes, Tang Long appeared as a deity of thunder. Tang Long leapt onto the shoulder of the great King Kong, feeling a slight dizziness from the lingering effects of the monkey wine. The old monkey led the way, with the troop following closely behind, creating an impressive spectacle. The great King Kong's body remained rigid, and the expression on its monkey face revealed fear, rendering it somewhat immobile. Tang Long spoke gently. "Do not be afraid. Guide me to the place where the monkey wine is brewed, or I shall devour you." The great King Kong trembled at the thought of being devoured if it disobeyed, feeling an intense fear. As they advanced, the great King Kong's body had not yet fully recovered, its movements appearing somewhat awkward. However, the vitality within it was robust. And under the healing influence of the life elixir, its condition improved steadily, its speed increasing as well. The monkey troop ascended the mountain, climbing higher and distancing themselves from the ground below. Finally, they halted before a waterfall. This waterfall, though modest in width, soared high, with water cascading like a silver serpent from the mountain, crashing into the deep pool below with a thunderous roar. Behind the waterfall lay a vast cave, shimmering with emerald glimmers, striking in the darkness of night. If not for the curtain of water, it would have appeared exceedingly radiant. Tang Long activated his thunder eye. The cavern was expansive, its walls adorned with numerous green jade stones, exuding an air of the extraordinary. He pointed towards the cave and inquired, "Is this the place where you brew your wine?" The great King Kong seemed uncertain if it understood, nodding its large head vigorously. Tang Long found himself pondering the mysteries concealed within the water curtain cave. Chapter 86. A strange encounter in the cave. Tang Long leapt from the shoulder of the colossal golden statue, following the troop of monkeys into the cavern. He remained vigilant, sensing that he might soon uncover the truth. The cave soared to a height of at least 30 meters and spanned a width of approximately 50 meters. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, intermittently dripping water. There were no signs of human excavation. It was a natural limestone cave, with rugged, irregular walls. At the cave's edges, a variety of exotic flowers and plants flourished, their vibrant life adding a touch of greenery to the otherwise rocky environment. The walls shimmered with a mix of green jade and stone, casting an alluring glow throughout the cavern. Tang Long pried a palm-sized piece of jade from the wall, feeling its initial chill before it quickly warmed to his touch, providing a comforting sensation. Such was the warmth and smoothness of jade. Tang Long's eyes sparkled with excitement as he attempted to reference this jade in the Xinhui library, only to find no record of it. This absence indicated that it had not been discovered in later times, leaving much to the imagination regarding this unknown gemstone. He was certain that he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. The cave twisted and turned deeply. Finally, upon rounding a corner, the monkeys halted, chattering excitedly and pointing ahead. As Tang Long raised his gaze, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. Before him lay a grove within the cavern, filled with towering trees adorned with wild fruits that even the Xinhui library could not identify, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The ground was carpeted with extraordinary flowers, their beauty striking. A subterranean river meandered through the grove, its quiet waters occasionally disturbed by ferocious fish leaping to the surface, baring their teeth at the monkeys. Moonlight streamed down into the cave, and as Tang Long looked up, he saw a vast opening in the ceiling, revealing the round moon and a sky full of stars. The moonlight bathed the grove, shrouding it in a mystical mist, creating an ethereal paradise reminiscent of a celestial realm. With stars glimmering in his eyes, Tang Long marveled at this hidden utopia. The elder monkey led him to the center of the grove, where 9 colossal dead trees stood, each requiring 100 people to encircle them, evoking an inexplicable awe. Ascending to the treetops, he surveyed the landscape, which stretched for at least 10,000 meters. The geographical marvel was beyond description. The monkeys leapt onto one of the dead trees, swiftly uncovering a hollow large enough for 3 people to enter side by side. As the hollow opened, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted forth, intoxicating in its allure. Upon entering the hollow, Tang Long was astounded to discover an expansive wine pool within. The pool was shallow, revealing the essence of 100 fruits at its bottom. Estimating its volume, he surmised that it contained at least 1,000 jin of wine. Stepping out of the hollow, Tang Long pointed to the remaining 8 trees and inquired, Are those dead trees also wine pools? The old monkey seemed to grasp the essence of Tang Long's inquiry, nodding its golden head vigorously. Tang Long calculated with his fingers, a wine reservoir weighing 1,000 pounds. And with 9 tree hollows, the total amounted to an impressive 9,000 pounds, a substantial resource indeed. Then he pondered again, noting that with a tribe of 1,500 individuals, the distribution would yield merely a few pounds per person, a meager amount. However, Tang Long had already designated the monkey wine as a strategic reserve resource for the Tang clan, opting against its distribution. This wine would henceforth serve as the celebratory libation of the Tang clan, reserved solely for those warriors who had distinguished themselves, as a reward to aid their cultivation. With a mere thought, Tang Long accessed the archives of the Library of Flames, which yielded a comparative result. Wine, with a similarity score of 10, resembling monkey wine. Its age was noted as ancient, with a specific year unknown. The description read, "Monkey wine is crafted by the mountain monkeys, who collect a myriad of fruits within a tree hollow, initially intended for storing provisions for winter. However, should the seasonal harvest prove plentiful, the monkeys might forget the fruits they had once stored. Consequently, the fruits ferment gradually, ultimately transforming into a wine of remarkable quality. Such wild brews are serendipitous in nature, and true monkey wine is invaluable." Upon finishing the description, Tang Long inhaled the intoxicating aroma of the wine, his spirits lifted further. This was indeed a treasure to be cherished. The Library of Flames suggested that the wine reservoir had a legacy spanning a millennium, though the exact year remained elusive. Logically, it implied that the monkey troop had been harvesting fresh fruits annually, sealing them within the tree hollow, resulting in a perplexing mixture of vintages that rendered precise dating impossible. Tang Long squinted, realizing that this troop had maintained its lineage for 1,000 years. In such a perilous wilderness, a clan enduring for such an extended period was truly remarkable. Tang Long produced the wine gourd and inquired about its creator. The old monkey scratched its head for a moment before its eyes sparkled with understanding, chattering excitedly as it pointed towards the upper reaches of a gnarled tree. Following the monkey's direction, Tang Long ascended to discover another vast tree hollow. No, it was a treehouse. This hollow had been meticulously carved, with signs of excavation adorning the edges. Inside lay several jade artifacts, their material identical to the green jade found on the mountain. The interior of the tree hollow was sparsely furnished, featuring a rectangular slab of green jade that resembled a jade bed. Through Tang Long's thunderous gaze, he perceived the jade emanating subtle threads of spiritual energy, indicating its extraordinary nature. A jade bowl, a jade basin, and a collection of azure gourds were huddled in a corner, with nothing else present in the hollow. As Tang Long reached out to touch the jade bed, its smoothness and warmth sent invigorating energy coursing through him, creating a sensation so pleasant that he hesitated to withdraw his hand. The Library of Flames returned no results for comparison. Tang Long's eyes sparkled with delight. This was undoubtedly not ordinary jade, a true treasure to be claimed. The jade stone materialized within his Library of Flames. Its previous ownership was inconsequential, for it now belonged to Tang Long. The jade bowl, jade basin, and gourds within the treehouse became spoils of his conquest. Should the original owner of the treehouse return, they could certainly seek him out for restitution. As for whether one can find oneself, that depends on fate. Even if one can discover oneself, it also hinges on the skills one possesses. Tang Long brushed his fingers against the thick layer of dust on the ground. It seemed the inhabitants here had long departed. He inquired of the old monkey, "How long have the people been gone?" The old monkey gazed thoughtfully for a moment, but offered no response, as if he did not comprehend the question. Tang Long chose not to press further. After inspecting the 9 withered trees housing the wine pools, his spirits soared, for the quantity exceeded his expectations. He resolved to take 7 parts from each pool, leaving 3 for the monkey clan. He refused to engage in the act of depleting resources without consideration. No. To be precise, he wished for the monkey clan to continue brewing wine, sharing the profits in a harmonious partnership year after year. Tang Long commenced the task of felling trees, intending to carve the trunks into barrels for storing the wine. Otherwise, the Library of Flames would inevitably transform into a wine pool. The old monkey seemed to grasp his intentions and did not deter him, even summoning the monkey clan to assist in carrying the timber. Squeak, squeak. A charming little monkey staggered its way over to Tang Long, its youthful face reminiscent of a 3- or 4-year-old human child. The little monkey, with bleary eyes, gazed at him, its adorably dazed demeanor endearing. Tang Long affectionately patted its fuzzy head, finding its softness quite delightful. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey squealed with joy and effortlessly began to drag the massive tree Tang Long had just felled towards the wine pool. Thunder rumbled in Tang Long's mind. Something was amiss with this little monkey. This enormous tree must weigh around 4,000 kilograms. An average adult monkey would be unable to move it without assistance from several others. Even a mighty gorilla would struggle, yet this little drunken monkey appeared to possess immense strength. Tang Long, filled with suspicion, hurried to catch up to the small creature for a closer examination. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him. What on earth? This little monkey has 6 ears? Chapter 87. The clan leader's spirit beast. A golden-haired monkey with 6 ears? Tang Long's mind was ablaze with revelations. Could this little monkey be the legendary 6-eared macaque from mythology? No, wait. The little monkey's appearance was unmistakably that of a golden-haired monkey. A 6-eared golden-haired monkey? With a mere thought, he consulted the Library of Flames. No match. Tang Long gasped in astonishment. He compared the old monkey and discovered, golden-haired monkey, similarity 1. This confirmed that the monkey clan were the ancestors of the golden-haired monkeys, with their bloodline faintly carried on in later generations. Yet, this little monkey seemed devoid of any golden-haired monkey lineage. How could that be explained? Tang Long found himself perplexed, associating the phenomenon with ancient myths. Could this be what is referred to as an ancient bloodline? The 6-eared golden-haired monkey only deepened Tang Long's intrigue. Squeak, squeak. The little drunken monkey curiously called out. Blocking its path, Tang Long stepped aside, allowing the little creature to continue dragging the tree. Subsequently, he felled an even larger tree, weighing at least 10,000 pounds. Even a king-level gorilla would find it challenging to manage. As the little drunken monkey returned to assist with the tree, Tang Long had specifically designated this task for it. Without hesitation, the little monkey tugged at the tree with determination. Observing its efforts, it appeared to struggle somewhat this time. Tang Long inhaled deeply, his heart racing with excitement. This little monkey possessed immense strength, already meeting the standards of a king-level warrior, and could rightly be considered a king-level spiritual beast. Tang Long's eyes sparkled. This little creature was remarkably formidable, perfectly suited to become his spiritual companion. First and foremost, it exhibited potential. This little being already wielded the might of a king. And what would it be capable of upon reaching maturity? The thought ignited a warmth within him, hinting at a boundless future. Secondly, it demonstrated intelligence. As a primate, the little monkey was inherently more astute than ordinary ferocious beasts, with a strong capacity for imitation and learning. It could very well master martial arts and evolve into a martial artist among spiritual beasts. The brilliance in Tang Long's eyes intensified. Who could withstand a spiritual beast proficient in combat? Lastly, it was adorably endearing. With its palm-sized face, round eyes, glistening black pupils, and soft fur, its charming appearance could melt anyone's heart. On good days, a gentle stroke would suffice. On bad days, it would provide comfort as well. Truly perfect. Tang Long was resolute. He desired the monkey wine. He also coveted the 6-eared little monkey for brewing. Yet, he pondered whether the monkey clan would consent to part with this little 6-eared gem. Taking one step at a time, savoring each bite, Tang Long decided to first secure the monkey wine. The 6-eared little drunken monkey moved swiftly, appearing eager to assist with the task. The more Tang Long observed, the more he appreciated it, captivated and unable to let go of this charming creature. After felling the tree, he meticulously chopped the trunk into 1-meter lengths and began hollowing out the wood to craft wine barrels. With his immense strength and the advantage of the tang blade, the process was remarkably swift. Each barrel was designed to hold 200 pounds, and he aimed to create 40 in total. Once the barrels were prepared, Tang Long unleashed his lightning power to scorch the wood, eliminating moisture to ensure the purity of the monkey wine. Intentionally, he showcased this display to the monkey clan, his body crackling with violet arcs of electricity, resembling a thunder god traversing the earth. The monkeys watched in awe, their pupils narrowing. One could only wonder what thoughts crossed their minds. The mighty golden monkey felt a pang of fear at the sight of the violet arcs, recalling how close it had come to peril beneath their crackling energy. Thus, no monkeys dared to impede Tang Long as he collected the wine. Although the monkeys felt a twinge of sorrow, they graciously handed him the barrels, enhancing Tang Long's perception of the clan. A total of 40 barrels, equating to 8,000 pounds of monkey wine, were neatly arranged in the library. Tang Long's spirits lifted considerably. Even without drinking, merely gazing at them brought him joy. Approaching the six-eared little monkey, he scooped it up and asked, "Are you willing to accompany me to explore the outside world?" The little six-eared one, perplexed, gazed back at him with a blank expression. After a moment's thought, Tang Long gestured toward the cave entrance, saying, "Come with me to the world beyond." The little six-eared monkey seemed to grasp his intent, grinning mischievously and nodding vigorously in agreement. Tang Long's heart soared with joy. Indeed, this little six-ear was quite astute. Yet, did it truly grasp the meaning of venturing outside? Just then, a large female monkey emerged, gesturing animatedly towards Tang Long, as if attempting to communicate something. Little Six-Ear leapt from Tang Long's embrace and playfully clung to the back of the female monkey. For a moment, Tang Long felt a pang of reluctance to take this little creature away. However, the female monkey pulled Six-Ear down from her back, lifting it with both hands and placing it before Tang Long suddenly. Tang Long felt a rush of excitement, exclaiming while gesturing, "Do you mean to say that I should take little Six-Ear with me, and you are willing for him to accompany me?" The female monkey nodded, though whether she truly understood Tang Long's words was uncertain. But did it matter? Filled with happiness, Tang Long declared, "I will take good care of little Six-Ear." The female monkey continued to nod, and Tang Long took it as a sign of comprehension. At that moment, the troop of monkeys began to gather fruits, piling them before Tang Long until a small mountain of them formed. An elderly monkey pointed at little Six-Ear, then at the wild fruits on the ground, mimicking a biting motion. Tang Long nodded in understanding. These wild fruits were provisions meant for little Six-Ear. There were countless fruits, totaling around 20,000, weighing approximately 30 to 40,000 pounds, enough to sustain little Six-Ear for quite some time. Reluctant to part with the little creature, the troop of monkeys accompanied him to the cave's entrance, each affectionately patting its adorable little head. As Tang Long stepped outside, he realized dawn had broken. He walked to the edge of the mountain and gazed out, discovering that this mountain stood at the very edge of the grassland. Between the mountain and the grassland lay a stretch of forest, approximately 10 kilometers apart. With his keen vision, Tang Long observed that the grassland remained as he had first seen it, blanketed with wild grasses and teeming with herds of herbivorous beasts. In the far distance, a thin black line marked the presence of a vast and treacherous river. Tang Long could not help but burst into laughter. Fortune was indeed on his side. He had initially planned to conduct an exploration of the grassland today to determine the location for a settlement. Yet, it seemed unnecessary now. He decided to establish the settlement right on the grassland beneath the mountain, adjacent to it. Turning his gaze towards the jade stone path winding through the mountain, he proclaimed, "From now on, this mountain shall be named Jade Capital Mountain. What do you think, little Six-Ear?" With a chirp, little Six-Ear, perched on his shoulder, gestured in agreement, as if to say that anything was fine. Tang Long's heart swelled with elation. This journey had proven immensely fruitful. He had vanquished a pack of wolves, securing several thousand pounds of beast meat. He had slain a fierce creature, gaining 1,000 pounds of royal-grade meat. He had acquired a millennium-old spirit mushroom, and he had obtained 8,000 pounds of monkey wine, comparable to elixirs. Most importantly, he had gained his own spirit beast, the little Six-Ear monkey, adorable, amusing, intelligent, and remarkably strong. He resolved to relocate the tribe today, establishing a camp on the grassland. This expanse would henceforth be the true home of the Tang clan, the very roots of his existence in this vast wilderness. With little Six-Ear in tow, Tang Long sped down the mountain, eager to return to the Dragon Mountain, where the tribe's members were likely in a state of anxious anticipation. The Serpent Tribe's camp awaited his arrival. The land has transformed into a desolate wasteland, shrouded in darkness. A formidable pack of wolves emerges from the forest, exuding an aura of menace. Following closely behind are fierce warriors clad in animal hides, leading a procession of semi-nude women, each bearing a haggard visage and an expression of unease. A grim warrior, his eyes narrowed, murmurs to himself, "Has the Serpent Tribe been annihilated? What shall become of our trade? Our supply of salt is dwindling. Chief, over there lies a massive stone, etched with ancient pictographs. It may hold the key to the Serpent Tribe's disappearance," reports one of the warriors. The chief strides towards the mural depicting the Serpent Tribe, his pupils constricting in shock. Gritting his teeth, he declares, "So, the The serpent tribe has indeed been vanquished. With a scowl, he turns and asserts, "These women hold no value for trade. If they are desired, let them be taken once more, and then they shall be slain. Our wolf clan possesses neither the food nor the salt to sustain them." Indeed, the warriors of the wolf clan, grinning wickedly, rush towards the group of women, stripping away the last remnants of their hides and forcefully bringing them to the ground. "Please don't kill me. I can serve you." Here, the narrative continues with omitted details. Shortly thereafter, the warriors of the wolf clan rise. While the women remain motionless upon the ground, blood saturates the earth, rendering it akin to a hellish landscape. The wolf clan chief proclaims, "We shall make camp here today and release the pack to scout for any nearby tribes." Yes, the mournful sound of the wolf horn reverberates as the pack disperses into the depths of the forest. The third installment is presented. Gratitude for everyone's support as we reach a score of 90. Further requests for 5-star reviews, comments, likes, and gifts are humbly made. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I shall strive to improve.